alone. Our allies have our backs if you don't slow down this drumbeat to war with Ukraine. That's because the president is getting that commitment from one of our good European friends, Germany, that they're going to be in lockstep with, quote, the most severe sanctions ever if Moscow does invade. Why that could include getting rid of a major gas pipeline. We're live at the White House. On the COVID front, governors in some blue states now want to try to get back to a more kind of new normal. We'll talk about why New Jersey's governor says it's time to get rid of school mask rules, even though most kids in his state are not vaccinated. Why some parents we're talking to aren't happy. Plus, should lawmakers be allowed to trade stocks when they might get info the rest of us might not know about? Why a new call to ban trading is coming from inside the House and Senate. And new concerns about how safe Peng Shuai really is as the Chinese tennis star hangs up her racket. She's denying those sexual assault allegations that were made, but we've just learned tonight top women's tennis officials aren't buying it. We're live in Beijing. And tonight, the U.S. and Canada face off in women's Olympic hockey. Talk about a rivalry for the ages, right? Well, guess what? We've got two Olympians on our NBC announcing team to tell us what it's like to be a part of that matchup in tonight's backstory. That's a little later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting with that agreement between President Biden and Germany's new chancellor that if Russia crosses a line and invades Ukraine, that's a problem, that cannot be, as the president put it, business as usual. You're about to see President Biden with Olaf Scholz, the new guy in Berlin. He's taken over for Angela Merkel after 16 years, and he's been facing some questions about how committed his country actually is to trying to hold back Putin. President Biden said today there's nothing to worry about. Listen.
Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
So here's why this is important, because a U.S. official tells our team 70% of the troops Russia would need to invade are already on the border. They're already there. This official warns Kyiv in Ukraine could fall within 48 hours. And look at these numbers. Tens of thousands of people could die or get hurt, civilians and troops both. Of course, Moscow is still denying it's going to launch this full-fledged attack. They've been doing that all along. The U.S. doesn't buy it. Let me bring in Josh Letterman at the White House. Josh, a lot of headlines just in the last hour since we've seen this news conference with President Biden and the new German chancellor wrap up here. Big headline relates to something called Nord Stream 2. That's this pipeline that's co-owned by Germany and Russia. The U.S. is against it, but there was a real question coming into this. If Russia invades, would Germany pull the plug, right? Would it be dead if Russia invades? Because this is a big leverage point for Russia in these discussions. Here's what President Biden said.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
But what was interesting, Josh, was like right after this, the reporter who asked that question said, well, OK, but how do you know, right? You're not really a stakeholder in this pipeline. And the president said, I promise you.
Well, certainly the U.S. can do a lot to pressure these European countries to pull the plug on this pipeline. But you're right. Ultimately, that's going to be a decision that they're going to make. And the German chancellor, despite saying that all of the steps Germany will take will be ones they take in concert with the U.S., he wouldn't even say the name of that pipeline in that news conference, nor would he go as far as to just say out loud what President Biden, standing just a few feet from him, was willing to say out loud, which was, we are absolutely going to cut this off if Russia invades. Instead, we heard the German chancellor kind of dancing around it a little bit, saying, you know, we'll all be in agreement, that we will take steps, but he would not explicitly say, which is what everybody was looking to see, whether or not he would actually address, we are going to turn that pipeline off if Russia invades. I also want to bring you some really coming into us just in the last few seconds, Hallie, some news from Moscow where President Putin has been holding a news conference after he had that meeting for hours with the visiting French leader. And Putin, according to, we're still getting this translated from Russian, but our colleagues at Reuters have put out some of the early headlines of what President Putin is saying. You could see him there as he was meeting with Macron. Putin saying that if Ukraine joins NATO, European countries will be drawn into military conflict with Russia. He says there will be no winners in that situation, but Putin insisting that Russia will do everything that it can on its side to find compromises that suit everyone, saying that they have to find a way out of this situation over Ukraine, and that Putin insisting that there are things that NATO and the U.S. Can discuss, even if they are secondary to the Ukraine crisis. So Putin not really shifting much from what has been his core position here all along. It certainly does not bode well for any kind of major diplomatic breakthrough.
Josh, you're right. That's coming to us as we are live on the air right now. What's happening with President Putin of Russia, Emmanuel Macron of France. But here's the deal. Let me just sort of pull back for a second here. This is a lot of what Vladimir Putin has been saying all along, right? He wants assurances that Ukraine will not be in NATO eventually. The U.S. is not going to give that assurance to Russia. And now there's concern on the part of the West that, hey, could this be all-out war that's about to break out with Russia putting more of its troops on the Ukrainian border? That's what everyone's kind of freaking out about. And there's been this question. Has Germany, one of our allies, right, strong NATO partner, has Germany done enough to try to act tough with Russia, right, to put up that tough front? And questions about could they be doing more to support Ukraine? That is the backdrop that the new German chancellor comes into the United States talking with President Biden right now and saying, you know, during this news conference that there is a united front.
That's exactly right. And we heard President Biden insisting we trust Germany completely. There are no doubts about the Germans. But it reminds me of that line from Hamlet, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Like, if you've got to insist, if you've got to go out there and say, no, don't worry, we don't have any doubts about them, it might be because there's some doubts floating out around about Germany. And we even heard just a few minutes ago from Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, who says he thinks Germany can do more.
Yeah.
So there is bipartisan agreement that Germany, since Olaf Scholz took over, has not been the most steadfast, reliable ally when it comes to Russia.
Really quick, Josh, only because I just said, you know, there is some real concern on the part of the U.S. and others that, like, oh my gosh, there could be all-out war. Ukraine, the president there, President Zelensky, is like, hey, diplomacy is not over yet. Like, we still have a diplomatic path. And I know the White House faced some questions on that disconnect today, right? Like, and we've heard this from our reporters, our colleagues, Aaron McLaughlin, Matt Bradley, Matt Bodner, who were there in Ukraine and Russia, saying it feels different in Ukraine. It doesn't feel like such a drumbeat to war. But in reality, what the West is looking at, you know, the U.S. and others, that is very much potentially on the horizon.
I think one of the things Ukrainians are worried about is, even short of an invasion, this panic that's setting in can have really negative effects for their economy. People don't want to invest there. President Biden said in his news conference today, American citizens in Ukraine should leave. He doesn't want them getting caught in the crossfire. So even without actually ordering an invasion, Putin is already causing damage for Ukraine, and they don't want to see that happen. But of course, the U.S. wanting to make clear to the entire world that this is a Russian military buildup in support of what looks like a potential invasion, not to be confused with what Russia is probably going to say, which is that there's some type of provocation from Ukraine and they're simply acting in self-defense.
Josh Letterman live for us there outside the White House. Josh, thank you. Let's bring it to what's going on back here at home. Mask rules in schools, they are changing fast, and that's illustrating how some people are now starting to think about COVID. This question, this hard reality, are we just going to have to live with COVID now? Is that the hard truth? In some states, in more conservative-leaning states, that's kind of been asked and answered. No more mandates there anymore, but the news tonight is now coming from two deep blue states, New Jersey, Delaware, both scrapping their mask rules for K-12 students and teachers by the end of next month. Here's New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
This is not a declaration of victory as much as an acknowledgement that we can responsibly live with this thing. Because we've gone through it first, we can responsibly take this step.
So what do the numbers look like when it comes to that? The good news is, in New Jersey's case, the curve looks a little like a roller coaster of great adventure. Way up because of Omicron in January. You can see it has dipped way back down now. But even though the state has one of the country's highest vaccination rates, not even a third of New Jersey's kids, ages 5 to 11, have gotten fully vaccinated. Vaughn Hilliard is in Hoboken, New Jersey now with more. You know, the governor has done this thing where he said, OK, it's up to local districts. That's the decision. But then on the other hand, you have the federal government, the CDC, still saying, hey, we think everybody who's in these K-12 schools should still wear masks. Talk about a disconnect. That is a disconnect, right? On the one hand, the New Jersey governor trying to balance normalcy with a real threat from COVID, although it is potentially lessened in kids versus adults, et cetera. What are you hearing as you're on the ground there in Jersey, Vaughn, with that as the backdrop?
Well, the governor was the first to say, Hallie, that the New Jersey is no intention of reverting back to more mandates. He essentially suggested that over the course of these 2 years, they have been cautious to not lead people astray. At the forefront of that are these classrooms here because, well, yes, you've seen the numbers here plummet over the last 3 weeks in terms of case counts and hospitalizations. And he says this will not go effect until the second week of March. At the same time, you mentioned the vaccination rates for kids around the country, kids that are 11 to 17 years old. The vaccination rate is just 56%, about 70% here in New Jersey. But it's even lower for kids who are 5 to 11 years old. The vaccination rate around the United States is just 22%. So when I was talking with some of these parents, that is where the paramount concern is because of the extent, the major majority of their fellow classmates who remain unvaccinated.
I don't see how they can lift a mask mandate for particularly preschool students where classrooms are being shut down for a week to 10 days of healthy preschool students because of COVID.
It is without a doubt in my head that the masks have kept him safe, have kept him from testing positive any of those times he's been exposed. So I'm not too thrilled about it.
You know, and Jennifer there, Hallie, was standing with her 4-year-old who is in the preschool here at Wallace Elementary School. Kids under the age of 5 still cannot get vaccinated. And she said that is why she is frustrated, especially because of the quarantine rules at a lot of these schools, that if there is any extent of an outbreak, that kids like her own will be forced to go back to learning from home.
We know, Vaughn, and we've seen it over these last couple of years, right? Pieces of the pandemic have been politicized. And we have seen this theme. States that voted for President Biden have largely kept these school mask mandates in place. I think we can show people that. You see it here. States that largely voted for former President Trump have tried to ban or get rid of these mandates, right? This is this red versus blue divide in this country. We laid it out at the top of this segment. You now have Governor Phil Murphy making this move. He just survived a pretty tough re-election fight in November, right, in a state where some voters were trying to get rid of him. He only won by about 3 points. It was expected to be more of a landslide. This is part of that story, Vaughn, right? I mean, I think the fact that we're seeing now a very blue state run by this governor who, you know, survived this re-election fight make this move is part of this discussion.
Right, and I was in Virginia when Glenn Youngkin essentially focused almost wholly in those last weeks of his campaign on the idea of parental rights, fighting back against mandates, whether it be from masks to vaccines, suggesting that he wasn't necessarily opposed to them, but he believed that it was in the right of parents to make the decision for what is best for their students here. And that is where, you know, I would talk to a teacher who walked by just after school who told me that she's concerned about what this opens up and about being unable to control what those students do at the urgings of their parents here. You know, we should know right now, if you still take into account New Jersey and Washington, D.C., the number of states which are requiring masks in schools is down to just 16 right now, Hallie.
Vaughn Hill, you're live for us there in New Jersey where those rules are changing. Vaughn, thanks. Speaking of COVID rules, those are what's behind this scene you're about to see in Ottawa, Canada today, where the police chief is now asking the city council for 1,800 more police officers to help turn up the heat, with Ottawa pretty much buckling under day 11 of these big trucker protests. You heard about these, the Freedom Convoy of truckers? They're demonstrating over COVID rules. Police say they're not backing down. They've arrested 20 people. They've issued 500 tickets so far. These protests are loud. They are very loud. Listen to what it's like. I mean, that's it. That's Ottawa. That's your vibe right there. Horns day and night, with the judge in Ottawa today granting this temporary injunction, basically saying you got to stop honking for 10 days. Again, this demonstration is being driven by this group of truckers called the Freedom Convoy, and they started protesting over a vaccine mandate to cross the border between the U.S. and Canada. But this whole thing has morphed into something bigger, this broader protest against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and how he's handled the pandemic. You had Ottawa's mayor putting in place a state of emergency since these truckers are, in some instances, blocking streets. They're disrupting traffic. That means businesses have had to close downtown. Joining me now is Maura Backdrop. And Maura, that is the backdrop. Day 11, it is kind of a mess in Ottawa as this Freedom Convoy of truckers is coming to, as they say, they have the right to be able to protest. They want to have their voices, their horns be heard. Ottawa is saying, hey, it's pretty disruptive to do this.
The city of Ottawa is in a really serious situation right now, Hallie. Some politicians in Canada calling this, going so far as to say that this is their own version of an insurrection. Others saying that it's an occupation. Either way, the mayor saying that this is the most serious emergency that city has ever seen. And so they're trying to ramp down on what's been going on over the past 2 weeks or so. You saw that order to stop the honking. There was hundreds of arrests over the weekend, 20 arrests over the weekend and hundreds of tickets issued. And the police even went so far as being heavily armed and going to a staging area where protesters, truckers were keeping a lot of their supplies and their fuel. And the police took their fuel. And if trucks don't have fuel, obviously, Hallie, they can't really do much. And so this is just another step in the latest of this protest and the mayor and the city calling for extra support with police on top of the 2,100 staff of police officers and civilian officers that they already have in Ottawa. So that kind of paints a picture of how seriously the city's taking it right now.
And here's another piece of that picture. Didn't Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, I think he left his home downtown. I think he took him and his family because of security issues. I don't know that we know specifically where he is. What are we hearing from them?
Right, they're in an undisclosed location right now, and we have heard that he's denounced the protesters, calling them a fringe minority, the demonstrators. And it's important to note, Canada is one of the most vaccinated countries, right? 4 out of every 5 Canadians are vaccinated. So when you look at the percentage of people that are against the vaccines, against the mandates that we've seen, it is a small percentage, but it's that extreme conservative wing that we're seeing have these demonstrations cause this extreme chaos and anxiety for people in Ottawa. People are saying grocery store workers are getting spit on because they're asking people to put masks on. People are being hospitalized for anxiety. Medications aren't being delivered. And so there's a lot of disruption in the day-to-day. Justin Trudeau, though, saying that he won't repeal the vaccine mandate. And he also says he's not going to bring in Canadian military to help fight these protesters. And it is important to note right now, Hallie, while we don't know where he is, we do know that he is currently quarantining because he tested positive for COVID about a week ago.
Maura Barrett, this is obviously something that people are looking at through a political lens here in the United States, of course, especially on the conservative side. Really appreciate that, Maura. We'll be keeping an eye on that freedom convoy of truckers. But we're also talking about this new position, or at least a new announcement, a new clarification from the White House that says President Biden is looking to keep up restrictions on no-knock warrants through executive orders. It's something that's come front and center lately after Minneapolis police used one of these warrants, a no-knock warrant, to get into an apartment where 22-year-old Amir Locke was staying. He was shot 3 times by Officer Mark Hanneman. The police released the body cam video we're about to show you last week, and we have to warn you, you will find it disturbing. The video shows the officers with blurred faces. They're going into the apartment. They've got their guns drawn. Locke, according to his family, was asleep on the couch. But then you see police draw the guns. They then shoot and kill him. Minneapolis police have released a photo from the body cam. They shows Locke with a gun in his hand, a gun his family said he had a license for, a concealed carry permit for. And Locke was not the target of the warrant, according to police chief. The mayor of Minneapolis has now put in place a temporary ban on these kinds of no-knock warrants. You've seen over the weekend hundreds of people protesting the death of Amir Locke. I want to bring in Shaq Brewster, who's joining me now. So, Shaq, we heard the city council today talking about these no-knock warrants. There's about 20 to 80,000 of these done by police every year. And now you have this specific case, getting the attention again. And we've talked about no-knock warrants before in other very high-profile cases. And the White House is saying, hey, President Biden is reiterating his position. And let me be clear, it's a position that the White House says he's held about looking at the possibility of continuing to restrict these no-knock warrants. Essentially, it would be on the federal level supporting what the Minneapolis officials have done.
Yeah, that's right. And let's kind of step back and look at what the Minneapolis officials have done. They've put a moratorium or a pause on those no-knock warrants, both being requested and executed until they can go back and review the policy. They're bringing in outside experts to do what other cities have done with other high-profile cases. You think Louisville after the death of Breonna Taylor. They're trying to reform this no-knock warrant policy so that it is less dangerous. One of the reforms you hear floated is the idea that there's a 30-second wait before you enter the threshold of an apartment or of a building. So that's what they're looking at right now. And President Biden it's on his agenda now. It's something that the White House is looking at. But it's also important to note that this is also something that would have been addressed, at least partially, with that George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that failed or that didn't have any motion or any movement in Congress.
What do we know about the investigation specifically into Locke's case here?
This is an investigation that's being led by the county attorney in conjunction with the state attorney general under Keith Ellison's leadership. So they will be the ones who make the decision on whether or not there will be any charges in this case. This is an interesting case because it goes through multiple jurisdictions. It was St. Paul that requested the search warrant be filed. Minneapolis Police Department executed the search warrant. This had to do with a homicide investigation in St. Paul. So there are a lot of different jurisdictions at play. So it's going to be a little bit before we get any more information. And there are a lot of entities, a lot of groups, and a lot of different focuses, a lot of I guess organizations or departments, that's the word I was looking for, that are involved in this investigation. So it might take some time. Yeah,
it is almost certainly going to take some time. And Shaq, I just have to think about, the feeling on the ground there for a community that's been through so much, right, over the last several years here on this issue. Shaq Brewster. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. No, I was just going to say, I mean, it's been year after year where there's been another high-profile killing. We just wrapped up the Kim Potter trial with Daunte Wright, so it's another source of trauma for members of that community. It sure is. It's an important point. Shaq, thank you very much for your reporting. To Georgia tonight, where jury selection has started in the federal hate crimes trial of the 3 men who murdered Ahmaud Arbery. And there's some concern now about whether or not they'll be able to find a full pool of fair and impartial jurors. And here's the reason. Travis and Gregory McMichael, do you remember they were going to plead guilty? It seemed like everything was pointing in that direction until the judge rejected the terms of their plea deal with the Justice Department. That just happened last week. Because of that, you now have this wide net being cast for jury selection. More than 1,000 jury notices have been mailed out across 43 counties. Blaine Alexander is outside the courthouse in Brunswick, Georgia. Blaine, explain this, right? Is this atypical for this many notices to be sent out to this many potential jurors?
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting, and it's certainly going to lead to a very long jury selection process. So I think what's interesting here, not the fact that there are about 1,000 summons or so, but just how wide this net is. You're talking about 43 counties. So just to kind of put it into context for you, Georgia's a very big state. So when you talk about 43 different counties across the Southern District, that means that some potential jurors drove as far as 4 hours just to get here today and for the jury selection process. So, a couple of reasons they're doing this, and a couple of reasons this is notable, rather. One, because when you're talking just about Glenn County and Brunswick, Georgia, it's a rather small area. So when you cast a wider net, it certainly lessens the likelihood that you're going to see any sort of people who perhaps have any sort of connection to the defendants or anything like that. That said, it doesn't eliminate it altogether. Already today, we've seen at least one potential juror who says that she knows one of the defendants, William Roddy Bryan, that he did some landscaping or yard work for her. And when she was asked whether that could impact her being impartial, she said possibly. There's another potential juror who knew one of the defendants since he was a young boy. So when you're looking at the fact that, yes, you're casting a wider net, but you can't get away from the fact that there are still some people who will know the defendants, Hallie. There's also the piece of this is explicitly about an involving race. These are federal hate crimes charges, which means the question in front of the jury is going to be, was this racially motivated? These now people who have been convicted of murder, was that the impetus here? And we were just showing some graphics on screen, and I want to explain that. The backdrop is what happened during the state trial, right? Jury selection lasted 3 weeks. Only one of the 12 jurors was black in a county that is 27% black. And that, Blaine, I think is important context to looking at how this federal jury will be put together and what its makeup is. Yeah, I think that when you talk about the optics here, there's certainly going to be a lot of attention paid to the racial makeup of this jury. In fact, there was one potential juror, because race is such a big piece of all of this, that's going to be part of the questioning. That's going to be part of what people look at when they watch this trial. No matter which way the verdict goes in the end, there's certainly going to be questions about what the jury, how the racial breakdown was. There was one man, an African-American man, who said that he did believe that he would have a hard time being impartial just because of the fact that race was so present in all of this. The other thing I want to talk about, Hallie, is the evidence. Remember, prosecutors have the burden of essentially proving that race played a role, that there was racial animus, that they made an assumption when they saw Ahmaud Arbery running that day. They made an assumption about him based on the color of his skin, and that's what led them to ultimately chase him down and kill him. So we expect to see text messages, we expect to see Facebook posts, a number of different things that prosecutors have alluded to that they're going to try and introduce that they say shows that sort of racial animus on behalf of the defendants. Hallie. Blaine Alexander, live for us there in Brunswick, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Appreciate you being there for us tonight. Coming up, the Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. She's got her first interview now with a Western outlet, a non-Chinese outlet.
saying again she never made this sexual assault allegation against a top government official. On top of that, she's saying she's retiring. Janice Mackey-Freyer is in China with the latest twist in the saga.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Women's Tennis Association says it's still worried about Peng Shuai, the Chinese tennis star who, remember, accused a former Chinese vice premier of sexual assault. It's coming after Peng gave her first interview to a newspaper not tied to Chinese state media. And in that interview, she denies making the accusation once again. Peng Shuai turned up at the figure skating competition in Beijing over the weekend and told a French newspaper the accusations against Zheng Gaoli on a social media post that was deleted not long after it was put up were, in her words, a huge misunderstanding. She says, "I never said anyone had sexually assaulted me in any way." She also dismissed any questions in this interview with the newspaper that she disappeared after the post. An international story, the disappearance of Peng Shuai, but she says, "I wasn't disappeared. It was just very impossible to answer so many messages." We can't talk about this enough. This was like an international siren after the post was deleted, and then she went off the radar, it seemed, for almost 3 weeks. A lot of people were wondering, was China silencing her? We'd like to add, NBC News could not reach Gaoli for comment. I want to bring in Janice Mackey-Freyer, who's been following this story for us since the beginning. She is joining us now from Beijing. And Janice, let me start with this. The Women's Tennis Association that pulled tournaments out of China because they were so worried about her safety. And this interview, again, first one to a non-Chinese state media outlet, hasn't changed their position at all.
Well, because nothing has changed, Hallie. I mean, in the eyes of the Women's Tennis Association, they're still not able to speak with Peng Shuai independently. They've had no guarantee or explanation of why they can't reach her. So as far as the WTA is concerned, there is still no independent proof that she is safe and able to speak freely. The WTA putting out another statement today saying, look, it's great to see Peng Shuai, whether in an interview or attending the Olympics. The statement goes on to say, however, her recent in-person interview does not alleviate any of our concerns. They're talking about the need, of course, for some sort of formal investigation into the allegations that she made in that initial post. Now, in this interview, Hallie, she didn't address a lot of what happened around the accusation and the days and the weeks that followed when she was out of public view. But she does claim that she was the one who deleted that social media post.
And then says she just got too busy afterwards to like show up and you know, make an appearance when this was an international firestorm, Janice. The back and forth and the backstory and how these journalists from this French outlet actually got this interview is fascinating. I mean, listen, Peng Shuai was accompanied by essentially a Chinese handler to the interview. They had to go and get permission, obviously, in advance. They said they did it through the Chinese, and that the Chinese told them, you're the only paper that requested an interview. So we took your request seriously, which is why we considered it.
Well, it follows the pattern that we've seen with this story over the past several months. Whenever Peng Shuai does reappear, it's in a very orchestrated way. She's at an event. She's talking to people, but we don't hear her. We see her out and about. She's having fun, eating dinner with her friends. We don't hear her. Whenever we have heard her, it's been in a very orchestrated, tightly coordinated way. This interview happened in an Olympic Committee hotel room within the Beijing closed loop. So not possible to try and permeate except for any journalists inside. And of course, with Chinese officials around her doing translation. I've talked to people in the past who said, you know, Peng Shuai spent years on the international circuit. She knows how to speak English. She can handle her own in an interview, but still we see her surrounded by this team that gets her through these different appearances. Now, the IOC is still maintaining its position in that they believe that that nobody should be judging anything, that they did not believe that she was under duress. Here's what officials had to say today.
I don't think it's a judgment for the IOC to make. We are a sporting organisation, and our job is to remain in contact with her, and as we've explained in the past, to carry out personal, quiet diplomacy.
One other point on the interview, Hallie, that I think is worth making. Yeah. They were very open in their piece saying, look, we wanted to talk to Peng Shuai. Who doesn't want to talk to Peng Shuai? So they put in the request. The question is, why this French newspaper? It's a sports newspaper, so it's one that would appeal to her. But also, France was one of the countries that did not join the diplomatic boycott of these Olympics. So there could be a nod to France in making that decision, in awarding this interview to them.
Such an interesting point. Janice Mackey-Frere live for us in Beijing. Janice, thanks for staying on top of this story for months for us. Appreciate it. After the break, a city on the brink of war. Aaron McLaughlin takes us inside Kyiv to show us how folks there are getting ready for a potential attack from Russia. Plus, a mega merger set to create the 5th largest airline in the U.S. So how cheap will your tickets really be? We got those details coming up in the 5 Things.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the National Archives took 15 boxes of White House records, not from the White House, but from that building you just saw, Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump lives now. In a statement, the agency says they took those boxes last month, that they should have been handed over at the end of Mr. Trump's presidency. The agency also stressed how important the presidential records are and how important that Presidential Records Act is for a safe democracy. Number 2, New Orleans Saints player Alvin Kamara arrested on a battery charge after playing in this weekend's Pro Bowl. Officials say, and in their words, an incident happened the night before the game at a club in Vegas. The running back was arrested right after he played. He made an appearance in court today. Number 3, 2 luxury cruise ships seized by the feds in the Bahamas over unpaid fuel. The company Crystal Cruises apparently did not pay $4.6 million in gas bills. Only crew members were on board when the boats were taken in. The passengers had already been taken off. Number 4, Spirit and Frontier Airlines have agreed to merge in a $6.6 billion deal. That would make this Spirit Frontier conglomerate the 5th largest airline in the country. At the same time the deal was announced, more than 100 Frontier airline flights were canceled just because of a tech issue. Number 5, have you noticed avocados are more expensive at the store? You're not hallucinating. A box of avocados from Mexico's biggest exporter to the U.S. costs $6 more now than it did last year. It's happening right before the Super Bowl. Did you know the Super Bowl is the biggest day of avocado consumption in the country? A lot of your produce aisle is facing those price hikes, too, over production costs and labor shortages. Everybody's eating guac for the Super Bowl, I guess. Back to developments now on the crisis in Ukraine. As world leaders try to figure out their next move, people in Kyiv are getting ready for the worst. U.S. intelligence is warning Kyiv could fall in a matter of days if Russia does actually invade, a full-scale invasion, tanks and troops over the border. We talked about the potential number of Ukrainians killed, 25 to 50,000, but some families there say they do not plan on leaving, even though they're on the brink of war with Russia. Instead, regular folks are learning how to protect their country. They're getting trained on how to handle weapons, how to give first aid, and how to help evacuate anybody who gets hurt. Our Aaron McLaughlin talked to people there about how they're getting ready to try to resist potential invasion. Watch.
With Ukraine on the brink of war, residents in Kyiv prepare for the worst. With an estimated 30,000 Russian troops amassed just hours outside the city in nearby Belarus, these ordinary citizens say they're well aware of the Russian threat on their doorstep and are ready to do whatever it takes.
Of course, I'm ready to fight for my country. What should I do? What else have I? What are the options?
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
Young and old gathering on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
One elderly man warning if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He's picked the wrong battlefield. According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We live in it for 8 years. We understand that our neighbors are insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the capital, they're dusting off Cold War-era bomb shelters, originally built by the Soviets to withstand an American nuclear attack. Now the protector has become the enemy, and the enemy the protector. An irony not lost on Mykolai Boyko, who is charged with getting the shelters ready. The shelter was planned to protect not just from bombing, but from a nuclear explosion, he says. It was built to last for centuries. Even though 17-year-old Bagli Andriy is too young to remember Soviet times, he says he knows what's at stake. For me, it means freedom, dignity. It means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end. While the U.S. says Russia could attack at any time, Ukrainian military experts say they're eyeing February 20th. That is when Russian military exercises are scheduled to end in Belarus. Will those Russian forces stay or will they go? Noting that Russia could escalate the situation at any time. Hallie?
Erin McLaughlin reporting for us there. Erin, thank you. Still ahead, a dramatic rescue on Lake Erie after the sheet of ice broke off with people on it. Ugh, we got more details coming up on The Local. Plus, there's been a ton of headlines about this digital world, about the metaverse. So you know what all the hype's about? We're getting into it after the break.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast bureau, one person has been killed and another hurt after a grocery store shooting in Richland, Washington. Police are still looking for the person who did it. They say that man is armed and dangerous. Schools in the area had to go on lockdown because of this whole thing. No word yet on potential motive. Also from our West Coast bureau, the Colorado fire in Big Sur out in California is now 100% contained. We've been following this story since the fire started last month. Officials there say it burned more than 680 acres, but luckily nobody has been reported dead, nobody reported hurt from this fire. And from our Midwest bureau, look at this. 18 people were rescued from a sheet of ice floating on Lake Erie. Apparently, this whole chunk of ice broke off from the shoreline off Ohio. Crew members were on a Coast Guard helicopter. They were in the area. They saw this group stranded. Luckily, they were all brought back to dry land. Nobody was hurt, but that is certainly a couple scary moments for those folks. So Facebook, aka Meta, has launched a new safety feature in its metaverse, Horizon Worlds. It's called Personal Boundary. It's a new feature that basically puts a 4-foot bubble of personal space around avatars. These little cartoon-looking like things, these players inside the metaverse. Why are they doing this? Well, it's not COVID-related in the metaverse. It's literally to prevent people from having unwanted encounters, because reports of virtual sexual harassment on their platform recently came up. We're going to talk tomorrow more about Meta's Horizon World safety issues, how they're trying to address them in the metaverse. But we figured you might have the question, wait a sec, Hal, what is the metaverse? Should I get into the metaverse? Do I need to know about the metaverse? We're taking you inside the metaverse. So you've probably heard a lot lately about the metaverse.
Metaverse.
The metaverse.
Metaverse.
The metaverse, a series of virtual reality universes. Beyond this one, worlds where developers promise almost anything is possible. And yes, there are multiple versions of the metaverse. Video games like Roblox already offer a metaverse experience where developers all over the world can code and design it. You create yourself an avatar and you go and do things, like maybe you hang out with friends in some ancient ruins. You can even buy things with cryptocurrency, like real estate. Virtual real estate. And since you own that land inside the virtual world, you can build virtual buildings on it. The metaverse isn't new, but it got more popular during the pandemic. Roblox, for example, says it saw 32.5 million daily users in 2020. 1 year later, that number was spiking to 50 million in 180 countries. That popularity spike caught the eye of big tech companies.
Our company is now Meta.
Like Facebook, which rebranded its parent company to Meta and is already investing billions. They're launching their own virtual reality world called Horizon Worlds, with the promise of a socially interactive world you can create and explore in. And even smaller companies are ditching their pandemic Zoom calls for conferences in the virtual world, like All Seated, where you can hold company meetings in their metaverse. It's up to you to decide where you want to go. And in the metaverse, the options are endless. We're going to have more tomorrow night on the metaverse with our Maura Barrett. But we have other news tonight to get to, too, including what we recently told you about, the IRS plan to require you to scan your face for access to your account on their site. Well, that raised some real privacy concerns. So today, the IRS says, our bad, we're not actually going to do it. Instead, they're transitioning away. This is their speak here. They're transitioning away from using a third-party service for facial recognition. You had Democratic and Republican senators, security experts, people across the spectrum were worried about the fact that the government had this $86 million contract with the private company ID.me to use facial recognition to confirm your identity online. What's going to happen? This is going to get phased out over the next few weeks to try to prevent even more disruptions during tax season. Tonight, speaking of things going down in Washington, there's a new push to stop members of Congress from making money off trading individual stocks, and that new push is coming from members of Congress. The bill, introduced by 2 Democratic senators, would ban lawmakers from trading individual shares of public companies. Here's the deal. It basically keeps them from making money off of inside information only they could have access to, working on the Hill. Just last year, members of Congress and their families bought more than $260 million in assets and sold more than $360 million. This new potential proposal would make lawmakers and their families put any stock investments they own into blind trusts. That basically takes away the conflict of interest piece. It has bipartisan support, and our Ali Vitale has more on it. Watch.
Representatives Abigail Spanberger and Chip Roy aren't usually fighting on the same side.
I heard that the only thing that you guys have in common might be UVA basketball and banning lawmakers from trading stocks. Is that true?
We actually share a birthday.
And a birthday.
This political odd couple embodies the bipartisan battle being waged against corruption in Congress by Congress. Lawmakers are prohibited from insider trading, but there's nothing to stop them from investing in stocks. It became a problem in the early months of the pandemic when the Department of Justice opened probes into senators from both parties for alleged insider trading, a scandal that cost Republican Senator Richard Burr the gavel on the powerful Intelligence Committee. That's when Roy and Spanberger started talking.
So we're voting on this stuff every single day, and yet people are buying and selling stocks or buying and selling Pfizer while we're in the middle of a pandemic? Like, how is that okay?
But then our conversation was, isn't it just sad that the response within the public sphere is, oh, yeah, of course, look what they're doing.
Across the Capitol, Senator John Ossoff shares the sentiment.
It's really simple. Members of Congress should not be playing the stock market.
Now they're spearheading efforts at reform, barring lawmakers from buying or selling individual stocks while in Congress, meaning they'd have to sell their holdings or put them in a blind trust. 75% of Americans back the concept. And renewed momentum here after a recent report found 54 members violated laws designed to prevent conflicts of interest and insider trading in 2021. Last year alone, Congress and their immediate families bought over $260 million in assets and sold more than $360 million. Still, some lawmakers in both parties bearish on the efforts.
To give a blanket attitude of we can't do this and we can't do that because we can't be trusted, I just don't buy into that. But if members want to do that, I'm okay with that.
I think what we're doing works. I follow the rules. Others follow the rules. I don't find where all these people are making millions of dollars. I just don't.
Even as others remain bullish.
There's only 535 of us, right? There's 330 million Americans.
Yeah.
If you really hate that you can't day trade, all right, peace out, head home.
How many members of Congress have you heard say peace out and head home? We're going to tally that up later on in the show. Coming up here, the U.S. and Canada going head-to-head tonight in women's hockey. So who better for tonight's backstory than two U.S. Olympians who have won gold to walk us through what is that rivalry actually like? You don't want to miss that one.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Breaking just a couple of minutes ago, the Supreme Court is letting Alabama keep its Republican-drawn congressional map. This comes after a lower court ordered a new map to be drawn because of concerns it violated the Voting Rights Act. The Supreme Court, in a new 5-4 ruling that's just out, put that on hold. They say it's really too close to try to make these changes ahead of the 2022 midterms, so it's going to stay in place for now. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, I know you're watching the Olympics. I know you're psyched about this. You got two of the world's biggest rivals in women's hockey. They are going head-to-head in kind of a preview of an Olympics gold medal game. The U.S. and Canada have been crushing the competition. Canada even got in a couple of double-digit victories. These games have not been close. Well, now the U.S. is hoping to keep up the dominance they brought during the 2018 Winter Games in Pyeongchang, when the U.S. broke Canada's gold medal winning streak. And you know what? We got two women tonight who have seen this rivalry up close. 4-time Olympic medalist Angela Ruggiero and 2-time Olympic medalist AJ Malesko, who are now analysts for NBC Sports. It is so exciting to be with you tonight. How are you?
Good. Happy to be here. It's a little tough to be next to the 4-time medalist. You know, you've split mine in half, but
listen.
It's all right.
It's about 17 more medals than I have. So, you know, we wanted to kind of bring you on. The backstory is a segment we do on our show. It's all about kind of your experience behind the scenes. We love to hear about that. So we're super excited to hear about it from kind of the announcing perspective. And Angela, let me start with you. I think it's your 7th Olympic Games that you've been an analyst for on NBC. But interestingly, you're not, and we're showing pictures of both you at work here, you're not in Beijing. You're in Stanford at our NBC Sports headquarters. Explain to people what it's like to cover a game so far away from the action.
I'll take that one because it's actually, I'm the one that's been around a little bit longer. Angela's
she's been covering me,
yeah,
so.
She's a rookie. It's
saying
fun.
Great things, of course.
But actually, we played in
things.
college together, too, in her freshman year as a senior, so we're used to this, the rookie and the
captain,
veteran.
Yeah.
So this is actually the first Olympic Games that I have, Winter Olympic Games that I haven't been on site since I played in '98 and '02, and every subsequent games from then on, I've been there in the arenas, in the action. It's a little strange, and it's heartbreaking just based on everything that's going on in the world, but it's really incredible, the technology and everything that NBC Sports does to bring the games to people, to the viewers at home. Obviously, the time change is incredibly difficult, especially when we're here on Eastern Standard Time, calling games at all hours of the night. But it is at the end of the day, it's the Olympics. It's fun, it's exciting, it's thrilling. We're looking forward to a huge matchup tonight, and I'm just really happy to be a part of it.
So, AJ, do you feel like you're there? I mean, does it still give that vibe, like, okay, like we feel like we can talk about it like we're there?
Yes, and I think that there is definitely a sense of like once you get involved in it, you're part of the Olympics and the NBC at-home Olympics. I think again we're all here working, we're trying to bring the game, but it is still different. I mean, when you're not, there's something about the energy of being in the city and in the arena and in the village that you can't replicate. There's nothing you can do about trying to replicate that. We're doing the best we can.
Yeah, I'm trying to draw on my experiences, obviously in 4 Olympics, and I spent 8 years on the IOC, so I got to attend all the previous games and their last 10 years, and drawing on that, like, what's it like to be in the village? What's it like to be in the rink, the opening ceremony, like all those intangible feelings that you had, in the games, and the athletes are feeling it. All these athletes had those same experiences, and again, trying to communicate that to the public.
But Angela, this is like this is a special one, right? The U.S. versus Canada. There aren't many games like these with rivals of this caliber playing each other,
Yeah, this U.S.-Canada rivalry, I don't know if there's a better rivalry in sport, period. I played, again, 15 years U.S. national team, and you, as I say, you have this intense rivalry, a lot of respect, though, but you don't get traded. Like, I still played for Team USA. The Canadians, I kept seeing the same Canadians. You get to know their names. You might even go to school with them, play against them. So the rivalry just builds, and it absolutely gets passed down from generation to generation when there's new players on the team. And again, I think that's what you can see on the ice, is that intensity, that respect. But they're all elevating women's hockey together.
Well, I think that the rivalry is also, it sort of evolved through the years. Back in '98, when we played the first time women's hockey was in the Olympics, there was very few cross-contamination, as they say, meaning like we didn't play together outside of international games, play against each other. There was no NCAA crossover. Since then, there's a lot of collaboration, and I think it's brought the sport to incredible new heights. But I will say we didn't used to ride the elevators with them. We'd be at the same hotels, and we didn't want to be anywhere near them, but there was always the utmost respect, and I'm just so impressed with where the level of the game is right now.
Now there's like separate elevator riding for different regions, and it's for like social distancing, right, and COVID precautions. We've seen that affect the games. We saw that, I think, just today with Canada's and Russia's teams and this delay, reportedly because of, questions over Russia's testing status, et cetera. AJ, can you talk a little bit about the stress of that? Like, this is, the games, the protocols that come with this in any typical year, much less an atypical year like this one, where you have the specter of this pandemic hanging over these athletes.
Well, I think this pandemic has been stressful for all of us for a variety of reasons. I've got 4 children at home, and going through the whole pandemic in school, out of school, and what's safe and what's not, and keep them in, keep them out. And I worked with NBC Sports during the NHL playoff, the bubble playoffs. So I've seen the sort of the growth of this in a good way and a bad way. And I just keep thinking, for these Olympic athletes, the stress of getting a positive test. Obviously, the health and safety is the most important, but for these athletes who have trained so hard to get there, to get a positive test, and what that means for the future for this short tournament. I know that I talked to Kendall Coyne-Schofield. I was texting with her, and she was talking about some of the things that they have to go to, the frequent testing that they've got, plexiglass up between them when they eat, and all the different things they have to do. But underneath it all is the stress of getting a positive test. So it changes everything.
Yeah, but one thing I will add, talking to some of the players before they left for Beijing, they said all of that, the ability to adjust, the ability to kind of work through these situations, they think has not only brought them closer together in terms of they have unbelievable team chemistry now, but also the ability to be flexible and nimble, knowing going into these games they might have to be flexible. So they want to be here, they want to play, and they're willing to do whatever it takes.
Man, it is amazing to have you both with us. Angela, AJ, thank you so much. We're excited for tonight. We're excited for the rest of the games. We really appreciate your behind-the-scenes perspective. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
You can watch this big game we're talking about 11 o'clock Eastern live on Peacock. You might be watching on Peacock now, over on the USA Network too. That does it for us this hour. We're going to have more for you here tomorrow, same time, same place. And we should tell you, too, we want to thank you because you, the viewers, made it happen. A billboard in Times Square promoting our show and others on NBC News Now. Does this mean we're big time? Does this mean I have to talk like a news anchor? I hope not. But we're so glad you're along for the ride, gang. See you tomorrow.
Tonight, as we come on the air, Russia ready for war, but leaders around the globe tonight trying to stop an invasion. As U.S. troops arrive in Europe to assist NATO allies, President Biden sat down with the new Chancellor of Germany. The president threatening major economic sanctions if Russia invades. This as Vladimir Putin met face-to-face with French President Emmanuel Macron. And in Ukraine, civilians now preparing for battle. Our Richard Engel is there, and former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor, joins Top Story Live. Also tonight, state of emergency protest over vaccine mandates crippling Canada's capital city. Thousands of truckers blocking roads for more than a week and refusing to leave until their demands are met. Could it impact the already fragile supply chain here at home? Plus, the deadly supermarket shooting, a gunman opening fire inside a grocery store in Washington state. The all-out manhunt launched for the suspect. Stacey Abrams under fire after she was photographed maskless around a group of school children, the swift backlash from her political opponents, and her response tonight. Joe Rogan outraged a social media video showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times and making offensive comments about black neighborhoods. What Spotify CEO is saying as more artists part ways with the platform over Rogan's remarks. And Queen Camilla, the surprising announcement from Queen Elizabeth about her daughter-in-law as the 95-year-old monarch marks 7 decades on the throne. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to Top Story. Can world leaders stop Vladimir Putin? That's the big question tonight, as there is a full court press at the White House and the Kremlin. We start Top Story with these images. American troops arriving in Poland to assist its NATO allies, as U.S. officials warn Russia has amassed 70% of the forces it would need to invade its neighbor. At the White House, President Biden sitting down with the new Chancellor of Germany. Biden, even though he has no direct authority on the project, threatening to shut down a crucial European gas pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany if Putin invades. And in Moscow, French President Emmanuel Macron meeting face-to-face with Putin, who has repeatedly denied he is planning such an attack. At the center of all of this is Ukraine, now preparing for war. Even civilians learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded. Richard Engel is there again for us tonight and leads us off.
A senior Western intelligence official tells NBC News tonight that Russia's troop buildup around Ukraine is not slowing down, and that with each passing day, the chances of a Russian invasion go up. The scope of what Russia may do, however, remains unclear. From seizing a pocket in eastern Ukraine to a total invasion from all sides. We ask soldiers today on the front line.
How could you defend against a massive Russian invasion? You have what look like ancient trenches here.
Our trenches just look ancient, but in the trenches we are hidden, so we are ready to strike back enemy forces.
French President Macron in Moscow today pushing diplomacy with President Putin, who again said he would not invade and praised some of Macron's proposals. While President Biden met with Germany's new chancellor, trying to smooth over divisions within NATO. Germany has so far been reluctant to define sanctions against Russia or send weapons to Ukraine.
Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
And Tom, while the entire world is watching what's happening around Ukraine's borders, there is another dynamic at play inside the country. A senior Western intelligence official told me tonight that Russian agents have tried 3 times since January to carry out attacks or start riots to create instability. The goal to topple the government of President Zelensky and make this country a client Russian state. All 3 of those attacks were thwarted, and that now Western intelligence agencies are helping Zelensky's government look out for internal threats. Tom?
The chaos could start even before the invasion. All right, Richard, thank you. With President Biden saying that the U.S. hopes to continue diplomatic talks with Russia, I want to bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor. He served under President George W. Bush and again in the Trump administration. He's currently the vice president for Ukraine and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, thank you for joining Top Story tonight. I'd like to dissect some of these headlines today with you. President Biden joined there with the German chancellor saying they are united and NATO, quote, quote, is ready. What exactly does that mean if Russia invades Ukraine? What exactly is NATO ready to do if they're not entering this conflict ready for combat?
Tom, NATO is ready to provide additional assistance and indeed accelerate assistance to Ukraine to help them defend against that invasion that you talked about. The United States is also ready and has already begun to move troops from the United States into Eastern European allies, NATO allies, so that they are reinforced on the eastern flank of NATO. And NATO, EU, the world is ready to put very harsh sanctions on Russia if Mr. Putin makes a bad decision to invade Ukraine.
NBC News learned over the weekend of a U.S. intelligence report that concluded up to 50,000 civilians could be killed or wounded within weeks of a full-scale invasion. You're an expert on Ukraine. Tell us about the Ukrainians. Will they stand up and fight, and will they fight to their death?
Tom, they absolutely will. Your reporter, Richard, interviewed one of the soldiers, but I've talked to soldiers as well as civilians. I was just there last week, and several of the people that I talked to were adamant, were fiercely ready to fight, and they said they went down to the local gun store. They were surprised at the number of people buying weapons. The people are not panicking, Tom. The people are not panicking. I understand that kind of the signal when people start to worry that commodities are not going to be available. Salt gets short, and people buy the salt. Well, the salt's still on the shelves. What's not on the shelves? Bullets. So the Ukrainians are buying weapons, and they are ready to fight. They will fight fiercely, as you said, to the death.
Ambassador, since you mentioned you were just there last week, I have to ask you, what is your sense of what's going to happen here? You know all the players, including Russia. Do you think they sack Kiev? Do you think they take Kiev over several days?
I think President Putin, who's the only one who can really answer this question, I think he's not made up his mind. He knows all of the things that you and I just talked about. The number of civilians killed, this is mind-boggling. Here we are in this time. We're talking about 50,000 people killed. This could be a war crime. This is one of the things that he has to keep in mind. He knows the sanctions. He knows the opprobrium. He couldn't even get the Chinese to say the word Ukraine. He's not on solid ground. So he may not have made up his mind yet. And what that means is that we can still deter him. What that means is he can still decide to negotiate rather than invade.
Ambassador, finally, we heard President Biden today speaking there with the German chancellor about the pipeline running from Russia to Germany. And even though he has no sort of direct authority over it, saying they would cancel that, do you think that threat is enough to stop Vladimir Putin?
That's one of the threats that President Putin will have to be thinking about, and President Biden actually does have some ability to shut down that pipeline. The Germans have the direct ability to shut down that pipeline.
Yeah, it's the Germans' call. It's not President Biden's call. It's the Germans' call. But obviously, that's what was likely discussed.
That was discussed, but also President Biden waived some sanctions that allowed that pipeline to go forward, and he can make a different decision, and he can shut that down.
Ambassador, we thank you for your analysis and your time. We will invite you back on Top Story. Thank you. All right, we want to take you now to Canada, where the mayor of Ottawa has declared a state of emergency. More than 1,000 truckers have paralyzed traffic and shut down the city center, protesting vaccine mandates. The protest has lasted days, crippling Canada's capital, and it's now spreading to other cities. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
The ear-piercing protests snarling streets with big rigs as demonstrators demand an end to the country's mandatory vaccine requirement for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canadian border. Dubbed the Freedom Convoy, the movement is being called an insurrection by some, paralyzing the Canadian capital.
No one's here to hurt anything. We're just here to be heard.
The Canadian Trucking Alliance estimates just 10% of cross-border truckers are unvaccinated. In a blow to protesters, one source of funding has been cut off after GoFundMe said they'll return $9 million in donations, citing unlawful activity.
We are turning up the heat in every way we possibly can within our operations and enforcement.
Today, a Canadian judge signed an injunction to stop incessant honking as diesel fumes frustrate residents and shop owners alike.
It's difficult to breathe. You can't hear yourself think after an hour. You know, the headache is excruciating.
The 11-day protest now declared a state of emergency, with much of the city locked down in a blanket of gridlock. The mayor now asking for 2,000 additional police officers.
What was initially described as a peaceful protest has now turned into a siege of our downtown area.
With reports of protests turning violent, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says there's no plan for now to call in the military to clear the streets.
We're gonna end these mandates. We're gonna end these lockdowns.
Sarah Chowan's restaurant is empty. The unprecedented occupation of Ottawa has a stranglehold on the economy.
People are struggling to pay their bills, pay their rent. They're begging to come in for work, but there's simply no work to be had right now.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
All right, we thank Miguel for that. We want to turn now to Minneapolis, where protests continue over the police shooting of Amir Locke. New details about that no-knock warrant amid calls for Minneapolis's acting police chief to resign. Shaq Brewster has the latest and a warning. Some of the footage you're about to see may be disturbing.
Tonight, the outpouring of anger and frustration continues.
These men that you took from us, our children that you took from us, they had people that loved them too. That's right.
A weekend of protests after Minneapolis police shot and killed 22-year-old Amir Locke last Wednesday, entering an apartment on a no-knock warrant that police say Locke wasn't the target of. Officers saw a gun and they fired. The family says Locke had a license and a concealed carry permit for that gun, and that he had it for protection for his job as a delivery driver.
Put yourselves in our shoes.
The parents of Amir Locke speaking out.
Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution of my son by the Minneapolis Police Department.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey ordering a moratorium on no-knock warrants as the city looks at changing its policy.
It shouldn't take a tragedy to bring us to this point.
But protesters are calling on the mayor to do more.
It is time for interim police chief Huffman to go.
And Judge Peter Cahill, who gained national attention last year as the judge in the Derek Chauvin trial, is also in the spotlight tonight. Cahill likely reviewed and signed off on that no-knock warrant based on the application schedule from the Hennepin County District Court. Even as questions remain about the execution of the warrant and the moments leading up to Locke's death, the family remembering Amir as a young man with dreams of a music career.
Amir was a bright light, and he deserves to be able to shine.
The officer who shot Locke, Mark Hanneman, has been placed on administrative leave as per the department policy. And the investigation into Locke's shooting continues tonight. We know that this is being led by the county attorney in conjunction with the state's attorney general, Keith Ellison. Those two will be responsible for any charging decision if one is to come. Meanwhile, the pressure from the outside continues to grow. Tomorrow, a student walkout is planned. Tom?
All right, Shaq, thank you for that. Next tonight, several states announcing they are lifting school mask mandates, signaling a shift towards treating the coronavirus as part of daily life as Omicron cases drop. Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Today, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware all announcing plans to lift school mask mandates.
This is a huge step back to normalcy.
Just outside Cleveland, Troy Intermediate School no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them.
How effective has mask wearing been?
I think it's been very, very effective.
Of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive this school year. Staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional.
We're at the point where we feel like we've got to learn how to live with this.
Just 35 miles away, Warrensville Heights Elementary has kept its mask mandate. Of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year. It has not closed due to an outbreak.
Our community believes that wearing masks is a barrier to try to prevent the spread.
Nationwide, more than 60% of the 500 largest school districts still require masks, though data on how effective they are in preventing outbreaks in schools is limited. One survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer COVID cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But the methodology of those studies has been questioned.
We don't have very convincing studies that masks have a large impact on preventing either transmission of disease within the school setting.
There's also a lack of data on the downsides of wearing masks in schools.
The biggest downside to wearing masks in school is the mental and social aspects.
Some parents argue it should be their choice.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
But for others, the pros outweigh any cons.
I think that they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
It's a tough decision to make for any parent. But at the end of the day, if it's keeping our children safe.
All right, Gabe joins us now just outside of Cleveland from one of those elementary schools where he was speaking to parents. And Gabe, did you get an overall sense? I know you spoke to a couple parents. We saw it there in the story, but I'm curious if you got an overall sense if parents were happy with the decisions to remove the masks.
Oh, well, Tom, many of the parents we spoke with were really amazed that nearly 2 years into the pandemic, we were still discussing this topic. But, one of the school behind me still has its mask mandate, and many of the parents we spoke with were happy that it was still in effect. The other school districts, some of those parents, masks were optional there, but they were glad that the school has had it on and off, and they were glad that the mask mandates were, still encouraged, recommended, and they felt that they were needed to prevent, schools, to prevent students from getting infected and from transmitting it outside of the school. But there were other parents, Tom, that they just don't like the idea of school districts and the government forcing their kids to wear masks inside these schools. So even 2 years into this pandemic, Tom, still extremely divisive.
Yeah, a range of opinions. And Gabe, I also know you have some new reporting. What's the Biden administration saying about the multiple states dropping their mask mandates in schools?
Yeah, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about this today, and she says that it is still the administration's recommendation that masks be worn universally in schools, but that ultimately, Tom, it's up to local school districts to decide what to do. Tom?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez there with us tonight. Gabe, thank you. Now, this weekend, Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams becoming the latest public figure to be ensnared in the masking controversy. The voting rights advocate and prominent Democrat caught taking pictures without a mask on at an event with students. Abrams now defending herself as her Republican opponents take aim. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman. How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
This is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
All right, Priscilla joins us now live in studio. So we're talking about the big picture here. Let's go back down to Georgia. I know you've done a lot of reporting there. You were there during the election and after as well. I want to ask you, what are voters saying there about this, about taking these photos without the mask on?
Yeah, well, Republican voters are certainly up in arms about it, but those are likely folks who were never going to vote for Stacey Abrams. I spoke to one Democratic voter who called it a, quote, poor choice, but the handful of other Democratic voters I spoke to and that voter say they still plan to cast that ballot for Stacey Abrams. So I think that there's no question this will come up in debates and in political ads leading up to Election Day, and it's really going to be interesting to see what impact it could have on undecided voters.
Also tells you what the temperature's like right now with this election. It's going to be very closely watched and heated. Priscilla, thank you for that. We want to turn now to the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics, entering the 4th day of competition. Notable names on Team USA coming up short in their pursuit of gold, but some Olympians setting big records on the slopes and the ice. Joining us now live is Steve Patterson from the Olympics to give us the rundown for that. Steve, first of all, good morning to you over there in Beijing. We love having you on Top Story tonight. So the U.S. stumbling out of the gate there at the Winter Olympics, closing out the 3rd day without winning a gold medal. This is the longest, I'm being told, the longest it's taken since 1998 for them to win gold.
Yeah, Tom, unfortunately, I have to say it's even a little bit worse than that. This is the first time in Winter Olympic history that the U.S. has not won gold in the first 20 events. 60 medals have now been given out. The U.S. has exactly 3. None of them are gold. All of them are silver. So who's our next best shot? Well, Jessie Diggins, the cross-country skier. She has an event tonight. The event is honestly brutal for Americans, but she looks like she's in top form. Never count out Michaela Schifrin. She has a suite of events left. She could win big. Alana Myers-Taylor is back out there on the bobsled. She looks great. The women's hockey team has been dominant. They have not dropped a single game. And I have to say, I've been watching Shaun White practice over the last few days. He looks like he's in top form, and his swan song could be one for the ages.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak with him just before he left, and he's definitely excited and pumped. We'll see how he does. Despite what some might call early disappointments for Team USA, we have seen some inspiring performances. What stood out to you being over there?
You know, I think you have to look at what 15-year-old Kamila Valieva has done. The figure skater, just an amazing routine, did 2 quads. No woman in figure skating at the Olympics has ever done 1. She did 2, even falls later on in her event, and she still beats the next person in line, the silver medalist, by 30 points. The only other women here that can consistently do that are her 2 teenage teammates. They both have individual events, and they could sweep the podium for Russia, something else that has never been done. I think you also have to look at, on the other end of the age spectrum, what Irene Wurst has done. 35-year-old Dutch speed skater, shatters a record and then wins her 5th individual gold, something else that's never been done. She has been winning gold since 2006. Lastly, I have to shout out an American, Julia Marina. I was there when she won her silver medal in slopestyle snowboarding. Was not really expected to win. Came in 28th in qualifiers after falling several times. I spoke to her after she got off the podium. She simply said, you know what, I just had to send it. Felt the confidence building up and nailed her second run, something that I think the American team really needs right now.
All right, Steve Patterson from China tonight. Steve, we thank you for that. Still ahead, the deadly supermarket shooting. At least 1 person killed and another injured inside a grocery store in Washington State. The manhunt tonight for the shooter. Plus, trapped on ice, more than a dozen people rescued from Lake Erie after an ice floe broke off from land. And the outrage against Joe Rogan and Spotify after a video surfaced showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times. The growing list of artists now leaving the platform. Stay with us. We're just getting started on this Monday night.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
All right, back now on Top Story. The Joe Rogan Spotify saga continues. The popular podcast host under fire after video surfaced showing Rogan using the N-word in multiple show episodes. Now more artists are calling on Spotify to take action. NBC's Clay Esamwa has more.
Tonight, outrage is growing in the Joe Rogan Spotify controversy. Grammy Award-winning singer India Arie releasing this message, followed by clips of Rogan on Friday.
Hey y'all, I want to leave a short message here about why I decided to ask my music be pulled off of Spotify. So check this out.
It starts calling word. There should be a word like, especially like the word, that's our.
The video compilation shows the popular podcast host saying the N-word on his show at least 22 times during multiple episodes. In one video, Rogan appears to be comparing a black neighborhood to the film Planet of the Apes.
We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door and there was no white people.
I want to be clear, in no uncertain terms, where I stand on this is that he shouldn't even be uttering the word. Don't even say it under any context.
Rogan responded to the backlash Saturday.
I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years.
He shared a nearly 6-minute apology video on Instagram, saying in part, quote, "It's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now." Rogan also further explained his Planet of the Apes comment.
I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure sounded like that. And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say.
The list of artists boycotting Spotify is growing. Many are leaving due to COVID-19 misinformation remarks on Rogan's popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience.
My friends who've been vaccinated want me to join the team. Like, go ahead, get the tattoo. Like, what are you saying?
Rogan's show reaches an estimated 11 million people per episode, and he has an estimated $100 million contract. After Rogan's apology, Spotify CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees obtained by CNBC, saying in part, Rogan's remarks, quote, do not represent the values of this company. Ek added he agrees with the decision to remove past episodes with the N-word from the platform, but said, quote, I do not believe silencing Joe is the answer.
All right, Clay Esamwa joins us now live from here in 30 Rock. So Clay, it doesn't sound like Joe Rogan is going anywhere anytime soon. What more is Spotify doing to try to fix this problem, or at least let their listeners know that they care about these issues?
Yeah, Tom, that's an important question. Obviously, this is a big PR nightmare for Spotify, and as they weigh their options, other platforms are actually stepping in. The conservative YouTube rival Rumble just today offered Rogan $100 million over 4 years in a tweet, and they actually proposed that he move his old and new shows to their platform, where his content would be, quote, not censored. And so now, is it likely that that would happen? It's not really clear. And we asked Spotify for a statement. We haven't yet heard back, Tom.
Okay, Clay, we thank you for that. When we come back, the multi-state manhunt, the 3 men escaping from a Tennessee jail through an air vent, the update just in from police tonight, and the critical Senate race in Pennsylvania, the big names vying to replace retiring Senator Pat Toomey. And our Dasha Burns is in the House. After traveling to Pennsylvania, her interviews with some of the candidates, including Dr. Oz, plus some interesting straw polls, what they're showing. That's all coming up right here on Top Story.
and for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin. Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
All right, back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the manhunt after a deadly shooting at a supermarket in Washington state. Police releasing a surveillance image of the suspect. You see him there. They say he opened fire inside a Fred Meyer store in Richland. The company says at least one employee was killed. Another person is critically injured at this hour. Authorities say the suspect is considered armed and dangerous. It's unclear if the shooting was targeted. That supermarket remains closed tonight. All right, 2 of 3 inmates who escaped a Tennessee jail were found dead in North Carolina. Authorities say the 3 men, including one facing murder charges, climbed through an air vent at a jail in Sullivan County, Tennessee on Friday. Police say 2 of the men were found dead in Wilmington, North Carolina after an armed robbery and police chase. No word yet on a cause of death. Authorities are still searching for that 3rd inmate. And more than a dozen people were rescued after an ice floe broke off in Lake Erie. Take a look at this. Aerial footage shows 18 people trapped on the ice off northwest Ohio. The group was snowmobiling and riding ATVs on the lake when the piece of ice just broke away from land. The Coast Guard and one private citizen with an airboat brought them to safety. No one was injured. All right, and now for more on the growing tensions between Ukraine and Russia. Tonight we have a first-hand look at how everyday citizens are bracing for a possible invasion. Gun sales soaring across Ukraine as men, women, and even children prepare to take up arms and resist Russian forces. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is on the ground in Kiev.
With Ukraine on the brink of war, Kyiv residents prepare for the worst. A new U.S. intel assessment is warning this city could fall in a matter of days in the event of a full-scale invasion by Russia. The potential toll is immense. 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could die, and another 1 to 5 million forced to flee their country. Now, ordinary citizens say they're prepared to do whatever it takes. This elderly man warning if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He has picked the wrong battlefield. Young and old gather on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family?
We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We understand that our neighbors are
insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the country, gun sales have skyrocketed, with the average gun costing $1,900, 3 times the typical monthly salary. 17-year-old Bagley Andriy says he's ready to pick up a weapon and fight, knowing what's at stake. For me, it means freedom, dignity. It means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end. Well, the U.S. says Russia could attack at any time. Ukrainian military experts here are eyeing February 20th. That is when Russian military exercises are scheduled to conclude in Belarus. Will those forces stay or will they go? Noting that Russia could escalate the situation at any time. Tom?
Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev for us tonight. Aaron, thank you. Back here at home, we want to turn now to our new series, Power and Politics, where we look at the latest developments in the world of politics. Competition is heating up in Pennsylvania in the high-stakes race to replace retiring GOP Senator Pat Toomey. The crowded field has big names and big money. NBC's Dasha Burns has exclusive interviews from the state's Republican committee meeting this weekend.
Pennsylvania's crowded GOP Senate primary wide open as ever. Over the weekend, at a closed-door event, the state Republican Party voting not to endorse any candidates. The newest name in the race, David McCormick, flexing money, momentum, and MAGA connections.
You're, entering a new world here. I'm not in politics. It's been a new transition for me.
The former Connecticut resident, veteran, and hedge fund executive getting heat from his rivals on his Pennsylvania roots and his business dealings in China.
I've spent the majority of my life in Pennsylvania. I'm a Pennsylvania taxpayer. This is a continuation of public service to Pennsylvania and the country.
When you were at Bridgewater, do you regret some of the business you did in China? Was any of that a mistake?
No, listen, I've been blessed. And just like President Trump's experience helped him be a great president, my experience in business is something that I'm proud of. I want to make sure that American dream that I've lived is available for them.
McCormick's big bucks brawling with a big name.
I want to know what's getting your blood pressure up.
Dr. Mehmet Oz holding a rally with locals with a focus on COVID-19. I go and I talk to voters. The main thing I hear is I know who Dr. Oz is, but he's not from here and I don't know what he stands for. So what do you say to those voters?
I want Republican primary voters to be skeptical. Kick the tires, find out. If I agree with you on inflation, on what we've done to our schools, on the problems we're having at the border, on the risks of China.
We've spoken to multiple voters in recent days who say they are skeptical, especially of his Pennsylvania bona fides.
I was a skeptic, for sure, but he answered a lot of questions that for me were the right answers.
What were your concerns about Dr. Oz coming in?
Just maybe being a charlatan, a grifter.
Real estate developer Jeff Bartos is banking on the skeptics.
There's people parachuting into the state to run. They see huge opportunities. I'm the only candidate who's a lifelong Pennsylvanian with a proven deep love for this Commonwealth.
In straw polls held by regional Republican caucuses, Bartos outperformed his high-profile rivals. But there's also another candidate performing well in straw polls. Conservative commentator Kathy Barnett.
People are unnerved by what they have lived through. It feels very totalitarian-ish.
After losing a congressional campaign, Barnett made headlines for suing over the results of the 2020 election in the Commonwealth.
Do you believe that Joe Biden fairly and legitimately won the election?
I believe there are a number of questions.
The other candidates mainly shying away from Trump's false claims of a stolen election, but the former president still looming large in a state that helped put Biden in the White House.
Are you hoping for an endorsement from former President Trump?
We would love the former president's support.
I mean, absolutely.
If President Trump endorsed me, I'd be delighted.
All right, Dasha Burns back from Pennsylvania joins me now in studio. So, Dasha, both Dr. Oz and that hedge fund executive, David McCormick, they're getting some heat for their actual ties to Pennsylvania, correct?
Yeah, that's right. There are a lot of Pennsylvanians who have so much local pride, Tom, and that they want to make sure the candidates that they are looking at are going to fight for them. So, former hedge fund executive David McCormick, he is a Pennsylvania native. He left to go to West Point, came back, ran a business in Pittsburgh, but in recent years, he's lived lived in Connecticut. And when we looked at voter records, he was actually registered to vote in Connecticut as recently as 2020. His campaign tells us he's now registered in Pennsylvania. And when you look at Dr. Oz, he went to school at the University of Pennsylvania, medical school and business school there, but he has not spent a lot of his life in the state. And same for him. We looked at the voter records. He has been registered to vote in New Jersey as recently as 2020 and re-registered last year to vote in Pennsylvania. A lot of people that really want to make sure that they understand what Pennsylvania needs.
And speaking of Dr. Oz, I know you talked a little bit about the straw polls there in your story, but how is Dr. Oz doing in the polling? Because it doesn't sound like he's doing great.
Look, it's still really early, and straw polls you have to take with a grain of salt, right? The way the Republican process works, they have regional caucus meetings where Republican committee members vote on who think the best candidate is. David McCormick has been doing okay. Dr. Oz, though, has been in the single digits in most of those polls. But again, it's still early, and he has so much name recognition in the state. So we'll see where that takes him.
Dasha Burns with that in-depth reporting tonight from Pennsylvania. Dasha, thank you. We want to turn now to Money Talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. And tonight, the growing number of hacks in the cryptocurrency space has many investors worrying how secure their investments really are. Just last week, Wormhole, a cutting-edge online platform for crypto investors, was the victim of a $320 million crypto heist. I want to bring in now CNBC's senior Washington correspondent, Eamon Javers, who has done a lot of reporting on cryptocurrency. So, Eamon, I first want to ask you about these hacks, or maybe we should call them heists. How much more dangerous is your money in a crypto account than, say, in a bank in any city in America?
Oh, Tom, there's no question that it's a lot more dangerous in any kind of crypto account than it is in a bank. And that's just for one simple reason, is that the hacks that we've seen that have led to these heists are getting huge amounts of money. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars. That $320 million heist last week was just the fourth largest heist of all time in crypto. I mean, there was one earlier this year that was, or last year, that was over $600 million. You don't see anything like that in the banking system. And of course, in the banks, you know, your money is backed up by federal insurance, by the private bank, and also by a host of regulations and rules that require that bank to have all sorts of procedures and safety mechanisms in place. Almost none of that exists on the crypto side. So you're taking on a lot of risk when you're investing in crypto, but there are ways to do it more safely.
So on that point, you know, say you're interested in Bitcoin, maybe you've bought a little Bitcoin or some other crypto. What's the safest way to protect your investment?
Well, one of the things that experts tell me is you want to use some of the platforms that have been around a little bit longer. Those are the ones that have probably gotten all the bugs out already, have been tested by hackers who've been trying to get in for a while now and have remained secure. If that's the case, then you might say you've got a little bit less risk there. You're never going to eliminate the risk altogether, and you're certainly not going to get your crypto investments to be as safe as your money in the bank. But if you stick with some of the platforms that have been around for a while, you might have better luck.
So, Amy, you know, we are in the middle of tax season, and as I mentioned, so many people are getting into Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. And there's now a question on the basic 1040. And from what I have here, I think it reads, at any time in 2021, did you receive, sell, exchange, or otherwise dispose of any financial interest in virtual currency? So now it's in the tax forms. It's getting serious. What should investors do if they've done this? Because I know there's a lot of confusion.
Well, you have to think this through very carefully, and I'm not a tax expert. My colleague Robert Frank was actually on our air today talking about this. One of the things that he said is really important here is to bear in mind the recent IRS guidance on this, which treats these cryptocurrencies a little bit like a capital gain situation, whereas if you bought the cryptocurrency but you haven't sold it or transacted it, you might not necessarily have to disclose that to the IRS. You might be more on the hook for disclosure if you bought cryptocurrency and cashed it in for dollars, or did something like buy an NFT with it. If you transacted in that cryptocurrency, that's when you're really going to have to disclose that to the IRS. The IRS is going to view that as a gain to you and therefore a taxable event, and you have to be prepared to disclose all of that. This can be very complicated, so the advice to everybody is work with a tax professional to make sure that you're doing this the right way. You don't want historical crypto transactions to come back and bite you this year or next year or the year after that.
Eamon Javers from CNBC. Always great to have you, Eamon. We turn now to the Americas and look at what's happening in the U.S. and across Latin America. And we begin in Mexico, where authorities have dismantled a migrant camp near the U.S. border. Take a look at this. Video shows excavators and trucks clearing the makeshift camp in Tijuana. Nearly 400 migrants, including children, transferred by bus to 3 different shelters. The camp began forming shortly after President Biden's inauguration in 2021. And in Puerto Rico, dozens of schools are closed due to widespread flooding. Torrential rain submerging roads and causing several landslides across the island this weekend. One town in northern Puerto Rico recording nearly 16 inches of rain. Massive waves also hitting the island's north coast. No word yet on any injuries. All right, coming up, next in line, Queen Elizabeth celebrating the 70th anniversary of her reign with a surprise announcement. Did you hear about this? It's about her daughter-in-law, Camilla. What will happen when it's Charles's turn to ascend to the throne? Stay with us.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Back now with the royal surprise from Queen Elizabeth as she marks 7 decades on the throne. The Queen with a major show of support for her daughter-in-law, Camilla, as 2 other members of the royal family are visibly absent from the historic celebration. Here's Keir Simmons with more.
Tonight, a surprise announcement on the eve of the 70th anniversary of her reign. Queen Elizabeth declaring Prince Charles's wife, Camilla, will be known as Queen Consort when he takes the throne. The Queen said in a weekend statement, "When in the fullness of time, my son Charles becomes king, I know you will give him and his wife Camilla the same support that you have given me." The decision representing a new turn for Camilla. Many blamed her in part for the breakup of Charles and Diana's marriage in the 90s. Diana even referencing Camilla in an infamous 1995 interview with the BBC.
Do you think Mrs. Parker Bowles was a factor in the breakdown of your marriage?
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded.
Charles and Camilla met in the 1970s and stayed in contact while in other marriages. Both divorced in the mid-90s. The 2 married in 2005 and said Camilla would not use the late Princess Diana's title, the Princess of Wales. This caused speculation that Camilla would be known as Princess Consort when Charles ascends to the throne. The Queen's Platinum Jubilee message now makes it clear she wants Camilla to eventually be addressed as Queen.
The Queen now, which is very unusual for her, has actually made an announcement that is really actually almost in a way by emotional blackmail, because she has such a high popularity amongst all the public in the UK and the Commonwealth. Now she's asking that everybody accept Camilla in the way that she has.
A spokeswoman for the couple telling NBC News they are, quote, touched and honoured by Her Majesty's words. In her Platinum Jubilee message, the Queen also reflecting on her anniversary. She's the first monarch in history to reach the historic milestone of 70 years on the throne. I hope this Jubilee will bring together families and friends, neighbours and communities after some difficult times for so many of us, she wrote in part. Messages of support came from fans around the globe. Even Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated the monarch. Two voices largely absent, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They have not yet spoken publicly about the significant anniversary.
It's actually rather surprising that we've heard nothing from the rather verbose Prince Harry. I don't think there's any concern that people haven't heard from Prince Harry. Probably people are thinking, oh, for once he hasn't said the wrong thing.
All right, Keir joins us now from London tonight. Now, Keir, talk to me about the timing here, right? Because the Queen's announcement comes just before the 70th anniversary of her monarchy. Why bring Camilla up during this historic celebration?
Well, Tom, as far as Prince Charles is concerned, it's been a long time coming. He's wanted this for so many years. Camilla has wanted this for so long. I think the death of Prince Philip may have changed things a little. He is thought to have not been too keen on the idea of Queen Camilla. I also think what you're seeing is the Queen put her house in order, if you like. She is moving towards a smaller group, Charles and Camilla, William and Kate. That group taking over from the Queen. Another point, though, Tom, from her statement, she seemed pretty keen to be clear that she wasn't going to be handing over the crown anytime soon.
What are your fellow countrymen, I'm curious, in the UK saying about this? Is this a decision that people are happy about? Is there still ill will because of Princess Diana?
There really is, isn't it? Incredible. There are people who have responded negatively to this. Camilla's standing is not fantastic, honestly, so I think this was a difficult decision to make, a difficult announcement to make, and people did respond exactly as you say. They don't like it, many of them, because of the death of Diana, and of course we all know, if you've watched The Crown, you know that Camilla's role in that relationship with Prince Charles and Princess Diana. But Tom, you know, on the other hand, people think time moves on. Some people are agnostic about it, I suspect. The big question, of course, will be how Charles reigns when the Queen leaves us. What will King Charles be like? We now know that he will have Queen Camilla beside him.
A major moment for that family, no doubt. All right, Keir, we thank you for that. When we come back, a message of unity. The news anchor taking an offensive call from a viewer and turning it into a celebration of culture and acceptance. Vicky Nguyen joins us after the break.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, finally tonight, what started out as a message of division has instead sparked unity. The hashtag #VeryAsian trending on Twitter after a news viewer left a message telling a local reporter to keep her culture to herself. Here's Vicky Nguyen with a viral moment that has united people across the world and even sparked a surprise by talk show host Ellen DeGeneres.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
She didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended, and if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite. Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things, but when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say, like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents. For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And I see my family and I see my friends, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The Very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it, and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized, and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said. And we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Vicky joins us now. Vicky, Michelle has really had some time to reflect on what's happened. And I wanted to ask you because, a lot of times growing up as the son of immigrants or as an immigrant yourself, you're almost kind of taught to kind of keep your head down and just work through this. But we've seen all these attacks, especially ramp up against the Asian American community during the pandemic. And I feel moments like this with Michelle are sort of turning points, correct?
I think that's a beautiful way of putting it, Tom, and so true. She was so heartened by the response, both by the younger generation of Asian Americans as well as people outside of this community, the allies, who are saying it's okay. You don't have to be ashamed of being who you are. Embrace your culture. Feel like you can stand up and say, yes, I am very Asian, and I'm quite proud of it. It certainly is a turning point. And for me, it's really refreshing to report on and see people talking about this in a way that they didn't when we were growing up, Tom.
Yeah, and to call it out when it happens, not to be afraid to do that. So what's next for the Very Asian Foundation, and what can people do if they'd like to in any way?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's so new right now. They're just focused on raising more money by selling their merchandise, increasing awareness with stories like this. And also, you know, something Michelle talked about is hoping to be a resource at one point for transracial adoptees like herself, not just Asian Americans, but, you know, when you're adopted into a culture or a family that doesn't look like yours or doesn't have the same background as yours, it can be another level of transitioning and really learning who you are. In the meantime, though, if it's something that you want to learn more about or get involved in, there's the Asian American Foundation, there's Stop AAPI Hate. There are a lot of nonprofits out there that you can educate yourself and have these conversations with your own inner circle. Start with the people that you know, and that is a really great way to learn more.
All right, Vicki Nguyen for us tonight with a very important and also very personal story. Vicki, thank you so much for joining Top Story. We thank you for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Good night.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Hope you had a great weekend, and it's good to be with you on this Monday, February 7th. And tonight, we're talking about moving forward. More states are preparing to drop some COVID protocols, like mask mandates, including in schools. Who's making these big changes? And are you ready to leave those masks at home? Russian forces could soon move into Ukraine again with an array of battalions on its border. What did President Biden learn the last time Russia invaded Ukraine that might prevent this from happening again? Meanwhile, the new German chancellor makes his first visit to the White House. He addressed critics who say he's not moving fast enough to help stand up to Russia.
We are absolutely united, and we will not taking different steps. We will do the same steps, and they will be very, very hard to Russia, and they should understand.
And you might be eligible for a large sum of money from the federal government. Discrimination kept some survivor benefits out of people's hands. We'll tell you who's eligible and how to apply. How about we start off your Monday with some good news? Because believe it or not, pandemic, some things are looking up. In the last 2 weeks, the U.S. has seen nearly a 57% decline in cases. 57%. The trend line for hospitalizations is also inching downwards, though, to be fair, many hospitals are still quite overwhelmed. And new cases per day, as you can see, are declining nationally. Now, because of these improvements, some states are starting to roll back their mask mandates. One state is doing so almost in time for the Super Bowl. We found out just before the show tonight that California announced it will end its indoor mask mandate for vaccinated people on February 15th. Again, this allows vaccinated people to unmask. Ahead of Super Bowl Sunday, the state is increasing its threshold for indoor mega events and for outdoor events. Now, vaccines or negative tests are required at indoor events with 1,000 people or more. For outdoor events with more than 10,000 people, vaccination is not required. Masks and negative tests are still recommended, though. California Governor Gavin Newsom cited the state's declining case rate as a rationale for the rollback. But he did note, to be clear, unvaccinated people still have to wear masks. Now, California was just the latest state to end mask mandates today. In New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy says masks will no longer be required in schools and daycares beginning on March 7th, 1 month from today. Governor Murphy did leave individual districts and facilities some flexibility.
We are not removing the ability of individual district leaders to maintain and enforce such a policy within their schools, or any private child care provider from maintaining such a policy within their business should community conditions require.
Meanwhile, in Connecticut, Governor Ned Lamont says their statewide mask mandate for schools will be lifted at the end of this month. He's also giving some latitude to local school boards to make masks a requirement if necessary. Also, Delaware is lifting its indoor mask mandate this Friday. Governor John Carney says schools will still require masks, but only until the end of March. After that, individual school districts will be able to make their own decisions. So, California, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, What do these governors have in common? Among other things, they are all Democrats. And so far, we've mostly heard Republican governors pulling back mandates when cases were still rising. Illinois also has a Democratic governor, but things have not been so smooth there. Late on Friday, a lower court judge ruled to suspend mask mandates in Illinois schools. Districts spent much of this weekend trying to figure out whether students need to wear masks today or not. Ultimately, different districts handled it differently. At least one district just canceled classes altogether. Different states, different parties in power, different approaches. What is the right way to go about this? Is now the right time to eliminate mask mandates? Let's get into that with NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, welcome. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Joshua. Good to see you.
So what do you think of these changes to the mask rules in a number of states so far? Based on what the evidence looks like, at least their governors believe that now is the right time to start planning for those changes or to start making them right away.
Yeah, Joshua, look, I think planning for these changes is exactly the right tone to strike. I do not think that getting rid of these masks, and especially in our schools, particularly daycares or even where we have young children, where the vaccine uptake rate in the under 12 population, Joshua, is really low. In some states, for example, in California, only about 21% of children 5 to 11. Under the age of 5, as you know, we don't even have a vaccine option. So here's what's troubling. If you go to cdc.gov and look under their COVID transmission map, the entire country is lit up red. So we are seeing declines. That is good news, as you started with. But we are still at the number of cases per day, Joshua, that we had at the peak of Delta. So we're not out of this yet. So a little bit more stability in these declines and having the options for all ages to get vaccinated, which we should see soon, that's when we can start to talk about lifting some restrictions. And honestly, masks should be last. That protects individuals, and that should be one of the last to go.
I do want to note, by the way, since you mentioned that, Governor Murphy did say that he was going to take steps to prevent people from mistreating or bullying students who decide to continue to wear masks or whose families decide that they would keep their children masks. So this doesn't mean that masks have to disappear. It just means that they won't be required. And at least New Jersey has said it's going to take steps to prevent kids from being ostracized or bullied because they end up continuing to wear masks. With regards to vaccination, though, Dr. Patel, we seem to be making progress toward getting vaccines approved for kids to use. At least those are beginning to become available. Now I guess the challenge is getting kids vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the challenge all along, even with adults, right? And now we also complicate things by kind of telling people, well, you need a booster, and people are just confused. And I think this gets to my more central point. I think there's such a desire, social media, even talking, on television, to say no masks, all masks. The truth, the reality is that it's somewhere in between, that there are going to be situations, I think schools are one of them, Joshua, where we could see masks for the distant future, even if we have vaccines, only because we know this is airborne and we know that we have children who end up in the hospital, and we can prevent that. Now, if the vaccine rates go up, and I hope they will, then all of these things can get peeled off. But here's the other kind of what I was listening for. You mentioned it with California. I would love to also see an honest dialogue about what do we need to see kind of happen in the community in order to say, hey, these measures need to come back. And it should be some combination of positivity rates, hospital or health system capacity, and potentially, now that we have drugs that I can offer in the outpatient setting, how many prescriptions are we seeing written for these outpatient medications? Because that can also be an early signal of when cases are going up again.
What I'm hoping, Dr. Patel, is that we don't end up with the kind of situation that we've seen before in the pandemic, where you have people who are out and about, they're in a large group setting, maybe a big event, and then there's this huge super spreader, and we end up taking 3 steps back where we had taken 1 step forward. It's not lost on me that California is announcing this the week of the Super Bowl. Like, we're about to have what, cross our fingers, will not turn into a massive super spreader event.
Yeah, and in all likelihood, given the requirements for vaccination and kind of to your comment that they're putting these restrictions in place, must be vaccinated for a certain capacity, in all likelihood, it will not be a super spreader event, especially because cases are coming down. But it does feel like this is the right time to remind people, again, our map is lit up red in terms of the numbers of cases that we're still seeing. And we are still seeing, unfortunately, as you know, people who are dying. We've had record numbers of deaths, and that takes time, obviously, so kind of what we call a lagging indicator. But it's not something that I think it's hard for people. We want something to look forward to, but saying, masks off today, especially in schools, is just, it's short of irresponsible in my mind.
And before I have to let you go, Dr. Patel, with regard to the pandemic, I've heard a number of people, depending on who you ask, saying that at this point we either are or are close to a phase where COVID is no longer just a pandemic, it is endemic. It's just a thing to live with the way that we live with, say, the flu, where we just kind of expect some people are going to get it. Sadly, some people are going to die from it. You can vaccinate yourself from it. We have to just live with it. Are we there yet? Are we past the point where COVID can be defeated and we basically have to admit either defeat or a stalemate?
Yeah, I wish I could say we were there. It's too soon to tell because, as you kind of know, we need to still see not only that some of these sub-lineages, we've been talking about BA2 and some other variants, we need to determine that we're not still susceptible to reinfection, some of the data we're seeing out of the UK and other concerning trends. And then number two, I think we need to have higher vaccination rates. When you look at other countries, Sweden and Denmark and other places where they've kind of said, this is it, we're done with the pandemic phase, those countries have 85% or 81% and higher vaccination rates. We're nowhere near that, Joshua. So I want people to have something to look forward to. I look forward to having this kind of moment where we say, you know what, the worst was behind us. Today is not that day, and it's too soon to kind of, what I don't want to do is build up false hope, just as you pointed out, where we feel like we made one step forward and take 3 steps back. I want quarantines to come away. And by the way, there are actually not that many strict restrictions around the country. There's very little, kind of forcing people to stay at home. We're just asking people to wear a mask when they're in settings where they don't know if people are vaccinated. I don't think that's too much to ask from people.
Should also note, it's not too late to get vaccinated. You can go to planyourvaccine.com. We can point you to all the information you need to get vaccinated. Quickly, quietly, painlessly, only you and your doctor need to know. Does not have to become a political statement. But if we want to prevent this from becoming one of those things we live with, this is the way to get it done. Dr. Kavita Patel, always good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The U.S. has seen plenty of really intense protests over COVID mandates, but nothing like what we're seeing right now in Canada. Check out what downtown Ottawa looked and sounded like today. That's a group of truckers called the Freedom Convoy. They've been protesting vaccine mandates for 11 days now. These protests target mandates for truckers who are crossing the U.S.-Canada border. They've evolved into a larger critique of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's COVID policies. And there you see them protesting around Parliament Hill in Ottawa. Hundreds of truckers are blocking the city streets day and night, and the mayor of Ottawa has declared a state of emergency. In a statement issued yesterday, the mayor said, quote, declaring a state of emergency reflects the serious danger and threat to the safety and security of residents posed by the ongoing demonstrations and highlights the need for support from other jurisdictions and levels of government, unquote. And these protests are drawing support from Republican politicians in the U.S., including former President Trump. NBC's Maura Barrett joins us now with the latest. Maura, where do things stand right now?
So Joshua, day 11, these protests are still very much happening. They have dwindled a bit since the original weekend. The weekend before last, there were tens of thousands of truckers and protesters. This weekend, it was down to a couple thousand. And right now, as far as we know, there's about 500 trucks in downtown Ottawa right now. A court did grant an injunction against those blaring horns that you heard right there for the next 10 days, hoping that this will limit the activity and hopefully save some of the sanitary humanity of the people that live in the general area and work in that area as well. And as we speak, actually, the House of Commons is hearing an emergency debate about the protests, because this is a political issue in Canada too, just like we've seen here in the U.S. And so this is something that has caused chaos in the downtown area, a lot of holdup in medications being delivered, people seeking out hospitalizations for anxiety, grocery store workers reporting that people who are protesting are getting really aggressive, spitting in their faces when they're being asked to wear a mask. And so clearly this has escalated beyond just that anti-vaccine mandate that this protest originally started from, Joshua.
So you've got Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking before the House of Commons tonight, and you have this Freedom Convoy clearly demanding an end to the vaccine mandates. What exactly do they want? Have they talked about what it would take to make this protest end?
Well, they say that they'll leave once the vaccine mandate is lifted. Now, Justin Trudeau has been very adamant that he does not plan on doing that. The city of Ottawa has asked for more support in terms of police staffing. They're calling for nearly 2,000 more people to come and help alleviate the damage that they're seeing from the protesters. And like I said, it had dwindled a little bit over the weekend. The police issuing hundreds of tickets, making 20+ arrests, and they actually took away the fuel where protesters were holding the truck fuel. So they're hoping to that this aggressive force the police are putting towards these protests will help, because like I mentioned, Trudeau does not plan on lifting the mandate, and right now the Freedom Convoy is saying that that is what they're looking to solve for. So clearly still very much at a standoff.
And Maura, we've been hearing from U.S. politicians about this. This has become kind of a cause célèbre for some conservative politicians here in the U.S. What are they saying about this?
Well, like the protests we saw against vaccine mandates, reopenings, the mask mandates in the U.S., it has become a fringe conservative viewpoint. And that's what Trudeau has called these truckers, these protesters as well, pointing out that 90% of truckers are vaccinated. So this is a very small section of Canadians that feel this way, but it's something that we've seen political discourse about here in the U.S. too, right? So Republican Steve Scalise, speaking out in support of the protests that we've seen. Like you mentioned, former President Trump calling out support as recently as this weekend, calling Justin Trudeau a far left lunatic. And so this is something that, like I said, has escalated beyond just the vaccine mandates, but they're protesting what they're opposing Justin Trudeau, his politics and his stances, and they're calling him too progressive. And so we've just seen the snowball, right? And it's just such a political conversation beyond the public health aspect. And you know, we've actually seen President Trump even call for the Freedom Convoy to come down to Washington, D.C. So this discourse and disagreement over politics in this pandemic now crossing country borders.
Right. And I just want to confirm with you, Maura, it sounded like you said that 90% of truckers in Canada are indeed vaccinated. I heard you right on that, right?
That's what we've heard from the Canadian trade group representing truckers, and what Trudeau and the Canadians have been putting out as well, saying that they've at least gotten one dose of the vaccine. Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you, Maura. That's NBC's Maura Barrett reporting from Chicago tonight on the unrest in downtown Ottawa. Still to come, President Biden hopes to protect Ukraine from invasion by using a gas pipeline as leverage. How would that hurt Moscow? And how close are we to another invasion? We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, depending on who you ask, Russia could be very close to attacking Ukraine again. That is what the Biden administration says. Officials are warning that Russia could invade any day now. And that would be the second time in 8 years that Russian troops enter Ukrainian territory. Back in 2014, they invaded Crimea. That's a peninsula in southern Ukraine. U.S. intelligence officials say that if Russia launches a full-scale invasion, we could see up to 50,000 civilians killed or wounded within weeks. And that is why a growing number of top diplomats and heads of state are scrambling to prevent war. Today, France's President Emmanuel Macron made his push for peace in a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mr. Putin said the talks were substantive and businesslike. And the new German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, made his first trip to Washington. He was quick to reject criticism that Germany has not done enough to support Ukraine. Back again with us is Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. He is the director of Stanford's Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies and an NBC News analyst. Ambassador McFaul, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back.
So what do you make of the moves that are going on right now, particularly in light of something that the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said yesterday? Listen to what he said.
We believe that the Russians have put in place the capabilities to mount a significant military operation into Ukraine, and we have been working hard to prepare a response. President Biden has rallied our allies. He's reinforced and reassured our partners on the eastern flank. He's provided material support to the Ukrainians, and he's offered the Russians a diplomatic path if that's what they choose instead.
So is this it? Is time kind of winding down?
I don't know. I still don't know. Jake Sullivan obviously doesn't know. I think the whole world doesn't know. We're waiting to see. I think on the capability side, there's no evidence whatsoever that Putin is backing down and reassessing. He's building up. There are more troops on Ukraine's borders today than there were just a few weeks ago, and those capabilities are on a readiness standby mode. They're getting ready for war. There's the map. At the same time, if you listen to what President Macron and Putin talked about in Moscow today, there were hints that they're going to keep talking about a new European security architecture. Sounds like there were some plans that Macron circulated that have not been made public. But if you listen to that dialogue, you would think that maybe they are looking for a way out of this military standoff. So I think the stakes are getting higher, but we still do not have a definitive decision one way or the other from the one guy that matters, Vladimir Putin.
Could we go back to that map for just a second, the one we were just looking at with the Russian troops and where they are positioned? Because I wonder if you could just talk us through what we might see. So there's Ukraine, that little peninsula sticking down at the bottom is Crimea. Russia is to the right, it's east of Ukraine. Kyiv, the capital city, is kind of north-central Russia. I wonder if we're talking about Russia invading and the rest of the world trying to jump in and stop the invasion. What's the strategy? Do we think that the Russians will just close in on all sides and Western nations would try to follow behind them across the border? Like, is it clear how that might go down?
Well, I think the Russian options are two or three, right? So one is invasion on all three sides and even through the sea, given the naval capabilities they have. That's the massive invasion. A second, and I don't want to use the word incursion because it would be a military intervention, but would be to focus on the eastern part there where you have your map, right? The Donbass de facto has been under separatist control that are loyal to Moscow. One other scenario would be that they just seize that, declare that independent or declare it part of Russia. And a third in between would be what they call the land map, the land connection from Russia on your map all the way to Crimea. That territory used to be called it was called Novorossiya. It used to be part of the Russian Empire. That's the third scenario. I think in all three scenarios, there will be no troops from the West coming into Ukraine. There will be no troops from NATO coming into Ukraine. It'll be a fight between Russia and Ukraine. Russia has the giant military advantage. Ukraine, of course, has the advantage of defending territory rather than trying to take it. But I don't see any circumstances under which other countries would get involved.
So we've been hearing about world leaders. We had, the European Union High Representative who has spoken, the Secretary General of NATO, the European Council President Ursula von der Leyen. You've got Germany's Chancellor, France's President, who met with Vladimir Putin, that had a conversation that Putin described as businesslike and said that they were businesslike, useful, and substantive. Further said, and I'm quoting Putin, we have a good understanding that, or quoting that, we have a good understanding that Macron visited Russia to speak about global and European security questions for which supporting our countries as permanent members of the UN Security Council is specially responsible. That's from Putin. Talk about the kind of leverage that might exist, Ambassador, before I got to let you go, particularly this gas pipeline that the president was talking about, that might be kind of a pressure point that the West could use to get back at Russia. How would that work?
Well, it's really interesting. On the same day that you have Macron in Moscow offering a carrot to talk about a new security arrangement in Europe, you have President Biden meeting with the Chancellor from Germany talking about cutting off the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. And I think he was pretty definitive. If you invade, we will take the financial means necessary, and we do have those capabilities through sanctions to cut off that pipeline. So you see the play, carrot in Moscow, stick in Washington.
Ambassador Michael McFaul, always good talking to you. I have a feeling this will not be our last conversation, and hopefully our conversations can remain on diplomacy rather than military strategy, but time will tell. Thanks for making time for us tonight. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Team USA is winning medals in Beijing, and a Chinese tennis star is changing course after making sexual assault accusations. We'll get to all of that just ahead. Stay close.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it.
And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in prime time and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, it's time to update you on a few of the stories we've been talking about on this program. You may remember on Friday, we had a very intense conversation with the father of Amir Locke, a young black man who was killed last week during a police raid. Now we're learning more about the warrants that were issued for that raid. Mr. Locke died after Minneapolis police executed a no-knock warrant. Body cam video shows the SWAT team entered an apartment with a key and announced their presence once they were moving inside. Amir Locke was not the target of the warrant, and he was asleep as the officers came in. Minneapolis was helping St. Paul with a murder investigation. A law enforcement source tells our Twin Cities affiliate KARE 11 News the St. Paul police did not originally ask for a no-knock warrant. Minneapolis PD reportedly insisted on a change to let them enter without knocking. Now, Minneapolis city leaders are taking another look at these no-knock raids. Mayor Jacob Frey joined city council members, professors, and civil rights attorneys for this conversation. The mayor issued a moratorium on these raids Friday evening, but not an outright ban. And crowds of people protested in Minneapolis this weekend. Demonstrators gathered downtown outside the Hennepin County Government Center, a few blocks from where Amir Locke was killed. In Georgia, Ahmaud Arbery was killed not by police, but by men who claimed they were trying to prevent a crime. Now, jury selection is underway in a federal hate crime trial against them. All three defendants were already convicted in the murder trial over Mr. Arbery's death. During that trial, prosecutors mostly avoided talking about race. Now, federal prosecutors will focus on how it may have factored into this crime. NBC's Blaine Alexander has an update.
Well, this is just day one of jury selection here at federal court in Brunswick, Georgia. We understand that it could go as long as 2 weeks. They've cast a pretty wide net in this jury selection. They've sent out more than 1,000 summons to 43 different counties. Those are all of the counties across the Southern District of Georgia. So some potential jurors drove as long as 4 hours just to get here today. It's going to certainly be a different kind of case than what we saw during the state trial, of course, because in this federal trial, this is a hate crimes charge that they're looking at. So race is going to be much more at the forefront than what we saw during the state trial. The prosecution now has the burden of essentially looking at the motivation behind what happened to Ahmaud Arbery. So they are going to try and prove that the defendants used racial animus and essentially were influenced by race, that they made an assumption based on Ahmaud Arbery's skin color, the fact that he was a black man, that ultimately led them to chase him down and kill him back in February of 2020. So we understand, again, jury selection could be going on for as long as 2 weeks. The trial will begin thereafter. But remember, all three of these men have already been convicted in a state court. Gregory and Travis McMichael sentenced to life in prison without parole, and William Rodney Bryan, of course, sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Back to you.
Thank you, Blaine. That's NBC's Blaine Alexander reporting. We've also been following the controversy surrounding Spotify and its popular podcast host, Joe Rogan. Yesterday, the app CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees apologizing for the controversy. In the letter, Mr. Ek said that he does not believe, quote, silencing Joe is the answer, unquote, and that he has spoken with Mr. Rogan and his team about, quote, some of the content in his show, including his history of using some racially insensitive language, unquote. Spotify has reportedly removed about 70 episodes of the podcast The Joe Rogan Experience, presumably over their content. On Saturday, Joe Rogan apologized for using the N-word in past episodes. That issue came up after singer-songwriter India Ari posted a video online with clips of him using that word. Now, she's just the latest artist to criticize him. Neil Young removed his songs from Spotify over vaccine misinformation in the podcast. He says he's refusing to stream on the app while the Joe Rogan Experience is there. A handful of other artists, including Joni Mitchell and India Ari, have followed his lead. The Voting Rights Act lost its enforcement power because of a Supreme Court case from Alabama. Now, the court has paved the way for Alabama's new congressional voting map, despite concerns of racial disenfranchisement. Justices voted 5-4 in favor of the new map. Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the 3 more liberal justices against the districts. The decision essentially puts on a hold on a lower court ruling. That lower court found that the Republican-drawn map could violate the Voting Rights Act by diluting black voting power. Last month, a special 3-judge panel in Birmingham ruled unanimously against the map, ordering them redrawn for the primary in May. Now, the maps will stand as they are. Finally, let's check in on the Olympics. Crashes have made the women's luge competition even more intense than usual. Team USA lost control at the 13th curve. Emily Sweeney broke her neck competing 4 years ago, but thankfully, nobody was seriously hurt this time. Some of the racers crashed at speeds of more than 70 miles per hour. Now, despite this bit of bad luck, the Americans are winning in Beijing. Team USA has 3 silver medals so far in figure skating, freestyle skiing, and snowboarding. NBC Steve Patterson is back with us from the Olympics near Beijing with more. And Steve, let's start with this luge accident and this curve 13. Other than the number being so ominous, what is it about this curve that's caused so much trouble?
Well, first of all, Joshua, I think luge is maybe the most terrifying sport on the planet. I can almost nigh unwatchable for me. I can barely stand it. I'm so terrified for these athletes that are insane, going at insane speeds. And then you have to factor in now that this course, which is about 1,600 meters, as you mentioned, has one specific curve where there's not been one, but multiple crashes. And I mean, I'm not talking about you just nick the side of the thing and, maybe you spin out. I mean, people are flipping on this curve. Here's a list. Germany's Julia Taubitz flipped. She was on a record-setting run, flipped over. Austria's Madeleine Egel flipped. Russia's Tatiana Ivanova flipped. And as you mentioned, these are speeds at excess of 70 miles an hour, maybe 80 miles an hour. That is the final curve before they hit the finish line, and it is just absolutely terrifying. But speaking to the athletes, they say that, again, this is the mentality of these people, that it's cool and that, every course should have its own character. Well, I guess if you like your character to be a villain, then there you have it, Josh.
I mean, it is a scary sport, although I don't know if you've ever watched skeleton, which is kind of like luge, where with luge, you got to have your feet forward and you're trying to kind of lean away from the edge of the ice, whereas skeleton, you're facing forward, I guess, trying to kiss death as it's coming at you. It is a very scary sport. Exactly. But let's talk about the medal count, because we got 3 medals for Team USA so far. How does the medal count stand overall?
Well, the highest medal count, if you're talking about raw medals, goes to a country that's not even officially here. It's the Russian Olympic Committee, essentially Russia. They have 7 medals. If you're doing it in gold, Sweden has the most with 3. And yeah, as you mentioned, the U.S. maybe about 14th place at this point, 3 silver medals. The first time maybe in Winter Olympic history, in the first 20 events that the U.S. doesn't have a gold medal. So they really need to pick up the pace here as more events are being pushed out. Hopefully, Jessie Diggins is performing tonight. There's a slew of other performers that could do well, but it's been a rough start for the U.S. so far, Joshua.
One more thing, Steve, before I let you go. It's kind of peripheral to the Olympics, but involving Chinese athletics. The Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai kind of disappeared from the public eye after she made allegations of sexual assault. And she's now kind of denying having made them in an interview with a French newspaper. She came to speak to IOC officials early on, but kind of before the Olympics fully got underway. Where does this stand now?
Well, and just to note, the IOC leadership was there for that interview with that newspaper. They've been there for several meetings, apparently leading up to the game over video, and then had a lengthy dinner not too long ago. And you have to almost admire their ironclad neutrality. You know, they said that she's free and maybe able to make her own decisions, and they've had several conversations, but that they are a sporting organization and that it is not their job to judge whether or not her statements come under duress. That's the line that they've held with this, along with several other topics, including the human rights abuses here in China. They will not take a stance, it seems, no matter what. Joshua.
Thank you, Steve. That's NBC Steve Patterson with our Olympic update tonight. Much appreciated. You know, the Olympics are taking place in a COVID bubble. Every event, training area, dormitory, food hall, it's all inside this perimeter to keep Olympic participants inside and Chinese citizens outside as safe from COVID as possible. Well, we would like to answer your questions about what life in the bubble is like, including for correspondents like Steve. So send your questions about the Olympic bubble our way. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. That's 888-575-2622, or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. Up next, you or someone you know might be eligible for Social Security survivors benefits and might not know it. We'll tell you who can get those funds now, even if they had been denied before, when we come back.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Same-sex marriage became the law of the land back in 2015. Since then, hundreds of thousands of same-sex couples have tied the knot. But discrimination remains, especially for gay and lesbian couples, because they have long been denied survivors' benefits that had been limited to conventional married couples. Now, the Biden administration is trying to fix that. It has begun paying out large sums of money to surviving partners who previously were not allowed to get married. The problem is, not everyone who's eligible for a payout knows it. And even more challenging than that, a lot of these surviving partners are getting up in years, so it's a race against time to get them what they're owed before it's too late. This all came about because of lawsuits filed by the LGBTQ legal advocacy group Lambda Legal. And joining us now is a counsel for Lambda Legal, Peter Wren. Mr. Wren, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me, Joshua.
How did all of this come about?
Well, it really came about as a result of people in the community reaching out to us to explain that they were still suffering harm, as you mentioned, even though we had marriage equality in 2015. And the problem is that in order to receive Social Security survivors benefits, the Social Security Administration generally required people to be married for at least 9 months. And the problem for people in our community is that a number of couples were not able to be married for 9 months. In fact, many of them were not able to be married for even a single day because of discriminatory marriage laws that were on the books at the time. So what happened was that these surviving partners of same-sex relationships were really stuck between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, the government was telling them, well, you need to be married in order to get these benefits. But on the other hand, these couples were also told when they were both alive that they couldn't get married. And as a result of the successful class action lawsuits brought by Lambda Legal, there's now a pathway to benefits for people who have, until very recently, been wrongfully locked out of benefits through no fault of their own.
Before we get into that pathway to benefits, I wonder if you have any sense of how many of these kinds of legal loose ends there are. I mean, I think it was amazing for a lot of straight people to realize the cornucopia of benefits that gay people were locked out of just because we couldn't get married, and this kind of floodgate of things that become available once the law will recognize same-sex marriages. Are there still a lot of these benefits that are left in this unequal state?
I would say that Social Security survivors benefits are probably one of the main issues that couples were still facing even after marriage equality, because your access to benefits is determined by whether or not you were able to be married in the past. So even after marriage equality became the law of the land in 2015, that helped things for couples going forward, but not for the couples who were never able to walk down the aisle at all, for example, before one of them died. And these benefits in particular are incredibly important. They can make the difference between whether or not you're able to essentially live comfortably in your retirement years. And we know that there are so many people out there, potentially thousands, who stand to benefit from these recent legal developments, but are totally unaware of what's changed. And so it's an incredibly important part of our work going forward to get the word out to everyone who potentially may benefit from these legal wins that we've achieved.
All right, let's see if we can get this information out to people who would benefit from it. How do people know if they would be eligible for these benefits? Are there certain qualifications or, you know, a list of things they might consider in terms of whether this might apply to them?
Sure. In a nutshell, people are now eligible for survivors benefits if they can show they would have qualified but for the discriminatory marriage laws that stood in their way. So I can give an example of our client, Helen Thornton, who was a woman in Olympia, Washington, who was with her same-sex partner for 27 years. They met in the 1970s, and throughout that time, they were barred from marriage up through the point that Marge Brown, Helen's partner, passed away in 2006. And when Helen went to apply for Social Security survivors benefits when she turned 60 in 2015, she was turned away by the Social Security Administration. But as a result of the victories that we achieved in the lawsuits, she was able to receive past due benefits of more than $70,000, as well as nearly an extra $1,000 a month in Social Security survivors benefits. And the analysis essentially that the agency here engages in for applicants is determine whether or not discriminatory laws are the reason why they were prevented from qualifying for benefits. In Helen's case, they've been together.
I'm sorry to cut you short, but I know I got to let you go in just a second. I want to make sure we get the information out. For people who think that this applies to them, where should they go? What should they do? Who should they contact? Do they just contact Lambda Legal?
Two steps. The first step is that they can absolutely visit our website at lambdalegal.org, where there is a frequently asked questions document that can guide people through the application process. And the second step, and really this is the most important, is that people need to apply with the Social Security Administration. These benefits require people to take affirmative action in order for people to get what they're owed. And so that involves contacting your local Social Security field office to set up an appointment where the representatives have instructions that will allow them to help process your application.
So go to lambdalegal.org and contact your Social Security field office. Do both to get that process rolling. Peter Wren of Lambda Legal, I really appreciate you talking us through this tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joshua.
New York City public schools are launching a new lunch program. What students think so far about Vegan Fridays, what you think about it, and how to get your kids to eat like that. Before we go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The reviews are in for the first Vegan Friday across New York City's public schools. So how did it go? Depends on who you ask. This was last week's offering. The press secretary for the school system tweeted photos saying every school served food made from scratch. No meat, no dairy, except milk. Milk has to stay on the menu by federal law. Officials say that non-vegan options are still available upon request. Vegan options are also available in every school daily. We asked for your opinion on these meals. Here's what Catherine and Marielle left in our inbox.
I think Vegan Fridays are a wonderful idea. Better for the environment, likely better for our health, offering more variety. Maybe the children would be exposed to more foods than they would normally be exposed to. And I think my children who introduced me to veganism would like it too. Terrific idea. Go for it.
And I think New York is doing an awesome job of putting Vegan Fridays for the children. That's a great way to get started on healthy, eating healthier for the children.
Catherine, Mariel, thank you both for sharing your opinions. Granted, not all the opinions are that glowing. Mohammed tweeted this picture from one New York school. He said that not a single kid ate the lunch on Friday. Mohammed writes, choices were between this and beans and corn tacos with wheat tortillas. Milk was the only beverage, not vegan, and an apple was the only side. Now, New York City school officials admit there's room for improvement. They say they're currently collecting feedback, and we're also told that the meals were taste tested by students. Joining us now is Angela Odoms-Young. She's a nutrition and food justice advocate and health equity researcher. She helped develop the nutrition standards for the National School Lunch Program. Professor Odoms-Young, welcome to the program.
Thank you. I'm happy
Can I just get the most happy to have you here. First of all, can I just get a very basic definition? What does vegan mean?
I think when you look at vegan, the definition is really plant-based. So the idea of having a meal that's plant-based, a lot of people use vegan, but that normally is used to characterize a certain lifestyle. Generally, a vegan diet is one that does not include meat or animal products, as you indicated, such as milk or eggs.
What do you make of some of these programs? New York, Boston has a similar program, Portland, LA. How are they going so far, in your view?
I think there is a lot of opportunity here. I know we talk about the kids are not eating the lunch, or we think about healthier lunches as not being desirable to kids, but I think it's in the implementation. And remember, a lot of these programs are new, and so they're still testing, looking at options that kids will eat. It's the same as what happens at home. What do? We try to serve something that's healthy. Our kids may not eat that. They may eat something else. And so school lunch is very similar. The key is to try to infuse healthier options and then just keep trying to see what works. But it takes tweaking as these programs are implemented at a district level and at a national level.
New York Mayor Eric Adams spoke about this. He said that he changed to a plant-based diet in 2016. And earlier today, he announced another food program for adults and talked about the benefits of plant-based diets. Here's part of what the mayor said. Watch.
I'm encouraging New Yorkers to have as many plant-based meals as possible because the science is clear. The more you eat plants, the more you eat fruits, the more you have a healthy lifestyle away from over-processed food, the healthier you are going to be.
Now, I found out about this cut from my family, who has a family text group, and they had a good time with this because during this press conference, apparently Mayor Adams acknowledged that sometimes he also eats fish. So apparently he's not as plant-based as he says he is, and they thought that was hilarious. What about that? The difficulty of being able to stick to a diet like this, either because it can be hard to give up all flesh-based foods for some people, or concerns that it's going to just taste like you're eating the lawn 7 days a week and you're not going to enjoy having that kind of a diet?
I think the big focus is on more plant-based meals. So if you look at the dietary recommendations, the national recommendations, the dietary guidelines, which is what we use when we think about healthy meals, then the goal is really to eat more fruits and vegetables, more whole grains, nuts, seeds, and it can be a part of a very diverse diet. Some people go vegan, some people go vegetarian, some are pescatarian, and some people eat more fish and chicken. The idea is to eat healthier and try to incorporate fruits and vegetables into any diet that you choose. We have an issue in the United States where we don't eat enough fiber. And so it's important that we include those fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, and seeds so we can eat a diet that's consistent with a lower chronic disease risk. And so it's not, the dietary guidelines doesn't indicate you have to go completely plant-based, although some people make that choice. But we're pretty far, if you look at what we consume in America, we have a lot of room for improvement to increase our consumption of fruits and vegetables.
Yeah. And when I look at school lunches, I think about the impact on low-income kids, because the number of children, the percentage of children on free and reduced lunch is a metric for poverty. And a lot of kids in food deserts, that is where they're going to get whole grains, fruits, vegetables. They're going to get it in the school cafeteria because some of their parents may not have the means to acquire it, or the nearest grocery store may be too far away. Before I have to let you go, I wonder for parents who are not in that situation, who maybe have the choice of what they feed their kids day to day, what's your one best tip for making plant-based diets that kids will actually eat? Your one best tip for parents who'd like to give this a shot before we go.
Find out what your kids like and keep serving that, because I know even in my household, my daughter liked tomatoes, she liked cucumbers, and so we had cucumbers and we had tomatoes. Kids choose the foods that they like and find a fruit or vegetable that they like and allow it to be freely available in the refrigerator, easy to grab. Mandarin oranges, watermelon, whatever those foods are that they like, find a fruit or vegetable that they like, and then make sure that you have that freely available.
Angela Odoms-Young, I appreciate you making time to talk this through with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for making time for us. Remember to send us your questions for NBC Steve Patterson about the Olympic Games, including what life is like inside the COVID bubble. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email nowtonight@nbcnews.com. Great starting the week with you. Come on back tomorrow. But until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. See you then. Good night.
Tonight, as we come on the air, Russia ready for war, but leaders around the globe tonight trying to stop an invasion. As U.S. troops arrive in Europe to assist NATO allies, President Biden sat down with the new chancellor of Germany. The president threatening major economic sanctions if Russia invades. This as Vladimir Putin met face-to-face with French President Emmanuel Macron. And in Ukraine, civilians now preparing for battle. Our Richard Engel is there, and former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor, joins Top Story Live. Also tonight, state of emergency protest over vaccine mandates crippling Canada's capital city. Thousands of truckers blocking roads for more than a week and refusing to leave until their demands are met. Could it impact the already fragile supply chain here at home? Plus, the deadly supermarket shooting, a gunman opening fire inside a grocery store in Washington State. The all-out manhunt launched for the suspect. Stacey Abrams under fire after she was photographed maskless around a group of school children, the swift backlash from her political opponents, and her response tonight. Joe Rogan outraged a social media video showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times and making offensive comments about black neighborhoods. What Spotify CEO is saying as more artists part ways with the platform over Rogan's remarks. And Queen Camilla, the surprising announcement from Queen Elizabeth about her daughter-in-law as the 95-year-old monarch marks 7 decades on the throne. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to Top Story. Can world leaders stop Vladimir Putin? That's the big question tonight, as there is a full court press at the White House and the Kremlin. We start Top Story with these images. American troops arriving in Poland to assist its NATO allies, as U.S. officials warn Russia has amassed 70% of the forces it would need to invade its neighbor. At the White House, President Biden sitting down with the new chancellor of Germany. Biden, even though he has no direct authority on the project, threatening to shut down a crucial European gas pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany if Putin invades. And in Moscow, French President Emmanuel Macron meeting face-to-face with Putin, who has repeatedly denied he is planning such an attack. At the center of all of this is Ukraine, now preparing for war. Even civilians learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded. Richard Engel is there again for us tonight and leads us off.
A senior Western intelligence official tells NBC News tonight that Russia's troop buildup around Ukraine is not slowing down. And that with each passing day, the chances of a Russian invasion go up. The scope of what Russia may do, however, remains unclear. From seizing a pocket in eastern Ukraine to a total invasion from all sides. We ask soldiers today on the front line.
How could you defend against a massive Russian invasion? You have what look like ancient trenches here.
Our trenches just look ancient, but in the trenches we are hidden, so we are ready to strike back enemy forces.
French President Macron in Moscow today pushing diplomacy with President Putin, who again said he would not invade and praised some of Macron's proposals. While President Biden met with Germany's new chancellor, trying to smooth over divisions within NATO. Germany has so far been reluctant to define sanctions against Russia or send weapons to Ukraine.
Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
And Tom, while the entire world is watching what's happening around Ukraine's borders, there is another dynamic at play inside the country. A senior Western intelligence official told me tonight that Russian agents have tried 3 times since January to carry out attacks or start riots to create instability. The goal to topple the government of President Zelensky and make this country a client Russian state. All 3 of those attacks were thwarted, and that now Western intelligence agencies are helping Zelensky's government look out for internal threats. Tom?
The chaos could start even before the invasion. All right, Richard, thank you. With President Biden saying that the U.S. hopes to continue diplomatic talks with Russia, I want to bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor. He served under President George W. Bush and again in the Trump administration. He's currently the vice president for Ukraine and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, thank you for joining Top Story tonight. I'd like to dissect some of these headlines today with you. President Biden joined there with the German chancellor saying they are united and NATO, quote, is ready. What exactly does that mean if Russia invades Ukraine? What exactly is NATO ready to do if they're not entering this conflict ready for combat?
Tom, NATO is ready to provide additional assistance and indeed accelerate assistance to Ukraine to help them defend against that invasion that you talked about. The United States is also ready and has already begun to move troops from the United States into Eastern European allies, NATO allies, so that they are reinforced on the eastern flank of NATO. And NATO, EU, the world is ready to put very harsh sanctions on Russia if Mr. Putin makes a bad decision to invade Ukraine.
NBC News learned over the weekend of a U.S. intelligence report that concluded up to 50,000 civilians could be killed or wounded within weeks of a full-scale invasion. You're an expert on Ukraine. Tell us about the Ukrainians. Will they stand up and fight, and will they fight to their death?
Tom, they absolutely will. Your reporter, Richard, interviewed one of the soldiers, but I've talked to soldiers as well as civilians. I was just there last week, and several of the people that I talked to were adamant, were fiercely ready to fight, and they said they went down to the local gun store. They were surprised at the number of people buying weapons. The people are not panicking, Tom. The people are not panicking. I understand that kind of the signal when people start to worry that commodities are not going to be available. Salt gets short, and people buy the salt. Well, the salt's still on the shelves. What's not on the shelves? Bullets. So the Ukrainians are buying weapons, and they are ready to fight. They will fight fiercely, as you said, to the death.
Ambassador, since you mentioned you were just there last week, I have to ask you, what is your sense of what's going to happen here? You know all the players, including Russia. Do you think they sack Kiev? Do you think they take Kiev over several days?
I think President Putin, who's the only one who can really answer this question, I think he's not made up his mind. He knows all of the things that you and I just talked about. The number of civilians killed, this is mind-boggling. Here we are in this time. We're talking about 50,000 people killed. This could be a war crime. This is one of the things that he has to keep in mind. He knows the sanctions. He knows the opprobrium. He couldn't even get the Chinese to say the word Ukraine. He's not on solid ground, so he may not have made up his mind yet. And what that means is that we can still deter him. What that means is he can still decide to negotiate rather than invade.
Ambassador, finally, we heard President Biden today speaking there with the German chancellor about the pipeline running from Russia to Germany. And even though he has no sort of direct authority over it, saying they would cancel that, do you think that threat is enough to stop Vladimir Putin?
That's one of the threats that President Putin will have to be thinking about. And President Biden actually does have some ability to shut down that pipeline. The Germans have the direct ability to shut down that pipeline.
Yeah, it's the Germans' call. It's not President Biden's call. It's the Germans' call. But obviously, that's what was likely discussed.
That was discussed, but also President Biden waived some sanctions that allowed that pipeline to go forward, and he can make a different decision, and he can shut that down.
Ambassador, we thank you for your analysis and your time. We will invite you back on Top Story. Thank you. All right, we want to take you now to Canada, where the mayor of Ottawa has declared a state of emergency. More than 1,000 truckers have paralyzed traffic and shut down the city center, protesting vaccine mandates. The protest has lasted days, crippling Canada's capital, and it's now spreading to other cities. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
The ear-piercing protests snarling streets with big rigs as demonstrators demand an end to the country's mandatory vaccine requirement for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canadian border. Dubbed the Freedom Convoy, the movement is being called an insurrection by some, paralyzing the Canadian capital.
No one's here to hurt anything. We're just here to be heard.
The Canadian Trucking Alliance estimates just 10% of cross-border truckers are unvaccinated. In a blow to protesters, one source of funding has been cut off after GoFundMe said they'll return $9 million in donations, citing unlawful activity.
We are turning up the heat in every way we possibly can within our operations and enforcement.
Today, a Canadian judge signed an injunction to stop incessant honking as diesel fumes frustrate residents and shop owners alike.
It's difficult to breathe. You can't hear yourself think after an hour. The headache is excruciating.
The 11-day protest now declared a state of emergency, with much of the city locked down in a blanket of gridlock. The mayor now asking for 2,000 additional police officers.
What was initially described as a peaceful protest has now turned into a siege of our downtown area.
With reports of protests turning violent, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says there's no plan for now to call in the military to clear the streets.
We're gonna end these mandates. We're gonna end these lockdowns.
Sarah Chowan's restaurant is empty. The unprecedented occupation of Ottawa has a stranglehold on the economy.
People are struggling to pay their bills, pay their rent. They're begging to come in for work, but there's simply no work to be had right now.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
All right, we thank Miguel for that. We want to turn now to Minneapolis, where protests continue over the police shooting of Amir Locke. New details about that no-knock warrant amid calls for Minneapolis's acting police chief to resign. Shaq Brewster has the latest and a warning. Some of the footage you're about to see may be disturbing.
Tonight, the outpouring of anger and frustration continues.
These men that you took from us, our children that you took from us, they had people that loved them too. That's right.
A weekend of protests after Minneapolis police shot and killed 22-year-old Amir Locke last Wednesday, entering an apartment on a no-knock warrant that police say Locke wasn't the target of. Officers saw a gun and they fired. The family says Locke had a license and a concealed carry permit for that gun, and that he had it for protection for his job as a delivery driver.
Put yourselves in our shoes.
The parents of Amir Locke speaking out.
Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution of my son by the Minneapolis Police Department.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey ordering a moratorium on no-knock warrants as the city looks at changing its policy.
It shouldn't take a tragedy to bring us to this point.
But protesters are calling on the mayor to do more.
It is time for interim police chief Huffman to go.
And Judge Peter Cahill, who gained national attention last year as the judge in the Derek Chauvin trial, is also in the spotlight tonight. Cahill likely reviewed and signed off on that no-knock warrant based on the application schedule from the Hennepin County District Court. Even as questions remain about the execution of the warrant and the moments leading up to Locke's death, the family remembering Amir as a young man with dreams of a music career.
Amir was a bright light, and he deserves to be able to shine.
The officer who shot Locke, Mark Hanneman, has been placed on administrative leave as per the department policy, and the investigation into Locke's shooting continues tonight. We know that this is being led by the county attorney in conjunction with the state's attorney general, Keith Ellison. Those two will be responsible for any charging decision if one is to come. Meanwhile, the pressure from the outside continues to grow. Tomorrow, a student walkout is planned. Tom?
All right, Shaq, thank you for that. Next tonight, several states announcing they are lifting school mask mandates, signaling a shift towards treating the coronavirus as part of daily life as Omicron cases drop. Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Today, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware all announcing plans to lift school mask mandates.
This is a huge step back to normalcy.
Just outside Cleveland, Troy Intermediate School no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them.
How effective has mask wearing been?
I think it's been very, very effective.
Of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive this school year. Staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional.
We're at the point where we feel like we've got to learn how to live with this.
Just 35 miles away, Warrensville Heights Elementary has kept its mask mandate. Of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year. It has not closed due to an outbreak.
Our community believes that wearing masks is a barrier to try to prevent the spread.
Nationwide, more than 60% of the 500 largest school districts still require masks, though data on how effective they are in preventing outbreaks in schools is limited. One survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer COVID cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But the methodology of those studies has been questioned.
We don't have very convincing studies that masks have a large impact on preventing either transmission of disease within the school setting.
There's also a lack of data on the downsides of wearing masks in schools.
The biggest downside to wearing masks in school is the mental and social aspects.
Some parents argue it should be their choice.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
But for others, the pros outweigh any cons.
I think they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
It's a tough decision to make for any parent, but at the end of the day, if it's keeping our children safe.
All right, Gabe joins us now just outside of Cleveland from one of those elementary schools where he was speaking to parents. And Gabe, did you get an overall sense? I know you spoke to a couple parents. We saw that there in the story, but I'm curious if you got an overall sense if parents were happy with the decisions to remove the masks.
Oh, well, Tom, many of the parents we spoke with were really amazed that nearly 2 years into the pandemic, we were still discussing this topic. But, one of the school behind me still has its mask mandate, and many of the parents we spoke with were happy that it was still in effect. The other school districts, some of those parents, masks were optional there, but they were glad that the school has had it on and off, and they were glad that the mask mandates were, still encouraged, recommended, and they felt that they were needed to prevent, schools, to prevent students from getting infected and from transmitting it outside of the school. But there were other parents, Tom, that they just don't like the idea of school districts and the government forcing their kids to wear masks inside these schools. So even 2 years into this pandemic, Tom, still extremely divisive.
Yeah, a range of opinions. And Gabe, I also know you have some new reporting. What's the Biden administration saying about the multiple states dropping their mask mandates in schools?
Yeah, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about this today, and she says that it is still the administration's recommendation that masks be worn universally in schools, but that ultimately, Tom, it's up to local school districts to decide what to do. Tom?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez there with us tonight. Gabe, thank you. Now, this weekend, Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams becoming the latest public figure to be ensnared in the masking controversy. The voting rights advocate and prominent Democrat caught taking pictures without a mask on at an event with students. Abrams now defending herself as her Republican opponents take aim. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman. How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
And this is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
All right, Priscilla joins us now live in studio. So we're talking about the big picture here. Let's go back down to Georgia. I know you've done a lot of reporting there. You were there during the election and after as well. I want to ask you, what are voters saying there about this, about taking these photos without the mask on?
Yeah, well, Republican voters are certainly up in arms about it, but those are likely folks who were never going to vote for Stacey Abrams. I spoke to one Democratic voter who called it a, quote, poor choice, but the handful of other Democratic voters I spoke to and that voter say they still plan to cast that ballot for Stacey Abrams. So I think that there's no question this will come up in debates and in political ads leading up to Election Day. And it's really going to be interesting to see what impact it could have on undecided voters.
Gives us a sense of the temperature of that race and how closely it's going to be watched. All right, Priscilla, thank you. We want to turn now to the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics, entering the fourth day of competition. Notable names on Team USA coming up short in their pursuit of gold, but some Olympians setting big records on the slopes and the ice. Joining us now is Steve Patterson from the Olympics to give us the rundown. Steve, first of all, good morning to you over there in Beijing. We love having you on Top Story tonight. So the U.S. stumbling out of the gate there at the Winter Olympics, closing out the third day without winning a gold medal. This is the longest, I'm being told, the longest it's taken since 1998 for them to win gold.
Yeah, Tom, unfortunately, I have to say it's even a little bit worse than that. This is the first time in Winter Olympic history that the U.S. has not won gold in the first 20 events. 60 medals have now been given out. The U.S. has exactly 3. None of them are gold. All of them are silver. So who's our next best shot? Well, Jessie Diggins, the cross-country skier. She has an event tonight. The event is honestly brutal for Americans, but she looks like she's in top form. Never count out Michaela Schifrin. She has a suite of events left. She could win big. Alana Myers-Taylor is back out there on the bobsled. She looks great. The women's hockey team has been dominant. They have not dropped a single game. And I have to say, I've been watching Shaun White practice over the last few days. He looks like he's in top form, and his swan song could be one for the ages.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak with him just before he left, and he's definitely excited and pumped. We'll see how he does. Despite what some might call early disappointments for Team USA, we have seen some inspiring performances. What stood out to you being over there?
You know, I think you have to look at what 15-year-old Kamila Valieva has done, the figure skater. Just an amazing routine. Did 2 quads. No woman in figure skating at the Olympics has ever done 1. She did 2. Even falls later on in her event, and she still beats the next person in line, the silver medalist, by 30 points. The only other women here that can consistently do that are her two teenage teammates. They both have individual events, and they could sweep the podium for Russia, something else that has never been done. I think you also have to look at, on the other end of the age spectrum, what Irene Wurst has done. 35-year-old Dutch speed skater shatters a record and then wins her 5th individual gold, something else that's never been done. She has been winning gold since 2006. Lastly, I have to shout out an American, Julia Marina. I was there when she won her silver medal in slopestyle snowboarding. Was not really expected to win. Came in 28th in qualifiers after falling several times. I spoke to her after she got off the podium. She simply said, you know what, I just had to send it. Felt the confidence building up and nailed her second run, something that I think the American team really needs right now.
All right, Steve Patterson from China tonight. Steve, we thank you for that. Still ahead, the deadly supermarket shooting. At least one person killed and another injured inside a grocery store in Washington State. The manhunt tonight for the shooter. Plus, trapped on ice, more than a dozen people rescued from Lake Erie after an ice floe broke off from land. And the outrage against Joe Rogan and Spotify after a video surfaced showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times. The growing list of artists now leaving the platform. Stay with us. We're just getting started on this Monday night.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, back now on Top Story. The Joe Rogan Spotify saga continues. The popular podcast host under fire after video surfaced showing Rogan using the N-word in multiple show episodes. Now more artists are calling on Spotify to take action. NBC's Clay Esamwa has more.
Tonight, outrage is growing in the Joe Rogan Spotify controversy. Grammy Award-winning singer India Ari releasing this message, followed by clips of Rogan on Friday.
Hey y'all, I want to leave a short message here about why I decided to ask my music be pulled off of Spotify. So check this out.
It starts calling word. There should be a word like, especially like the word, that's our.
The video compilation shows the popular podcast host saying the N-word on his show at least 22 times during multiple episodes. In one video, Rogan appears to be comparing a black neighborhood to the film Planet of the Apes.
We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door and there was no white people.
I want to be clear, in no uncertain terms, where I stand on this is that he shouldn't even be uttering the word. Don't even say it under any context.
Rogan responded to the backlash Saturday.
I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years.
He shared a nearly 6-minute apology video on Instagram, saying in part, quote, "It's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now." Rogan also further explained his Planet of the Apes comment.
I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure sounded like that. And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say.
The list of artists boycotting Spotify is growing. Many are leaving due to COVID-19 misinformation remarks on Rogan's popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience.
My friends who've been vaccinated want me to join the team. Like, go ahead, get the tattoo. Like, what are you saying?
Rogan's show reaches an estimated 11 million people per episode, and he has an estimated $100 million contract. After Rogan's apology, Spotify CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees obtained by CNBC, saying in part, Rogan's remarks, quote, do not represent the values of this company. Ek added he agrees with the decision to remove past episodes with the N-word from the platform, but said, quote, I do not believe silencing Joe is the answer.
All right, Zinkley Asamoah joins us now live from here in 30 Rock. So, Zinkley, it doesn't sound like Joe Rogan is going anywhere anytime soon. What more is Spotify doing to try to fix this problem, or at least let their listeners know that they care about these issues?
Yeah, Tom, that's an important question. Obviously, this is a big PR nightmare for Spotify, and as they weigh their options, other platforms are actually stepping in. The conservative YouTube rival Rumble just today offered Rogan $100 million over 4 years in a tweet, and they actually proposed that he move his old and new shows to their platform, where his content would be, quote, not censored. And so now, is it likely that would happen? It's not really clear. And we asked Spotify for a statement. We haven't yet heard back, Tom.
Okay, Zinkley, we thank you for that. When we come back, the multi-state manhunt, the 3 men escaping from a Tennessee jail through an air vent, the update just in from police tonight, and the critical Senate race in Pennsylvania, the big names vying to replace retiring Senator Pat Toomey. And our Dasha Burns is in the House. After traveling to Pennsylvania, her interviews with some of the candidates, including Dr. Oz, plus some interesting straw polls, what they're showing. That's all coming up right here on Top Story.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
All right, back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the manhunt after a deadly shooting at a supermarket in Washington state. Police releasing a surveillance image of the suspect. You see him there. They say he opened fire inside a Fred Meyer store in Richland. The company says at least one employee was killed. Another person is critically injured at this hour. Authorities say the suspect is considered armed and dangerous. It's unclear if the shooting was targeted. That supermarket remains closed tonight. All right, 2 of 3 inmates who escaped a Tennessee jail were found dead in North Carolina. Authorities say the 3 men, including one facing murder charges, climbed through an air vent at a jail in Sullivan County, Tennessee on Friday. Police say 2 of the men were found dead in Wilmington, North Carolina after an armed robbery and police chase. No word yet on a cause of death. Authorities are still searching for that 3rd inmate. And more than a dozen people were rescued after an ice floe broke off in Lake Erie. Take a look at this. Aerial footage shows 18 people trapped on the ice off northwest Ohio. The group was snowmobiling and riding ATVs on the lake when the piece of ice just broke away from land. The Coast Guard and one private citizen with an airboat brought them to safety. No one was injured. All right, and now for more on the growing tensions between Ukraine and Russia. Tonight, we have a first-hand look at how everyday citizens are bracing for a possible invasion. Gun sales soaring across Ukraine as men, women, and even children prepare to take up arms and resist Russian forces. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is on the ground in Kiev.
With Ukraine on the brink of war, Kyiv residents prepare for the worst. A new U.S. intel assessment is warning this city could fall in a matter of days in the event of a full-scale invasion by Russia. The potential toll is immense. 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could die, and another 1 to 5 million forced to flee their country. Now, ordinary citizens say they're prepared to do whatever it takes. This elderly man warning, if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He has picked the wrong battlefield. Young and old gather on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We understand that our neighbors are insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the country, gun sales have skyrocketed, with the average gun costing $1,900, 3 times the typical monthly salary. 17-year-old Bagley Andriy says he's ready to pick up a weapon and fight, knowing what's at stake.
For me,
it means freedom, dignity, it means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end. Well, the U.S. says Russia could attack at any time. Ukrainian military experts here are eyeing February 20th. That is when Russian military exercises are scheduled to conclude in Belarus. Will those forces stay or will they go? Noting that Russia could escalate the situation at any time. Tom?
Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev for us tonight. Aaron, thank you. Back here at home, we want to turn now to our new series, Power and Politics, where we look at the latest developments in the world of politics. Competition is heating up in Pennsylvania in the high-stakes race to replace retiring GOP Senator Pat Toomey. The crowded field has big names and big money. NBC's Dasha Burns has exclusive interviews from the state's Republican committee meeting this weekend.
Pennsylvania's crowded GOP Senate primary wide open as ever. Over the weekend, at a closed-door event, the state Republican Party voting not to endorse any candidates. The newest name in the race, David McCormick, flexing money, momentum, and MAGA connections.
You're, entering a new world here. I'm not in politics. It's been a new transition for me.
The former Connecticut resident, veteran, and hedge fund executive getting heat from his rivals on his Pennsylvania roots and his business dealings in China.
I've spent the majority of my life in Pennsylvania. I'm a Pennsylvania taxpayer. This is a continuation of public service to Pennsylvania and the country.
When you were at Bridgewater, do you regret some of the business you did in China? Was any of that a mistake?
No, listen, I've been blessed. And just like President Trump's experience helped him be a great president, my experience in business is something that I'm proud of. I want to make sure that American dream that I've lived is available for them.
McCormick's big bucks brawling with a big name.
I want to know what's getting your blood pressure up.
Dr. Mehmet Oz holding a rally with locals with a focus on COVID-19. I go and I talk to voters. The main thing I hear is I know who Dr. Oz is, but he's not from here and I don't know what he stands for. So what do you say to those voters?
I want Republican primary voters to be skeptical. Kick the tires, find out. If I agree with you on inflation, on what we've done to our schools, on the problems we're having at the border, on the risks of China.
We've spoken to multiple voters in recent days who say they are skeptical, especially of his Pennsylvania bona fides.
I was a skeptic, for sure, but he answered a lot of questions that for me were the right answers.
What were your concerns about Dr. Oz coming in?
Just maybe being a charlatan, a grifter.
Real estate developer Jeff Bartos is banking on the skeptics.
There's people parachuting into the state to run. They see huge opportunities. I'm the only candidate who's a lifelong Pennsylvanian with a proven deep love for this Commonwealth.
In straw polls held by regional Republican caucuses, Bartos outperformed his high-profile rivals. But there's also another candidate performing well in straw polls. Conservative commentator Kathy Barnett.
People are unnerved by what they have lived through. It feels very totalitarian-ish.
After losing a congressional campaign, Barnett made headlines for suing over the results of the 2020 election in the Commonwealth.
Do you believe that Joe Biden fairly and legitimately won the election?
I believe there are a number of questions.
The other candidates mainly shying away from Trump's false claims of a stolen election, but the former president still looming large in a state that helped put Biden in the White House.
Are you hoping for an endorsement from former President Trump?
We would love the former president's support.
I mean, absolutely.
If President Trump endorsed me, I'd be delighted.
All right, Dasha Burns back from Pennsylvania joins me now in studio. So, Dasha, both Dr. Oz and that hedge fund executive, David McCormick, they're getting some heat for their actual ties to Pennsylvania, correct?
Yeah, that's right. There are a lot of Pennsylvanians who have so much local pride, Tom, and that they want to make sure the candidates that they are looking at are going to fight for them. So, former hedge fund executive David McCormick, he is a Pennsylvania native. He left to go to West Point, came back, ran a business in Pittsburgh, but in recent years, he's lived in Connecticut. And when we looked at voter records, he was actually registered to vote in Connecticut as recently as 2020. His campaign tells us he's now registered in Pennsylvania. And when you look at Dr. Oz, he went to school at the University of Pennsylvania, medical school and business school there, but he has not spent a lot of his life in the state. And same for him. We looked at the voter records. He has been registered to vote in New Jersey as recently as 2020 and re-registered last year to vote in Pennsylvania. A lot of people that really want to make sure that they understand what Pennsylvania needs.
And speaking of Dr. Oz, I know you talked a little bit about the straw polls there in your story, but how is Dr. Oz doing in the polling? Because it doesn't sound like he's doing great.
Look, it's still really early, and straw polls you have to take with a grain of salt, right? The way the Republican process works, they have regional caucus meetings where Republican committee members vote on who think the best candidate is. David McCormick has been doing okay. Dr. Oz, though, has been in the single digits in most of those polls. But again, it's still early, and he has so much name recognition in the state, so we'll see where that takes him.
Dasha Burns with that in-depth reporting tonight from Pennsylvania. Dasha, thank you. We want to turn now to money talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. And tonight, the growing number of hacks in the cryptocurrency space has many investors worrying how secure their investments really are. Just last week, Wormhole, a cutting-edge online platform for crypto investors, was the victim of a $320 million crypto heist. I want to bring in now CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers, who has done a lot of reporting on cryptocurrency. So, Eamon, I first want to ask you about these hacks, or maybe we should call them heists. How much more dangerous is your money in a crypto account than, say, in a bank in any city in America?
Oh, Tom, there's no question that it's a lot more dangerous in any kind of crypto account than it is in a bank. And that's just for one simple reason, is that the hacks that we've seen that have led to these heists are getting huge amounts of money. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars. That $320 million heist last week was just the fourth largest heist of all time in crypto. I mean, there was one earlier this year that was, or last year, that was over $600 million. You don't see anything like that in the banking system. And of course, in the banks, you know, your money is backed up by federal insurance, by the private bank, and also by a host of regulations and rules that require that bank to have all sorts of procedures and safety mechanisms in place. Almost none of that exists on the crypto side. So you're taking on a lot of risk when you're investing in crypto, but there are ways to do it more safely.
So on that point, you know, say you're interested in Bitcoin, maybe you've bought a little Bitcoin or some other crypto. What's the safest way to protect your investment?
Well, one of the things that experts tell me is you want to use some of the platforms that have been around a little bit longer. Those are the ones that have probably gotten all the bugs out already, have been tested by hackers who've been trying to get in for a while now, and have remained secure. If that's the case, then you might say you've got a little bit less risk there. You're never going to eliminate the risk altogether, and you're certainly not going to get your crypto investments to be as safe as your money in the bank. But if you stick with some of the platforms that have been around for a while, you might have better luck.
So, Amy, you know, we are in the middle of tax season, and as I mentioned, so many people are getting into Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, and there's now a question on the basic 1040, and from what I have here, I think it reads, at any time in 2021, did you receive, sell, exchange, or otherwise dispose of any financial interest in virtual currency? So now it's in the tax forms, it's getting serious. What should investors do if they've done this? Because I know there's a lot of confusion.
Well, you have to think this through very carefully, and I'm not a tax expert. My colleague Robert Frank was actually on our air today talking about this. One of the things that he said is really important here is to bear in mind the recent IRS guidance on this, which treats these cryptocurrencies a little bit like a capital gain situation, whereas if you bought the cryptocurrency but you haven't sold it or transacted it, you might not necessarily have to disclose that to the IRS. You might be more on the hook for disclosure if you bought cryptocurrency and cashed it in for dollars, or did something like buy an NFT with it. If you transacted in that cryptocurrency, that's when you're really going to have to disclose that to the IRS. The IRS is going to view that as a gain to you and therefore a taxable event, and you have to be prepared to disclose all of that. This can be very complicated, so the advice to everybody is work with a tax professional to make sure that you're doing this the right way. You don't want historical crypto transactions to come back and bite you this year or next year or the year after that.
Eamon Javers from CNBC. Always great to have you, Eamon. We turn now to the Americas and look at what's happening in the U.S. and across Latin America. And we begin in Mexico, where authorities have dismantled a migrant camp near the U.S. border. Take a look at this. Video shows excavators and trucks clearing the makeshift camp in Tijuana. Nearly 400 migrants, including children, transferred by bus to 3 different shelters. The camp began forming shortly after President Biden's inauguration in 2021. And in Puerto Rico, dozens of schools are closed due to widespread flooding. Torrential rain submerging roads and causing several landslides across the island this weekend. One town in northern Puerto Rico recording nearly 16 inches of rain. Massive waves also hitting the island's north coast. No word yet on any injuries. All right, coming up, next in line, Queen Elizabeth celebrating the 70th anniversary of her reign with a surprise announcement. Did you hear about this? It's about her daughter-in-law, Camilla. What will happen when it's Charles's turn to ascend to the throne? Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Back now with the royal surprise from Queen Elizabeth as she marks 7 decades on the throne. The Queen with a major show of support for her daughter-in-law, Camilla, as 2 other members of the royal family are visibly absent from the historic celebration. Here's Keir Simmons with more.
Tonight, a surprise announcement on the eve of the 70th anniversary of her reign. Queen Elizabeth declaring Prince Charles's wife, Camilla, will be known as Queen Consort when he takes the throne. The Queen said in a weekend statement, "When in the fullness of time, my son Charles becomes king, I know you will give him and his wife Camilla the same support that you have given me." The decision representing a new turn for Camilla. Many blamed her in part for the breakup of Charles and Diana's marriage in the 90s. Diana even referencing Camilla in an infamous 1995 interview with the BBC.
Do you think Mrs. Parker Bowles was a factor in the breakdown of your marriage?
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded.
Charles and Camilla met in the 1970s and stayed in contact while in other marriages. Both divorced in the mid-90s. The 2 married in 2005 and said Camilla would not use the late Princess Diana's title, the Princess of Wales. This caused speculation that Camilla would be known as Princess Consort when Charles ascends to the throne. The Queen's Platinum Jubilee message now makes it clear she wants Camilla to eventually be addressed as Queen.
The Queen now, which is very unusual for her, has actually made an announcement that is really actually almost in a way by emotional blackmail, because she has such a high popularity amongst all the public in the UK and the Commonwealth. Now she's asking that everybody accept Camilla in the way that she has.
A spokeswoman for the couple telling NBC News they are, quote, touched and honoured by Her Majesty's words. In her Platinum Jubilee message, the Queen also reflecting on her anniversary. She's the first monarch in history to reach the historic milestone of 70 years on the throne. I hope this Jubilee will bring together families and friends, neighbours and communities after some difficult times for so many of us, she wrote in part. Messages of support came from fans around the globe. Even Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated the monarch. 2 voices largely absent, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They have not yet spoken publicly about the significant anniversary.
It's actually rather surprising that we've heard nothing from the rather verbose Prince Harry. I don't think there's any concern that people haven't heard from Prince Harry. Probably people are thinking, oh, for once he hasn't said the wrong thing.
All right, Keir joins us now from London tonight. Now, Keir, talk to me about the timing here, right? Because the Queen's announcement comes just before the 70th anniversary of her monarchy. Why bring Camilla up during this historic celebration?
Well, Tom, as far as Prince Charles is concerned, it's been a long time coming. He's wanted this for so many years. Camilla has wanted this for so long. I think the death of Prince Philip may have changed things a little. He is thought to have not been too keen on the idea of Queen Camilla. I also think what you're seeing is the Queen put her house in order, if you like. She is moving towards a smaller group. Charles and Camilla, William and Kate. That group taking over from the Queen. Another point, though, Tom, from her statement, she seemed pretty keen to be clear that she wasn't going to be handing over the crown anytime soon.
What are your fellow countrymen, I'm curious, in the UK saying about this? Is this a decision that people are happy about? Is there still ill will because of Princess Diana?
There really is, isn't it? Incredible. There are people who have responded negatively to this. Camilla's standing is not fantastic, honestly, so I think this was a difficult decision to make, a difficult announcement to make, and people did respond exactly as you say. They don't like it, many of them, because of the death of Diana, and of course we all know, if you've watched The Crown, you know that Camilla's role in that relationship with Prince Charles and Princess Diana. But Tom, you know, on the other hand, people think time moves on. Some people are agnostic about it. I suspect the big question, of course, will be how Charles reigns when the Queen leaves us. What will King Charles be like? We now know that he will have Queen Camilla beside him.
A major moment for that family, no doubt. All right, Keir, we thank you for that. When we come back, a message of unity. The news anchor taking an offensive call from a viewer and turning it into a celebration of culture and acceptance. Vicky Nguyen joins us after the break.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore,
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
All right, finally tonight, what started out as a message of division has instead sparked unity. The hashtag #VeryAsian trending on Twitter after a news viewer left a message telling a local reporter to keep her culture to herself. Here's Vicky Nguyen with a viral moment that has united people across the world and even sparked a surprise by talk show host Ellen DeGeneres.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
she didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended. And if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite.
Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things, but when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents.
For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of Very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And I see my family and I see my friends, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The Very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it, and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said, you know, and we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Vicki joins us now. Vicki, you know, Michelle has really had some time to reflect on what's happened. And I wanted to ask you because, you know, a lot of times growing up as the son of immigrants or as an immigrant yourself, you're almost kind of taught to kind of keep your head down and just work through this. But we've seen all these attacks, especially ramp up against the Asian American community during the pandemic. And I feel moments like this with Michelle are sort of turning points, correct?
I think that's a beautiful way of putting it, Tom, and so true. She was so heartened by the response, both by the younger generation of Asian Americans, as well as people outside of this community, the allies, who are saying it's okay. You don't have to be ashamed of being who you are. Embrace your culture. Feel like you can stand up and say, yes, I am very Asian, and I'm quite proud of it. It certainly is a turning point. And for me, it's really refreshing to report on and see people talking about this in a way that they didn't when we were growing up, Tom.
Yeah, and to call it out when it happens, not to be afraid to do that. So what's next for the Very Asian Foundation, and what can people do if they'd like to get involved or you know, donate in any way?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's so new right now. They're just focused on raising more money by selling their merchandise, increasing awareness with stories like this. And also, you know, something Michelle talked about is hoping to be a resource at one point for transracial adoptees like herself, not just Asian Americans, but, you know, when you're adopted into a culture or a family that doesn't look like yours or doesn't have the same background as yours, it can be another level of transitioning and really learning who you are. In the meantime, though, if it's something that you want to learn more about or get involved in, there's the Asian American Foundation, there's Stop AAPI Hate. There are a lot of nonprofits out there that you can educate yourself and have these conversations with your own inner circle. Start with the people that you know, and that is a really great way to learn more.
All right, Vicki Nguyen for us tonight with a very important and also very personal story. Vicki, thank you so much for joining Top Story. We thank you for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Good night.
As we're coming on the air, you got President Biden sending a message to Vladimir Putin that we are not alone. Our allies have our backs if you don't slow down this drumbeat to war with Ukraine. That's because the president is getting that commitment from one of our good European friends, Germany, that they're going to be in lockstep with, quote, the most severe sanctions ever if Moscow does invade. Why that could include getting rid of a major gas pipeline. We're live at the White House. On the COVID front, governors in some blue states now want to try to get back to a more kind of new normal. We'll talk about why New Jersey's governor says it's time to get rid of school mask rules, even though most kids in his state are not vaccinated. Why some parents we're talking to aren't happy. Plus, should lawmakers be allowed to trade stocks when they might get info the rest of us might not know about? Why a new call to ban trading is coming from inside the House and Senate. And new concerns about how safe Peng Shuai really is as the Chinese tennis star hangs up her racket. She's denying those sexual assault allegations that were made, but we've just learned tonight top women's tennis officials aren't buying it. We're live in Beijing. And tonight, the U.S. and Canada face off in women's Olympic hockey. Talk about a rivalry for the ages, right? Well, guess what? We've got two Olympians on our NBC announcing team to tell us what it's like to be a part of that matchup in tonight's backstory. That's a little later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're starting with that agreement between President Biden and Germany's new chancellor that if Russia crosses a line and invades Ukraine, that's a problem, that cannot be, as the president put it, business as usual. You're about to see President Biden with Olaf Scholz, the new guy in Berlin. He's taken over for Angela Merkel after 16 years, and he's been facing some questions about how committed his country actually is to trying to hold back Putin. President Biden said today there's nothing to worry about. Listen.
Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
So here's why this is important, because a U.S. official tells our team 70% of the troops Russia would need to invade are already on the border. They're already there. This official warns Kyiv in Ukraine could fall within 48 hours. And look at these numbers. Tens of thousands of people could die or get hurt, civilians and troops both. Of course, Moscow is still denying it's going to launch this full-fledged attack. They've been doing that all along. The U.S. doesn't buy it. Let me bring in Josh Letterman at the White House. Josh, a lot of headlines just in the last hour since we've seen this news conference with President Biden and the new German chancellor wrap up here. Big headline relates to something called Nord Stream 2. That's this pipeline that's co-owned by Germany and Russia. The U.S. is against it, but there was a real question coming into this. If Russia invades, would Germany pull the plug, right? Would it be dead if Russia invades? Because this is a big leverage point for Russia in these discussions. Here's what President Biden said.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
But what was interesting, Josh, was like right after this, the reporter who asked that question said, well, OK, but how do you know, right? You're not really a stakeholder in this pipeline. And the president said, I promise you.
Well, certainly the U.S. can do a lot to pressure these European countries to pull the plug on this pipeline. But you're right. Ultimately, that's going to be a decision that they're going to make. And the German chancellor, despite saying that all of the steps Germany will take will be ones they take in concert with the U.S., he wouldn't even say the name of that pipeline in that news conference, nor would he go as far as to just say out loud what President Biden, standing just a few feet from him, was willing to say out loud, which was, we are absolutely going to cut this off if Russia invades. Instead, we heard the German chancellor kind of dancing around it a little bit, saying, we'll all be in agreement, that we will take steps, but he would not explicitly say, which is what everybody was looking to see, whether or not he would actually address, we are going to turn that pipeline off if Russia invades. I also want to bring you some really coming into us just in the last few seconds, Hallie, some news from Moscow where President Putin has been holding a news conference after he had that meeting for hours with the visiting French leader. And Putin, according to, we're still getting this translated from Russian, but our colleagues at Reuters have put out some of the early headlines of what President Putin is saying. You could see him there as he was meeting with Macron. Putin saying that if Ukraine joins NATO, European countries will be drawn into military conflict with Russia. He says there will be no winners in that situation, but Putin insisting that Russia will do everything that it can on its side to find compromises that suit everyone, saying that they have to find a way out of this situation over Ukraine, and that Putin insisting that there are things that NATO and the U.S. Can discuss, even if they are secondary to the Ukraine crisis. So Putin not really shifting much from what has been his core position here all along. It certainly does not bode well for any kind of major diplomatic breakthrough.
Josh, you're right. That's coming to us as we are live on the air right now. What's happening with President Putin of Russia, Emmanuel Macron of France. But here's the deal. Let me just sort of pull back for a second here. This is a lot of what Vladimir Putin has been saying all along, right? He wants assurances that Ukraine will not be in NATO eventually. The U.S. is not going to give that assurance to Russia. And now there's concern on the part of the West that, hey, could this be all-out war that's about to break out with Russia putting more of its troops on the Ukrainian border? That's what everyone's kind of freaking out about. And there's been this question. Has Germany, one of our allies, right, strong NATO partner, has Germany done enough to try to act tough with Russia, right, to put up that tough front? And questions about could they be doing more to support Ukraine? That is the backdrop that the new German chancellor comes into the United States talking with President Biden right now and saying, during this news conference that there is a united front.
That's exactly right. And we heard President Biden insisting we trust Germany completely. There are no doubts about the Germans. But it reminds me of that line from Hamlet, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Like, if you've got to insist, if you've got to go out there and say, no, don't worry, we don't have any doubts about them, it might be because there's some doubts floating out around about Germany. And we even heard just a few minutes ago from Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, who says he thinks Germany can do more. Yeah. So there is bipartisan agreement that Germany, since Olaf Scholz took over, has not been the most steadfast, reliable ally when it comes to Russia.
Really quick, Josh, only because I just said, there is some real concern on the part of the U.S. and others that, like, oh my gosh, there could be all-out war. Ukraine, the president there, President Zelensky, is like, hey, diplomacy is not over yet. Like, we still have a diplomatic path. And I know the White House faced some questions on that disconnect today, right? Like, and we've heard this from our reporters, our colleagues, Aaron McLaughlin, Matt Bradley, Matt Bodner, who were there in Ukraine and Russia, saying it feels different in Ukraine. It doesn't feel like such a drumbeat to war. But in reality, what the West is looking at, you know, the U.S. and others, that is very much potentially on the horizon.
I think one of the things Ukrainians are worried about is, even short of an invasion, this panic that's setting in can have really negative effects for their economy. People don't want to invest there. President Biden said in his news conference today, American citizens in Ukraine should leave. He doesn't want them getting caught in the crossfire. So even without actually ordering an invasion, Putin is already causing damage for Ukraine, and they don't want to see that happen. But of course, the U.S. wanting to make clear to the entire world that this is a Russian military buildup in support of what looks like a potential invasion, not to be confused with what Russia is probably going to say, which is that there's some type of provocation from Ukraine and they're simply acting in self-defense.
Josh Letterman live for us there outside the White House. Josh, thank you. Let's bring it to what's going on back here at home. Mask rules in schools, they are changing fast, and that's illustrating how some people are now starting to think about COVID. This question, this hard reality, are we just going to have to live with COVID now? Is that the hard truth? In some states, in more conservative-leaning states, that's kind of been asked and answered. No more mandates there anymore, but the news tonight is now coming from two deep blue states, New Jersey, Delaware, both scrapping their mask rules for K-12 students and teachers by the end of next month. Here's New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
This is not a declaration of victory as much as an acknowledgement that we can responsibly live with this thing. Because we've gone through it first, we can responsibly take this step.
So what do the numbers look like when it comes to that? The good news is, in New Jersey's case, the curve looks a little like a roller coaster of great adventure. Way up because of Omicron in January. You can see it has dipped way back down now. But even though the state has one of the country's highest vaccination rates, not even a third of New Jersey's kids, ages 5 to 11, have gotten fully vaccinated. Vaughn Hilliard is in Hoboken, New Jersey now with more. You know, the governor has done this thing where he said, okay, it's up to local districts. That's the decision. But then on the other hand, you have the federal government, the CDC, still saying, hey, we think everybody who's in these K-12 schools should still wear masks. Talk about a disconnect. That is a disconnect, right? On the one hand, the New Jersey governor trying to balance normalcy with a real threat from COVID, although it is potentially lessened in kids versus adults, et cetera. What are you hearing as you're on the ground there in Jersey, Vaughn, with that as the backdrop?
Well, the governor was the first to say, Hallie, that the New Jersey is no intention of reverting back to more mandates. He essentially suggested that over the course of these 2 years, they have been cautious to not lead people astray. At the forefront of that are these classrooms here. Because, well, yes, you've seen the numbers here plummet over the last 3 weeks in terms of case counts and hospitalizations. And he says this will not go effect until the second week of March. At the same time, you mentioned the vaccination rates for kids around the country. Kids that are 11 to 17 years old, the vaccination rate is just 56%, about 70% here in New Jersey. But it's even lower for kids who are 5 to 11 years old. The vaccination rate around the United States is just 22%. So when I was talking with some of these parents, that is where the paramount concern is because of the extent for the major majority of their fellow classmates who remain unvaccinated.
I don't see how they can lift a mask mandate for particularly preschool students where classrooms are being shut down for a week to 10 days of healthy preschool students because of COVID.
It is without a doubt in my head that the masks have kept him safe, have kept him from testing positive any of those times he's been exposed. So I'm not too thrilled about it.
You know, and Jennifer there, Hallie, was standing with her 4-year-old who is in the preschool here at Wallace Elementary School. Kids under the age of 5 still cannot get vaccinated. And she said that is why she is frustrated, especially because of the quarantine rules at a lot of these schools, that if there is any extent of an outbreak, that kids like her own will be forced to go back to learning from home.
We know, Vaughn, and we've seen it over these last couple of years, right? Pieces of the pandemic have been politicized. And we have seen this theme. States that voted for President Biden have largely kept these school mask mandates in place. I think we can show people that. You see it here. States that largely voted for former President Trump have tried to ban or get rid of these mandates, right? This is this red versus blue divide in this country. We laid it out at the top of this segment. You now have Governor Phil Murphy making this move. He just survived a pretty tough re-election fight in November, right, in a state where some voters were trying to get rid of him. He only won by about 3 points. It was expected to be more of a landslide. This is part of that story, Vaughn, right? I mean, I think the fact that we're seeing now a very blue state run by this governor who, survived this re-election fight, make this move is part of this discussion.
Right, and I was in Virginia when Glenn Youngkin essentially focused almost wholly in those last weeks of his campaign on the idea of parental rights, fighting back against mandates, whether it be from masks to vaccines, suggesting that he wasn't necessarily opposed to them, but he believed that it was in the right of parents to make the decision for what is best for their students here. And that is where, I talked to a teacher who walked by just after school who told me that she's concerned about what this opens up and about being unable to control what those students do at the urgings of their parents here. We should know right now, if you still take into account New Jersey and Washington, D.C., the number of states which are requiring masks in schools is down to just 16 right now, Hallie.
Vaughn Hill, you're live for us there in New Jersey where those rules are changed. And Vaughn, thanks. Speaking of COVID rules, those are what's behind this scene you're about to see in Ottawa, Canada today, where the police chief is now asking the city council for 1,800 more police officers to help turn up the heat, with Ottawa pretty much buckling under day 11 of these big trucker protests. You heard about these, the Freedom Convoy of truckers? They're demonstrating over COVID rules. Police say they're not backing down. They've arrested 20 people. They've issued 500 tickets so far. These protests are loud. They are very loud. Listen to what it's like. I mean, that's it. That's Ottawa. That's your vibe right there. Horns day and night, with the judge in Ottawa today granting this temporary injunction, basically saying you got to stop honking for 10 days. Again, this demonstration is being driven by this group of truckers called the Freedom Convoy, and they started protesting over a vaccine mandate to cross the border between the U.S. and Canada. But this whole thing has morphed into something bigger, this broader protest against Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and how he's handled the pandemic. You had Ottawa's mayor putting in place a state of emergency since these truckers are, in some instances, blocking streets. They're disrupting traffic. That means businesses have had to close downtown. Joining me now is Maura Backdrop. And Maura, that is the backdrop. Day 11, it is kind of a mess in Ottawa as this Freedom Convoy of truckers is coming to, as they say, they have the right to be able to protest. They want to have their voices, their horns be heard. Ottawa is saying, hey, it's pretty disruptive to do this.
The city of Ottawa is in a really serious situation right now, Hallie. Some politicians in Canada calling this, going so far as to say that this is their own version of an insurrection. Others saying that it's an occupation. Either way, the mayor saying that this is the most serious emergency that city has ever seen. And so they're trying to ramp down on what's been going on over the past 2 weeks or so. You saw that order to stop the honking. There was hundreds of arrests over the weekend, 20 arrests over the weekend and hundreds of tickets issued. And the police even went so far as being heavily armed and going to a staging area where protesters, truckers were keeping a lot of their supplies and their fuel. And the police took their fuel. And if trucks don't have fuel, obviously, Hallie, they can't really do much. And so this is just another step in the latest of this protest. And the mayor and the city calling for extra support with police on top of the 2,100 staff of police officers and civilian officers that they already have in Ottawa. So that kind of paints a picture of how seriously the city's taking it right now.
And here's another piece of that picture. Didn't Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, I think he left his home downtown. I think he took him and his family because of security issues. I don't know that we know specifically where he is. What are we hearing from them?
Right, they're in an undisclosed location right now, and we have heard that he's denounced the protesters, calling them a fringe minority, the demonstrators. And it's important to note, Canada is one of the most vaccinated countries, right? 4 out of every 5 Canadians are vaccinated. So when you look at the percentage of people that are against the vaccines, against the mandates that we've seen, it is a small percentage, but it's that extreme conservative wing that we're seeing have these demonstrations cause this extreme chaos and anxiety for people in Ottawa. People are saying grocery store workers are getting spit on because they're asking people to put masks on. People are being hospitalized for anxiety. Medications aren't being delivered. And so there's a lot of disruption in the day-to-day. Justin Trudeau, though, saying that he won't repeal the vaccine mandate. And he also says he's not going to bring in Canadian military to help fight these protesters. And it is important to note right now, Hallie, while we don't know where he is, we do know that he is currently quarantining because he tested positive for COVID about a week ago.
Maura Barrett, this is obviously something that people are looking at through a political lens here in the United States, of course, especially on the conservative side. Really appreciate that, Maura. We'll be keeping an eye on that freedom convoy of truckers. But we're also talking about this new position, or at least a new announcement, a new clarification from the White House that says President Biden is looking to keep up restrictions on no-knock warrants through executive orders. It's something that's come front and center lately after Minneapolis police used one of these warrants, a no-knock warrant, to get into an apartment where 22-year-old Amir Locke was staying. He was shot 3 times by Officer Mark Hanneman. The police released the body cam video we're about to show you last week, and we have to warn you, you will find it disturbing. The video shows the officers with blurred faces. They're going into the apartment. They've got their guns drawn. Locke, according to his family, was asleep on the couch. But then you see police draw the guns. They then shoot and kill him. Minneapolis police have released a photo from the body cam. They shows Locke with a gun in his hand, a gun his family said he had a license for, a concealed carry permit for. And Locke was not the target of the warrant, according to police chief. The mayor of Minneapolis has now put in place a temporary ban on these kinds of no-knock warrants. You've seen over the weekend hundreds of people protesting the death of Amir Locke. I want to bring in Shaq Brewster, who's joining me now. So, Shaq, we heard the city council today talking about these no-knock warrants. There's about 20 to 80,000 of these done by police every year. And now you have this specific case, getting the attention again. And we've talked about no-knock warrants before in other very high-profile cases. And the White House is saying, hey, President Biden is reiterating his position. And let me be clear, it's a position that the White House says he's held about looking at the possibility of continuing to restrict these no-knock warrants. Essentially, it would be on the federal level supporting what the Minneapolis officials have done.
Yeah, that's right. And let's kind of step back and look at what the Minneapolis officials have done. They've put a moratorium or a pause on those no-knock warrants, both being requested and executed until they can go back and review the policy. They're bringing in outside experts to do what other cities have done with other high-profile cases. You think Louisville after the death of Breonna Taylor. They're trying to reform this no-knock warrant policy so that it is less dangerous. One of the reforms you hear floated is the idea that there's a 30-second wait before you enter the threshold of an apartment or of a building. So that's what they're looking at right now. And President Biden it's on his agenda now. It's something that the White House is looking at. But it's also important to note that this is also something that would have been addressed, at least partially, with that George Floyd Justice and Policing Act that failed or that didn't have any motion or any movement in Congress.
What do we know about the investigation specifically into Locke's case here?
This is an investigation that's being led by the county attorney in conjunction with the state attorney general under Keith Ellison's leadership. So they will be the ones who make the decision on whether or not there will be any charges in this case. This is an interesting case because it goes through multiple jurisdictions. It was St. Paul that requested the search warrant be filed. Minneapolis Police Department executed the search warrant. This had to do with a homicide investigation in St. Paul. So there are a lot of different jurisdictions at play. So it's going to be a little bit before we get any more information. And there are a lot of entities, a lot of groups, and a lot of different focuses, a lot of organizations or departments, that's the word I was looking for, that are involved in this investigation. So it might take some time.
Yeah, it is almost certainly going to take some time. And Shaq, I just have to think about, the feeling on the ground there for a community that's been through so much, right, over the last several years here on this issue. Shaq Brewster.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, it's been year after year where there's been another high-profile killing. We just wrapped up the Kim Potter trial with Daunte Wright, so it's another source of trauma for members of that community.
Sure is. It's an important point. Shaq, thank you very much for your reporting. To Georgia tonight, where jury selection has started in the federal hate crimes trial of the 3 men who murdered Ahmaud Arbery. And there's some concern now about whether or not they'll be able to find a full pool of fair and impartial jurors. And here's the reason. Travis and Gregory McMichael, do you remember they were going to plead guilty? It seemed like everything was pointing in that direction until the judge rejected the terms of their plea deal with the Justice Department. That just happened last week. Because of that, you now have this wide net being cast for jury selection. More than 1,000 jury notices have been mailed out across 43 counties. Blaine Alexander is outside the courthouse in Brunswick, Georgia. Blaine, explain this, right? Is this atypical for this many notices to be sent out to this many potential jurors?
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting, and it's certainly going to lead to a very long jury selection process. So I think what's interesting here, not the fact that there are about 1,000 summons or so, but just how wide this net is. You're talking about 43 counties. So just to kind of put it into context for you, Georgia's a very big state. So when you talk about 43 different counties across the Southern District, that means that some potential jurors drove as far as 4 hours just to get here today and for the jury selection process. So, you know, a couple of reasons they're doing this, and a couple of reasons this is notable, rather. One, because when you're talking just about Glenn County and Brunswick, Georgia, it's a rather small area. So when you cast a wider net, it certainly lessens the likelihood that you're going to see any sort of people who perhaps have any sort of connection to the defendants or anything like that. That said, it doesn't eliminate it altogether. Already today, we've seen at least one potential juror who says that she knows one of the defendants, William Roddy Bryan, that he did some landscaping or yard work for her. And when she was asked whether that could impact her being impartial, she said possibly. There's another potential juror who knew one of the defendants since he was a young boy. So when you're looking at the fact that, yes, you're casting a wider net, but you can't get away from the fact that there are still some people who will know the defendants, Hallie.
There's also the piece of this is explicitly about an involving race. These are federal hate crimes charges, which means the question in front of the jury is going to be, was this racially motivated? These now people who have been convicted of murder, was that the impetus here? And we were just showing some graphics on screen, and I want to explain that. The backdrop is what happened during the state trial, right? Jury selection lasted 3 weeks. Only one of the 12 jurors was black in a county that is 27% black. And that, Blaine, I think is important context to looking at how this federal jury will be put together and what its makeup is.
Yeah, I think that when you talk about the optics here, there's certainly going to be a lot of attention paid to the racial makeup of this jury. In fact, there was one potential juror, you know, because race is such a big piece of all of this, that's going to be part of the questioning. That's going to be part of what people look at when they watch this trial. No matter which way the verdict goes in the end, there's certainly going to be questions about what the jury, how the racial breakdown was. There was one man, an African-American man, who said that he did believe that he would have a hard time being impartial just because of the fact that race was so present in all of this. The other thing I want to talk about, Hallie, is the evidence. Remember, prosecutors have the burden of essentially proving that race played a role, that there was racial animus, that they made an assumption when they saw Ahmaud Arbery running that day. They made an assumption about him based on the color of his skin, and that's what led them to ultimately chase him down and kill him. So we expect to see text messages, we expect to see Facebook posts, a number of different things that prosecutors have alluded to that they're going to try and introduce that they say shows that sort of racial animus on behalf of the defendants. Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Brunswick, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Appreciate you being there for us tonight. Coming up, you know the Chinese tennis star Peng Shuai. She's got her first interview now with a Western outlet, a non-Chinese outlet, saying again she never made this sexual assault allegation against a top government official. On top of that, she's saying she's retiring. Janice Mackey-Freyer is in China with the latest twist in the saga.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego. Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Women's Tennis Association says it's still worried about Peng Shuai, the Chinese tennis star who, remember, accused a former Chinese vice premier of sexual assault. It's coming after Peng gave her first interview to a newspaper not tied to Chinese state media. And in that interview, she denies making the accusation once again. Peng Shuai turned up at the figure skating competition in Beijing over the weekend and told a French newspaper the accusations against Zheng Gaoli on a social media post that was deleted not long after it was put up were, in her words, a huge misunderstanding. She says, "I never said anyone had sexually assaulted me in any way." She also dismissed any questions in this interview at the newspaper that she disappeared after the post. An international story, the disappearance of Peng Shuai, but she says, "I wasn't disappeared. It was just very impossible to answer so many messages." We can't talk about this enough. This was like an international siren after the post was deleted, and then she went off the radar, it seemed, for almost 3 weeks. A lot of people were wondering, was China silencing her? We'd like to add, NBC News could not reach Gaoli for comment. I want to bring in Janice Mackey-Freyer, who's been following this story for us since the beginning. She is joining us now from Beijing. And Janice, let me start with this. The Women's Tennis Association that pulled tournaments out of China because they were so worried about her safety. And this interview, again, first one to a non-Chinese state media outlet, hasn't changed their position at all.
Well, because nothing has changed, Hallie. I mean, in the eyes of the Women's Tennis Association, they're still not able to speak with Peng Shuai independently. They've had no guarantee or explanation of why they can't reach her. So as far as the WTA is concerned, there is still no independent proof that she is safe and able to speak freely. The WTA putting out another statement today saying, look, it's great to see Peng Shuai, whether in an interview or attending the Olympics. The statement goes on to say, however, her recent in-person interview does not alleviate any of our concerns. They're talking about the need, of course, for some sort of formal investigation into the allegations that she made in that initial post. Now, in this interview, Hallie, she didn't address a lot of what happened around the accusation and the days and the weeks that followed when she was out of public view. But she does claim that she was the one who deleted that social media post.
And then says she just got too busy afterwards to like show up and you know, make an appearance when this was an international firestorm, Janice. The back and forth and the backstory and how these journalists from this French outlet actually got this interview is fascinating. I mean, listen, Peng Shuai was accompanied by essentially a Chinese handler to the interview. They had to go and get permission, obviously, in advance. They said they did it through the Chinese, and that the Chinese told them, you're the only paper that requested an interview. So we took your request seriously, which is why we considered it.
Well, it follows the pattern that we've seen with this story over the past several months. Whenever Peng Shuai does reappear, it's in a very orchestrated way. She's at an event. She's talking to people, but we don't hear her. We see her out and about. She's having fun, eating dinner with her friends. We don't hear her. Whenever we have heard her, it's been in a very orchestrated, tightly coordinated way. This interview happened in an Olympic Committee hotel room within the Beijing closed loop. So not possible to try and permeate except for any journalists inside. And of course, with Chinese officials around her doing translation. I've talked to people in the past who said, you know, Peng Shuai spent years on the international circuit. She knows how to speak English. She can handle her own in an interview, but still we see her surrounded by this team that gets her through these different appearances. Now, the IOC is still maintaining its position in that they believe that that nobody should be judging anything, that they did not believe that she was under duress. Here's what officials had to say today.
I don't think it's a judgment for the IOC to make. We are a sporting organisation, and our job is to remain in contact with her, and as we've explained in the past, to carry out personal, quiet diplomacy.
One other point on the interview, Hallie, that I think is worth making. Yeah. They were very open in their piece, saying, look, we wanted to talk to Peng Shuai. Who doesn't want to talk to Peng Shuai? So they put in the request. The question is, why this French newspaper? It's a sports newspaper, so it's one that would appeal to her. But also, France was one of the countries that did not join the diplomatic boycott of these Olympics. So there could be a nod to France in making that decision, in awarding this interview to them.
Such an interesting point. Janice Mackey-Farr live for us in Beijing. Janice, thanks for staying on top of this story for months for us. Appreciate it. After the break, a city on the brink of war. Aaron McLaughlin takes us inside Kyiv to show us how folks there are getting ready for a potential attack from Russia. Plus, a mega merger set to create the 5th largest airline in the U.S. So how cheap will your tickets really be? We got those details coming up in the 5 Things.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast. It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the National Archives took 15 boxes of White House records. Not from the White House, but from that building you just saw, Mar-a-Lago, where former President Trump lives now. In a statement, the agency says they took those boxes last month, that they should have been handed over at the end of Mr. Trump's presidency. The agency also stressed how important the presidential records are and how important that Presidential Records Act is for a safe democracy. Number 2, New Orleans Saints player Alvin Kamara arrested on a battery charge after playing in this weekend's Pro Bowl. Officials say, and in their words, an incident happened the night before the game at a club in Vegas. The running back was arrested right after he played. He made an appearance in court today. Number 3, 2 luxury cruise ships seized by the feds in the Bahamas over unpaid fuel. The company Crystal Cruises apparently did not pay $4.6 million in gas bills. Only crew members were on board when the boats were taken in. The passengers had already been taken off. Number 4, Spirit and Frontier Airlines have agreed to merge in a $6.6 billion deal. That would make this Spirit Frontier conglomerate the 5th largest airline in the country. At the same time the deal was announced, more than 100 Frontier Airline flights were canceled just because of a tech issue. Number 5, have you noticed avocados are more expensive at the store? You're not hallucinating. A box of Avocados from Mexico's biggest exporter to the U.S. cost $6 more now than it did last year. It's happening right before the Super Bowl. Did you know the Super Bowl is the biggest day of avocado consumption in the country? A lot of your produce aisle is facing those price hikes, too, over production costs and labor shortages. Everybody's eating guac for the Super Bowl, I guess. Back to developments now on the crisis in Ukraine. As world leaders try to figure out their next move, people in Kyiv are getting ready for the worst. U.S. intelligence is warning Kyiv could fall in a matter of days if Russia does actually invade, a full-scale invasion, tanks and troops over the border. We talked about the potential number of Ukrainians killed, 25 to 50,000, but some families there say they do not plan on leaving, even though they're on the brink of war with Russia. Instead, regular folks are learning how to protect their country. They're getting trained on how to handle weapons, how to give first aid, and how to help evacuate anybody who gets hurt. Our Aaron McLaughlin talked to people there about how they're getting ready to try to resist potential invasion. Watch.
With Ukraine on the brink of war, residents in Kyiv prepare for the worst. With an estimated 30,000 Russian troops amassed just hours outside the city in nearby Belarus, these ordinary citizens say they're well aware of the Russian threat on their doorstep and are ready to do whatever it takes.
Of course, I'm ready to fight for my country. What should I do? What else have I do? What other options?
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family? We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday. And the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
Young and old gathering on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
One elderly man warning if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He's picked the wrong battlefield. According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We live in it for 8 years. We understand that our neighbors are insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the capital, they're dusting off Cold War-era bomb shelters, originally built by the Soviets to withstand an American nuclear attack. Now the protector has become the enemy, and the enemy the protector. An irony not lost on Mykolai Boyko, who is charged with getting the shelters ready. The shelter was planned to protect not just from bombing, but from a nuclear explosion, he says. It was built to last for centuries. Even though 17-year-old Bagli Andriy is too young to remember Soviet times, he says he knows what's at stake. For me, it means freedom, dignity. It means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end. While the U.S. says Russia could attack at any time, Ukrainian military experts say they're eyeing February 20th. That is when Russian military exercises are scheduled to end in Belarus. Will those Russian forces stay or will they go? Noting that Russia could escalate the situation at any time. Hallie?
Aaron McLaughlin reporting for us there. Aaron, thank you. Still ahead, a dramatic rescue on Lake Erie after the sheet of ice broke off with people on it. Ugh, we got more details coming up on The Local. Plus, there's been a ton of headlines about this digital world, about the metaverse. So you know what all the hype's about? We're getting into it after the break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is
no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our West Coast bureau, one person has been killed and another hurt after a grocery store shooting in Richland, Washington. Police are still looking for the person who did it. They say that man is armed and dangerous. Schools in the area had to go on lockdown because of this whole thing. No word yet on potential motive. Also from our West Coast bureau, the Colorado fire in Big Sur out in California is now 100% contained. We've been following this story since the fire started last month. Officials there say it burned more than 680 acres, but luckily nobody has been reported dead, nobody reported hurt from this fire. And from our Midwest bureau, look at this. 18 people were rescued from a sheet of ice floating on Lake Erie. Apparently, this whole chunk of ice broke off from the shoreline off Ohio. Crew members were on a Coast Guard helicopter. They were in the area. They saw this group stranded. Luckily, they were all brought back to dry land. Nobody was hurt, but that is certainly a couple scary moments for those folks. So Facebook, aka Meta, has launched a new safety feature in its metaverse, Horizon Worlds. It's called Personal Boundary. It's a new feature that basically puts a 4-foot bubble of personal space around avatars. These little cartoon-looking like things, these players inside the metaverse. Why are they doing this? Well, it's not COVID-related in the metaverse. It's literally to prevent people from having unwanted encounters, because reports of virtual sexual harassment on their platform recently came up. We're going to talk tomorrow more about Meta's Horizon World safety issues, how they're trying to address them in the metaverse. But we figured you might have the question, wait a sec, Hal, what is the metaverse? Should I get into the metaverse? Do I need to know about the metaverse? We're taking you inside the metaverse. So you've probably heard a lot lately about the metaverse.
Metaverse.
The metaverse.
The metaverse.
The metaverse, a series of virtual reality universes. Beyond this one, worlds where developers promise almost anything is possible. And yes, there are multiple versions of the metaverse. Video games like Roblox already offer a metaverse experience where developers all over the world can code and design it. You create yourself an avatar and you go and do things, like maybe you hang out with friends in some ancient ruins. You can even buy things with cryptocurrency, like real estate, virtual real estate. And since you own that land inside the virtual world, you can build virtual buildings on it. The metaverse isn't new, but it got more popular during the pandemic. Roblox, for example, says it saw 32.5 million daily users in 2020. 1 year later, that number was spiking to 50 million in 180 countries. That popularity spike caught the eye of big tech companies.
Our company is now Meta.
Like Facebook, which rebranded its parent company to Meta and is already investing billions. They're launching their own virtual reality world called Horizon Worlds, with the promise of a socially interactive world you can create and explore in. And even smaller companies are ditching their pandemic Zoom calls for conferences in the virtual world, like Allseated, where you can hold company meetings in their metaverse. It's up to you to decide where you want to go. And in the metaverse, the options are endless. We're going to have more tomorrow night on the metaverse with our Maura Barrett. But we have other news tonight to get to, too, including what we recently told you about, the IRS plan to require you to scan your face for access to your account on their site. Well, that raised some real privacy concerns. So today, the IRS says, our bad, we're not actually going to do it. Instead, they're transitioning away. This is their speak here. They're transitioning away from using a third-party service for facial recognition. You had Democratic and Republican senators, security experts, people across the spectrum were worried about the fact that the government had this $86 million contract with the private company ID.me to use facial recognition to confirm your identity online. It's going to happen. This is going to get phased out over the next few weeks to try to prevent even more disruptions during tax season. Tonight, speaking of things going down in Washington, there's a new push to stop members of Congress from making money off trading individual stocks, and that new push is coming from members of Congress. The bill, introduced by 2 Democratic senators, would ban lawmakers from trading individual shares of public companies. Here's the deal. It basically keeps them from making money off of inside information only they could have access to, working on the Hill. Just last year, members of Congress and their families bought more than $260 million in assets and sold more than $360 million. This new potential proposal would make lawmakers and their families put any stock investments they own into blind trusts. That basically takes away the conflict of interest piece. It has bipartisan support, and our Ali Vitali has more on it. Watch.
Representatives Abigail Spanberger and Chip Roy aren't usually fighting on the same side.
I heard that the only thing that you guys have in common might be UVA basketball and banning lawmakers from trading stocks. Is that true?
We actually share a birthday.
And a birthday.
This political odd couple embodies the bipartisan battle being waged against corruption in Congress by Congress. Lawmakers are prohibited from insider trading, but there's nothing to stop them from investing in stocks. It became a problem in the early months of the pandemic when the Department of Justice opened probes into senators from both parties for alleged insider trading, a scandal that cost Republican Senator Richard Burr the gavel on the powerful Intelligence Committee. That's when Roy and Spanberger started talking.
So we're voting on this stuff every single day, and yet people are buying and selling stocks or buying and selling Pfizer while we're in the middle of a pandemic? Like, how is that okay?
But then our conversation was, isn't it just sad that the response within the public sphere is, oh, yeah, of course, look what they're doing.
Across the Capitol, Senator John Ossoff shares the sentiment.
It's really simple. Members of Congress should not be playing the stock market.
Now they're spearheading efforts at reform, barring lawmakers from buying or selling individual stocks while in Congress, meaning they'd have to sell their holdings or put them in a blind trust. 75% of Americans back the concept. And renewed momentum here after a recent report found 54 members violated laws designed to prevent conflicts of interest and insider trading in 2021. Last year alone, Congress and their immediate families bought over $260 million in assets and sold more than $360 million. Still, some lawmakers in both parties bearish on the efforts.
To give a blanket attitude of we can't do this and we can't do that because we can't be trusted, I just don't buy into that. But if members want to do that, I'm okay with that.
I think what we're doing works. I follow the rules. Others follow the rules. I don't find where all these people are making millions of dollars. I just don't.
Even as others remain bullish.
There's only 535 of us, right? There's 330 million Americans.
Yeah.
If you really hate that you can't day trade, all right, peace out, head home.
How many members of Congress have you heard say peace out and head home? We're going to tally that up later on in the show. Coming up here, the U.S. and Canada going head-to-head tonight in women's hockey. So who better for tonight's backstory than 2 U.S. Olympians who have won gold to walk us through what is that rivalry actually like? You don't want to miss that one.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking just a couple of minutes ago, the Supreme Court is letting Alabama keep its Republican-drawn congressional map. This comes after a lower court ordered a new map to be drawn because of concerns it violated the Voting Rights Act. The Supreme Court, in a new 5-4 ruling that's just out, put that on hold. They say it's really too close to try to make these changes ahead of the 2022 midterms, so it's going to stay in place for now. Time now to get the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And tonight, I know you're watching the Olympics. I know you're psyched about this. You got two of the world's biggest rivals in women's hockey. They are going head-to-head in kind of a preview of an Olympics gold medal game. The U.S. and Canada have been crushing the competition. Canada even got in a couple of double-digit victories. These games have not been close. Well, now the U.S. is hoping to keep up the dominance they brought during the 2018 Winter Games in Pyeongchang, when the U.S. broke Canada's gold medal winning streak. And you know what? We got two women tonight who have seen this rivalry up close. 4-time Olympic medalist Angela Ruggiero and 2-time Olympic medalist AJ Malesko, who are now analysts for NBC Sports. It is so exciting to be with you tonight. How are you?
Good. Happy to be here. It's a little tough to be next to the 4-time medalist. You know, you've split mine in half, but
listen.
It's all right.
It's about 17 more medals than I have. So, you know, we wanted to kind of bring you on. The backstory is a segment we do on our show. It's all about kind of your experience behind the scenes. We love to hear about that. So we're super excited to hear about it from kind of the announcing perspective. And Angela, let me start with you. I think it's your 7th Olympic Games that you've been an analyst for on NBC. But interestingly, you're not, and we're showing pictures of both you at work here, you're not in Beijing. You're in Stamford at our NBC Sports headquarters. Explain to people what it's like to cover a game so far away from the action.
I'll take that one because it's actually, I'm the one that's been around a little bit longer. Angela's
she's been covering me,
yeah,
so.
She's a rookie. It's
saying
fun.
great things, of course.
But actually, we played in college together, too, in her freshman year as a senior, so we're used to this, the rookie and the veteran.
Yeah.
So this is actually the first Olympic Games that I have, Winter Olympic Games that I haven't been on site since I played in '98 and '02, and every subsequent games from then on, I've been there in the arenas, in the action. It's a little strange, and it's heartbreaking just based on everything that's going on in the world, but it's really incredible, the technology and everything that NBC Sports does to bring the games to people, to the viewers at home. Obviously, the time change is incredibly difficult, especially when we're here on Eastern Standard Time, calling games at all hours of the night. But it is, at the end of the day, it's the Olympics. It's fun, it's exciting, it's thrilling. We're looking forward to a huge matchup tonight, and I'm just really happy to be a part of it.
So, AJ, do you feel like you're there? I mean, does it still give that vibe, like, okay, like we feel like we can talk about it like we're there?
Yes, and I think that there is definitely a sense of, like, once you get involved in it, you're part of the Olympics and the NBC at-home Olympics. I think, again, we're all here working, we're trying to bring the game, but it is still different. I mean, when you're not, there's something about the energy of being in the city and in the arena and in the village that you can't replicate. There's nothing you can do about trying to replicate that. We're doing the best we can.
Yeah, I'm trying to draw on my experiences, obviously, in 4 Olympics, and I spent 8 years on the IOC, so I got to attend all the previous games and, you know, their last 10 years, and drawing on that, like, what's it like to be in the village? What's it like to be in the rink, the opening ceremony, like all those intangible feelings that you had, in the games, and the athletes are feeling it. All these athletes had those same experiences, and again, trying to communicate that to the public.
But Angela, this is this is a special one, right? The U.S. versus Canada. There aren't many games like these with rivals of this caliber playing each other.
Yeah, this U.S.-Canada rivalry. I don't know if there's a better rivalry in sport. Period. I played, again, 15 years U.S. national team, and you, as I say, you have this intense rivalry, a lot of respect, though, but you don't get traded. Like, I still played for Team USA. The Canadians, I kept seeing the same Canadians. You get to know their names. You might even go to school with them, play against them. So the rivalry just builds, and it absolutely gets passed down from generation to generation when there's new players on the team. And again, I think that's what you can see on the ice, is that intensity, that respect. But they're all elevating women's hockey together.
Well, I think that the rivalry is also, it sort of evolved through the years. Back in '98, when we played the first time women's hockey was in the Olympics, there was very few cross-contamination, as they say, meaning like we didn't play together outside of international games, play against each other. There was no NCAA crossover. Since then, there's a lot of collaboration, and I think it's brought the sport to incredible new heights. But I will say we didn't used to ride the elevators with them. We'd be at the same hotels, and we didn't want to be anywhere near them, but there was always the utmost respect, and I'm just so impressed with where the level of the game is right now.
Now there's like separate elevator riding for different regions, and it's for like social distancing, right? And COVID precautions. We've seen that affect the games. We saw that, I think, just today with Canada's and Russia's teams and this delay, reportedly because of, questions over Russia's testing status, et cetera. AJ, can you talk a little bit about the stress of that? Like, this is, the games, the protocols that come with this in any typical year, much less an atypical year like this one, where you have the specter of this pandemic hanging over these athletes.
Well, I think this pandemic has been stressful for all of us for a variety of reasons. I've got 4 children at home, and going through the whole pandemic in school, out of school, and what's safe and what's not, and keep them in, keep them out. And I worked with NBC Sports during the NHL playoff, the bubble playoffs. So I've seen the sort of the growth of this in a good way and a bad way. And I just keep thinking, for these Olympic athletes, the stress of getting a positive test. Obviously, the health and safety is the most important, but for these athletes who have trained so hard to get there, to get a positive test, and what that means for the future for this short tournament. I know that, I talked to Kendall Coyne-Schofield. I was texting with her, and she was talking about some of the things that they have to go to, the frequent testing, that they've got plexiglass up between them when they eat, and all the different things they have to do. But underneath it all is the stress of getting a positive test. So it changes everything.
Yeah, but one thing I will add, talking to some of the players before they left for Beijing, they said all of that, the ability to adjust, the ability to kind of work through these situations, they think has not only brought them closer together in terms of they have unbelievable team chemistry now, but also the ability to be flexible and nimble, knowing going into these games they might have to be flexible. So they want to be here, they want to play, and they're willing to do whatever it takes.
Man, it is amazing to have you both with us. Angela, AJ, thank you so much. We're excited for tonight. We're excited for the rest of the games. We really appreciate your behind-the-scenes perspective. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
You can watch this big game we're talking about 11 o'clock Eastern live on Peacock. You might be watching on Peacock now, over on the USA Network too. That does it for us this hour. We're going to have more for you here tomorrow, same time, same place. And we should tell you, too, we want to thank you, because you, the viewers, made it happen. A billboard in Times Square promoting our show and others on NBC News Now. Does this mean we're big time? Does this mean I have to talk like a news anchor? I hope not. But we're so glad you're along for the ride, gang. See you tomorrow.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Hope you had a great weekend, and it's good to be with you on this Monday, February 7th. And tonight, we're talking about moving forward. More states are preparing to drop some COVID protocols, like mask mandates, including in schools. Who's making these big changes? And are you ready to leave those masks at home? Russian forces could soon move into Ukraine again, with an array of battalions on its border. What did President Biden learn the last time Russia invaded Ukraine that might prevent this from happening again? Meanwhile, the new German chancellor makes his first visit to the White House. He addressed critics who say he's not moving fast enough to help stand up to Russia.
We are absolutely united, and we will not taking different steps. We will do the same steps, and they will be very, very hard to Russia, and they should understand.
And you might be eligible for a large sum of money from the federal government. Discrimination kept some survivor benefits out of people's hands. We'll tell you who's eligible and how to apply. How about we start off your Monday with some good news? Because believe it or not, pandemic, some things are looking up. In the last 2 weeks, the U.S. has seen nearly a 57% decline in cases. 57%. The trend line for hospitalizations is also inching downwards, though, to be fair, many hospitals are still quite overwhelmed. And new cases per day, as you can see, are declining nationally. Now, because of these improvements, some states are starting to roll back their mask mandates. One state is doing so almost in time for the Super Bowl. We found out just before the show tonight that California announced it will end its indoor mask mandate for vaccinated people on February 15th. Again, this allows vaccinated people to unmask. Ahead of Super Bowl Sunday, the state is increasing its threshold for indoor mega events and for outdoor events. Now, vaccines or negative tests are required at indoor events with 1,000 people or more. For outdoor events with more than 10,000 people, vaccination is not required. Masks and negative tests are still recommended, though. California Governor Gavin Newsom cited the state's declining case rate as a rationale for the rollback. But he did note, to be clear, unvaccinated people still have to wear masks. Now, California was just the latest state to end mask mandates today. In New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy says masks will no longer be required in schools and daycares beginning on March 7th, 1 month from today. Governor Murphy did leave individual districts and facilities some flexibility.
We are not removing the ability of individual district leaders to maintain and enforce such a policy within their schools, or any private child care provider from maintaining such a policy within their business should community conditions require.
Meanwhile, in Connecticut, Governor Ned Lamont says their statewide mask mandate for schools will be lifted at the end of this month. He's also giving some latitude to local school boards to make masks a requirement if necessary. Also, Delaware is lifting its indoor mask mandate this Friday. Governor John Carney says schools will still require masks, but only until the end of March. After that, individual school districts will be able to make their own decisions. So, California, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, what do these governors have in common? Among other things, they are all Democrats. And so far, we've mostly heard Republican governors pulling back mandates when cases were still rising. Illinois also has a Democratic governor, but things have not been so smooth there. Late on Friday, a lower court judge ruled to suspend mask mandates in Illinois schools. Districts spent much of this weekend trying to figure out whether students need to wear masks today or not. Ultimately, different districts handled it differently. At least one district just canceled classes altogether. Different states, different parties in power, different approaches. What is the right way to go about this? Is now the right time to eliminate mask mandates? Let's get into that with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, welcome. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Joshua. Good to see you.
So what do you think of these changes to the mask rules in a number of states so far? Based on what the evidence looks like, at least their governors believe that now is the right time to start planning for those changes or to start making them right away.
Yeah, Joshua, look, I think planning for these changes is exactly the right tone to strike. I do not think that getting rid of these masks, and especially in our schools, particularly daycares or even where we have young children, where the vaccine uptake rate in the under 12 population, Joshua, is really low. In some states, for example, in California, only about 21% of children 5 to 11. Under the age of 5, as you know, we don't even have a vaccine option. So here's what's troubling. If you go to cdc.gov and look under their COVID transmission map, the entire country is lit up red. So we are seeing declines. That is good news, as you started with. But we are still at the number of cases per day, Joshua, that we had at the peak of Delta. So we're not out of this yet. So a little bit more stability in these declines and having the options for all ages to get vaccinated, which we should see soon, that's when we can start to talk about lifting some restrictions. And honestly, masks should be last. That protects individuals, and that should be one of the last to go.
I do want to note, by the way, since you mentioned that, Governor Murphy did say that he was going to take steps to prevent people from mistreating or bullying students who decide to continue to wear masks or whose families decide that they would keep their children masked. So this doesn't mean that masks have to disappear. It just means that they won't be required. And at least New Jersey has said it's going to take steps to prevent kids from being ostracized or bullied because they end up continuing to wear masks. With regards to vaccination, though, Dr. Patel, we seem to be making progress toward getting vaccines approved for kids to use. At least those are beginning to become available. Now, I guess the challenge is getting kids vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the challenge all along, even with adults, right? And now we also complicate things by kind of telling people, well, you need a booster, and people are just confused. And I think this gets to my more central point. I think there's such a desire, social media, even talking, on television, to say no masks, all masks. The truth, the reality is that it's somewhere in between, that there are going to be situations, I think schools are one of them, Joshua, where we could see masks for the distant future, even if we have vaccines, only because we know this is airborne, and we know that we have children who end up in the hospital, and we can prevent that. Now, if the vaccine rates go up, and I hope they will, then all of these things can get peeled off. But here's the other kind of what I was listening for. You mentioned it with California. I would love to also see an honest dialogue about what do we need to see kind of happen in the community in order to say, hey, these measures need to come back. And it should be some combination of positivity rates, hospital or health system capacity, and potentially, now that we have drugs that I can offer in the outpatient setting, how many prescriptions are we seeing written for these outpatient medications? Because that can also be an early signal of when cases are going up again.
What I'm hoping, Dr. Patel, is that we don't end up with the kind of situation that we've seen before in the pandemic, where you have people who are out and about, they're in a large group setting, maybe a big event, and then there's this huge super spreader, and we end up taking 3 steps back where we had taken 1 step forward. It's not lost on me that California is announcing this the week of the Super Bowl. Like, we're about to have what, cross our fingers, will not turn into a massive super spreader event.
Yeah, and in all likelihood, given the requirements for vaccination and kind of to your comment that they're putting these restrictions in place, must be vaccinated for a certain capacity, in all likelihood, it will not be a super spreader event, especially because cases are coming down. But it does feel like this is the right time to remind people, again, our map is lit up red in terms of the numbers of cases that we're still seeing. And we are still seeing, unfortunately, as you know, people who are dying. We've had record numbers of deaths, and that takes time, obviously, so kind of what we call a lagging indicator. But it's not something that I think it's hard for people. We want something to look forward to, but saying, masks off today, especially in schools, is just, it's short of irresponsible in my mind.
And before I have to let you go, Dr. Patel, with regard to the pandemic, I've heard a number of people, depending on who you ask, saying that at this point we either are or are close to a phase where COVID is no longer just a pandemic, it is endemic. It's just a thing to live with, the way that we live with, say, the flu, where we just kind of expect some people are going to get it. Sadly, some people are going to die from it. You can vaccinate yourself from it. We have to just live with it. Are we there yet? Are we past the point where COVID can be defeated and we basically have to admit either defeat or a stalemate?
Yeah, I wish I could say we were there. It's too soon to tell because, as you kind of know, we need to still see not only that some of these sub-lineages, we've been talking about BA2 and some other variants, we need to determine that we're not still susceptible to reinfections, some of the data we're seeing out of the UK and other concerning trends. And then number 2, I think we need to have higher vaccination rates. When you look at other countries, Sweden and Denmark and other places where they've kind of said, this is it, we're done with the pandemic phase, those countries have 85% or 81% and higher vaccination rates. We're nowhere near that, Joshua. So I want people to have something to look forward to. I look forward to having this kind of moment where we say, you know what, the worst was behind us. Today is not that day. And it's too soon to kind of, what I don't want to do is build up false hope just as you pointed out, where we feel like we made one step forward and take 3 steps back. I want quarantines to come away. And by the way, there are actually not that many strict restrictions around the country. There is very little, kind of forcing people to stay at home. We're just asking people to wear a mask when they're in settings where they don't know if people are vaccinated. I don't think that's too much to ask from people.
Should also note, it's not too late to get vaccinated. You can go to planyourvaccine.com. We can point you to all the information you need to get vaccinated. Quickly, quietly, painlessly. Only you and your doctor need to know. Does not have to become a political statement. But if we want to prevent this from becoming one of those things we live with, this is the way to get it done. Dr. Kavita Patel, always good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The U.S. has seen plenty of really intense protests over COVID mandates, but nothing like what we're seeing right now in Canada. Check out what downtown Ottawa looked and sounded like today. That's a group of truckers called the Freedom Convoy. They've been protesting vaccine mandates for 11 days now. These protests target mandates for truckers who are crossing the U.S.-Canada border. They've evolved into a larger critique of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's COVID policies. And there you see them protesting around Parliament Hill in Ottawa. Hundreds of truckers are blocking the city streets day and night, and the mayor of Ottawa has declared a state of emergency. In a statement issued yesterday, the mayor said, quote, declaring a state of emergency reflects the serious danger and threat to the safety and security of residents posed by the ongoing demonstrations and highlights the need for support from other jurisdictions and levels of government, unquote. And these protests are drawing support from Republican politicians in the U.S., including former President Trump. NBC's Maura Barrett joins us now with the latest. Maura, where do things stand right now?
So Joshua, day 11, these protests are still very much happening. They have dwindled a bit since the original weekend. The weekend before last, there were tens of thousands of truckers and protesters. This weekend, it was down to a couple thousand. And right now, as far as we know, there's about 500 trucks in downtown Ottawa right now. A court did grant an injunction against those blaring horns that you heard right there for the next 10 days, hoping that this will limit the activity and hopefully save some of the sanity of the people that live in the general area and work in that area as well. And as we speak, actually, the House of Commons is hearing an emergency debate about the protests, because this is a political issue in Canada, too, just like we've seen here in the U.S. And so this is something that has caused chaos in the downtown area, a lot of holdup in medications being delivered, people seeking out hospitalizations for anxiety, grocery store workers reporting that people who are protesting are getting really aggressive, spitting in their faces when they're being asked to wear a mask. And so clearly this has escalated beyond just that anti-vaccine mandate that this protest originally started from, Joshua.
So you've got Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking before the House of Commons tonight, and you have this Freedom Convoy clearly demanding an end to the vaccine mandates. What exactly do they want? Have they talked about what it would take to make this protest end?
Well, they say that they'll leave once the vaccine mandate is lifted. Now, Justin Trudeau has been very adamant that he does not plan on doing that. The city of Ottawa has asked for more support in terms of police staffing. They're calling for nearly 2,000 more people to come and help alleviate the damage that they're seeing from the protesters. And like I said, it had dwindled a little bit over the weekend. The police issuing hundreds of tickets, making 20+ arrests, and they actually took away the fuel where protesters were holding the truck fuel. So they're hoping to that this aggressive force the police are putting towards these protests will help, because, like I mentioned, Trudeau does not plan on lifting the mandate, and right now the Freedom Convoy is saying that that is what they're looking to solve for. So clearly still very much at a standoff.
And Maura, we've been hearing from U.S. politicians about this. This has become kind of a cause célèbre for some conservative politicians here in the U.S. What are they saying about this?
Well, like the protests we saw against vaccine mandates, reopenings, the mask mandates in the U.S., it has become a fringe conservative viewpoint. And that's what Trudeau has called these truckers, these protesters as well, pointing out that 90% of truckers are vaccinated. So this is a very small section of Canadians that feel this way, but it's something that we've seen political discourse about here in the U.S. too, right? So Republican Steve Scalise, speaking out out in support of the protests that we've seen. Like you mentioned, former President Trump calling out support as recently as this weekend, calling Justin Trudeau a far left lunatic. And so this is something that, like I said, has escalated beyond just the vaccine mandates, but they're protesting what they're calling, they're opposing Justin Trudeau, his politics and his stances, and they're calling him too progressive. And so we've just seen this snowball, right? And it's just such a political conversation beyond the public health aspect. And, you know, we've actually seen President Trump even call for the Freedom Convoy to come down to Washington, D.C. So this discourse and disagreement over politics in this pandemic now crossing country borders.
Right. And I just want to confirm with you, Maura, it sounded like you said that 90% of truckers in Canada are indeed vaccinated. I heard you right on that, right?
That's what we've heard from the Canadian trade group representing truckers, and what Trudeau and the Canadians have been putting out as well, saying that they've at least gotten one dose of the vaccine. Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you, Maura. That's NBC's Maura Barrett reporting from Chicago tonight on the unrest in downtown Ottawa. Still to come, President Biden hopes to protect Ukraine from invasion by using a gas pipeline as leverage. How would that hurt Moscow? And how close are we to another invasion? We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester
Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now, depending on who you ask, Russia could be very close to attacking Ukraine again. That is what the Biden administration says. Officials are warning that Russia could invade any day now. And that would be the second time in 8 years that Russian troops enter Ukrainian territory. Back in 2014, they invaded Crimea. That's a peninsula in southern Ukraine. U.S. intelligence officials say that if Russia launches a full-scale invasion, we could see up to 50,000 civilians killed or wounded within weeks. And that is why a growing number of top diplomats and heads of state are scrambling to prevent war. Today, France's President Emmanuel Macron made his push for peace in a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mr. Putin said the talks were substantive and businesslike. And the new German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, made his first trip to Washington. He was quick to reject criticism that Germany has not done enough to support Ukraine. Back again with us is Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. He is the director of Stanford's Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies and an NBC News analyst. Ambassador McFaul, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back.
So what do you make of the moves that are going on right now, particularly in light of something that the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said yesterday? Listen to what he said.
We believe that the Russians have put in place the capabilities to mount a significant military operation into Ukraine, and we have been working hard to prepare a response. President Biden has rallied our allies. He's reinforced and reassured our partners on the eastern flank. He's provided material support to the Ukrainians, and he's offered the Russians a diplomatic path if that's what they choose instead.
So is this it? Is time kind of winding down?
I don't know. I still don't know. Jake Sullivan obviously doesn't know. I think the whole world doesn't know. We're waiting to see. I think on the capability side, there's no evidence whatsoever that Putin is backing down and reassessing. He's building up. There are more troops on Ukraine's borders today than there were just a few weeks ago, and those capabilities are on a readiness standby mode. They're getting ready for war. There's the map. At the same time, if you listen to what President Macron and Putin talked about in Moscow today, there were hints that they're going to keep talking about a new European security architecture. Sounds like there were some plans that Macron circulated that have not been made public. But if you listen to that dialogue, you would think that maybe they are looking for a way out of this military standoff. So I think the stakes are getting higher, but we still do not have a definitive decision one way or the other from the one guy that matters, Vladimir Putin.
Could we go back to that map for just a second, the one we were just looking at with the Russian troops and where they are positioned? Because I wonder if you could just talk us through what we might see. So there's Ukraine, that little peninsula sticking down at the bottom is Crimea. Russia is to the right, it's east of Ukraine. Kyiv, the capital city, is kind of north-central Russia. I wonder if we're talking about Russia invading and the rest of the world trying to jump in and stop the invasion. What's the strategy? Do we think that the Russians will just close in on all sides and Western nations would try to follow behind them across the border? Like, is it clear how that might go down?
Well, I think the Russian options are two or three, right? So one is invasion on all three sides and even through the sea. Given the naval capabilities they have, that's the massive invasion. A second, and I don't want to use the word incursion because it would be a military intervention, but would be to focus on the eastern part there where you have your map, right? The Donbass de facto has been under separatist control that are loyal to Moscow. One other scenario would be that they just seize that, declare that independent or declare it part of Russia. And a third in between would be what they call the land map, the land connection from Russia on your map all the way to Crimea. That territory used to be called it was called Novorossiya. It used to be part of the Russian Empire. That's the third scenario. I think in all three scenarios, there will be no troops from the West coming into Ukraine. There will be no troops from NATO coming into Ukraine. It'll be a fight between Russia and Ukraine. Russia has the giant military advantage. Ukraine, of course, has the advantage of defending territory rather than trying to take it. But I don't see any circumstances under which other countries would get involved.
So we've been hearing about world leaders. We had, the European Union High Representative who has spoken, the Secretary General of NATO, the European Council President Ursula von der Leyen. You've got Germany's Chancellor, France's President, who met with Vladimir Putin, that had a conversation that Putin described as businesslike and said that they were businesslike, useful, and substantive. Further said, and I'm quoting Putin, we have a good understanding that, or quoting that, we have a good understanding that Macron visited Russia to speak about global and European security questions for which supporting our countries as permanent members of the UN Security Council is specially responsible. That's from Putin. Talk about the kind of leverage that might exist, Ambassador, before I got to let you go, particularly this gas pipeline that the president was talking about, that might be kind of a pressure point that the West could use to get back at Russia. How would that work?
Well, it's really interesting. On the same day that you have Macron in Moscow offering a carrot to talk about a new security arrangement in Europe, you have President Biden meeting with the chancellor from Germany talking about cutting off the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. And I think he was pretty definitive. If you invade, we will take the financial means necessary, and we do have those capabilities through sanctions to cut off that pipeline. So you see the play, carrot in Moscow, stick in Washington.
Ambassador Michael McFaul, always good talking to you. I have a feeling this will not be our last conversation, and hopefully our conversations can remain on diplomacy rather than military strategy, but time will tell. Thanks for making time for us tonight. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Team USA is winning medals in Beijing, and a Chinese tennis star is changing course after making sexual assault accusations. We'll get to all of that just ahead. Stay close. This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, it's time to update you on a few of the stories we've been talking about on this program. You may remember on Friday, we had a very intense conversation with the father of Amir Locke, a young black man who was killed last week during a police raid. Now we're learning more about the warrants that were issued for that raid. Mr. Locke died after Minneapolis police executed a no-knock warrant. Body cam video shows the SWAT team entered an apartment with a key and announced their presence once they were moving inside. Amir Locke was not the target of the warrant, and he was asleep as the officers came in. Minneapolis was helping St. Paul with a murder investigation. A law enforcement source tells our Twin Cities affiliate KARE 11 News the St. Paul police did not originally ask for a no-knock warrant. Minneapolis PD reportedly insisted on a change to let them enter without knocking. Now, Minneapolis city leaders are taking another look at these no-knock raids. Mayor Jacob Frey joined city council members, professors, and civil rights attorneys for this conversation. The mayor issued a moratorium on these raids Friday evening, but not an outright ban. And crowds of people protested in Minneapolis this weekend. Demonstrators gathered downtown outside the Hennepin County Government Center, a few blocks from where Amir Locke was killed. In Georgia, Ahmaud Arbery was killed not by police, but by men who claimed they were trying to prevent a crime. Now, jury selection is underway in a federal hate crime trial against them. All three defendants were already convicted in the murder trial over Mr. Arbery's death. During that trial, prosecutors mostly avoided talking about race. Now, federal prosecutors will focus on how it may have factored into this crime. NBC's Blaine Alexander has an update.
Well, this is just day one of jury selection here at federal court in Brunswick, Georgia. We understand that it could go as long as 2 weeks. They've cast a pretty wide net in this jury selection. They've sent out more than 1,000 summons to 43 different counties. Those are all of the counties across the Southern District of Georgia. So some potential jurors drove as long as 4 hours just to get here today. It's going to certainly be a different kind of case than what we saw during the state trial, of course, because in this federal trial, this is a hate crimes charge that they're looking at. So race is going to be much more at the forefront than what we saw during the state trial. The prosecution now has the burden of essentially looking at the motivation behind what happened to Ahmaud Arbery. So they are going to try and prove that the defendants used racial animus and essentially were influenced by race, that they made an assumption based on Ahmaud Arbery's skin color, the fact that he was a black man, that ultimately led them to chase him down and kill him back in February of 2020. So we understand, again, jury selection could be going on for as long as 2 weeks. The trial will begin thereafter. But remember, all three of these men have already been convicted in a state court. Gregory and Travis McMichael sentenced to life in prison without parole, and William Rodney Bryan, of course, sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Back to you.
Thank you, Blaine. That's NBC's Blaine Alexander reporting. We've also been following the controversy surrounding Spotify and its popular podcast host, Joe Rogan. Yesterday, the app CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees apologizing for the controversy. In the letter, Mr. Ek said that he does not believe, quote, silencing Joe is the answer, unquote, and that he has spoken with Mr. Rogan and his team about, quote, some of the content in his show, including his history of using some racially insensitive language, unquote. Spotify has reportedly removed about 70 episodes of the podcast The Joe Rogan Experience, presumably over their content. On Saturday, Joe Rogan apologized for using the N-word in past episodes. That issue came up after singer-songwriter India Arie posted a video online with clips of him using that word. Now, she's just the latest artist to criticize him. Neil Young removed his songs from Spotify over vaccine misinformation in the podcast. He says he's refusing to stream on the app while the Joe Rogan Experience is there. A handful of other artists, including Joni Mitchell and India Arie, have followed his lead. The Voting Rights Act lost its enforcement power because of a Supreme Court case from Alabama. Now, the court has paved the way for Alabama's new congressional voting map, despite concerns of racial disenfranchisement. Justices voted 5-4 in favor of the new map. Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the 3 more liberal justices against the districts. The decision essentially puts on a hold on a lower court ruling. That lower court found that the Republican-drawn map could violate the Voting Rights Act by diluting black voting power. Last month, a special 3-judge panel in Birmingham ruled unanimously against the map, ordering them redrawn for the primary in May. Now, the maps will stand as they are. Finally, let's check in on the Olympics. Crashes have made the women's luge competition even more intense than usual. Team USA lost control at the 13th curve. Emily Sweeney broke her neck competing 4 years ago, but thankfully, nobody was seriously hurt this time. Some of the racers crashed at speeds of more than 70 miles per hour. Now, despite this bit of bad luck, the Americans are winning in Beijing. Team USA has 3 silver medals so far in figure skating, freestyle skiing, and snowboarding. NBC Steve Patterson is back with us from the Olympics near Beijing with more. And Steve, let's start with this luge accident and this curve 13. Other than the number being so ominous, what is it about this curve that's caused so much trouble?
Well, first of all, Joshua, I think luge is maybe the most terrifying sport on the planet. I can almost nigh unwatchable for me. I can barely stand it. I'm so terrified for these athletes that are insane, going at insane speeds. And then you have to factor in now that this course, which is about 1,600 meters, as you mentioned, has one specific curve where there's not been one, but multiple crashes. And I mean, like, I'm not talking about like you just nick the side of the thing and, you know, maybe a spin out. I mean, people are flipping on this curve. Here's a list. Germany's Julia Taubitz flipped. She was on a record-setting run, flipped over. Austria's Madeline Egel flipped. Russia's Tatiana Ivanova flipped. And as you mentioned, these are speeds at excess of 70 miles an hour, maybe 80 miles an hour. That is the final curve before they hit the finish line, and it is just absolutely terrifying. But speaking to the athletes, they say that, you know, again, this is the mentality of these people, that it's cool and that, you know, every course should have its own character. Well, I guess if you like your character to be a villain, then there you have it, Josh.
I mean, you know, it is a scary sport. Although I don't know if you've ever watched skeleton, which is kind of like luge, where with luge you got to have your feet forward and you're trying to kind of lean away from you know, the edge of the ice, whereas skeleton you're facing forward, I guess, trying to like kiss death as it's coming at you. It is a very scary sport. Like, exactly. But let's talk about the medal count, because we got 3 medals for Team USA so far. How does the medal count stand overall?
Well, the highest medal count, if you're talking about raw medals, goes to a country that's not even officially here. It's the Russian Olympic Committee, essentially Russia. They have 7 medals. If you're doing it in gold, Sweden has the most with 3. And yeah, as you mentioned, the U.S. maybe about 14th place at this point, 3 silver medals. The first time maybe in Winter Olympic history, in the first 20 events that the U.S. doesn't have a gold medal. So they really need to pick up the pace here as more events are being pushed out. Hopefully, Jessie Diggins is performing tonight. There's a slew of other performers that could do well, but, you know, it's been a rough start for the U.S. so far, Joshua.
One more thing, Steve, before I let you go. It's kind of peripheral to the Olympics, but involving Chinese athletics. The Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai kind of disappeared from the public eye after she made allegations of sexual assault. And she's now kind of denying having made them in an interview with a French newspaper. She came to speak to IOC officials early on, but kind of before the Olympics fully got underway. Where does this stand now?
Well, just to note, the IOC leadership was there for that interview with that newspaper. They've been there for several meetings, apparently leading up to the game over video, and then had a lengthy dinner not too long ago. And you have to almost admire their ironclad neutrality. You know, they said that she's free and maybe able to make her own decisions, and they've had several conversations, but that they are a sporting organization and that it is not their job to judge whether or not her statements come under duress. That's the line that they've held with this, along with several other topics, including the human rights abuses here in China. They will not take a stance, it seems, no matter what. Joshua?
Thank you, Steve. That's NBC Steve Patterson with our Olympic update tonight. Much appreciated. You know, the Olympics are taking place in a COVID bubble. Every event, training area, dormitory, food hall, it's all inside this perimeter to keep Olympic participants inside and Chinese citizens outside as safe from COVID as possible. Well, we would like to answer your questions about what life in the bubble is like, including for correspondents like Steve. So send your questions about the Olympic bubble our way. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. That's 888-575-2622, or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. Up next, you or someone you know might be eligible for Social Security survivors benefits and might not know it. We'll tell you who can get those funds now, even if they had been denied before, when we come back.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Same-sex marriage became the law of the land back in 2015. Since then, hundreds of thousands of same-sex couples have tied the knot. But discrimination remains, especially for gay and lesbian couples, because they have long been denied survivors' benefits that had been limited to conventional married couples. Now, the Biden administration is trying to fix that. It has begun paying out large sums of money to surviving partners who previously were not allowed to get married. The problem is, not everyone who's eligible for a payout knows it. And even more challenging than that, a lot of these surviving partners are getting up in years. So it's a race against time to get them what they're owed before it's too late. This all came about because of lawsuits filed by the LGBTQ legal advocacy group Lambda Legal. And joining us now is a counsel for Lambda Legal, Peter Wren. Mr. Wren, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me, Joshua.
How did all of this come about?
Well, it really came about as a result of people in the community reaching out to us to explain that they were still suffering harm, as you mentioned, even though we had marriage equality in 2015. And the problem is that in order to receive Social Security survivors benefits, the Social Security Administration generally required people to be married for at least 9 months. And the problem for people in our community is that a number of couples were not able to be married for 9 months. In fact, many of them were not able to be married for even a single day because of discriminatory marriage laws that were on the books at the time. So what happened was that these surviving partners of same-sex relationships were really stuck between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, the government was telling them, well, you need to be married in order to get these benefits. But on the other hand, these couples were also told when they were both alive that they couldn't get married. And as a result of the successful class action lawsuits brought by Lambda Legal, there's now a pathway to benefits for people who have, until very recently, been wrongfully locked out of benefits through no fault of their own.
Before we get into that pathway to benefits, I wonder if you have any sense of how many of these kinds of legal loose ends there are. I mean, I think it was amazing for a lot of straight people to realize the cornucopia of benefits that gay people were locked out of just because we couldn't get married, and this kind of floodgate of things that become available once the law will recognize same-sex marriages. Are there still a lot of these benefits that are left in this unequal state?
I would say that Social Security survivors benefits are probably one of the main issues that couples were still facing even after marriage equality, because your access to benefits is determined by whether or not you were able to be married in the past. So even after marriage equality became the law of the land in 2015, that helped things for couples going forward, but not for the couples who were never able to walk down the aisle at all, for example, before one of them died. And these benefits in particular are incredibly important. They can make the difference between whether or not you're able to essentially live comfortably in your retirement years. And we know that there are so many people out there, potentially thousands, who stand to benefit from these recent legal developments, but are totally unaware of what's changed. And so it's an incredibly important part of our work going forward to get the word out to everyone who potentially may benefit from these legal wins that we've achieved.
All right, let's see if we can get this information out to people who would benefit from it. How do people know if they would be eligible for these benefits? Are there certain qualifications or, a list of things they might consider in terms of whether this might apply to them?
Sure. In a nutshell, people are now eligible for survivors benefits if they can show they would have qualified, but for the discriminatory marriage laws that stood in their way. So I can give an example of our client, Helen Thornton, who was a woman in Olympia, Washington, who was with her same-sex partner for 27 years. They met in the 1970s, and throughout that time, they were barred from marriage up through the point that Marge Brown, Helen's partner, passed away in 2006. And when Helen went to apply for Social Security survivors benefits when she turned 60 in 2015, she was turned away by the Social Security Administration. But as a result of the victories that we achieved in the lawsuits, she was able to receive past due benefits of more than $70,000, as well as nearly an extra $1,000 a month in Social Security survivors benefits. And the analysis essentially that the agency here engages in for applicants is determine whether or not discriminatory laws are the reason why they were prevented from qualifying for benefits. In Helen's case, they've been together.
I'm sorry to cut you short, but I know I got to let you go in just a second. I want to make sure we get the information out. For people who think that this applies to them, where should they go? What should they do? Who should they contact? Do they just contact Lambda Legal?
Two steps. The first step is that they can absolutely visit our website at lambdalegal.org, where there is a frequently asked questions document that can guide people through the application process. And the second step, and really this is the most important, is that people need to apply with the Social Security Administration. These benefits require people to take affirmative action in order for people to get what they're owed. And so that involves contacting your local Social Security field office to set up an appointment where the representatives have instructions that will allow them to help process your application.
So go to lambdalegal.org and contact your Social Security field office. Do both to get that process rolling. Peter Wren of Lambda Legal, I really appreciate you talking us through this tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joshua.
New York City public schools are launching a new lunch program. What students think so far about vegan Fridays, what you think about it, and how to get your kids to eat like that. Before we go.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The reviews are in for the first Vegan Friday across New York City's public schools. So how did it go? Depends on who you ask. This was last week's offering. The press secretary for the school system tweeted photos saying every school served food made from scratch. No meat, no dairy, except milk. Milk has to stay on the menu by federal law. Officials say that non-vegan options are still available upon request. Vegan options are also available in every school daily. We asked for your opinion on these meals. Here's what Catherine and Marielle left in our inbox.
I think Vegan Fridays are a wonderful idea. Better for the environment, likely better for our health, offering more variety. Maybe the children would be exposed to more foods than they would normally be exposed to. And I think my children who introduced me to veganism would like it too. Terrific idea. Go for it.
And I think New York is doing an awesome job of putting Vegan Fridays for the children. That's a great way to get started on a healthy, eating healthier for the children.
Catherine and Marielle, thank you both for sharing your opinions. Granted, not all the opinions are that glowing. Mohammed tweeted this picture from one New York school. He said that not a single kid ate the lunch on Friday. Mohammed writes, choices were between this and beans and corn tacos with wheat tortillas. Milk was the only beverage, not vegan, and an apple was the only side. Now, New York City school officials admit there's room for improvement. They say they're currently collecting feedback, and we're also told that the meals were taste tested by students. Joining us now is Angela Odoms-Young. She's a nutrition and food justice advocate and health equity researcher. She helped develop the nutrition standards for the National School Lunch Program. Professor Odoms-Young, welcome to the program.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Can I just get the most happy to have you here. First of all, can I just get a very basic definition? What does vegan mean?
I think when you look at vegan, the definition is really plant-based. So the idea of having a meal that's plant-based, a lot of people use vegan, but that normally is used to characterize a certain lifestyle. Generally, a vegan diet is one that does not include meat or animal products, as you indicated, such as milk or eggs.
What do you make of some of these programs? New York, Boston has a similar program, Portland, LA. How are they going so far, in your view?
I think there is a lot of opportunity here. I know we talk about the kids are not eating the lunch, or we think about healthier lunches as not being desirable to kids, but I think it's in the implementation. And remember, a lot of these programs are new, and so they're still testing, looking at options that kids will eat. It's the same as what happens at home. What do? We try to serve something that's healthy. Our kids may not eat that. They may eat something else. And so school lunch is very similar. The key is to try to infuse healthier options and then just keep trying to see what works. But it takes tweaking as these programs are implemented at a district level and at a national level.
New York Mayor Eric Adams spoke about this. He said that he changed to a plant-based diet in 2016 And earlier today, he announced another food program for adults and talked about the benefits of plant-based diets. Here's part of what the mayor said. Watch.
I'm encouraging New Yorkers to have as many plant-based meals as possible because the science is clear. The more you eat plants, the more you eat fruits, the more you have a healthy lifestyle away from over-processed food, the healthier you are going to be.
Now, I found out about this cut from my family, who has a family text group, and they had a good time with this because during this press conference, apparently Mayor Adams acknowledged that sometimes he also eats fish. So apparently he's not as plant-based as he says he is, and they thought that was hilarious. What about that? The difficulty of being able to stick to a diet like this, either because it can be hard to give up all flesh-based foods for some people, or concerns that it's going to just taste like you're eating the lawn 7 days a week and you're not going to enjoy having that kind of a diet?
I think the big focus is on more plant-based meals. So if you look at the dietary recommendations, the national recommendations, the dietary guidelines, which is what we use when we think about healthy meals, then the goal is really to eat more fruits and vegetables, more whole grains, nuts, seeds, and it can be a part of a very diverse diet. Some people go vegan, some people go vegetarian, some are pescatarian, and some people eat more fish and chicken. The idea is to eat healthier and try to incorporate fruits and vegetables into any diet that you choose. We have an issue in the United States where we don't eat enough fiber. And so it's important that we include those fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, and seeds so we can eat a diet that's consistent with a lower chronic disease risk. And so it's not, the dietary guidelines doesn't indicate you have to go completely plant-based, although some people make that choice. But we're pretty far, if you look at what we consume in America, we have a lot of room for improvement to increase our consumption of fruits and vegetables.
Yeah. And when I look at school lunches, I think about the impact on low-income kids because the number of children, the percentage of children on free and reduced lunch is a metric for poverty. And a lot of kids in food deserts, that is where they're going to get whole grains, fruits, vegetables. They're going to get it in the school cafeteria because some of their parents may not have the means to acquire it or the nearest grocery store may be too far away. Before I have to let you go, I wonder for parents who are not in that situation, who maybe have the choice of what they feed their kids day to day, what's your one best tip for making plant-based diets that kids will actually eat? Your one best tip for parents who'd like to give this a shot before we go.
Find out what your kids like and keep serving that, because I know even in my household, my daughter liked tomatoes, she liked cucumbers, and so we had cucumbers and we had tomatoes. Kids choose the foods that they like and find a fruit or vegetable that they like and allow it to be freely available in the refrigerator, easy to grab, mandarin oranges, watermelon, whatever those foods are that they like, find a fruit or vegetable that they like, and then make sure that you have that freely available.
Angela Odoms-Young, I appreciate you making time to talk this through with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for making time for us. Remember to send us your questions for NBC Steve Patterson about the Olympic Games, including what life is like inside the COVID bubble. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email nowtonight@nbcnews.com. Great starting the week with you. Come on back tomorrow. But until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. See you then. Good night.
Tonight, as we come on the air, Russia ready for war, but leaders around the globe tonight trying to stop an invasion. As U.S. troops arrive in Europe to assist NATO allies, President Biden sat down with the new chancellor of Germany. The president threatening major economic sanctions if Russia invades. This as Vladimir Putin met face-to-face with French President Emmanuel Macron. And in Ukraine, civilians now preparing for battle. Our Richard Engel is there, and former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor, joins Top Story Live. Also tonight, state of emergency protest over vaccine mandates crippling Canada's capital city. Thousands of truckers blocking roads for more than a week and refusing to leave until their demands are met. Could it impact the already fragile supply chain here at home? Plus, the deadly supermarket shooting, a gunman opening fire inside a grocery store in Washington state. The all-out manhunt launched for the suspect. Stacey Abrams under fire after she was photographed maskless around a group of school children, the swift backlash from her political opponents, and her response tonight. Joe Rogan outraged a social media video showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times and making offensive comments about black neighborhoods. What Spotify CEO is saying as more artists part ways with the platform over Rogan's remarks. And Queen Camilla, the surprising announcement from Queen Elizabeth about her daughter-in-law as the 95-year-old monarch marks 7 decades on the throne. Top Story starts right now. And good evening. Welcome to Top Story. Can world leaders stop Vladimir Putin? That's the big question tonight, as there is a full court press at the White House and the Kremlin. We start Top Story with these images. American troops arriving in Poland to assist its NATO allies, as U.S. officials warn Russia has amassed 70% of the forces it would need to invade its neighbor. At the White House, President Biden sitting down with the new chancellor of Germany. Biden, even though he has no direct authority on the project, threatening to shut down a crucial European gas pipeline that runs from Russia to Germany if Putin invades. And in Moscow, French President Emmanuel Macron meeting face-to-face with Putin, who has repeatedly denied he is planning such an attack. At the center of all of this is Ukraine, now preparing for war. Even civilians learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded. Richard Engel is there again for us tonight and leads us off.
A senior Western intelligence official tells NBC News tonight that Russia's troop buildup around Ukraine is not slowing down, and that with each passing day, the chances of a Russian invasion go up. The scope of what Russia may do, however, remains unclear, from seizing a pocket in eastern Ukraine to a total invasion from all sides. We ask soldiers today on the front line.
How could you defend against a massive Russian invasion? You have what look like ancient trenches here.
Our trenches just look ancient, but in the trenches we are hidden, so we are ready to strike back enemy forces.
French President Macron in Moscow today pushing diplomacy with President Putin, who again said he would not invade and praised some of Macron's proposals. While President Biden met with Germany's new chancellor, trying to smooth over divisions within NATO. Germany has so far been reluctant to define sanctions against Russia or send weapons to Ukraine.
Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
And Tom, while the entire world is watching what's happening around Ukraine's borders, there is another dynamic at play inside the country. A senior Western intelligence official told me tonight that Russian agents have tried 3 times since January to carry out attacks or start riots to create instability. The goal to topple the government of President Zelensky and make this country a client Russian state. All 3 of those attacks were thwarted, and that now Western intelligence agencies are helping Zelensky's government look out for internal threats. Tom?
The chaos could start even before the invasion. All right, Richard, thank you. With President Biden saying that the U.S. hopes to continue diplomatic talks with Russia, I want to bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, William Taylor. He served under President George W. Bush and again in the Trump administration. He's currently the Vice President for Ukraine and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, thank you for joining Top Story tonight. I'd like to dissect some of these headlines today with you. President Biden joined there with the German Chancellor saying they are united and NATO, quote,
quote, is ready. What exactly does that mean if Russia invades Ukraine? What exactly is NATO ready to do if they're not entering this conflict ready for combat?
Tom, NATO is ready to provide additional assistance and indeed accelerate assistance to Ukraine to help them defend against that invasion that you talked about. The United States is also ready and has already begun to move troops from the United States into Eastern European allies, NATO allies, so that they are reinforced on the eastern flank of NATO. And NATO, EU, the world is ready to put very harsh sanctions on Russia if Mr. Putin makes a bad decision to invade Ukraine.
NBC News learned over the weekend of a U.S. intelligence report that concluded up to 50,000 civilians could be killed or wounded within weeks of a full-scale invasion. You're an expert on Ukraine. Tell us about the Ukrainians. Will they stand up and fight, and will they fight to their death?
Tom, they absolutely will. Your reporter, Richard, interviewed one of the soldiers, but I've talked to soldiers as well as civilians. I was just there last week, and several of the people that I talked to were adamant, were fiercely ready to fight, and they said they went down to the local gun store. They were surprised at the number of people buying weapons. The people are not panicking, Tom. The people are not panicking. I understand that kind of the signal when people start to worry that commodities are not going to be available. Salt gets short, and people buy the salt. Well, the salt's still on the shelves. What's not on the shelves? Bullets. So the Ukrainians are buying weapons, and they are ready to fight. They will fight fiercely, as you said, to the death.
Ambassador, since you mentioned you were just there last week, I have to ask you, what is your sense of what's going to happen here? You know all the players, including Russia. Do you think they sack Kiev? Do you think they take Kiev over several days?
I think President Putin, who's the only one who can really answer this question, I think he's not made up his mind. He knows all of the things that you and I just talked about. The number of civilians killed, this is mind-boggling. Here we are in this time. We're talking about 50,000 people killed. This could be a war crime. This is one of the things that he has to keep in mind. He knows the sanctions. He knows the opprobrium. He couldn't even get the Chinese to say the word Ukraine. He's not on solid ground. So he may not have made up his mind yet. And what that means is that we can still deter him. What that means is he can still decide to negotiate rather than invade.
Ambassador, finally, we heard President Biden today speaking there with the German chancellor about the pipeline running from Russia to Germany. And even though he has no sort of direct authority over it, saying they would cancel that, do you think that threat is enough to stop Vladimir Putin?
That's one of the threats that President Putin will have to be thinking about. And President Biden actually does have some ability to shut down that pipeline. The Germans have the direct ability to shut down that pipeline.
Yeah, it's the Germans' call. It's not President Biden's call. It's the Germans' call. But obviously, that's what was likely discussed.
That was discussed, but also President Biden waived some sanctions that allowed that pipeline to go forward, and he can make a different decision, and he can shut that down.
Ambassador, we thank you for your analysis and your time. We will invite you back on Top Story. Thank you. All right, we want to take you now to Canada, where the mayor of Ottawa has declared a state of emergency. More than 1,000 truckers have paralyzed traffic and shut down the city center, protesting vaccine mandates. The protest has lasted days, crippling Canada's capital, and it's now spreading to other cities. Here's NBC's Miguel Almaguer.
The ear-piercing protests snarling streets with big rigs as demonstrators demand an end to the country's mandatory vaccine requirement for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canadian border. Dubbed the Freedom Convoy, the movement is being called an insurrection by some, paralyzing the Canadian capital.
No one's here to hurt anything. We're just here to be heard.
The Canadian Trucking Alliance estimates just 10% of cross-border truckers are unvaccinated. In a blow to protesters, one source of funding has been cut off after GoFundMe said they'll return $9 million in donations, citing unlawful activity.
We are turning up the heat in every way we possibly can within our operations and enforcement.
Today, a Canadian judge signed an injunction to stop incessant honking as diesel fumes frustrate residents and shop owners alike.
It's difficult to breathe. You can't hear yourself think after an hour. The headache is excruciating.
The 11-day protest now declared a state of emergency, with much of the city locked down in a blanket of gridlock. The mayor now asking for 2,000 additional police officers.
What was initially described as a peaceful protest has now turned into a siege of our downtown area.
With reports of protests turning violent, Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says there's no plan for now to call in the military to clear the streets.
We're gonna end these mandates. We're gonna end these lockdowns.
Sarah Chowan's restaurant is empty. The unprecedented occupation of Ottawa has a stranglehold on the economy.
People are struggling to pay their bills, pay their rent. They're begging to come in for work, but there's simply no work to be had right now.
Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
All right, we thank Miguel for that. We want to turn now to Minneapolis, where protests continue over the police shooting of Amir Locke. New details about that no-knock warrant amid calls for Minneapolis's acting police chief to resign. Shaq Brewster has the latest and a warning. Some of the footage you're about to see may be disturbing.
Tonight, the outpouring of anger and frustration continues.
These men that you took from us, our children that you took from us, they had people that loved them too. That's right.
A weekend of protests after Minneapolis police shot and killed 22-year-old Amir Locke last Wednesday, entering an apartment on a no-knock warrant that police say Locke wasn't the target of. Officers saw a gun and they fired. The family says Locke had a license and a concealed carry permit for that gun, and that he had it for protection for his job as a delivery driver.
Put yourselves in our shoes.
The parents of Amir Locke speaking out.
Never would I have imagined that I would be standing up here talking about the execution of my son by the Minneapolis Police Department.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry ordering a moratorium on no-knock warrants as the city looks at changing its policy.
It shouldn't take a tragedy to bring us to this point.
But protesters are calling on the mayor to do more.
It is time for interim police chief Huffman to go.
And Judge Peter Cahill, who gained national attention last year as the judge in the Derek Chauvin trial, is also in the spotlight tonight. Cahill likely reviewed and signed off on that no-knock warrant based on the application schedule from the Hennepin County District Court. Even as questions remain about the execution of the warrant and the moments leading up to Locke's death, the family remembering Amir as a young man with dreams of a music career.
Amir was a bright light, and he deserves to be able to shine.
The officer who shot Locke, Mark Hanneman, has been placed on administrative leave as per the department policy. And the investigation into Locke's shooting continues tonight. We know that this is being led by the county attorney in conjunction with the state's attorney general, Keith Ellison. Those two will be responsible for any charging decision if one is to come. Meanwhile, the pressure from the outside continues to grow. Tomorrow, a student walkout is planned. Tom?
All right, Shaq, thank you for that. Next tonight, several states announcing they are lifting school mask mandates, signaling a shift towards treating the coronavirus as part of daily life as Omicron cases drop. Gabe Gutierrez has more.
Today, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Delaware all announcing plans to lift school mask mandates.
This is a huge step back to normalcy.
Just outside Cleveland, Troy Intermediate School no longer requires masks in class, only recommends them.
How effective has mask wearing been?
I think it's been very, very effective.
Of its 550 students, 83 have tested positive this school year. Staffing issues also forced the school to close in December during the Omicron surge when masks were optional.
We're at the point where we feel like we've got to learn how to live with this.
Just 35 miles away, Warrensville Heights Elementary has kept its mask mandate. Of its 890 students, 31 have tested positive this school year. It has not closed due to an outbreak.
Our community believes that wearing masks is a barrier to try to prevent the spread.
Nationwide, more than 60% of the 500 largest school districts still require masks, though data on how effective they are in preventing outbreaks in schools is limited. One survey conducted by the CDC of 169 schools in Georgia found those with a mask requirement had 21% fewer COVID cases than schools where masks were optional. Another study in Arizona found schools were 3.5 times more likely to experience a COVID outbreak if they did not have a mask requirement. But the methodology of those studies has been questioned.
We don't have very convincing studies that masks have a large impact on preventing either transmission of disease within the school setting.
There's also a lack of data on the downsides of wearing masks in schools.
The biggest downside to wearing masks in school is the mental and social aspects.
Some parents argue it should be their choice.
Children's languages are developing at a young age, and if we mask them at age 2 and they're not seeing the mouths move, then some of that can cause some developmental delays.
But for others, the pros outweigh any cons.
I think they should be wearing masks. A lot of parents have the opportunity to get COVID vaccinations for their kids, and a lot of them do not.
It's a tough decision to make for any parent, but at the end of the day, if it's keeping our children safe.
All right, Gabe joins us now just outside of Cleveland from one of those elementary schools where he was speaking to parents. And Gabe, did you get an overall sense? I know you spoke to a couple parents. We saw it there in the story, but I'm curious if you got an overall sense if parents were happy with the decisions to remove the masks.
Oh, well, Tom, many of the parents we spoke with were really amazed that nearly 2 years into the pandemic, we were still discussing this topic. But, one of the school behind me still has its mask mandate, and many of the parents we spoke with were happy that it was still in effect. The other school districts, some of those parents, masks were optional there, but they were glad that the school has had it on and off, and they were glad that the mask mandates were, still encouraged, recommended, and they felt that they were needed to prevent, schools, to prevent students from getting infected and from transmitting it outside of the school. But there were other parents, Tom, that they just don't like the idea of school districts and the government forcing their kids to wear masks inside these schools. So even 2 years into this pandemic, Tom, still extremely divisive.
Yeah, a range of opinions. And Gabe, I also know you have some new reporting. What's the Biden administration saying about the multiple states dropping their mask mandates in schools?
Yeah, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked about this today, and she says that it is still the administration's recommendation that masks be worn universally in schools, but that ultimately, Tom, it's up to local school districts to decide what to do. Tom?
All right, Gabe Gutierrez there with us tonight. Gabe, thank you. Now, this weekend, Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams becoming the latest public figure to be ensnared in the masking controversy. The voting rights advocate and prominent Democrat caught taking pictures without a mask on at an event with students. Abrams now defending herself as her Republican opponents take aim. Priscilla Thompson has more.
Tonight, Stacey Abrams under fire after a photo showed the gubernatorial candidate maskless among a group of masked school children.
It's yet another case of do as I say, not as I do, my favorite story of the weekend.
Republicans now calling the prominent Georgia Democrat and strong supporter of masking in schools a hypocrite.
It doesn't matter if you are Republican, Democrat, parents are pissed off at the COVID hypocrisy.
The photos taken at a Black History Month event Friday were first tweeted by the principal at Glenwood Elementary School in Decatur, Georgia. Abrams later quoted the tweet, thanking the school for hosting her. Both tweets have now been deleted, even as Abrams defends her actions. Stacey trusts science and supports masking in schools, her campaign manager wrote on Twitter. She wore a mask to the event and removed it at the podium so she could be heard by students watching remotely and for photos, but only with folks who were masked. The photos prompted fierce backlash online. Republican Governor Brian Kemp, who Abrams narrowly lost the governorship to in 2018, tweeting, Stacey Abrams wants state government mask mandates for Georgians and their children, but it looks like they wouldn't apply when she's attending a photo op. Kemp's communication director vowing to use the photos in political ads leading up to the midterm election. Former Republican Senator David Perdue, who's also running for governor, has added the photo to his Twitter profile with the tagline, Unmask Our Kids. Abrams isn't the only Democratic leader whose masking has come under scrutiny. New York Representative Jamal Bowman was criticized for a photo showing him with a group of high school students, all masked except for Bowman. How much do incidents like this hurt Democrats in the eyes of the American people?
And this is what has gotten people kind of exhausted with the politics of the pandemic, is that lack of consistency. And that's what's hurting Democrats right now.
All right, Priscilla joins us now live in studio. So we're talking about the big picture here. Let's go back down to Georgia. I know you've done a lot of reporting there. You were there during the election and after as well. I want to ask you, what are voters saying there about this, about taking these photos without the mask on?
Yeah, well, Republican voters are certainly up in arms about it, but those are likely folks who were never going to vote for Stacey Abrams. I spoke to one Democratic voter who called it a, quote, poor choice, but the handful of other Democratic voters I spoke to and that voter say they still plan to cast that ballot for Stacey Abrams. So I think that there's no question this will come up in debates and in political ads leading up to Election Day, and it's really going to be interesting to see what impact it could have on undecided voters.
Gives us a sense of the temperature of that race and how closely it's going to be watched. All right, Priscilla, thank you. We want to turn now to the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics, entering the fourth day of competition. Notable names on Team USA coming up short in their pursuit of gold, but some Olympians setting big records on the slopes and the ice. Joining us now is Steve Patterson from the Olympics to give us the rundown. Steve, first of all, good morning to you over there in Beijing. We love having you on Top Story tonight. So the U.S. stumbling out of the gate there at the Winter Olympics, closing out the third day without winning a gold medal. This is the longest, I'm being told, the longest it's taken since 1998 for them to win gold.
Yeah, Tom, unfortunately, I have to say it's even a little bit worse than that. This is the first time in Winter Olympic history that the U.S. has not won gold in the first 20 events. 60 medals have now been given out. The U.S. has exactly 3. None of them are gold. All of them are silver. So who's our next best shot? Well, Jessie Diggins, the cross-country skier. She has an event tonight. The event is honestly brutal for Americans, but she looks like she's in top form. Never count out Michaela Schifrin. She has a suite of events left. She could win big. Alana Myers-Taylor is back out there on the bobsled. She looks great. The women's hockey team has been dominant. They have not dropped a single game. And I have to say, I've been watching Shaun White practice over the last few days. He looks like he's in top form, and his swan song could be one for the ages.
Yeah, I had a chance to speak with him just before he left, and he's definitely excited and pumped. We'll see how he does. Despite what some might call early disappointments for Team USA, we have seen some inspiring performances. What stood out to you being over there?
You know, I think you have to look at what 15-year-old Kamila Valieva has done. The figure skater, just an amazing routine, did 2 quads. No woman in figure skating at the Olympics has ever done 1. She did 2, even falls later on in her event, and she still beats the next person in line, the silver medalist, by 30 points. The only other women here that can consistently do that are her 2 teenage teammates. They both have individual events, and they could sweep the podium for Russia, something else that has never been done. I think you also have to look at, on the other end of the age spectrum, what Irene Wurst has done. 35-year-old Dutch speed skater, shatters a record and then wins her 5th individual gold, something else that's never been done. She has been winning gold since 2006. Lastly, I have to shout out an American, Julia Marina. I was there when she won her silver medal in slopestyle snowboarding. Was not really expected to win. Came in 28th in qualifiers after falling several times. I spoke to her after she got off the podium. She simply said, you know what? I just had to send it. Felt the confidence building up and nailed her second run, something that I think the American team really needs right now.
All right, Steve Patterson from China tonight. Steve, we thank you for that. Still ahead, the deadly supermarket shooting. At least 1 person killed and another injured inside a grocery store in Washington State. The manhunt tonight for the shooter. Plus, trapped on ice, more than a dozen people rescued from Lake Erie after an ice floe broke off from land. And the outrage against Joe Rogan and Spotify after a video surfaced showing the popular podcast host using a racial slur nearly 24 times. The growing list of artists now leaving the platform. Stay with us. We're just getting started on this Monday night.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
All right, back now on Top Story. The Joe Rogan Spotify saga continues. The popular podcast host under fire after video surfaced showing Rogan using the N-word in multiple show episodes. Now more artists are calling on Spotify to take action. NBC's Clay Esamwa has more.
Tonight, outrage is growing in the Joe Rogan Spotify controversy. Grammy Award-winning singer India Arie releasing this message, followed by clips of Rogan on Friday.
Hey y'all, I want to leave a short message here about why I decided to ask my music be pulled off of Spotify. So check this out.
It starts calling word. There should be a word like, especially like the word. That's our.
The video compilation shows the popular podcast host saying the N-word on his show at least 22 times during multiple episodes. In one video, Rogan appears to be comparing a black neighborhood to the film Planet of the Apes.
We walk into Planet of the Apes. We walked into Africa, dude. We walked in the door and there was no white people.
I want to be clear, in no uncertain terms, where I stand on this is that he shouldn't even be uttering the word. Don't even say it under any context.
Rogan responded to the backlash Saturday.
I know that to most people, there's no context where a white person is ever allowed to say that word, never mind publicly on a podcast. And I agree with that now. I haven't said it in years.
He shared a nearly 6-minute apology video on Instagram, saying in part, quote, "It's not my word to use. I'm well aware of that now." Rogan also further explained his Planet of the Apes comment.
I did not, nor would I ever say that black people are apes, but it sure sounded like that. And I immediately afterwards said, that's a racist thing to say.
The list of artists boycotting Spotify is growing. Many are leaving due to COVID-19 misinformation remarks on Rogan's popular podcast, The Joe Rogan Experience.
My friends who've been vaccinated want me to join the team. Like, go ahead, get the tattoo. Like, what are you saying?
Rogan's show reaches an estimated 11 million people per episode, and he has an estimated $100 million contract. After Rogan's apology, Spotify CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees obtained by CNBC, saying in part, Rogan's remarks, quote, do not represent the values of this company. Ek added he agrees with the decision to remove past episodes with the N-word from the platform, but said, quote, I do not believe silencing Joe is the answer.
All right, Clay Esamwa joins us now live from here in 30 Rock. So Clay, it doesn't sound like Joe Rogan is going anywhere anytime soon. What more is Spotify doing to try to fix this problem, or at least let their listeners know that they care about these issues?
Yeah, Tom, that's an important question. Obviously, this is a big PR nightmare for Spotify, and as they weigh their options, other platforms are actually stepping in. The conservative YouTube rival Rumble just today offered Rogan $100 million over 4 years in a tweet, and they actually proposed that he move his old and new shows to their platform, where his content would be, quote, not censored. And so now, is it likely that that would happen? It's not really clear. And we asked Spotify for a statement. We haven't yet heard back, Tom.
Okay, Clay, we thank you for that. When we come back, the multi-state manhunt, the 3 men escaping from a Tennessee jail through an air vent, the update just in from police tonight, and the critical Senate race in Pennsylvania, the big names vying to replace retiring Senator Pat Toomey. And our Dasha Burns is in the House. After traveling to Pennsylvania, her interviews with some of the candidates, including Dr. Oz, plus some interesting straw polls, what they're showing. That's all coming up right here on Top Story.
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
All right, back now with Top Stories newsfeed, and we begin with the manhunt after a deadly shooting at a supermarket in Washington State. Police releasing a surveillance image of the suspect. You see him there. They say he opened fire inside a Fred Meyer store in Richland. The company says at least one employee was killed. Another person is critically injured at this hour. Authorities say the suspect is considered armed and dangerous. It's unclear if the shooting was targeted. That supermarket remains closed tonight. All right, 2 of 3 inmates who escaped a Tennessee jail were found dead in North Carolina. Authorities say the 3 men, including one facing murder charges, climbed through an air vent at a jail in Sullivan County, Tennessee on Friday. Police say 2 of the men were found dead in Wilmington, North Carolina after an armed robbery and police chase. No word yet on a cause of death. Authorities are still searching for that 3rd inmate. And more than a dozen people were rescued after an ice floe broke off in Lake Erie. Take a look at this. Aerial footage shows 18 people trapped on the ice off northwest Ohio. The group was snowmobiling and riding ATVs on the lake when the piece of ice just broke away from land. The Coast Guard and one private citizen with an airboat brought them to safety. No one was injured. All right, and now for more on the growing tensions between Ukraine and Russia. Tonight we have a first-hand look at how everyday citizens are bracing for a possible invasion. Gun sales soaring across Ukraine as men, women, and even children prepare to take up arms and resist Russian forces. NBC's Aaron McLaughlin is on the ground in Kiev.
With Ukraine on the brink of war, Kyiv residents prepare for the worst. A new U.S. intel assessment is warning this city could fall in a matter of days in the event of a full-scale invasion by Russia. The potential toll is immense. 25 to 50,000 Ukrainian civilians could die, and another 1 to 5 million forced to flee their country. Now, ordinary citizens say they're prepared to do whatever it takes. This elderly man warning, if the Russians invade, he'll shoot. Putin is just a small and dumb guy in world history, he says. He has picked the wrong battlefield. Young and old gather on this cold Sunday morning, learning to handle weapons, administer first aid, and evacuate the wounded.
They're learning potentially life-saving skills. Many here say they hope it doesn't come to this, but they're prepared to defend their homeland.
Alina Ulyanova is here with her teenage sons.
Are you scared for your family?
We are all mortals. Come on, we are all going to die someday, and the thing you can do is you can live your life in dignity or not.
According to one poll, half said they were ready to resist a possible Russian invasion. Ukraine's former defense minister says he believes that much resistance could be a critical deterrent, saying the Russian troops surrounding Ukraine may be enough to take a city such as Kyiv, but it's not enough to hold it.
And that's where the Russian problem is how they potentially going to keep any territories they acquire.
Small comfort to those who say they believe an invasion is inevitable. Local restaurant owner Leonid Ostaltsev fought on the front lines in eastern Ukraine, now offering free pizza to anyone who legally buys a gun to become a, quote, defender.
We understand that our neighbors are insane, and for me, invasion of Russia, it's a question only about time when it will be, but it will be.
Across the country, gun sales have skyrocketed, with the average gun costing $1,900, 3 times the typical monthly salary. 17-year-old Bagley Andri says he's ready to pick up a weapon and fight, knowing what's at stake. For me, it means freedom, dignity. It means independence from anyone else, he says. To fight for my country, for my family, for my homeland, I'm ready to go to the very end. While the U.S. says Russia could attack at any time, Ukrainian military experts here are eyeing February 20th. That is when Russian military exercises are scheduled to conclude in Belarus. Will those forces stay or will they go? Noting that Russia could escalate the situation at any time. Tom?
Aaron McLaughlin in Kiev for us tonight. Aaron, thank you. Back here at home, we want to turn now to our new series, Power and Politics, where we look at the latest developments in the world of politics. Competition is heating up in Pennsylvania in the high-stakes race to replace retiring GOP Senator Pat Toomey. The crowded field has big names and big money. NBC's Dasha Burns has exclusive interviews from the state's Republican committee meeting this weekend.
Pennsylvania's crowded GOP Senate primary wide open as ever. Over the weekend, at a closed-door event, the state Republican Party voting not to endorse any candidates. The newest name in the race, David McCormick, flexing money, momentum, and MAGA connections.
You're, entering a new world here. I'm not in politics. It's been a new transition for me.
The former Connecticut resident, veteran, and hedge fund executive getting heat from his rivals on his Pennsylvania roots and his business dealings in China.
I've spent the majority of my life in Pennsylvania. I'm a Pennsylvania taxpayer. This is a continuation of public service to Pennsylvania and the country.
When you were at Bridgewater, do you regret some of the business you did in China? Was any of that a mistake?
No, listen, I've been blessed. And just like President Trump's experience helped him be a great president, my experience in business is something that I'm proud of. I want to make sure that American dream that I've lived is available for them.
McCormick's big bucks brawling with a big name.
I want to know what's getting your blood pressure up.
Dr. Mehmet Oz holding a rally with locals with a focus on COVID-19. I go and I talk to voters. The main thing I hear is I know who Dr. Oz is, but he's not from here and I don't know what he stands for. So what do you say to those voters?
I want Republican primary voters to be skeptical. Kick the tires, find out. If I agree with you on inflation, on what we've done to our schools, on the problems we're having at the border, on the risks of China.
We've spoken to multiple voters in recent days who say they are skeptical, especially of his Pennsylvania bona fides.
I was a skeptic, for sure, but he answered a lot of questions that for me were the right answers.
What were your concerns about Dr. Oz coming in?
Just maybe being a charlatan, a grifter.
Real estate developer Jeff Bartos is banking on the skeptics.
There's people parachuting into the state to run. They see huge opportunities. I'm the only candidate who's a lifelong Pennsylvanian with a proven deep love for this Commonwealth.
In straw polls held by regional Republican caucuses, Bartos outperformed his high-profile rivals. But there's also another candidate performing well in straw polls. Conservative commentator Kathy Barnett.
People are unnerved by what they have lived through. It feels very totalitarian-ish.
After losing a congressional campaign, Barnett made headlines for suing over the results of the 2020 election in the Commonwealth.
Do you believe that Joe Biden fairly and legitimately won the election?
I believe there are a number of questions.
The other candidates mainly shying away from Trump's false claims of a stolen election, but the former president still looming large in a state that helped put Biden in the White House.
Are you hoping for an endorsement from former President Trump?
We would love the former president's support.
I mean, absolutely.
If President Trump endorsed me, I'd be delighted.
All right, Dasha Burns back from Pennsylvania joins me now in studio. So, Dasha, both Dr. Oz and that hedge fund executive, David McCormick, they're getting some heat for their actual ties to Pennsylvania, correct?
Yeah, that's right. There are a lot of Pennsylvanians who have so much local pride, Tom, and that they want to make sure the candidates that they are looking at are going to fight for them. So, former hedge fund executive David McCormick, he is a Pennsylvania native. He left to go to West Point, came back, ran a business in Pittsburgh, but in recent years he's lived lived in Connecticut. And when we looked at voter records, he was actually registered to vote in Connecticut as recently as 2020. His campaign tells us he's now registered in Pennsylvania. And when you look at Dr. Oz, he went to school at the University of Pennsylvania, medical school and business school there, but he has not spent a lot of his life in the state. And same for him. We looked at the voter records. He has been registered to vote in New Jersey as recently as 2020 and re-registered last year to vote in Pennsylvania. A lot of people that really want to make sure that they understand what Pennsylvania needs.
And speaking of Dr. Oz, I know you talked a little bit about the straw polls there in your story, but how is Dr. Oz doing in the polling? Because it doesn't sound like he's doing great.
Look, it's still really early, and straw polls you have to take with a grain of salt, right? The way the Republican process works, they have regional caucus meetings where Republican committee members vote on who think the best candidate is. David McCormick has been doing okay. Dr. Oz, though, has been in the single digits in most of those polls. But again, it's still early, and he has so much name recognition in the state. So we'll see where that takes him.
Dasha Burns with that in-depth reporting tonight from Pennsylvania. Dasha, thank you. We want to turn now to money talks, what consumers and investors need to know from the business world and beyond. And tonight, the growing number of hacks in the cryptocurrency space has many investors worrying how secure their investments really are. Just last week, Wormhole, a cutting-edge online platform for crypto investors, was the victim of a $320 million crypto heist. I want to bring in now CNBC senior Washington correspondent Eamon Javers, who has done a lot of reporting on cryptocurrency. So, Eamon, I first want to ask you about these hacks, or maybe we should call them heists. How much more dangerous is your money in a crypto account than, say, in a bank in any city in America?
Oh, Tom, there's no question that it's a lot more dangerous in any kind of crypto account than it is in a bank. And that's just for one simple reason, is that the hacks that we've seen that have led to these heists are getting huge amounts of money. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars. That $320 million heist last week was just the fourth largest heist of all time in crypto. I mean, there was one earlier this year that was, or last year, that was over $600 million. You don't see anything like that in the banking system. And of course, in the banks, you know, your money is backed up by federal insurance, by the private bank, and also by a host of regulations and rules that require that bank to have all sorts of procedures and safety mechanisms in place. Almost none of that exists on the crypto side. So you're taking on a lot of risk when you're investing in crypto, but there are ways to do it more safely.
So on that point, you know, say you're interested in Bitcoin, maybe you've bought a little Bitcoin or some other crypto. What's the safest way to protect your investment?
Well, one of the things that experts tell me is you want to use some of the platforms that have been around a little bit longer. Those are the ones that have probably gotten all the bugs out already, have been tested by hackers who've been trying to get in for a while now and have remained secure. If that's the case, then you might say you've got a little bit less risk there. You're never going to eliminate the risk altogether, and you're certainly not going to get your crypto investments to be as safe as your money in the bank. But if you stick with some of the platforms that have been around for a while, you might have better luck.
So, Amy, you know, we are in the middle of tax season, and as I mentioned, so many people are getting into Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. And there's now a question on the basic 1040. And from what I have here, I think it reads, at any time in 2021, did you receive, sell, exchange, or otherwise dispose of any financial interest in virtual currency? So now it's in the tax forms. It's getting serious. What should investors do if they've done this? Because I know there's a lot of confusion.
Well, you have to think this through very carefully, and I'm not a tax expert. My colleague Robert Frank was actually on our air today talking about this. One of the things that he said is really important here is to bear in mind the recent IRS guidance on this, which treats these cryptocurrencies a little bit like a capital gain situation, whereas if you bought the cryptocurrency but you haven't sold it or transacted it, you might not necessarily have to disclose that to the IRS. You might be more on the hook for disclosure if you bought cryptocurrency and cashed it in for dollars, or did something like buy an NFT with it. If you transacted in that cryptocurrency, that's when you're really going to have to disclose that to the IRS. The IRS is going to view that as a gain to you and therefore a taxable event, and you have to be prepared to disclose all of that. This can be very complicated, so the advice to everybody is work with a tax professional to make sure that you're doing this the right way. You don't want historical crypto transactions to come back and bite you this year or next year or the year after that.
Eamon Javers from CNBC. Always great to have you, Eamon. We turn now to the Americas and look at what's happening in the U.S. and across Latin America. And we begin in Mexico, where authorities have dismantled a migrant camp near the U.S. border. Take a look at this. Video shows excavators and trucks clearing the makeshift camp in Tijuana. Nearly 400 migrants, including children, transferred by bus to 3 different shelters. The camp began forming shortly after President Biden's inauguration in 2021. And in Puerto Rico, dozens of schools are closed due to widespread flooding. Torrential rain submerging roads and causing several landslides across the island this weekend. One town in northern Puerto Rico recording nearly 16 inches of rain. Massive waves also hitting the island's north coast. No word yet on any injuries. All right, coming up, next in line, Queen Elizabeth celebrating the 70th anniversary of her reign with a surprise announcement. Did you hear about this? It's about her daughter-in-law, Camilla. What will happen when it's Charles's turn to ascend to the throne? Stay with us. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Back now with the royal surprise from Queen Elizabeth as she marks 7 decades on the throne. The Queen with a major show of support for her daughter-in-law, Camilla, as 2 other members of the royal family are visibly absent from the historic celebration. Here's Keir Simmons with more.
Tonight, a surprise announcement on the eve of the 70th anniversary of her reign. Queen Elizabeth declaring Prince Charles's wife, Camilla, will be known as Queen Consort when he takes the throne. The Queen said in a weekend statement, "When in the fullness of time, my son Charles becomes king, I know you will give him and his wife Camilla the same support that you have given me." The decision representing a new turn for Camilla. Many blamed her in part for the breakup of Charles and Diana's marriage in the 90s. Diana even referencing Camilla in an infamous 1995 interview with the BBC.
Do you think Mrs. Parker Bowles was a factor in the breakdown of your marriage?
Well, there were 3 of us in this marriage, so it was a bit crowded.
Charles and Camilla met in the 1970s and stayed in contact while in other marriages. Both divorced in the mid-90s. The 2 married in 2005 and said Camilla would not use the late Princess Diana's title, the Princess of Wales. This caused speculation that Camilla would be known as Princess Consort when Charles ascends to the throne. The Queen's Platinum Jubilee message now makes it clear she wants Camilla to eventually be addressed as Queen.
The Queen now, which is very unusual for her, has actually made an announcement that is really actually almost in a way by emotional blackmail, because she has such a high popularity amongst all the public in the UK and the Commonwealth. Now she's asking that everybody accept Camilla in the way that she has.
A spokeswoman for the couple telling NBC News they are, quote, touched and honoured by Her Majesty's words. In her Platinum Jubilee message, the Queen also reflecting on her anniversary. She's the first monarch in history to reach the historic milestone of 70 years on the throne. I hope this Jubilee will bring together families and friends, neighbours and communities after some difficult times for so many of us, she wrote in part. Messages of support came from fans around the globe. Even Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated the monarch. Two voices largely absent, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They have not yet spoken publicly about the significant anniversary.
It's actually rather surprising that we've heard nothing from the rather verbose Prince Harry. I don't think there's any concern that people haven't heard from Prince Harry. Probably people are thinking, oh, for once he hasn't said the wrong thing.
All right, Keir joins us now from London tonight. Now, Keir, talk to me about the timing here, right? Because the Queen's announcement comes just before the 70th anniversary of her monarchy. Why bring Camilla up during this historic celebration?
Well, Tom, as far as Prince Charles is concerned, it's been a long time coming. He's wanted this for so many years. Camilla has wanted this for so long. I think the death of Prince Philip may have changed things a little. He is thought to have not been too keen on the idea of Queen Camilla. I also think what you're seeing is the Queen put her house in order, if you like. She is moving towards a smaller group, Charles and Camilla, William and Kate. That group taking over from the Queen. Another point, though, Tom, from her statement, she seemed pretty keen to be clear that she wasn't going to be handing over the crown anytime soon.
What are your fellow countrymen, I'm curious, in the UK saying about this? Is this a decision that people are happy about? Is there still ill will because of Princess Diana?
There really is, isn't it? Incredible. There are people who have responded negatively to this. Camilla's standing is not fantastic, honestly, so I think this was a difficult decision to make, a difficult announcement to make, and people did respond exactly as you say. They don't like it, many of them, because of the death of Diana, and of course we all know, if you've watched The Crown, you know that Camilla's role in that relationship with Prince Charles and Princess Diana. But Tom, you know, on the other hand, people think time moves on. Some people are agnostic about it, I suspect. The big question, of course, will be how Charles reigns when the Queen leaves us. What will King Charles be like? We now know that he will have Queen Camilla beside him.
A major moment for that family, no doubt. All right, Keir, we thank you for that. When we come back, a message of unity. The news anchor taking an offensive call from a viewer and turning it into a celebration of culture and acceptance. Vicki Wynn joins us after the break.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, these days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, finally tonight, what started out as a message of division has instead sparked unity. The hashtag #VeryAsian trending on Twitter after a news viewer left a message telling a local reporter to keep her culture to herself. Here's Vicky Nguyen with a viral moment that has united people across the world and even sparked a surprise by talk show host Ellen DeGeneres.
First day of the year meal, and these foods are said to bring good health, wealth, and luck.
When NBC St. Louis news anchor Michelle Lee mentioned her family's traditional New Year's Day meal on air,
I ate dumpling soup. That's what a lot of Korean people do.
She didn't think it would prompt a viewer voicemail.
The viewer called and said that she was offended, and if a white anchor would have talked about what white people ate, then they would get fired. So it was just annoying to her that I was very Asian and that I needed to keep my Korean to myself.
She did the opposite.
Why did you decide to post it to social media?
I've had a lot of people dismiss things, but when you hear it for yourself and you hear those words and you hear the confidence in her voice and you go, holy moly.
Her post took on a life of its own, shared more than 54,000 times by celebrities and total strangers, spawning other supportive hashtags like very black and very Jewish. The backstory here, ironic.
I'm an adoptee. I'm a Missourian. I'm the child of white parents. I have a Korean family.
Last year, Lee returned to Missouri to be closer to her mom, who died a few months later.
To not really have her here has been really hard. It almost felt like divine intervention, like my mom had some sort of, signal to say, like, I see you, Michelle, and so do other people.
Lee wasn't prepared for the viral response, turning an ugly moment into a celebration of being very Asian.
I've seen more and more people feel comfortable and feel inspired to speak out about what's happening to them, the discrimination that they're feeling, but also to celebrate being a minority.
Actress Olivia Munn has been drawing attention to the racism and discrimination directed at Asian Americans since the start of the pandemic. Newly released data shows reported anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% nationwide in 2021, compared to 124% the year before. Stop AAPI Hate recorded more than 10,000 hate incidents.
For such a long time, we've been talking about the hashtag Stop Asian Hate. How does it feel to see a new viral movement taking ownership of very Asian and celebrating being Asian American?
It brings me so much pride and joy. And I see my family and I see my friends, embracing it, allies also embracing it as well.
Joseph Canaria is on the board of Act to Change.
We are a national youth serving organization that works to combat anti-Asian racism and bullying.
Why do you think that this hashtag resonated so much, especially with younger people?
Having something that is so just easily relatable. I've seen so many different tweets, like what being very Asian means to them.
The Very Asian hashtag spawned a line of merch and a surprise for Lee. She never imagined she'd be talking about that voicemail on Ellen.
The world saw it, and the world stood up to it.
The host handing her a $15,000 check for the newly formed Very Asian Foundation, which is giving proceeds to organizations that educate people and combat racism. As for the viewer who called in,
she apologized and I accepted. But I definitely feel like there is still much more to be said, and we said that we would meet each other when it's COVID safe. In a way, I am really grateful for this moment.
Vicky joins us now. Vicky, Michelle has really had some time to reflect on what's happened. And I wanted to ask you because, a lot of times growing up as the son of immigrants or as an immigrant yourself, you're almost kind of taught to kind of keep your head down and just work through this. But we've seen all these attacks, especially ramp up against the Asian American community during the pandemic. And I feel moments like this with Michelle are sort of turning points, correct?
I think that's a beautiful way of putting it, Tom, and so true. She was so heartened by the response, both by the younger generation of Asian Americans as well as people outside of this community, the allies, who were saying it's okay. You don't have to be ashamed of being who you are. Embrace your culture. Feel like you can stand up and say, yes, I am very Asian, and I'm quite proud of it. It certainly is a turning point. And for me, it's really refreshing to report on and see people talking about this in a way that they didn't when we were growing up, Tom.
Yeah, and to call it out when it happens, not to be afraid to do that. So what's next for the Very Asian Foundation, and what can people do if they'd like to get involved or donate in any way?
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's so new. Right now, they're just focused on raising more money by selling their merchandise, increasing awareness with stories like this. And also, you know, something Michelle talked about is hoping to be a resource at one point for transracial adoptees like herself. Not just Asian Americans, but, you know, when you're adopted into a culture or a family that doesn't look like yours or doesn't have the same background as yours, it can be another level of transitioning and really learning who you are. In the meantime, though, if it's something that you want to learn more about or get involved in, there's the Asian American Foundation, there's Stop AAPI Hate. There are a lot of nonprofits out there that you can educate yourself and have these conversations with your own inner circle. Start with the people that you know, and that is a really great way to learn more.
All right, Vicki Wynn for us tonight with a very important and also very personal story. Vicki, thank you so much for joining Top Story. We thank you for watching Top Story. I'm Tom Llamas in New York. I'll see you right back here tomorrow. Good night.
Well, hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Hope you had a great weekend, and it's good to be with you on this Monday, February 7th. And tonight, we're talking about moving forward. More states are preparing to drop some COVID protocols, like mask mandates, including in schools. Who's making these big changes? And are you ready to leave those masks at home? Russian forces could soon move into Ukraine again with an array of battalions on its border. What did President Biden learn the last time Russia invaded Ukraine that might prevent this from happening again? Meanwhile, the new German chancellor makes his first visit to the White House. He addressed critics who say he's not moving fast enough to help stand up to Russia.
We are absolutely united, and we will not taking different steps. We will do the same steps, and they will be very, very hard to Russia, and they should understand.
And you might be eligible for a large sum of money from the federal government. Discrimination kept some survivor benefits out of people's hands. We'll tell you who's eligible and how to apply. How about we start off your Monday with some good news? Because believe it or not, pandemic, some things are looking up. In the last 2 weeks, the U.S. has seen nearly a 57% decline in cases. 57%. The trend line for hospitalizations is also inching downwards, though, to be fair, many hospitals are still quite overwhelmed. And new cases per day, as you can see, are declining nationally. Now, because of these improvements, some states are starting to roll back their mask mandates. One state is doing so almost in time for the Super Bowl. We found out just before the show tonight that California announced it will end its indoor mask mandate for vaccinated people on February 15th. Again, this allows vaccinated people to unmask. Ahead of Super Bowl Sunday, the state is increasing its threshold for indoor mega events and for outdoor events. Now, vaccines or negative tests are required at indoor events with 1,000 people or more. For outdoor events with more than 10,000 people, vaccination is not required. Masks and negative tests are still recommended, though. California Governor Gavin Newsom cited the state's declining case rate as a rationale for the rollback. But he did note, to be clear, unvaccinated people still have to wear masks. Now, California was just the latest state to end mask mandates today. In New Jersey, Governor Phil Murphy says masks will no longer be required in schools and daycares beginning on March 7th, 1 month from today. Governor Murphy did leave individual districts and facilities some flexibility.
We are not removing the ability of individual district leaders to maintain and enforce such a policy within their schools, or any private child care provider from maintaining such a policy within their business should community conditions require.
Meanwhile, in Connecticut, Governor Ned Lamont says their statewide mask mandate for schools will be lifted at the end of this month. He's also giving some latitude to local school boards to make masks a requirement if necessary. Also, Delaware is lifting its indoor mask mandate this Friday. Governor John Carney says schools will still require masks, but only until the end of March. After that, individual school districts will be able to make their own decisions. So, California, Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, What do these governors have in common? Among other things, they are all Democrats. And so far, we've mostly heard Republican governors pulling back mandates when cases were still rising. Illinois also has a Democratic governor, but things have not been so smooth there. Late on Friday, a lower court judge ruled to suspend mask mandates in Illinois schools. Districts spent much of this weekend trying to figure out whether students need to wear masks today or not. Ultimately, different districts handled it differently. At least one district just canceled classes altogether. Different states, different parties in power, different approaches. What is the right way to go about this? Is now the right time to eliminate mask mandates? Let's get into that with NBC News medical contributor, Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, welcome. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Joshua. Good to see you.
So what do you think of these changes to the mask rules in a number of states so far? Based on what the evidence looks like, at least their governors believe that now is the right time to start planning for those changes or to start making them right away.
Yeah, Joshua, look, I think planning for these changes is exactly the right tone to strike. I do not think that getting rid of these masks, and especially in our schools, particularly daycares or even where we have young children, where the vaccine uptake rate in the under 12 population, Joshua, is really low. In some states, for example, in California, only about 21% of children 5 to 11. Under the age of 5, as you know, we don't even have a vaccine option. So here's what's troubling. If you go to cdc.gov and look under their COVID transmission map, the entire country is lit up red. So we are seeing declines. That is good news, as you started with. But we are still at the number of cases per day, Joshua, that we had at the peak of Delta. So we're not out of this yet. So a little bit more stability in these declines and having the options for all ages to get vaccinated, which we should see soon, that's when we can start to talk about lifting some restrictions. And honestly, masks should be last. That protects individuals, and that should be one of the last to go.
I do want to note, by the way, since you mentioned that, Governor Murphy did say that he was going to take steps to prevent people from mistreating or bullying students who decide to continue to wear masks or whose families decide that they would keep their children masks. So this doesn't mean that masks have to disappear. It just means that they won't be required. And at least New Jersey has said it's going to take steps to prevent kids from being ostracized or bullied because they end up continuing to wear masks. With regards to vaccination, though, Dr. Patel, we seem to be making progress toward getting vaccines approved for kids to use. At least those are beginning to become available. Now I guess the challenge is getting kids vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the challenge all along, even with adults, right? And now we also complicate things by kind of telling people, well, you need a booster, and people are just confused. And I think this gets to my more central point. I think there's such a desire, social media, even talking, on television, to say no masks, all masks. The truth, the reality is that it's somewhere in between, that there are going to be situations, I think schools are one of them, Joshua, where we could see masks for the distant future, even if we have vaccines, only because we know this is airborne and we know that we have children who end up in the hospital, and we can prevent that. Now, if the vaccine rates go up, and I hope they will, then all of these things can get peeled off. But here's the other kind of what I was listening for. You mentioned it with California. I would love to also see an honest dialogue about what do we need to see kind of happen in the community in order to say, hey, these measures need to come back. And it should be some combination of positivity rates, hospital or health system capacity, and potentially, now that we have drugs that I can offer in the outpatient setting, how many prescriptions are we seeing written for these outpatient medications? Because that can also be an early signal of when cases are going up again.
What I'm hoping, Dr. Patel, is that we don't end up with the kind of situation that we've seen before in the pandemic, where you have people who are out and about, they're in a large group setting, maybe a big event, and then there's this huge super spreader, and we end up taking 3 steps back where we had taken 1 step forward. It's not lost on me that California is announcing this the week of the Super Bowl. Like, we're about to have what, cross our fingers, will not turn into a massive super spreader event.
Yeah, and in all likelihood, given the requirements for vaccination and kind of to your comment that they're putting these restrictions in place, must be vaccinated for a certain capacity, in all likelihood, it will not be a super spreader event, especially because cases are coming down. But it does feel like this is the right time to remind people, again, our map is lit up red in terms of the numbers of cases that we're still seeing. And we are still seeing, unfortunately, as you know, people who are dying. We've had record numbers of deaths, and that takes time, obviously, so kind of what we call a lagging indicator. But it's not something that I think it's hard for people. We want something to look forward to, but saying, you know, masks off today, especially in schools, is just, it's short of irresponsible in my mind.
And before I have to let you go, Dr. Patel, with regard to the pandemic, I've heard a number of people, depending on who you ask, saying that at this point we either are or are close to a phase where COVID is no longer just a pandemic, it is endemic. It's just a thing to live with the way that we live with, say, the flu, where we just kind of expect some people are going to get it. Sadly, some people are going to die from it. You can vaccinate yourself from it. We have to just live with it. Are we there yet? Are we past the point where COVID can be defeated and we basically have to admit either defeat or a stalemate?
Yeah, I wish I could say we were there. It's too soon to tell because, as you kind of know, we need to still see not only that some of these sub-lineages, we've been talking about BA2 and some other variants, we need to determine that we're not still susceptible to reinfections, some of the data we're seeing out of the UK and other concerning trends. And then number two, I think we need to have higher vaccination rates. When you look at other countries, Sweden and Denmark and other places where they've kind of said, this is it, we're done with the pandemic phase. Those countries have 85% or 81% and higher vaccination rates. We're nowhere near that, Joshua. So I want people to have something to look forward to. I look forward to having this kind of moment where we say, you know what, the worst was behind us. Today is not that day. And it's too soon to kind of, what I don't want to do is build up false hope, just as you pointed out, where we feel like we made one step forward and take 3 steps back. I want quarantines to come away. And by the way, there are actually not that many strict restrictions around the country. There's very little, kind of forcing people to stay at home. We're just asking people to wear a mask when they're in settings where they don't know if people are vaccinated. I don't think that's too much to ask from people.
Should also note, it's not too late to get vaccinated. You can go to planyourvaccine.com. We can point you to all the information you need to get vaccinated. Quickly, quietly, painlessly, only you and your doctor need to know. Does not have to become a political statement. But if we want to prevent this from becoming one of those things we live with, this is the way to get it done. Dr. Kavita Patel, always good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The U.S. has seen plenty of really intense protests over COVID mandates, but nothing like what we're seeing right now in Canada. Check out what downtown Ottawa looked and sounded like today. That's a group of truckers called the Freedom Convoy. They've been protesting vaccine mandates for 11 days now. These protests target mandates for truckers who are crossing the U.S.-Canada border. They've evolved into a larger critique of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's COVID policies. And there you see them protesting around Parliament Hill in Ottawa. Hundreds of truckers are blocking the city streets day and night, and the mayor of Ottawa has declared a state of emergency. In a statement issued yesterday, the mayor said, quote, declaring a state of emergency reflects the serious danger and threat to the safety and security of residents posed by the ongoing demonstrations and highlights the need for support from other jurisdictions and levels of government, unquote. And these protests are drawing support from Republican politicians in the U.S., including former President Trump. NBC's Maura Barrett joins us now with the latest. Maura, where do things stand right now?
So Joshua, day 11, these protests are still very much happening. They have dwindled a bit since the original weekend. The weekend before last, there were tens of thousands of truckers and protesters. This weekend, it was down to a couple thousand. And right now, as far as we know, there's about 500 trucks in downtown Ottawa right now. A court did grant an injunction against those blaring horns that you heard right there for the next 10 days, hoping that this will limit the activity and hopefully save some of the sanity identity of the people that live in the general area and work in that area as well. And as we speak, actually, the House of Commons is hearing an emergency debate about the protests, because this is a political issue in Canada too, just like we've seen here in the U.S. And so this is something that has caused chaos in the downtown area, a lot of holdup in medications being delivered, people seeking out hospitalizations for anxiety, grocery store workers reporting that people who are protesting are getting really aggressive, spitting in their faces when they're being asked to wear a mask. And so clearly this has escalated beyond just that anti-vaccine mandate that this protest originally started from, Joshua.
So you've got Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking before the House of Commons tonight, and you have this Freedom Convoy clearly demanding an end to the vaccine mandates. What exactly do they want? Have they talked about what it would take to make this protest end?
Well, they say that they'll leave once the vaccine mandate is lifted. Now, Justin Trudeau has been very adamant that he does not plan on doing that. The city of Ottawa has asked for more support in terms of police staffing. They're calling for nearly 2,000 more people to come and help alleviate the damage that they're seeing from the protesters. And like I said, it had dwindled a little bit over the weekend. The police issuing hundreds of tickets, making 20+ arrests, and they actually took away the fuel where protesters were holding the truck fuel. So they're hoping to that this aggressive force the police are putting towards these protests will help, because like I mentioned, Trudeau does not plan on lifting the mandate, and right now the Freedom Convoy is saying that that is what they're looking to solve for. So clearly still very much at a standoff.
And Maura, we've been hearing from U.S. politicians about this. This has become kind of a cause célèbre for some conservative politicians here in the U.S. What are they saying about this?
Well, like the protests we saw against vaccine mandates, reopenings, the mask mandates in the U.S., it has become a fringe conservative viewpoint. And that's what Trudeau has called these truckers, these protesters as well, pointing out that 90% of truckers are vaccinated. So this is a very small section of Canadians that feel this way, but it's something that we've seen political discourse about here in the U.S. too, right? So Republican Steve Scalise, speaking out in support of the protests that we've seen. Like you mentioned, former President Trump calling out support as recently as this weekend, calling Justin Trudeau a far left lunatic. And so this is something that, like I said, has escalated beyond just the vaccine mandates, but they're protesting what they're calling, they're opposing Justin Trudeau, his politics and his stances, and they're calling him too progressive. And so we've just seen the snowball, right, into such a political conversation beyond the public health aspect. And you know, we've actually seen President Trump even call for the Freedom Convoy to come down to Washington, D.C. So this discourse and disagreement over politics in this pandemic now crossing country borders.
Right. And I just want to confirm with you, Maura, it sounded like you said that 90% of truckers in Canada are indeed vaccinated. I heard you right on that, right?
That's what we've heard from the Canadian trade group representing truckers, and what Trudeau and the Canadians have been putting out as well, saying that they've at least gotten one dose of the vaccine. Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you, Maura. That's NBC's Maura Barrett reporting from Chicago tonight on the unrest in downtown Ottawa. Still to come, President Biden hopes to protect Ukraine from invasion by using a gas pipeline as leverage. How would that hurt Moscow? And how close are we to another invasion? We're glad you're with us for Now Tonight from NBC News.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Now, depending on who you ask, Russia could be very close to attacking Ukraine again. That is what the Biden administration says. Officials are warning that Russia could invade any day now. And that would be the second time in 8 years that Russian troops enter Ukrainian territory. Back in 2014, they invaded Crimea. That's a peninsula in southern Ukraine. U.S. intelligence officials say that if Russia launches a full-scale invasion, we could see up to 50,000 civilians killed or wounded within weeks. And that is why a growing number of top diplomats and heads of state are scrambling to prevent war. Today, France's President Emmanuel Macron made his push for peace in a face-to-face meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mr. Putin said the talks were substantive and businesslike. And the new German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, made his first trip to Washington. He was quick to reject criticism that Germany has not done enough to support Ukraine. Back again with us is Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. He is the director of Stanford's Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies and an NBC News analyst. Ambassador McFaul, welcome back.
Thanks for having me back.
So what do you make of the moves that are going on right now, particularly in light of something that the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said yesterday? Listen to what he said.
We believe that the Russians have put in place the capabilities to mount a significant military operation into Ukraine, and we have been working hard to prepare a response. President Biden has rallied our allies. He's reinforced and reassured our partners on the eastern flank. He's provided material support to the Ukrainians, and he's offered the Russians a diplomatic path if that's what they choose instead.
So is this it? Is time kind of winding down?
I don't know. I still don't know. Jake Sullivan obviously doesn't know. I think the whole world doesn't know. We're waiting to see. I think on the capability side, there's no evidence whatsoever that Putin is backing down and reassessing. He's building up. There are more troops on Ukraine's borders today than there were just a few weeks ago, and those capabilities are on a readiness standby mode. They're getting ready for war. There's the map. At the same time, if you listen to what President Macron and Putin talked about in Moscow today, there were hints that they're going to keep talking about a new European security architecture. Sounds like there were some plans that Macron circulated that have not been made public. But if you listen to that dialogue, you would think that maybe they are looking for a way out of this military standoff. So I think the stakes are getting higher, but we still do not have a definitive decision one way or the other from the one guy that matters, Vladimir Putin.
Could we go back to that map for just a second, the one we were just looking at with the Russian troops and where they are positioned? Because I wonder if you could just talk us through what we might see. So there's Ukraine, that little peninsula sticking down at the bottom is Crimea. Russia is to the right, it's east of Ukraine. Kyiv, the capital city, is kind of north-central Russia. I wonder if we're talking about Russia invading and the rest of the world trying to jump in and stop the invasion. What's the strategy? Do we think that the Russians will just close in on all sides and Western nations would try to follow behind them across the border? Like, is it clear how that might go down?
Well, I think the Russian options are 2 or 3, right? So one is invasion on all 3 sides, and even through the sea, given the naval capabilities they have. That's the massive invasion. A second, and I don't want to use the word incursion because it would be a military intervention, but would be to focus on the eastern part there where you have your map, right? The Donbass de facto has been under separatist control that are loyal to Moscow. One other scenario would be that they just seize that, declare that independent or declare it part of Russia. And a third in between would be what they call the land map, the land connection from Russia on your map all the way to Crimea. That territory used to be called it was called Novorossiya. It used to be part of the Russian Empire. That's the third scenario. I think in all 3 scenarios, there will be no troops from the West coming into Ukraine. There will be no troops from NATO coming into Ukraine. It'll be a fight between Russia and Ukraine. Russia has the giant military advantage. Ukraine, of course, has the advantage of defending territory rather than trying to take it. But I don't see any circumstances under which other countries would get involved.
So we've been hearing about world leaders. We had, the European Union High Representative who has spoken, the Secretary General of NATO, the European Council President Ursula von der Leyen. You've got Germany's Chancellor, France's President, who met with Vladimir Putin, that had a conversation that Putin described as businesslike and said that they were businesslike, useful, and substantive. Further said, and I'm quoting Putin, we have a good understanding that, or quoting that, we have a good understanding that Macron visited Russia to speak about global and European security questions for which supporting our countries as permanent members of the UN Security Council is specially responsible. That's from Putin. Talk about the kind of leverage that might exist, Ambassador, before I got to let you go, particularly this gas pipeline that the president was talking about, that might be kind of a pressure point that the West could use to get back at Russia. How would that work?
Well, it's really interesting. On the same day that you have Macron in Moscow offering a carrot to talk about a new security arrangement in Europe, you have President Biden meeting with the Chancellor from Germany talking about cutting off the pipeline, Nord Stream 2. And I think he was pretty definitive. If you invade, we will take the financial means necessary, and we do have those capabilities through sanctions to cut off that pipeline. So you see the play, carrot in Moscow, stick in Washington.
Ambassador Michael McFaul, always good talking to you. I have a feeling this will not be our last conversation, and hopefully our conversations can remain on diplomacy rather than military strategy, but time will tell. Thanks for making time for us tonight. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Team USA is winning medals in Beijing, and a Chinese tennis star is changing course after making sexual assault accusations. We'll get to all of that just ahead. Stay close.
Welcome to the Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
All right, it's time to update you on a few of the stories we've been talking about on this program. You may remember on Friday, we had a very intense conversation with the father of Amir Locke, a young black man who was killed last week during a police raid. Now we're learning more about the warrants that were issued for that raid. Mr. Locke died after Minneapolis police executed a no-knock warrant. Body cam video shows the SWAT team entered an apartment with a key and announced their presence once they were moving inside. Amir Locke was not the target of the warrant, and he was asleep as the officers came in. Minneapolis was helping St. Paul with a murder investigation. A law enforcement source tells our Twin Cities affiliate KARE 11 News the St. Paul police did not originally ask for a no-knock warrant. Minneapolis PD reportedly insisted on a change to let them enter without knocking. Now, Minneapolis city leaders are taking another look at these no-knock raids. Mayor Jacob Frey joined city council members, professors, and civil rights attorneys for this conversation. The mayor issued a moratorium on these raids Friday evening, but not an outright ban. And crowds of people protested in Minneapolis this weekend. Demonstrators gathered downtown outside the Hennepin County Government Center, a few blocks from where Amir Locke was killed. In Georgia, Ahmaud Arbery was killed not by police, but by men who claimed they were trying to prevent a crime. Now, jury selection is underway in a federal hate crime trial against them. All three defendants were already convicted in the murder trial over Mr. Arbery's death. During that trial, prosecutors mostly avoided talking about race. Now, federal prosecutors will focus on how it may have factored into this crime. NBC's Blaine Alexander has an update.
Well, this is just day one of jury selection here at federal court in Brunswick, Georgia. We understand that it could go as long as 2 weeks. They've cast a pretty wide net in this jury selection. They've sent out more than 1,000 summons to 43 different counties. Those are all of the counties across the Southern District of Georgia. So some potential jurors drove as long as 4 hours just to get here today. It's going to certainly be a different kind of case than what we saw during the state trial, of course, because in this federal trial, this is a hate crimes charge that they're looking at. So race is going to be much more at the forefront than what we saw during the state trial. The prosecution now has the burden of essentially looking at the motivation behind what happened to Ahmaud Arbery. So they are going to try and prove that the defendants used racial animus and essentially were influenced by race, that they made an assumption based on Ahmaud Arbery's skin color, the fact that he was a black man, that ultimately led them to chase him down and kill him back in February of 2020. So we understand, again, jury selection could be going on for as long as 2 weeks. The trial will begin thereafter. But remember, all three of these men have already been convicted in a state court. Gregory and Travis McMichael sentenced to life in prison without parole, and William Rodney Bryan, of course, sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. Back to you.
Thank you, Blaine. That's NBC's Blaine Alexander reporting. We've also been following the controversy surrounding Spotify and its popular podcast host, Joe Rogan. Yesterday, the app CEO Daniel Ek sent a letter to employees apologizing for the controversy. In the letter, Mr. Ek said that he does not believe, quote, silencing Joe is the answer, unquote, and that he has spoken with Mr. Rogan and his team about, quote, some of the content in his show, including his history of using some racially insensitive language, unquote. Spotify has reportedly removed about 70 episodes of the podcast The Joe Rogan Experience, presumably over their content. On Saturday, Joe Rogan apologized for using the N-word in past episodes. That issue came up after singer-songwriter India Arie posted a video online with clips of him using that word. Now, she's just the latest artist to criticize him. Neil Young removed his songs from Spotify over vaccine misinformation in the podcast. He says he's refusing to stream on the app while the Joe Rogan Experience is there. A handful of other artists, including Joni Mitchell and India Arie, have followed his lead. The Voting Rights Act lost its enforcement power because of a Supreme Court case from Alabama. Now, the court has paved the way for Alabama's new congressional voting map, despite concerns of racial disenfranchisement. Justices voted 5-4 in favor of the new map. Chief Justice John Roberts sided with the 3 more liberal justices against the districts. The decision essentially puts on a hold on a lower court ruling. That lower court found that the Republican-drawn map could violate the Voting Rights Act by diluting black voting power. Last month, a special 3-judge panel in Birmingham ruled unanimously against the map, ordering them redrawn for the primary in May. Now, the maps will stand as they are. Finally, let's check in on the Olympics. Crashes have made the women's luge competition even more intense than usual. Team USA lost control at the 13th curve. Emily Sweeney broke her neck competing 4 years ago, but thankfully, nobody was seriously hurt this time. Some of the racers crashed at speeds of more than 70 miles per hour. Now, despite this bit of bad luck, the Americans are winning in Beijing. Team USA has 3 silver medals so far in figure skating, freestyle skiing, and snowboarding. NBC Steve Patterson is back with us from the Olympics near Beijing with more. And Steve, let's start with this luge accident and this curve 13. Other than the number being so ominous, what is it about this curve that's caused so much trouble?
Well, first of all, Joshua, I think luge is maybe the most terrifying sport on the planet. I can almost nigh unwatchable for me. I can barely stand it. I'm so terrified for these athletes that are insane, going at insane speeds. And then you have to factor in now that this course, which is about 1,600 meters, as you mentioned, has one specific curve where there's not been one, but multiple crashes. And I mean, I'm not talking about you just nick the side of the thing and, maybe you spin out. I mean, people are flipping on this curve. Here's a list. Germany's Julia Taubitz flipped. She was on a record-setting run, flipped over. Austria's Madeleine Egel flipped. Russia's Tatiana Ivanova flipped. And as you mentioned, these are speeds at excess of 70 miles an hour, maybe 80 miles an hour. That is the final curve before they hit the finish line, and it is just absolutely terrifying. But speaking to the athletes, they say that, again, this is the mentality of these people, that it's cool and that, every course should have its own character. Well, I guess if you like your character to be a villain, then there you have it, Josh.
I mean, it is a scary sport, although I don't know if you've ever watched Skeleton, which is kind of like luge, where with luge, you got to have your feet forward and you're trying to kind of lean away from the edge of the ice, whereas skeleton, you're facing forward, I guess, trying to kiss death as it's coming at you. It is a very scary sport. Exactly. But let's talk about the medal count, because we got 3 medals for Team USA so far. How does the medal count stand overall?
Well, the highest medal count, if you're talking about raw medals, goes to a country that's not even officially here. It's the Russian Olympic Committee, essentially Russia. They have 7 medals. If you're doing it in gold, Sweden has the most with 3. And yeah, as you mentioned, the U.S. maybe about 14th place at this point, 3 silver medals. The first time maybe in Winter Olympic history, in the first 20 events, that the U.S. doesn't have a gold medal. So they really need to pick up the pace here as more events are being pushed out. Hopefully, Jessie Diggins is performing tonight. There's a slew of other performers that could do well, but it's been a rough start for the U.S. so far, Joshua.
One more thing, Steve, before I let you go. It's kind of peripheral to the Olympics, but involving Chinese athletics. The Chinese tennis player Peng Shuai kind of disappeared from the public eye after she made allegations of sexual assault. And she's now kind of denying having made them in an interview with a French newspaper. She came to speak to IOC officials early on, but kind of before the Olympics fully got underway. Where does this stand now?
Well, just to note, the IOC leadership was there for that interview with that newspaper. They've been there for several meetings, apparently leading up to the game over video, and then had a lengthy dinner not too long ago. And you have to almost admire their ironclad neutrality. They said that she's free and maybe able to make her own decisions, and they've had several conversations, but that they are a sporting organization and that it is not their job to judge whether or not her statements come under duress. That's the line that they've held with this, along with several other topics, including the human rights abuses here in China. They will not take a stance, it seems, no matter what. Joshua?
Thank you, Steve. That's NBC Steve Patterson with our Olympic update tonight. Much appreciated. You know, the Olympics are taking place in a COVID bubble. Every event, training area, dormitory, food hall, it's all inside this perimeter to keep Olympic participants inside and Chinese citizens outside as safe from COVID as possible. Well, we would like to answer your questions about what life in the bubble is like, including for correspondents like Steve. So send your questions about the Olympic bubble our way. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC. That's 888-575-2622, or email us nowtonight@nbcnews.com. Up next, you or someone you know might be eligible for Social Security survivors benefits and might not know it. We'll tell you who can get those funds now, even if they had been denied before, when we come back.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Same-sex marriage became the law of the land back in 2015. Since then, hundreds of thousands of same-sex couples have tied the knot. But discrimination remains, especially for gay and lesbian couples, because they have long been denied survivors' benefits that had been limited to conventional married couples. Now, the Biden administration is trying to fix that. It has begun paying out large sums of money to surviving partners who previously were not allowed to get married. The problem is, not everyone who's eligible for a payout knows it. And even more challenging than that, a lot of these surviving partners are getting up in years. So it's a race against time to get them what they're owed before it's too late. This all came about because of lawsuits filed by the LGBTQ legal advocacy group Lambda Legal. And joining us now is a counsel for Lambda Legal, Peter Wren. Mr. Wren, welcome to the program.
Thanks so much for having me, Joshua.
How did all of this come about?
Well, it really came about as a result of people in the community reaching out to us to explain that they were still suffering harm, as you mentioned, even though we had marriage equality in 2015. And the problem is that in order to receive Social Security survivors benefits, the Social Security Administration generally required people to be married for at least 9 months. And the problem for people in our community is that a number of couples were not able to be married for 9 months. In fact, many of them were not able to be married for even a single day because of discriminatory marriage laws that were on the books at the time. So what happened was that these surviving partners of same-sex relationships were really stuck between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, the government was telling them, well, you need to be married in order to get these benefits. But on the other hand, these couples were also told when they were both alive that they couldn't get married. And as a result of the successful class action lawsuits brought by Lambda Legal, there's now a pathway to benefits for people who have, until very recently, been wrongfully locked out of benefits through no fault of their own.
Before we get into that pathway to benefits, I wonder if you have any sense of how many of these kinds of legal loose ends there are. I mean, I think it was amazing for a lot of straight people to realize the cornucopia of benefits that gay people were locked out of just because we couldn't get married, and this kind of floodgate of things that become available once the law will recognize same-sex marriages. Are there still a lot of these benefits that are left in this unequal state?
I would say that Social Security survivors benefits are probably one of the main issues that couples were still facing even after marriage equality, because your access to benefits is determined by whether or not you were able to be married in the past. So even after marriage equality became the law of the land in 2015, that helped things for couples going forward, but not for the couples who were never able to walk down the aisle at all, for example, before one of them died. And these benefits in particular are incredibly important. They can make the difference between whether or not you're able to essentially live comfortably in your retirement years. And we know that there are so many people out there, potentially thousands, who stand to benefit from these recent legal developments, but are totally unaware of what's changed. And so it's an incredibly important part of our work going forward to get the word out to everyone who potentially may benefit from these legal wins that we've achieved.
All right, let's see if we can get this information out to people who would benefit from it. How do people know if they would be eligible for these benefits? Are there certain qualifications or, a list of things they might consider in terms of whether this might apply to them?
Sure. In a nutshell, people are now eligible for survivors benefits if they can show they would have qualified, but for the discriminatory marriage laws that stood in their way. So I can give an example of our client, Helen Thornton, who was a woman in Olympia, Washington, who was with her same-sex partner for 27 years. They met in the 1970s, and throughout that time, they were barred from marriage up through the point that Marge Brown, Helen's partner, passed away in 2006. And when Helen went to apply for Social Security survivors benefits when she turned 60 in 2015, she was turned away by the Social Security Administration. But as a result of the victories that we achieved in the lawsuits, she was able to receive past due benefits of more than $70,000, as well as nearly an extra $1,000 a month in Social Security survivors benefits. And the analysis essentially that the agency here engages in for applicants is determine whether or not discriminatory laws are the reason why they were prevented from qualifying for benefits. In Helen's case, they've been together.
I'm sorry to cut you short, but I know I got to let you go in just a second. I want to make sure we get the information out. For people who think that this applies to them, where should they go? What should they do? Who should they contact? Do they just contact Lambda Legal?
Two steps. The first step is that they can absolutely visit our website at lambdalegal.org, where there is a frequently asked questions document that can guide people through the application process. And the second step, and really this is the most important, is that people need to apply with the Social Security Administration. these benefits require people to take affirmative action in order for people to get what they're owed. And so that involves contacting your local Social Security field office to set up an appointment where the representatives have instructions that will allow them to help process your application.
So go to lambdalegal.org and contact your Social Security field office. Do both to get that process rolling. Peter Wren of Lambda Legal, I really appreciate you talking us through this tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joshua.
New York City public schools are launching a new lunch program. What students think so far about Vegan Fridays, what you think about it, and how to get your kids to eat like that. Before we go.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The reviews are in for the first Vegan Friday across New York City's public schools. So how did it go? Depends on who you ask. This was last week's offering. The press secretary for the school system tweeted photos saying every school served food made from scratch. No meat, no dairy, except milk. Milk has to stay on the menu by federal law. Officials say that non-vegan options are still available upon request. Vegan options are also available in every school daily. We asked for your opinion on these meals. Here's what Catherine and Marielle left in our inbox.
I think Vegan Fridays are a wonderful idea. Better for the environment, likely better for our health, offering more variety. Maybe the children would be exposed to more foods than they would normally be exposed to. And I think my children who introduced me to veganism would like it too. Terrific idea. Go for it.
And I think New York is doing an awesome job of putting Vegan Fridays for the children. That's a great way to get started on a healthy, eating healthier for the children.
Catherine and Marielle, thank you both for sharing your opinions. Granted, not all the opinions are that glowing. Mohammed tweeted this picture from one New York school. He said that not a single kid ate the lunch on Friday. Mohammed writes, choices were between this and beans and corn tacos with wheat tortillas. Milk was the only beverage, not vegan, and an apple was the only side. Now, New York City school officials admit there's room for improvement. They say they're currently collecting feedback, and we're also told that the meals were taste tested by students. Joining us now is Angela Odoms-Young. She's a nutrition and food justice advocate and health equity researcher. She helped develop the nutrition standards for the National School Lunch Program. Professor Odoms-Young, welcome to the program.
Thank you. I'm
happy
happy
to just
be
get the
here.
most happy to have you here. First of all, can I just get a very basic definition? What does vegan mean?
I think when you look at vegan, the definition is really plant-based. So the idea of having a meal that's plant-based, a lot of people use vegan, but that normally is used to characterize a certain lifestyle. Generally, a vegan diet is one that does not include meat or animal products, as you indicated, such as milk or eggs.
What do you make of some of these programs? New York, Boston has a similar program, Portland, LA. How are they going so far, in your view?
I think there is a lot of opportunity here. I know we talk about the kids are not eating the lunch, or we think about healthier lunches as not being desirable to kids, but I think it's in the implementation. And remember, a lot of these programs are new, and so they're still testing, looking at options that kids will eat. It's the same as what happens at home. What do? We try to serve something that's healthy. Our kids may not eat that. They may eat something else. And so school lunch is very similar. The key is to try to infuse healthier options and then just keep trying to see what works. But it takes tweaking as these programs are implemented at a district level and at a national level.
New York Mayor Eric Adams spoke about this. He said that he changed to a plant-based diet in 2016. And earlier today, he announced another food program for adults and talked about the benefits of plant-based diets. Here's part of what the mayor said. Watch.
I'm encouraging New Yorkers to have as many plant-based meals as possible, because the science is clear. The more you eat plants, the more you eat fruits, the more you have a healthy lifestyle away from over-processed food, the healthier you are going to be.
Now, I found out about this cut from my family, who has a family text group, and they had a good time with this because during this press conference, apparently Mayor Adams acknowledged that sometimes he also eats fish. So apparently he's not as plant-based as he says he is, and they thought that was hilarious. What about that? The difficulty of being able to stick to a diet like this, either because it can be hard to give up all flesh-based foods for some people, or concerns that it's going to just taste like you're eating the lawn 7 days a week and you're not going to enjoy having that kind of a diet?
I think the big focus is on more plant-based meals. So if you look at the dietary recommendations, the national recommendations, the dietary guidelines, which is what we use when we think about healthy meals, then the goal is really to eat more fruits and vegetables, more whole grains, nuts, seeds, and it can be a part of a very diverse diet. Some people go vegan, some people go vegetarian, some are pescatarian, and some people eat more fish and chicken. The idea is to eat healthier and try to incorporate fruits and vegetables into any diet that you choose. We have an issue in the United States where we don't eat enough fiber. And so it's important that we include those fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, and seeds so we can eat a diet that's consistent with a lower chronic disease risk. And so it's not, the dietary guidelines doesn't indicate you have to go completely plant-based, although some people make that choice. But we're pretty far, if you look at what we consume in America, we have a lot of room for improvement to increase our consumption of fruits and vegetables.
Yeah. And when I look at school lunches, I think about the impact on low-income kids, because the number of children, the percentage of children on free and reduced lunch is a metric for poverty. And a lot of kids in food deserts, that is where they're going to get whole grains, fruits, vegetables. They're going to get it in the school cafeteria. because some of their parents may not have the means to acquire it or the nearest grocery store may be too far away. Before I have to let you go, I wonder for parents who are not in that situation, who maybe have the choice of what they feed their kids day to day, what's your one best tip for making plant-based diets that kids will actually eat? Your one best tip for parents who'd like to give this a shot before we go.
Find out what your kids like and keep serving that, because I know even in my household, my daughter liked tomatoes, she liked cucumbers, and so we had cucumbers and we had tomatoes. Kids choose the foods that they like and find a fruit or vegetable that they like and allow it to be freely available in the refrigerator, easy to grab. Mandarin oranges, watermelon, whatever those foods are that they like, find a fruit or vegetable that they like, and then make sure that you have that freely available.
Angela Odoms-Young, I appreciate you making time to talk this through with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for making time for us. Remember to send us your questions for NBC Steve Patterson about the Olympic Games, including what life is like inside the COVID bubble. We are at NBC Now Tonight on Twitter, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. You can leave us a voicemail, 888-575-2NBC, or email nowtonight@nbcnews.com. Great starting the week with you. Come on back tomorrow. But until we meet again, I'm Joshua Johnson. See you then. Good night.
Do you have one that got away?
He's just my first love.
The guy who disappears. Except in her case, he really disappeared.
He's gonna call me in a couple days. He never called.
His family in agony.
I wrote letters to Oprah Winfrey, to America's Most Wanted.
A rookie detective finally broke the case.
I said, oh my gosh, I think I've hit pay dirt.
A strange phone call revealed a secret.
David needed to be gotten rid of.
Then we got the real story.
A bombshell revelation. Was she really a bereaved ex?
I always loved David.
Or just maybe a black widow?
Barbara Britton is in the middle.
Buried secrets.
It's a strange thing that happens among the bogs and marshes, the soft soil here in coastal Florida. Things have a way of coming up, things buried in the ground in the past, or both. It was July 2003, beaches quiet, snowbirds back up north. So no one noticed at first what was starting, inland a little, in a town called Pembroke Pines, where Donna Velasquez, just 3 months a detective, a rookie really, had just been assigned to a brand new cold case unit.
The sergeant came into the office and dropped a box of papers right on my desk and said, here, see what you can do with this. And I began to wonder, is this a test to see, can she really do this?
That the case was a challenge was understatement. And now all but forgotten mystery, the disappearance 15 years earlier of a young man named David Jackson. And the file offered no hints, no pointers, nothing really, beyond the basic bio. To unearth the truth, even the rookie cop knew she'd have to learn about the victim. And so she began with something easy. She found David Jackson's mother, Judy Carlson. Found Judy's son, actually, who called his mom.
And he said, are you sitting? And I said, yes. He says, they reopened David's case.
The detective and the mother talked about David for hours. Wasn't a problem for Judy. She loves talking about her boy, even now, to us.
David was my first child. He was just, loved everything and everyone. He would walk in the room and everyone would just be a magnet to him.
David Jackson was the eldest of Judy's 3 children, and Mark Jackson idolized his older brother.
He looked out for me, and he was that way with his friends, with everybody.
Bill Brown was one of those friends. In 1982, after high school, Brown and David Jackson worked together at a Burger King, where David became a manager. Brown also had a front row seat to the budding romance between Jackson and a pretty 16-year-old co-worker named Barbara Britton.
They were together, and that's awesome. I mean, if you can find love, I mean, that's what we all want.
And so, all these years later, Detective Velasquez paid a visit to the woman who'd been the girl who'd fallen in love with David Jackson. Happy to help, she told the detective. Same thing when we called on her to talk about the David she knew.
He was a very good-looking man. You know, we just had an attraction for each other and started talking. Sweet, nice, kind, swept me off my feet. He was a good guy.
And as she talked, it became clear. Deep emotions would not stay beneath the surface.
I was young. I was still going to school. This is my first love.
Two youngsters in love. And then, well, things happen, don't they?
Mom, I got something to tell you. I said, what? And they said, Barbara's pregnant.
Judy was surprised, a little worried maybe, but nowhere near as worried as Barbara's parents, particularly her dad, an ex-Marine who was not very impressed with young Mr. Jackson, or so Judy heard.
Mr. Britton did not like him. I don't know why.
Still, David said his mother was walking on air.
He came home one day and said, well, Mom, I'm going to have to sell the truck. And I said, why? He said, I'm going to be a father and a husband, and that's not appropriate to have a truck, and I'm going to have them.
So the pretty girl and the handsome boy got married. Big wedding, too, even though they were just kids. And very soon parents also, to a son, John Jackson. And they fought, made up, fought again. Babies having babies is no easy thing.
We were just too young. It was difficult for him, and it was difficult for me.
So who was the first person to say, you got to get a divorce?
My dad.
How'd David take it?
He was just kind of like, okay, let's just
Get it over
find
with.
somebody, some lawyers, and, you know, see what we have to do. And that was it.
The two divorced in 1985. David arranged weekend visits with John. How were they together?
Oh, wonderful. Johnny just clung to him. They loved each other.
And they all moved on. A couple of years later, Barbara married again. Michael Wolf, an ex-military man like her dad. About the same age as her dad, too.
Your dad and your new husband probably saw eye to eye a lot.
They sure did. They had a lot in common. They would talk a lot.
Wolf took Barbara and John to live with him in Arizona. But David wanted to be a part of his son's life, so he traveled out west to see the boy.
He went out there with a friend of his, and they saw Johnny for 3 days. I got pictures of Johnny in like the old western town and everything.
And maybe it was something about the distance, said Barbara.
David and I became very good friends when I was out in Arizona, and we used to talk a lot.
In fact, what she felt deep in her heart, she said, never did go away.
I always loved David.
And then, it was June 25th, 1988. David's brother, Mark, was flying into town to visit the family. David was to pick him up at the airport. But when Mark arrived, he waited and waited. No David. And Mark Jackson had a terrible feeling.
No matter what, he'd have been there for me. I knew something was wrong. I knew something bad happened.
Oh yes, very bad. And as the rookie detective Donna Velasquez poked around deep in the past, that something was reaching up through the mud to tell her its long-neglected story.
When we come back, just maybe nature could do some of the work.
With the crazy weather and the water table that we have, if he were ever buried anywhere, somewhere along the line, you're going to pop up.
When Dateline continues.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It was June 25th, 1988, Fort Lauderdale, the day the mystery began, when a young man named David Jackson failed to meet his brother Mark at the airport.
It was a gut feeling something was wrong, and I knew it.
15 years later, Detective Donna Velasquez relived that puzzling time. David's ex-wife Barbara, by then remarried and living in Arizona, as she told Detective Velasquez, got a call from David's worried mother. Barbara said she wasn't worried. Not then.
I thought, well, okay, he was with one of his girlfriends, and she was like, no, we're doing a missing person report. And I said, no, he's gonna call me in a couple days. I know he is. He's gonna call me a couple days. And he never called. He never called.
One day turned into the next. Police, family, everybody tried to find him. Couldn't.
Started looking, searching. Through canals, swam in through pipes, under the little bridges, on the little dirt roads, anywhere. You see a car that looked like his go by, you do a U-turn and you chased it.
How long did that go on?
That went on until they found his car.
Which, more than 3 months later, turned out to be at the airport. So, did he just take off? His close friend didn't think so.
Maybe he got on a plane and maybe he wanted to do something different. And then was like, no, he wouldn't do that.
For one thing, David had been preparing for the arrival in 2 weeks of his 5-year-old son, John. This was a big one, a month-long summer visit. He was preparing for this visit.
Oh, yeah, for Johnny, yeah. Wanted everything perfect.
And right in the middle of preparations, he vanished? Didn't make sense. But the days turned into weeks, months, years. Not a sign of David. The police went on in newer cases, but his mother never let up. Phoning, nagging, writing. She knew David was out there, somewhere.
I wrote letters to Oprah Winfrey, I wrote them to America's Most Wanted, and then I thought, okay, maybe I can have the semis, put a picture of him in the back of the semi. So I got a list of all the big trucking companies and did all the letters, but it took me a long time to finish any letter about him because I didn't want the ending to be like I thought it was.
It was, she said, a horrible limbo. A little piece of her still hoping for good news. Part of her mourning a loss.
I found a therapist right away. She said, take like 20 minutes out of every day, either scream and cry in the morning or scream and cry at night.
Can anybody who hasn't been in your shoes understand what it's like for a mother to leave?
No.
Now, years later, the investigation was back in high gear. Judy told Detective Velasquez that in some corner of her heart, she still hoped David might just turn up safely someday. The detective, however, was not inclined to false hope. She did not for a minute think he was still alive. Had he died accidentally, surely a sign of him would have appeared. No, she believed when bodies aren't found, it's because someone has intentionally hidden them. But David Jackson might show up, just not alive.
And my wheels started turning, and I started thinking, you know, we live in Florida. With the crazy weather that we have and the water table that we have, if he were ever buried anywhere, somewhere along the line, you're going to pop up.
Maybe, the detective thought, remains had popped up. After all, it had been a decade and a half since he disappeared. And so she Googled unidentified remains. It led her down an endless internet trail.
And it's probably going on 10, 11 o'clock, and I'm sure my husband's saying, well, where the heck is that old girl?
One site after another, dead ends, until she got to one created by a Florida medical examiner. Promising, but exhausting.
I'm there typing away and typing, and it pops up about 100 matches.
And she was determined. She finally winnowed it down to a possible 3.
One of them really stands out for me. It says white male, and it says over 6 foot. David's a tall guy. He's a white male. Possibly.
Those particular bones, just a few, a partial skeleton, turned up during construction of a Walmart parking lot, not far from the place where David lived. Surfaced just a year after David died, had been gathering dust in storage for 15 years. The detective went to see a forensic anthropologist, but when the doctor measured the bones...
She comes out and she says, no, she says, it's looking like he's only about 5'9".
Still, Velasquez had a hunch that she had finally found David Jackson, and she wasn't the sort of person to give up on a hunch.
And I said, can we please do this one more time? She comes back and she goes, honey, she says, I was wrong the first time. She says, this person is anywhere between 5'9" and 6'1". I said, oh my gosh, I think I've hit pay dirt.
She got DNA from David's mother, waited for a lab to compare the samples. And 10 days later, Detective Velasquez called the testing facility.
She comes to the phone and she says to me, well, I sure hope you're sitting down. And I said, why? You got a 100% match. Oh my gosh. I said, what? Because I'm not believing that I'm hearing what I'm hearing.
15 years after he disappeared, David Jackson had finally been found. The question now was, what happened to him? How did he end up here?
Coming up, a strange coincidence, or was it?
It's an eerie feeling, you know, that he was in that area that I didn't even know about.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are. It's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
It was good detective work that identified David Jackson's earthly remains, what was left of them. But pure chance that the partial skeleton was found at all, as David's brother Mark found out.
They were getting ready to build a Walmart. A construction worker came across some bones. He reported it. They went out and they dug up a bunch of bones.
And put the bones somewhere and forgot all about it.
They were found about a year after he disappeared. And they sat in the morgue for 15 years.
Sat there all those years, even as those who loved David held out a shred of hope that he was alive somewhere.
As far as I know, he was disappeared. He was missing.
But now Detective Velasquez had a hard truth to tell. David Jackson was dead, not missing. And the way he had been hidden made it perfectly clear he had been murdered all those years ago, most likely before his friends or family even noticed he was gone, which put a final period on his mother's lingering hope for his return. And apparently an ex-wife's what-ifs.
Were you seriously thinking, you know, maybe someday I'll get back together with him?
When it's your first love, you always think, wow, go to work, what if?
Strange how things turn out. Barbara had moved back to Florida, remarried again, had a daughter, took a job at Walmart, but still held a candle for David, even as he lay under the ground practically next door to the very Walmart where she worked.
What did that do to you?
It's an eerie feeling. It's, that he was in that area that I didn't even know about.
Such an odd coincidence. Too odd, maybe? Time for a chat. Detective Velasquez called Barbara, got herself invited over to Barbara's house. Barbara seemed to have no problem talking about David.
She said she cared about him a lot. And I say, well, how was David as a father? Well, David became abusive towards Johnny physically and emotionally, verbally.
Wait a minute, this was a whole new wrinkle. Up to now, everything about David's history had been squeaky clean.
As an investigator and as a mom, I began to say, did you ever call the police? She said, oh no, I never called the police. She says, I just thought he would change. She proceeds to tell me that I documented the injuries with photographs. Never produced any photographs for me.
For us, by the way, Barbara changed her story. Said it was really her father, not her, who accused David of abusing his son.
My dad was looking into counselors and having them, evaluate it and stuff like that, because I would just be like, this is David, what are you talking about?
But of course, the detective couldn't talk to Barbara's father about abuse or murder or anything else. Harry Britton had been dead for years, but Barbara had more information for the detective. She recalled a troubling conversation she'd had with David. At the time, said Barbara, David was working for Coca-Cola, delivering the product.
He told me that someone was placing drugs on his Coca-Cola truck. And through his route, they were being taken off of the truck. I said, wow. I said, that's pretty serious. And she says, yeah.
Interesting.
Very.
To Detective Velasquez, that sounded like a made-up story, almost as if she was trying to divert suspicion away from someone. An ex-wife would qualify, of course, as a person of interest in this kind of case, but as Velasquez and we learned, Barbara had an alibi. She wasn't anywhere near Florida, she said, when David disappeared.
I was not in Florida. I was in Arizona, in the apartment. I was nowhere around here.
And lacking any further evidence, Detective Velasquez was stalled, dead in the water. Unless maybe the man Barbara was married to at the time knew something. Michael Wolfe. A little checking revealed Wolfe had been married 7 times. Number 6, a woman named Nancy Graham, lived in Alabama. Velasquez called her.
I told her I'm investigating the disappearance of David Jackson, and she said to me, how much evidence do you have against him? And I said, I can't discuss the evidence with you, but I can tell you that it's enough for me to put him away right now. I was just totally bluffing. I had really nothing. I'm just throwing it out there, fishing that long line, and if something bites, I'm reeling it in. And she says, honey, she says, let me call you back.
The minutes ticked by. Velasquez waited by the phone. And when Nancy called back, what she said blew the case wide open.
She started telling me about who was involved, how it happened, where it happened, what they did, how they did it, how they planned it.
They? Why, yes, they. And, by the way, beware the sting of an ex-wife's tale.
She says, I'm going to tell you everything you need to know.
When we come back, the ex-wife ready to spill.
And that the first shot didn't kill him. He had to shoot him again.
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
David Jackson was murdered in 1988 in Florida. That much Detective Donna Velasquez could say for certain. But the rest? After more than a year of phone calls and late nights, all Velasquez had come up with was an increasingly complicated web of stories and relationships. David Jackson was married to Barbara Britton. Her father, Harry, disliked David. Barbara went on to become the fifth wife of a man named Michael Wolfe. They divorced, and he later married 2 more times.
So we needed to talk.
But now, finally, one of Wolfe's ex-wives, a woman named Nancy, was sitting with Detective Velasquez, telling police she knew everything about what happened to David.
Can you tell me again? Because I know how he was killed and what they did with him.
How did she know? According to the ex, Michael drank a lot.
Every night he would almost down a whole bottle of scotch. And I guess he just needed to talk.
And the story Wolfe told, according to the ex, implicated more than just himself. Here's what happened as Nancy heard it. Wolfe and Harry Britton, Barbara's father, rented a motel room on that long-ago July night, invited David to a meeting there.
And when he gets at the hotel, they have a very small conversation, and Michael shot David in the head.
He told me he had to get so drunk to do it, and that the first shot didn't kill him. He had to shoot him again.
After which, as Nancy relayed the story,
They did take his car to the airport and left it there. Then they took him over to, there was an empty lot there, and that's where he buried him.
he did not spare the detail, said Nancy.
And he did tell me he poured some corrosive, and I think it was lies, what he said on the body.
And sure enough, that was consistent with the investigation.
Along with that story came what sounded like a motive. David disappeared, remember, as he was preparing for a visit from his 5-year-old son, John.
They decided that David needed to be gotten rid of because they never wanted David to be in Johnny's life.
David was murdered in cold blood just to keep him out of his son's life?
And boom, it clicked for me all of a sudden. I said, wow. I said, that's over child custody. That's why he's not here today.
That was the motive.
That was the motive.
But was Wolf's confession to an ex-wife a true story or just alcohol-fueled bravado? There was no way to know for sure. But it was enough to at least bring about the arrest in October 2004 of Michael Wolf, now living in Ohio. But an arrest is not a conviction, Meg. And as Michael Wolf cooled his very sober heels in an Ohio jail, he professed his innocence to anybody who would listen, including the local police, to whom Wolf sent a letter in which he claimed all he knew of a crime centered on a conversation with his ex-wife Barbara's father, Harry, a few months before the murder. Stephen Kampf was a reporter with the Broward Palm Beach New Times and read Michael's letter. All Michael would admit to is meeting Harry in a park near the Walmart overlooking the place where David's bones would later come out of the ground.
Michael Wolf said that he had basically pointed over to that plot of land and said, well, if you needed to bury a body, that would be a good place to do it. And then he concluded this letter with, and I don't know if he had listened or not.
Apparently, he did.
If Michael Wolf had really not known anything beyond that point, it would get him off the hook. And it would leave it all in the hands of Harry Britton.
So Michael was pinning the murder on no one but Harry, who was safely dead and could tell no tales. But now Detective Velasquez believed she had enough evidence to bring Michael Wolf back to Florida to stand trial for the murder of David Jackson.
We did the arrest warrant, and within a couple of days we were flying out to Kettering, Ohio to extradite Michael Wolf back to Florida.
How did he react?
He said some pretty harsh words. It's not very ladylike if I say it, though.
You can say it.
He said, I'm
This was it. Velasquez had her moment. Finally, after 15 years, she had made sure someone was going to be held accountable for the death of David Jackson.
It was the culmination of 16 months of such a long, grueling, up and down, tiresome investigation, of nights of not sleeping, of days of going to work and living off of coffee. And I thought, you know what? This is what it's all about.
It was November of 2007 when Michael Wolf went on trial for murder. After so many years, any physical evidence that might have tied him to the crime was long gone. But what prosecutors did have was the verbal confession, the drunken story his ex-wife said he had told her.
I'm sure he told me.
And then, checkmate. Another ex-wife told police virtually the same story.
He told me he shot him in the head. And he told me that he had a silencer on the gun.
Now she too was called to the stand. That was enough. The jury was out less than an hour. The verdict was guilty. At the sentencing, life in prison, David Jackson's family confronted Michael Wolf. Not just to condemn him, but to ask a question, because there was still a piece missing, something that still didn't make sense. What was David doing in that motel room the night they killed him? Why did he walk into that trap?
Why would he go to a motel to meet Mr. Britton when Mr. Britton lives 10 minutes down the road? I mean, David is not a stupid child at 24. Why would Mr. Britton want to see him in a motel?
Tell what you know, they demanded. There'd be no justice, they told Wolf, unless everyone involved was held accountable. Outside the courtroom, David's brother encountered the state's attorney and said,
He's going to tell you. And he said, he's not going to tell me anything. I saw it in his eyes. He'll tell you. And then we got the real story.
In fact, it was just 2 days later when Wolf finally confessed the true measure of his guilt and gave police firsthand his unedited version of events the night he said they buried David Jackson in the shifting Florida clay. Was someone else involved? Oh yes, said Michael Wolf. She certainly was.
Coming up, what made David go to that motel?
It was a woman who was on the phone. David takes the phone, comes out a little while later. He's all spruced up, ready to go out.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In November of 2007, the man who shot David Jackson to death was found guilty of the crime and sent to prison for the rest of his life. But a couple of days after he was sentenced, Wolf sent out word he was ready to tell the rest of the story. Sure, he said he was the trigger man, and yes, his father-in-law was determined to get rid of David permanently. But to set their trap, to lure David to the kill site, the motel, they needed bait. And that bait, said Wolf, was Barbara. Barbara, who did not require persuasion. Quite the contrary, said Mr. Wolf.
Barbara Britton is in the middle. From what I was able to learn about David, he would have never gone to that hotel room to meet Harry Britton. He would have never gone to that hotel room to meet Michael Wolf. He agreed to come meet Barbara.
The woman who wept tears of love for her long-lost David, who professed to have held a torch all those years, was the very same woman, said Wolf, who called David on the phone and enticed him to go to that motel room to be killed.
They needed to use Barbara as the lure because David still had feelings for Barbara.
Evidence? David had a roommate, reported journalist Stephen Camp, and that roommate heard David take a phone call just before he went out that night.
He was pretty sure it was a woman who was on the phone. David takes the phone, goes into his room, comes out a little while later. He's all spruced up, ready to go out. He's got a smile on his face. He's combing his hair. He's putting on his Drakkar Noir cologne. And David Jackson left the apartment at that point. That was the last that any of his friends saw him at that point.
What really happened in the motel? Wolf said he hid in the bathroom when David arrived.
Barbara answered, and he was glad to see her. He said they walked in, they sat down on the edge of the bed, and Barbara had a stun gun. And Barbara hit David with the stun gun.
But the stun gun malfunctioned. So Wolf stepped out of the bathroom with his gun.
He said, so I had the gun wrapped in a towel, and he showed me like this. He said, pick the gun up, and I fired one shot. And about that time, Harry Britton came into the room and said, he's not dead yet, he's still breathing, shoot him again. So he says, I shot him again, and said that shot killed him. And they put David's body in the back of Harry's VW and transported it to the site where they had already pre-dug the grave, so all they had to do was just lay his body in there and cover him up.
But that wasn't the end of Wolf's tale. A year after the murder, he said, he got a call from Harry Britton.
He had learned that they were going to build a new Walmart right there at the corner where they were.
Where the bones were buried.
Where the bones were. And Harry, Michael Wolf said, told him, you have to come back down here and move the bones, almost as an order.
Wolf flew back to Florida.
Michael says that he went out there in the middle of the night, collected what he could find, and put them in a trash bag, and then he went back to Barbara Britton's family's house and put the bones out for the trash in a plastic bag.
Michael Wolf's story seemed to tell it all and to cast Barbara Britton in a leading role. And once she heard that story, Detective Velasquez was convinced Barbara, determined to keep David away from their son, was a full partner in his murder.
What are the chances that either Michael Wolf or Harry Britton forced her to take part in this scheme?
Forced?
Yeah.
You don't have to force a willing participant.
And you believe she was willing?
Yes.
The detective couldn't help remembering, she said, what Barbara told her when she heard that David's bones had been identified.
Strangely enough, the first thing she said to me was, how many bones do you have?
Come on.
She had participated in retrieving those bones, and they thought they had gotten them all, when they had left about 50% behind.
All this time, said the detective, she just knew Barbara had been lying, and now she had the goods. We asked Barbara about all this, of course, about her ex-husband's allegations that she was deeply involved in the murder, and she denied it.
And you had no part in killing David?
No, I did not. I had no knowledge and I had no part. And, you know, little lies here and there that Mike keeps changing his story. I think it's just psychotic. I think it's just psychotic for the things that he has said. I was 21 back then. I was very I don't think I could plan much, you know. I mean, I'm not stupid, but I'm not that smart, you know.
No, said Barbara, it was all ex-husband Michael Wolf's doing. His guilt, she said, made sense of his strange behavior during their time in Arizona, particularly the weekend David disappeared, a weekend when, Barbara says, her ex-husband was not with her at home.
He would always go on business trips, and every time I asked, he would tell me, don't worry about it, you know, I got business to take care of.
But she knew nothing at all about the murder, she insisted, until the penny dropped during a conversation years later with her father.
I'm like, wonder what he's doing. I wonder if he's coming back. I wonder, you know, where he's at or what happened. And he would just be like, you don't have to worry, you know, he's not around to bother you.
What was that like to deal with?
Very, very rough. You know, it's like, it's my dad. I couldn't accept it. And what satisfaction did it get, you know? I mean, did it satisfy him? Because it sure didn't satisfy me.
Still, in December of 2007, it was Detective Velasquez who got what she wanted. She'd worked hard to prove what she believed to be true, that Barbara was an integral part of the plot to kill David Jackson. And finally now, Barbara Britton was arrested and charged with murder. Now, perhaps, a jury could answer the question. Do you believe this woman? A woman whose hands literally shook, whose tears flowed at the mere mention of her departed ex-husband? Do you believe the things she said?
All the time we thought he's missing.
when Dateline continues.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Barbara Britton, the woman who sobbed at the mere mention of David Jackson's name, was now in jail awaiting trial for killing him. Exactly where Barbara belonged, said Detective Donna Velasquez.
She made it happen. She was the instigator, as well as just being the one in the middle.
I had no doubt in my mind that she was the catalyst.
Barbara, meanwhile, maintained her innocence, claimed there was a certain reason Michael Wolff lied about her that way. It was payback, she said, for something that happened when they were married.
And here came another one of those odd stories. Earlier, remember, there was the one suggesting drug running on David's delivery truck. Now, a story about Michael and gun running.
I was putting away laundry one day, and I saw a bulge in a dress shirt pocket.
Yeah.
And there was quite a bit of money there. And when he got home from work that night, I confronted him on it, and he told me that he was doing gun runs to Haiti.
Barbara said she told the police about Wolff's alleged gun running.
And he got mad, and he even told a cellmate of his that that's it, you know.
Make you pay the price.
That I was, yeah.
Interesting, true. Wolff
hasn't commented. But Keith Seltzer, Barbara's defense attorney, suspected Wolf had a much more practical motive.
Michael Wolf was initially offered a 15-year plea bargain to take 15 years and testify against whoever his accomplices might be.
Sure.
And lo and behold, a week after the jury convicts him of first-degree murder, well, there was an option at that point to maybe get that 15 years back. That was his motivation.
In other words, said Barbara's attorney, Wolf would sell out Barbara any way he could to get a reduced sentence. Of course, there was the uncomfortable fact of the two unprompted confessions he'd made to his ex-wives, confessions in which he portrayed Barbara as a sort of black widow intent on having David killed.
Well, there are two versions that he gave to each of those ex-wives.
The stories were not entirely consistent, said Attorney Seltzer. Besides, he said, Barbara was at home in Arizona the night of the murder. How does he know that?
A phone bill from her mother's home, placing calls to her home in Arizona that night, where nobody else could have been there.
And what's a phone bill of that age doing lying around somewhere where it can be grabbed for evidence by the defendant?
The father was a meticulous record keeper.
What's to say that wasn't an answering service that picked it up?
Michael Wolf testified in his first deposition that they had no answer machine.
Could have been somebody else in the house.
We questioned Mr. Wolf about that, and he said that there was nobody there.
But as the defense prepared for trial in December of 2010, something changed.
There was new evidence discovered.
Lainey Bandel was the prosecutor who inherited the case.
And that new evidence was what we consider a jailhouse snitch. And he came forward and stated that Michael Wolf told him he had fabricated the entire story about Barbara participating in the murder of David Jackson.
That particular jailhouse snitch was well known, the DA said, mostly for the false information he provided. Still, after 3 years in jail, it was enough to get Barbara released and placed on house arrest pending trial. And then, Prosecutor Bandel met Michael Wolf to ask him about testifying against Barbara. Didn't go well.
The blow came to me when he said, "What am I getting in return? What will my sentence be reduced to?"
Now the state reassessed its options.
I think with any case, you're taking a 50-50 chance. The lack of forensics, the lack of physical evidence that a jury wants to see, but most importantly, again, the fact that you have a co-defendant who is giving the testimony, which was the foundation of this prosecution, who wanted something in return.
The people who conducted the investigation, deep down in their guts, are sure that she was at the center of it. Did you think so too?
What I think as a person and what I think as a prosecutor, I have to keep them separate. And while I may have believed that Barbara was a full participant in this, what I can prove is totally different.
So you made an offer?
We made an offer.
Barbara Britton was offered 2 more years of house arrest and 8 years of probation. She would avoid trial, but she had to plead guilty to accessory after the fact in David's murder, meaning she acknowledged knowing about the crime, but only after it occurred, something she'd always denied.
You got to remember, I had that option to go to trial and take it. It's just taking your chance with 12 to 14 other
jurors who would hear a story about a Mata Hari control freak who very cleverly manipulated men to get them to do this awful thing.
Right. They already know what you're there for. So they're already going to have somewhat of an opinion.
Even though she accepted the deal, Barbara was not happy. True, there was no prison time, but she was a felon now.
You have a title over your head. It's life-changing. It's very life-changing.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Put your hand
Detective
down.
Velasquez joined David's family at Barbara's sentencing hearing.
You're okay with the stipulation and the fact that it's a guilty plea?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
And Judge, for the record, David Jackson's mother would like to speak. Judy?
Of course.
David's mother read a victim's impact statement.
Because of you, Barbara, I have cried endlessly for 24 years. I wanted to die myself to be with David.
Her gaze fixed on the woman her son once loved.
You are guilty. Michael Wolf is where he should be in prison. Your father is where he should be. And you would join him one day because that is where you should be.
in hell.
David's brother, Mark, was not at all sure that justice was served.
If you lose in trial, that's God's will. You can't control that. But I think it should have gone to trial. I think society, in 2 years when she comes off of house arrest, needs to worry.
Wait, I have a picture of David.
But his mother?
There is justice. Yes, and she's a felon now for life. She's got to live with all that. I don't. Oh my God. Every time I get out of bed in the morning, one leg says guilty and the other one says felon.
And as for the detective who so doggedly pursued the case, who now thinks a murderer got away.
At first I was disappointed, so I had to make peace with it. And when I put my head down on the pillow at night, at the end of the day, she's a felon. Mentally, when you're in prison here, do you ever escape that?
As for Barbara, she spent the remainder of her house arrest in her father's home, that old VW, the one that allegedly carried David's body the night he was killed, still parked outside.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
I wonder why I didn't do more. I should have done something different. I'll live with that forever. Forever and ever it will haunt me.
High school sweethearts with a fast-growing family. Then it all went up in flames.
There's a fire and my wife is...
His wife was inside.
I believe somehow it wasn't true.
None of it made sense to me.
And in the ashes of that awful fire, a mystery. Because what happened that night was no accident.
I don't care what you think you're seeing, you're dealing with a murder.
The gun, how did it end up completely underneath her body?
In the front driver's seat was what appeared to be a note.
She had rekindled a relationship with one of the executives.
How about her husband? Could he be hiding something?
Did you murder her? No. Did you pull the trigger? No. Did you kill her? No.
It was like a script. He had answers for everything.
Your head's spinning. You realize this is it.
You're going to hell for what you've done in this case.
I'm Lester Holt, and this is Dateline.
It was dark, past 3 a.m. A weak hint of crescent moon struggled to penetrate the night here in the middle of America. Kingman, Kansas, population 3,000, was asleep. Except, on a quiet residential street, a woman unable to sleep watched a crime show on TV. Was that popping noise she heard coming from somewhere in the neighborhood, or was it her TV show? Or just a remnant of the windy day, licking around her windowsill. The silent night closed in again. April 30th, 2011, tornado season. Oh, and there was a storm that night. A whirlwind even then sweeping all of them into its vortex. But it began not with wind, with fire.
911, do you have an emergency? Yes. What's the problem? Calm down. There's a fire.
3:51 a.m. The man on the phone to 911 was frantic, out of breath.
And my wife is...
Here is the actual video of Kingman's one officer on duty that night, running to his police car and speeding to the burning house, where he met the 911 caller outside. You can hear them both, recorded by his patrol car's dashboard video camera. The man said his wife was still in the master bedroom, in the back of the house, second floor. And if that was true, didn't look good for her. A passerby caught this video on his cell phone. By then, the volunteer fire brigade was arriving. Not much any of them could do for the woman inside. As the man calmed down a little, he told the officer he was able only to rescue his 2- and 4-year-old sons, carry them to safety. So, somewhere in there, his wife, their mother, was dead. There was more to his story, as you'll hear. Much more. But for now, the dismal business of sorting out what happened. So, where to begin? The man on the street said his wife's name was Vashti Seacat.
It was a name out of the Bible. In the book of Esther, there was a Queen Vashti. My dad thought the name was neat, so we named her Vashti.
Vashti's sister Kathleen lived 3 hours away. Neither she nor her brother Rich could believe what they heard that dark morning.
The first thing I did was called the Kingman County Sheriff's Department just to verify.
Could they help you? Did they tell you anything?
First he asked who I was, and I explained my relationship to Vashti, and then he said, yeah, there's been a fire, and we believe she's deceased.
And the man standing outside his burning house, that was Vashti's husband, Brett Seacat, her very first love.
Yeah, they met in high school. She did some stats for a team, and he was a wrestler. First little love in high school. First boyfriend, girlfriend.
They broke up and got back together a few times, as people do, until they finally married in 2004.
That first love always holds a special place in your life.
But by dawn on the 30th of April 2011, though, as you'll hear, Brett certainly knew what to do in a crisis, there was nothing he or anyone could do to get it back. The life he had with Vashti and their 2 boys, now motherless boys, Brendan, born in the fall of 2006, Bronson less than 2 years later.
When they had their babies, it was a very happy time. My sister was Mother of the Year. Award goes to her.
And at 4 in the morning, she would get up and hand make baby food.
Wow.
So her kids could have organic, healthy food.
Mm-hmm. She lived for those babies.
And not just her own kids.
She was the first to help someone. At the boys' daycare, a little boy had, it was cancer, leukemia, something, and she stayed up and baked mini loaves of banana bread and sold those to raise the money for that boy to have treatment.
What was Brett like as a dad?
He did lots of things with the kids. I will tell you, he did walks with them. He would play outside with them. He was very engaged as a dad. He was very proud of his sons.
Brett was a lawman from a family of lawmen, a former sheriff's deputy. And for the last few years, he'd been teaching officer recruits of all types at the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center, where Bobby Seacat, one of his brothers, worked before him.
He was actually hired to replace me when I left there. So
what was the job? Teaching what?
Brett got into the accident investigation and collision investigation, but he was much more into physical training and defense tactics than I ever was.
So, he had more interest in that kind of thing?
He did.
Personal combat stuff?
He did growing up. He got into martial arts. He was into wrestling in high school, and then got into bodybuilding, martial arts things. He was a lot bigger than I was.
The training center job gave Brett a set schedule with regular hours, which was a welcome change from being a deputy sheriff, especially with those 2 boys clamoring for his attention at home.
He was close to the boys, but he was very masculine with the boys. It was raise them as boys. Mm-hmm. They were tough, they wrestled a lot, and he would wrestle with them. He'd toss them across the room onto the couch, and they'd bounce off the couch and run right back to be tossed again.
Yeah. A terrible thing to happen to such a beautiful young family, even if the fire was all you heard about it. But now Brett Seacat headed to the local law enforcement center a few blocks away. And there he repeated to fellow law enforcement officers something he'd said on the 911 call, that the fire was not what killed Vashti Seacat.
So what did happen to Vashti? A surprising piece of evidence is right there in the bedroom.
She was lying on her left side, like she was under the covers asleep. The firearm was actually under her left hip.
Firearm? A gun? In the bed? When Dateline continues.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What are you doing here? What am I doing here? This is your moment.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The sun rose over grief and chaos that last morning of April 2011 in Little Kingman, Kansas. Vashti Seacat was dead, her house burned around her, and a husband and two little boys were just beginning to understand what had happened to them. The can't believe it stage, just like her siblings, Kathleen and Rich.
Like I believed somehow it wasn't true. You plead with God, or you just want a miracle to happen.
No miracles to be had. And that might have been the end of it, really, an awful tragedy, but these things do happen, and for all but loved ones are soon forgotten by the rest of the world.
Except those volunteer firemen weren't quite sure what they were dealing with.
So they took the prudent step and called in the state fire marshal and the ATF, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
We get a lot more training, we get a lot more exposure to the scientific side of things.
And that morning, Doug Monty was the ATF agent who showed up at the house to have a look around.
If you looked at it from the front of the house, all you really noticed was the fact that part of the roof had collapsed, and as you made your way around back, there was very, very heavy fire damage, to include collapse of the second and third floor, which is significant.
So really you had the front facade that was up, and the rest of it was
It wasn't down, but anybody going by could tell there was a
Yeah.
very significant fire that occurred inside on the second and third floors.
And you heard there was a body inside. Did you hear anything else about it?
Normally when I arrive at a scene like that, I'll meet with the on-scene investigators, the fire chief, local officers, and they had informed me that as the first arriving officer got there, he made contact with Brett Seacat, and he indicated that his wife was inside.
They also told him that when the first responders arrived, the windows in the master bedroom were still intact, which would have tamped down the fire inside the room where Vashti was last seen. And that meant there was some chance, at least, that some evidence would still exist in there. Wouldn't be completely incinerated by the flames. And sure enough, when Monty got inside what was left of the house, he saw the body of Vashti Seacat lying on the mattress in the master bedroom on the second floor.
She was lying on her left side. Her knees were slightly drawn up. It appeared that her elbows were bent. There was still a significant amount of blanket or covering on her, like she was under the covers asleep.
Also there, a weapon.
The firearm was actually under her left hip, which would have been against the mattress, with the barrel facing downward.
It became clear the gun had been the source of a single gunshot wound to the side of her lower skull. There were other wounds, too. Oddly enough, you can hear gunshots going off during the fire in that cell phone video shot by a passerby. Had to be, Agent Monty said, when the hot fire exploded the remaining bullets in the gun, sending bullets into Vashti's body. And something else that, courtesy of those unblown windows, didn't burn up completely.
We noticed a red plastic container very close to her back on the mattress itself.
Plastic container for what?
There's a gas can.
Clearly a gas can?
Yes.
So, what'd that tell you?
Well, our job that day was to determine the origin and cause of the fire and to classify it, whether it was accidental, whether we couldn't determine a cause, or whether it was incendiary or someone intentionally set the fire.
Well, that certainly would make a suggestion, wouldn't it? Gas can on the bed.
That would be an indicator, yes, sir.
Suspicious? Oh, yes. But maybe not what you're thinking. Maybe not murder. In fact, the answer to what happened to Vashti Seacat was right there in her husband's panicky call to 911.
She shot herself, but she's in the fire.
But why would a mother of two little boys take her own life? That was a story only her widower, Brett Seacat, could tell.
Coming up,
She wanted to make everybody happy.
Brett Seacat has some secrets to share.
He had informed us that she would put on one face for her family and the public, and then she would be a different person at home.
So that Brett knew and nobody else.
Right.
When Dateline continues.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Fire is a terrible thing to happen to a family. But fire was only half of the deadly event that ruptured the Seacat family of Kingman, Kansas. This was a fire and a shooting, apparently both the suicidal work of Vashti Seacat. And because it occurred in a small rural county, it triggered a call to the KBI, the statewide Kansas Bureau of Investigation, whose special agent Dave Folletti welcomed the chance to hear what happened directly from Brett Seacat himself.
This is Dave Folletti.
Brett, remember, was in law enforcement himself and understood that Agent Folletti needed to hear the whole story, warts and all.
We interviewed him for approximately 7.5 hours, just two cops talking to each other.
Seemed to be forthcoming?
Yeah, he's very forthcoming.
Well, I'm sorry we have to have you here. We just want to talk about what happened. Go through. I know it's been some terrible time for you.
The agent was about to discover that Brett was dealing not just with grief, but with a heavy burden of guilt, though it took a while to get to that part of the story.
Usually when we interview people, I want them to start at the very beginning, and we did.
Brett told them the story of how he met Vashti in high school and how he was smitten from the very first moment.
She was great. She wanted to make everybody happy. She really worked on that. She really cared what people thought about her, almost to the point of neurosis, I always thought.
And maybe that's why in recent years she'd been paying way too much attention to her job, he said, even when she was home.
She was very dedicated to her job, and I always thought that kind of took away from her time with the kids because, the kids and I may be playing in the living room and she'd be in the office working.
But making matters worse, said Brett, was that Vashti was depressed, had been for a long time, something almost no one else knew.
He had informed us that Vashti was basically two Vashtis. She would put on one face for her family and the public, and then she would be a different person at home.
So that Brett knew and nobody else.
Right.
She would get depressed over something, but she would never talk to anybody about being depressed over it because she was always worried about how people would view her. And even as her boyfriend, as her husband, the only reason I ever even got exposed to it was because I was the guy who spent the nights with her.
Things got so bad, Brett said. Her depression was affecting their marriage. They started seeing a therapist. He also told investigators that to help her lose weight, Vashti took a hormonal supplement, HCG, which has been linked to depression. And he remembered something that now came back to haunt him, he told them. That one night he and Vashti were watching a drama on TV, during which
someone had committed suicide with a firearm, and she had asked him if that gun would be a good gun to do that with. And he said, yeah, I've got one of those, but the Dirty Harry gun, which he indicated was the 44 Ruger Magnum that they had, would be a better tool to do that with.
So, he looked back on it then in the interview with you as, oh my gosh, I told her how to kill herself.
Right.
But it got even worse, said Brett, when Vashti told him to his dismay that she wanted to split up and served him with divorce papers. And he, very upset, he said, told her the night she died.
You and I will go to the mat, and I made it perfectly clear, whether it was truthful or not, that if this went to court, I was going to do everything I could to make sure she doesn't see the kids again.
There was no sharing a bed anymore. And after he fell asleep on the couch downstairs, he said his cell phone rang. It was Vashti calling from the bedroom upstairs.
Anyway, I answered it. She said, "Are you awake? You need to come get the boys."
Brett said he jumped up,
Exactly what
then heard a loud noise.
It sounded like somebody just hauling off, slamming the door closed as hard as they could.
Then he said he heard what sounded like somebody walking around on the second floor, and he bounded up the stairs to the bedroom.
I remember that clearly now, and there were small flames around the door. The flames were about that high off the ground. So about a foot. Yeah.
And then he said he ran into the master bedroom.
The bed is on fire, and where the whole room could have been on fire, I'm pretty sure it was. But I was just looking right there, and Vashti was laying on her back right in the spot where she sleeps.
He said he reached over Vashti's right shoulder and around her neck.
And I pulled her up, and she sank down. She just like waffled in my arms down straight, not like somebody who's getting picked up. Yeah. Then all of a sudden, it sort of came to me. Dead fire kids. I just dropped her.
That's when he ran to the boys' room, he said, scooped them up, ran downstairs, put them in the car, and then called 911, and then ran back into the house to try to get Vashti. He covered his face with a wet dishcloth, he said, and ran back up the stairs.
By the time I get to the top of the stairs, it's pitch black. I can't see anything, not even my hand in front of my face. Yeah, I told myself to get out.
And now Vashti was dead. And Brett couldn't stop wondering, he told Agent Folletti, wondering if she was thinking about the kids as she prepared to end her life.
My questions were, did Mommy say goodbye, or did Mommy tuck you in and say night-night, or did Mommy say goodbye was the big one? Because she did love those kids, and I could see her going in there and kissing each one of them goodnight.
Brett said he explained to the boys, especially the older one, that Mommy's in heaven now, that she's with God.
We talk about that every night right before bed.
And here, cop to cop, it was as if Brett Seacat was in a confessional booth, full of sorrow for threatening to take away the boys, the trigger, he was sure, for her suicide.
Did he seem remorseful about having said
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He showed remorse that he had driven her to commit suicide. He had given her no other out other than to take her own life.
Coming up, a journal.
In the front driver's seat was what appeared to be a note to her two children and to Brett.
Could it be a final message to her family?
She's telling her children to take care of each other, and then made the comment, and Brett, I took care of the house for you.
None of it made sense to me.
When Dateline continues.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little
Al Roker. What am I doing here?
This is your moment, your moment,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The known facts were stark, quite clear. Vashti Seacat was dead, a fatal bullet wound to the head, her house burned around her, her boys motherless, her husband a widower. Now, the trick would be finding evidence for or against the story behind the apparent suicide, Brett Seacat's story, which wasn't long in coming, said lead KBI agent Folletti. In Vashti's purse, they found a Post-it note with a list of expenses.
Indications of money that she needed in her life insurance.
The list included funeral expenses. And then they had a good look through Vashti's Volkswagen. And in her trunk they found printed material about coping with stress and anxiety. But more important, investigators discovered something Folletti knew was absolutely key.
In the front driver's seat was a journal. But as you open that book and go past some of the notes that she had written in reference to her children, kind of bookmarked with the string that you usually find in those types of books, was what appeared to be a note to her two children and to Brett. And in that note, she's trying to explain, tell the children I love them, and she's telling her children to take care of each other, and then made the comment, and Brett, I took care of the house for you.
The note also said she'd be watching over her sons from heaven. All those words on that page seem pretty clear. It was a goodbye note. Investigators also talked to Vashti's friends and family, colleagues at Cox Communications, where she worked in human resources, and others who knew her well. They said Vashti had been going to a therapist for several months, that she'd been losing a lot of weight recently, and taking the hormonal supplement HCG. Could it have affected her mood? Brett's half-brother, Bobby, was dumbstruck by what happened, couldn't comprehend it, so he peppered him with questions.
None of it made sense to me. I said, were there problems? He said, well, yeah, she filed for divorce. And he told me they'd been to see a counselor, they'd been going through counseling for 6 months. And I said, what would cause her to do this? And he said, I used the boys as a weapon, something I never should have done. If she tried taking custody of the boys, I would take the boys and run away with them. And he was beating himself up about that. And I, of course, said probably half of all the people that have ever gotten a divorce that have kids involved have said something similar.
Bobby was learning things about Vashti he'd never known, he said. Like when Brett told him that before Vashti died, she had been spending evenings out.
Going out partying and dancing and drinking.
So where would the kids be when she did that?
With Brett.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not saying that those kids didn't mean a lot to her. She was a wonderful person on the surface. And there was a different Vashti that we were unaware of. And it's upsetting to be made aware of it.
To Brett, Vashti's going out was a sure sign she was sinking into depression. Fit a pattern he'd seen before, just as he told the investigators. And again, Bobby was shocked, didn't know a thing about it.
Before this happened, I had never heard anything about her being suicidal. And that's why I have some disappointment in my half-brother. I mean, if he felt a duty to protect her, I understand, but there are other people there to help you through this. In hindsight, I'm sure he wishes he would have shared those things.
But one thing jumped right back at Bobby, something he saw the weekend before Vashti died. She seemed sad and withdrawn that time he saw her, sitting by herself in the house while her young sons were hunting for Easter eggs outside.
She was not typical Vashti, who was usually bubbly and talkative, and it was unusual that an Easter egg hunt occurred and she didn't even get off the couch and come outside.
Bobby and his wife noticed, asked how she was doing.
All she told us that day was she really didn't like work, and work was a struggle for her daily. She said, I got into HR to give people a future and hope, and I don't remember the last person I hired.
And according to Bobby, Vashti said when she had to lay off employees, it was difficult for her, especially if she was close to them.
She said, if they're not your friends, they take the news and they leave. If they're your friends, they stay in your office and cry on your shoulder for an hour.
As Brett filled his half-brother in on everything, Bobby came to understand that apparently the emotions of Vashti's job, the strain of her divorce, her depression, and Brett's threat to take the kids from her proved too much. And sadly, she took her life, leaving Brett and the boys to go on somehow themselves.
I've gotten past anger towards her. Now it's just, it bothers me. There's just things, I think, in her life that derailed.
But to set the house on fire with her own little boys inside?
We're trying to assign rational thinking to someone that I believe was getting ready to take their own life.
So for Brett's family, it was starting to make sense. But for Vashti's family, it just made no sense at all.
Coming up, questions and suspicions.
He didn't like people. He more wanted to isolate my sister and have her all to himself.
I don't care what you're being told. I don't care what you think you're seeing. You're dealing with a murder.
When Dateline continues.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your newsfeed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The vigil for Vashti Seacat was held across the street from her burned-out house.
Her life was grounded in your love.
Kathleen and Rich were there. So was Brett, with his 2 sons. Not easy for any of them. And truth, as Vashti's siblings Kathleen and Rich knew, has a way of looking so very different, depending on who is doing the looking. Which is why, the minute Rich found out something happened to his sister, he called the Kingman County Sheriff's Office.
I said, I don't care what you're being told. I don't care what you think you're saying. I said, you're dealing with a murder.
A murder? Even as they grieved, Kathleen and Rich had become suspicious of Brett. Ever since Brett called Kathleen to tell her the news and phrased it in such an odd way.
He said Vashti killed herself and then set the house on fire. So how it was said to us was backwards. And just from conversations her and I had had, I knew. I knew.
What did he sound like?
No emotion, very calm, no tears, no hysterics, just...
Very matter of fact.
And I'm hysterical. I'm not married to her and she's not the mother of my children, and I'm hysterical, but he wasn't.
A week or so later, Brett drove down to Oklahoma to speak directly with Kathleen and her husband.
And he had answers for everything, like why she did what she did, why she thought what she thought. It was like a script, answers for everything, where normal people would be confused. And there was a picture of her that was a poster-sized picture on my fireplace. And I looked over at it and said, she was such a good mother. And I broke down, and he said, oh, I'm over that. I'm just kind of angry at her and ready to move on.
But they had to admit that Brett's social interactions had always been, a little cold, sometimes inappropriate, and his reaction to Vashti's death was not out of character.
He didn't like people. He more wanted to isolate my sister and have her all to himself. I almost felt like Vashti and the children were more of a possession than...
They were his, mine.
Like your clan.
Everybody stay away from my stuff.
Yeah. So it was a different kind of love than maybe what I would define as love.
Early on, at least according to her siblings, Vashti questioned her decision to marry Brett, wondering if she should stay in the marriage. That is, until she found out she was pregnant with the first of her sons.
I do think Brett treated her well while she was pregnant. He was very proud he was going to be having sons, and the CCAT name was going to be, you know, pushed on. But several times in their marriage, it didn't feel right. I know she missed family. She wanted to reconnect with friends. She felt forced to not have the same friends, and that bothered her.
Did it change the way she was, or her personality?
Those boys were her life. So I think she was so focused.
Focused and wrapped up in the children that, you know, she probably didn't notice it like we did from the outside.
By the fall of 2010, said Kathleen, Vashti was miserable again. She was feeling depressed then. And so she and Brett started seeing a therapist, together and alone. But things didn't get any better. And so in the spring of 2011, Vashti filed for divorce.
This wasn't a spontaneous, oh, I think I'll just get divorced. And I know she had thought it through well enough.
She'd had enough of him and told Kathleen so.
She said, he's a grandiose narcissist, and it's not going to get better. It's not going to change.
But was Vashti depressed, as Brett was saying? Not anymore, said Kathleen and Rich. They talked to her all the time, they said. And though she was sad about the divorce, she was looking forward, finally, to a happier life. She felt liberated, they said, was excited about her job, was losing weight, starting new friendships.
And planning a vacation with you.
And a concert, and a Hawaii trip, and a Springfield trip, and we had just gone shopping the week before, and the clothes were still in the bag at her house. In fact, she had so many things lined out for us to do that I was thinking, I can't keep up with her.
So, they didn't buy Brett's story at all.
She was not depressed. She was anything but.
The Wednesday before Vashti died, when Brett was served with the divorce papers, she spent that night with their sons at a friend's house and was going to stay there until Friday, when Brett was supposed to be out of the house. That was the plan, said Kathleen.
He got a hold of her on Thursday and told her to come home, that she owed it to him to let him say goodbye to his kids. He told her he couldn't be out by Friday. He had nowhere to go. His parents didn't even know they were contemplating divorce. He didn't have any friends to go stay with. He said he needed a few more days to get out. Could she please come home and let him tell his boys goodbye and just talk? I begged her to not go. And she said, Kathleen, my only way out is to try to reason with him. And she said, I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. He has nowhere else.
Rich talked to Vashti that Friday about dinner time.
The whole conversation was, you know, hey sis, how are things going in light of the situation? And everything she said was, well, Brett's having a really hard time with this, and Brett's really struggling with this.
It hurt her. It hurt her that he was so torn up.
And less than 12 hours later, Vashti was dead. Kathleen and Rich told investigators that's the truth as they saw it. They were certain Brett killed Vashti, made it look like suicide, and because he was a man who actually trained law enforcement officers.
You were worried that because of his training, he knew how to beat the system.
Oh yeah, he would brag about it. He had books, you know, he knew how to do it.
Coming up, Brett Seacat under scrutiny.
If he bent over a bed that's on fire to get his wife, I would expect his chest to have some type of singeing. There was absolutely nothing.
When Dateline continues.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
This is your moment,
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it love that.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's not always so straightforward determining from evidence what's suicide and what's murder. Brett said it was obviously suicide. Her family said, no way. So now investigators had to figure out who was right. They scoured the wreck of the Seacat house for clues.
I remember grabbing one of the KBI or fire marshal, just somebody that was working the scene, and I said, give me some hope. Are you finding something that's going to let everybody know what happened? And I remember he looked at me and he said, I will tell you this. In this instance, justice will be served.
But what did that mean? As another investigator told them,
justice will be served. And maybe justice is he didn't do it. We don't have emotions in this. We are here to collect facts.
And collect they did, including a bit of unburned material on the dining room table in the Seacat home. Quite odd.
It was actually a PowerPoint that included almost like an instructor would be teaching a class on different types of death. suicides, homicide I believe was listed on there, fire, blunt force trauma, things of that an officer or investigator would be looking at when they're investigating a death of some sort.
Well, that might make sense, though, if he's a teacher policeman, that he might have that.
Right, individually, that probably could be looked at as that.
In fact, said Brett, that's exactly what it was.
It was paperwork that he'd brought home from school or from class that he had taken, I believe, in college, and it was just scrap paper, and he had pulled it in there because on the night before the morning she passed away, they'd been working on a budget, and we did find it looked like somebody was preparing a budget for their bills together because they had separate accounts, so he was trying to show that he could help her out in paying off some of these bills.
And that was the activity in the evening before she died?
Correct.
So it was a kind of a cooperative activity?
According to Mr. Seacat, yes.
Also, Brett said that when he ran into the burning bedroom to try to save Vashti, he was only wearing pants, no shirt or shoes. So
I would expected to see some type of injury to fire. All we ended up finding when we photographed him later was some very, very minor singeing on his legs from hair. You get more than that if you're lighting a barbecue pit and you singe yourself. And he had a couple of minor blisters on one of his feet. If he bent over a bed that's on fire to get his wife, I would expect his chest to have some type of singeing. There was absolutely nothing.
What's more, the KBI found a small amount of gasoline on the pants he was wearing. Suspicious? Maybe. But proof of murder, staging the scene? Not even close. There was an autopsy, of course, the results of which could be seen as suspicious, or not.
There was no soot in her airway or in her lungs. That would indicate that there were no breaths taken prior to the fire kind of getting into the atmosphere.
Fire was lit after she was dead.
You could make that assumption.
Is it possible that she could have poured the accelerant around in these various places in the house, lit them all, hopped back into bed, covered herself up, shot herself, and then died and still had no soot in her lungs? I mean, the fires are just getting started?
It's possible. But if she's made that decision to go to that length, I would expect that she would be very excited. Her respirations would be very, very rapid, and so she would be breathing heavy.
There'd be something in her lungs, some kind of indication.
That would be my experience, as I've worked multiple fatality fires over the years.
But ATF investigators' opinion aside, facts are facts. And the coroner said there just weren't enough of them to determine whether Vashti's death was homicide or suicide. Just too much fire damage to know for sure. So, Agent Folletti and his team poked around for whatever circumstantial evidence there might be. They went to where Brett worked and were told by co-workers at the Law Enforcement Training Center that on the day before Vashti died, Brett took 2 computer hard drives to the maintenance shop there and asked how to destroy them.
And ultimately they showed him a torch, and he used a torch to, basically an oxyacetylene torch that burns at a very high temperature. He used that to torch the hard drives.
And then threw them away, 2 different trash cans, along with a couple of cell phones which he had first pulled apart. Troubling. On the other hand, it wasn't like he was skulking around or hiding any of that unusual activity. He even asked his colleagues for help. So, back to the house and the neighborhood around it. Door to door went Folletti and his team of investigators. And 3 doors down from the Seacat house was a woman who said she was having trouble sleeping that night, and so was awake in the wee hours, watching TV in her living room.
And at some point she believed she heard what was a gunshot. And she believed that was sometime before the fire trucks and the police officers showed up in front of the Seacat residence.
Exactly when each of those things happened, she couldn't say for sure, but reviewing the TV show she'd been watching, she could tell them which scene was playing when she heard that gunshot. And that's how the KBI was able to determine the gun went off long before Brett called 911.
We believed it was about 35 minutes prior to Mr. Seacat calling 911 is when she heard that gunshot.
To do something.
Right.
And the ATF's Monty discovered the fire was not simply a matter of lighting the bed on fire.
Was that where the fire was started?
In my opinion, there were multiple fires started on the 2nd floor of the residence.
Interesting. But it didn't rule out the possibility that Vashti herself started the fires.
There's a lot of things in limbo at that point.
Yes, but their suspicions pointed in one direction, toward Brett Seacat, who was going from grieving, guilt-ridden widower to a serious person of interest, which his half-brother Bobby found preposterous, especially when it came to what the KBI thought was Brett's suspicious behavior at the training center. As a former cop and cop trainer himself, Bobby just knew his brother didn't do it.
When you are in law enforcement and you know about identity theft, those are things you do. You break cell phones and you burn hard drives. Not only was he well versed in identity theft, he was a substitute instructor of it. I think in hindsight, if he had known what was about to happen that very night, he wouldn't have thrown cell phones away. He wouldn't have burned hard drives. He would not have done anything, and he especially wouldn't have spent the night in that house.
Because it would draw attention to him, make him look guilty.
Absolutely.
Was it just appearances, or was it more than that?
Coming up.
Things are just not looking good, and they're adding up to that you had something to do with this, Brett. We need to know why.
Oh no, there's no why. Okay. I didn't do this.
Anger and accusations.
Did you murder her? No. Did you pull the trigger? No. Did you kill her? No.
When Dateline continues.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
When Brett Seacat arrived for that chat with investigators looking into the death of his wife, Vashti, it was as if he could finally relax after the worst 2 weeks of his life.
Honestly, talking to you guys distracts me from all the thoughts that eat me up of late, so actually I do better in this room.
I did little talking. I did very few questions. We basically just let Mr. Seacat go, and he talked for multiple hours.
Brett knew the rules, of course, had to know he was very much a person of interest, but he was content to chat back and forth for something like 7 hours, didn't bring a lawyer with him, didn't ask for one, even when the investigators zeroed in on what they saw as holes in his story.
Things just aren't adding up. Okay, I think you know that. We just want to make sure we get all the facts right and get to the truth. Tell me what you want to know.
Brett willingly answered almost every question they had, like why there was no real evidence on his body to back up his story of what he did the night Vashti died.
You had no blood on you when supposedly you picked her up in the bed and held her to you close. You had no blood.
No, I didn't hold her to me close. I held
You had no fire on the bottom of your feet. Now, if you walk through fire, you should have some kind of injuries besides a small injury on the top of one of your feet.
I don't know why the bottom of my feet are burnt. I had some sort of weird black charring, but you guys have pictures of that. Did I know that I stepped in any fire? I don't.
The investigators were also starting to think that the note in the journal was forged.
But to be honest with you, when I looked at that notebook, I'm going, this ain't right, because it doesn't. Well, it slants one way part of the time, it slants the other way part of the time, and the D's were different. Just telling me what I observed. Looks like her handwriting to me, but it's not my handwriting.
Or why on the Friday before Vashti died, besides destroying hard drives and cell phones, Brett spent time in his office with the door locked, which was pretty unusual at the training center.
Oh my God, do you know why I was locked? Oh, screw you. I was crying. You had the door locked, and what was you looking at? Looking at my divorce papers. Problem is, Brett, you're in love. You're still in love with her. Yeah, I am. And she was going to leave you. There was no doubt about that. That's not why you kill people. Well, some people do. You have no idea how impossible it is. Well, the reason it killed her.
But could he answer the central question? Explain the thing that didn't make sense to anybody. Why Vashti, even if she was intent on suicide, why she would destroy the house too? Why set it on fire?
She really did not like that house. And we were going to have to fix it up. And we didn't particularly have the money or resources to fix it up. And she started really hating that house.
But at its heart, said Brett, Vashti's reason might well have had more to do with vanity.
She was a very, very beautiful girl. And always thought about what people would see. I think she might have shot herself and then assumed that her face would be really messed up. So she lit a fire and shot herself.
Sitting just a couple of feet away, Agent Folletti all but shook his head and said he didn't believe it.
We asked him if he thought, if he was sitting in my shoes, interviewing me, and saw the things that we saw and heard what he had told us, would he think that things just didn't add up?
Oh God, guys. But you see where we're coming from, though, don't you? Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I mean, this is 100 times worse than what I had pictured in my mind. Before, I just thought I lacked any evidence, and now you're saying there's a lot of evidence that I never knew existed. Well, the heart that looks real bad. Just the things are just not looking good, and they're adding up to that you had something to do with this, Brett. And we need to know why. Oh no, there's no why. Okay, I didn't do this.
I love Vashti. I'm sure you did. I'm sure you still do. But people do things to people they love.
I wouldn't my kids like this. Ever. I wouldn't her family, I wouldn't my family. I didn't want to give up Vash. I fought hard to try and keep us together.
In fact, said Brett, if he had murdered Vashti, he'd have made a better job of it.
I'm smart enough that if I wanted to kill my wife, it would have been a lot. I could have come up with something better than this. This is insane. This is what a crazy person does.
No, not necessarily. Crazy in love, crazy for his kids, yeah.
Don't try and twist it around.
No, I'm not.
Then Folletti got to the point.
Well, did you murder her?
No.
Did you pull the trigger?
No.
Did you kill her?
No.
Brett left the station then, went to be with his boys and whatever his thoughts may have been. But not for long, because no matter how adamant Brett's denials were, they just didn't add up to the KBI. However depressed Brett said Vashti was, it made no sense she would have lit the house on fire with her 2 sleeping sons in harm's way. The next day, Brett Seacat was taken into custody. He was formally charged 3 days later.
Brett T. Seacat did then and there unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Vashti S. Seacat. Your bond is $1 million.
He was also charged with arson and endangering his children. Brett could not make bond and so remained in jail to await a jury's decision about what really happened in the Seacat home in Kingman, Kansas, in the early hours of April 30th, 2011.
Coming up, The Note.
Some of his actions were reckless because the clock was winding down.
The Gun.
How did it end up completely underneath her body when she was sleeping on her side?
The Threats.
She said, "Do you think Brett would burn the house down with me in it?" And I was taken aback by that, and I said, "Not with the kids at home."
The prosecutors come on strong.
And so when those threats didn't work, he had to kill her to maintain control.
When Dateline continues.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. recovery operation, witnessing the massive crowds.
Nice hiring you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
At any moment now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
As Kingman coped with the tragedy in its midst, the smallest victims of the Vashti and Brett Seacat story endured what horrors we cannot imagine. Kathleen left her home in Oklahoma to help care for Vashti's young sons shortly after her sister died. And perhaps more than anyone, she was learning what violent death could do to a family.
We held those babies all night. They would wake up. They were traumatized by the fire.
Sure.
So to rock the little 2.5-year-old begging you, please ask Jesus, please bring my mommy back. I'll be good. I need a mommy. That breaks your heart. And this went on for a long time at night, sobbing for hours.
Those poor kids, I mean, you're trying to process that mommy's gone forever, and these people over here think mommy killed herself, and these people over here think my daddy shot my mommy.
The trial to decide one way or the other finally began in May 2013, 2 years after the fire. 2 years in which the local media covered the Seacat case in a big way.
It's looking like Brett Seacat will finally face trial for the death of Vashti Seacat.
Brett was entitled to ask to have his trial moved to another county, which might have been less saturated with news of the case against him. But he elected to keep it right here in Kingman's historic courthouse, a mere 2 blocks from his ruined home.
The defendant intentionally and with premeditation committed the murder of his wife, Vashti Seacat.
But for all the talk that had been around town, then Assistant Attorney General Amy Handley had precious little hard evidence to draw upon. Not even an autopsy report to wave around, because the coroner hadn't labeled Vashti's death a homicide. No, the evidence was not hard. It was circumstantial. In other words, Handley will be asking the jury to look at all the circumstances, then put 2 and 2 together.
He got his .44 Magnum Ruger Red Hawk, his revolver. He approached her in bed while she was sleeping. He shot her in the head. He set fire to at least 2 places in the house to cover up his actions. And he did all of this while their 2 young sons, Brendan and Bronson Seacat, were in the home.
The motive? Quite simple, said the prosecution. Brett did not want a divorce, but he did want custody of his sons. And he would do what it took, even kill Vashti, to keep them. Their marriage counselor took the stand.
He said that he felt like Vashti was going to run. He could just feel it, that she was going to leave him. And that if she divorced him, she was divorcing the entire Seacat family, including the children, and that he would take the children and she would never see them, even if it meant leaving the country. So I told him it was not legal, that it wasn't going to help the children, it would hurt them a great deal, that they needed access to both their parents.
Did you talk to him about divorced couples having 2 households?
Yes.
And what was Brett's comments about that?
He said he'd seen children of divorce and he didn't think it was worse for them to have just one parent or one household. He thought it was better.
And as for Brett's claim that Vashti died by suicide, the therapist said she didn't believe it for a second.
I asked her whether she would commit suicide, and she said no, for two reasons. One, her religious beliefs and her faith. And the second was that she couldn't do that to her boys. That she just loved being a mom. She couldn't leave them. They needed her.
The prosecutors showed the jury a photo of the contents of Vashti's purse, which contained that Post-it note listing various costs, including funeral expenses.
Vashti Seacat, as all of her friends and family testified, was a very organized person as both a mother and in her career at work. And that list is simply somebody planning out what they might do in their future when they're going to get divorced, which we know Vashti Seacat was doing.
Prosecutors also showed jurors the PowerPoint papers found on the dining room table, the presentation about homicide, suicides, and fire. True, Brett was a law enforcement trainer, said the prosecutor, but those were not his subjects.
He was not teaching arson. He wasn't teaching homicide. He wasn't teaching wound evidence.
No. What those materials proved, said the prosecutor, was premeditation. It was Brett's deadly homework. But what about that last entry in her journal, the one that read like a final farewell? Forged, said the state, by Brett. Thing is, said the handwriting expert, it wasn't well done. Look closely, he said. That slight shakiness? He called that?
The term we use in documents is tremor of fraud.
The tremor of fraud. And it appeared, said the prosecution, that Brett forged that note the day before Vashti died. The same day he was torching hard drives. The same day he asked a staff member at the training center where he could find an overhead projector. Something so outdated, it was in storage. The prosecutor said it appeared Brett used the projection light to recreate Vashti's writing in the journal.
Some of his actions were reckless because the clock was winding down.
Vashti had told Brett he could stay in the house until noon Sunday, the prosecutor said. She was planning to go out Saturday evening in Wichita and spend the night there.
Well, it's Friday. It's Friday evening. This was his last opportunity while they lived in the home together to kill Vashti.
Then there was the lack of evidence where there should have been some. If this were a suicide, that is.
Did you find any soot in the airways?
No.
Any soot in the lungs?
No.
The autopsy finding that Vashti Seacat had no soot in her lungs, in her airways, and that there was no carbon monoxide in her blood, that was a key piece of evidence for the prosecution. Because what it showed, what the jury could infer from that, was that Vashti Seacat didn't breathe in any smoke. And if she didn't breathe in any smoke, the fire was set after
she was dead.
She was dead.
And something else. Weird little detail. And yet, according to the prosecution, it was telling. When she died, Vashti's bladder was quite full.
There probably would have been a urinary urgency or the needing to go to the restroom.
And the importance of that for the evidence is that the claim from Brett Seacat is that Vashti is walking around the house, setting these fires, holding her breath, not breathing any smoke, while she has a strong urge to urinate. That doesn't make sense. That's something that the jury needed to decide whether or not in their common sense and experience, whether they thought that made any sense at all.
Just another point to add to the unlikelihood of this whole story that he was telling.
That's right.
The claimed suicide weapon didn't make sense either, said the prosecutor. .44 Magnum Ruger Red Hawk? Such a big, heavy gun.
She killed herself. How was she able to get that heavy handgun up to her head and pull the trigger and do so in just the right downward angle that it slices right through her spinal cord? And in that there was some kick or some recoil to the gun. How did it end up completely underneath her body when she was sleeping on her side?
The prosecutor said the angle of the bullet proved one thing.
That's consistent with someone standing over her while she was sleeping, shooting her.
Because, said the prosecutor, because that's what he said he would do. Brett not only woke Vashti up one night to tell her he had a dream that he killed her, but friends and colleagues testified about what they told the KBI, that in the weeks before she died, Vashti told them that, incredibly, Brett threatened to kill her and burn the house down and make it look like suicide.
She said, "Do you think Brett would burn the house down with me in it?" And I was taken aback by that, and I said, "Not with the kids at home."
Tragedy was, said the prosecutor, Vashti didn't believe him either.
And so when those threats didn't work, he had to kill her to maintain control of her.
In other words, said the prosecutor, planned, premeditated murder. Looks bad for Brett, doesn't it? But then, you haven't heard the bombshell the defense had in store.
Coming up.
Vashti had confided in Brett that she had rekindled a romantic relationship that she was having with one of the executives at Cox Communication.
An affair? That wasn't the only surprise ahead.
What other mistakes did they make? There's something about the investigation that stinks.
When Dateline continues. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Brett Seacat, unable to pay a lawyer to represent him, was lucky in one particular way. His court-appointed defense attorneys just happened to be veterans of murder cases. Val Wachtel and Roger Falk, who opened.
My grandmother used to love to put together jigsaw puzzles.
Men who understood perfectly well that the puzzle didn't always go together the way the prosecution tried to make it look.
There's a second side to this story, and that is that Vashti Seacat, depressed and confronted with either losing her career or staying in the marriage, decided instead to take her own life.
But why would she do that? Here came the bombshell.
Vashti had confided in Brett that she had rekindled a romantic relationship that she was having with one of the executives at Cox Communication.
Vashti, claimed the defense, was having an affair with a Cox vice president, and the evening before Vashti died, Brett gave her an ultimatum: stay in the marriage or he'd expose her affair. That threat, along with Brett's vow to take the children, said the defense, were the triggers that sent an already depressed woman over the edge.
She suffered from absolute depression. And what can depression lead you to? Among the various things that can go wrong, suicide is one.
Under cross-examination by attorney Wachtel, the Seacat's therapist testified that Vashti had a history of what she called depressive symptoms, starting when her brother died in an accident when she was young.
Major depressive disorder would be that occurring more than once for a longer period of time, possibly in a pattern.
And with regard to what you wrote down regarding Mrs. Seacat, were you describing a episode or a disorder?
I was describing that this was an episode, but there had been others prior.
A lot of folks think that if you were depressed a week ago, but you ain't been depressed since, you are cured. Now, I got their expert to say that isn't the way it works.
Nor is it possible to anticipate if or when a depressed person might take their own life, admitted the therapist, even when someone is making future plans, as Vashti was. Suicide is still possible, the defense argued. Mind you, they're about to say it also wouldn't have been the first time for Vashti. Or at least Brett was ready to claim she had attempted suicide before.
Brett wanted to testify about the suicide attempts that Vashti had made on herself. Some while they were married, some before. Judge said, well, show me the evidence of this. And we had looked and looked and looked and could not find hospital records.
Couldn't find anything.
Couldn't find hospital records that far back. But that should be no surprise to anybody because hospitals don't keep records anymore.
Even so, by judge's order, Brett would not be allowed to make that claim in court. And what about the post-it note found in Vashti's purse, the one that listed funeral expenses?
It could very well be that is her figuring out what things cost and whether or not insurance is going to cover it. That's what I think it could be. But who knows? Yeah. Nobody knows. Prosecution doesn't know. I don't know.
But it has some significance, you think?
Well, you certainly could portray it as being significant, right? You could also portray it as being a load of hogwash.
Right.
But remember how the prosecution argued that Vashti's suicide note found in her journal was a forgery, probably committed by Brett? The defense had a handwriting expert of its own, who concluded that Vashti did in fact write the note. And Brett asking for that overhead projector at work hours before Vashti died. Attorney Wachtel cross-examined Brett's co-worker, the one who helped him find it.
And Mr. Seacat was not the least bit secretive when he asked you this question.
No, he was not.
No. He goes and asks someone to help him find an overhead projector. Those people take him up to where it is. He carries it down from there in full view of anybody who is possibly in that place, and he carries it back. Now, that sounds like somebody who didn't have anything to hide.
And what about the state's point that no soot was found in Vashti's lungs? Under cross-examination, the coroner allowed that it could be possible under the defense scenario that
Vashti lit a fire just before killing herself.
If someone lit a fire and shot themselves within seconds, would you expect to see soot in their lungs?
Not necessarily, no.
As for the PowerPoint found on the CCAT's dining room table, the one that discussed homicide and suicide and fire investigations, meaningless, said the defense.
What the prosecution would have you assume, right, is that this really, really smart cop was stupid enough to be looking at all of this stuff the night he tries to burn the house down? Please. I certainly wouldn't try to hide evidence by setting a house 4 blocks from the fire department on fire and praying, right, that they would not get there until the whole thing had burned to the ground. That's silly. It's just silly.
What's more, Brett said, most of the PowerPoint printout had been in a tray in another room as scrap paper, that the KBI must have moved those papers to the table just to make it look suspicious. Like they made Brett's use of an overhead projector suspicious, and his destroying cell phones and computer hard drives seem suspicious. It's all too ridiculous, said the defense.
The state wanted you to believe that he was trying to destroy evidence of a crime. What evidence did he try to destroy? They never say what evidence he tried to destroy. Now, this guy is such a super criminal that where does he go to destroy that? He goes to the Kansas Law Enforcement Training Center, which is full of what? Former cops. And he gets somebody to help him destroy those things. Now, if you wanted to destroy those things, there are innumerable farm ponds. If you wanted to get rid of that, you throw it into a farm pond and nobody will ever find it.
In fact, the state's whole investigation, said the defense, was at best incompetent, maybe worse. Brett and attorney Wachtel claimed that Vashti's car disappeared from the crime scene for 3 days, even though the entire CCAT yard was supposed to have been sealed off a crime scene. They showed the jury a series of photos taken from different vantage points, which the defense argued made it look like the car had been moved in the days after the fire. This neighbor lived right across the street from the CCAT driveway.
When you first observed the driveway, was the Volkswagen there?
No.
It was not?
No.
Do you remember seeing it in that driveway ever again?
No, 3 days later.
3 days later. But you didn't see, if I understand your testimony, you didn't see anybody bring it back?
No.
I think he was telling the truth. If I thought he was lying, I wouldn't have put him on. To me, it implies that the investigation itself is faulty. How do you let somebody get into the crime scene and drive it away?
So it was either gross incompetence or intentional.
My opinion would be as both. And if that happened, then what other mistakes did they make? There's something about the investigation that stinks.
Just smelled bad, said Wachtel, that the state claimed it found gasoline on Brett's pants, when the defense expert said,
I would not make a determination that it's gasoline.
And maybe worst of all, he said, the Kansas Bureau of Investigation did not even bother checking for gunshot residue on Brett's hands. A test, the defense claimed, would have revealed if he actually fired that gun that night.
If you've ever seen what that gun looks like, everything comes out the side of that cylinder. So that stuff goes somewhere. And onto your skin is where you're looking for it at. Yet
they didn't look.
They didn't look.
But he's a cop, they're a cop.
Brett CCAT doesn't have much faith in the KBI.
The defense would call Brett T. CCAT to the witness stand.
But the star witness for the defense would be the last witness, Brett CCAT himself.
Coming up.
I didn't think it was appropriate to be dragging my wife's name through the mud.
Did you love Vashti?
I love Vashti.
Did you kill Vashti?
No, I did not.
His story from the stand, his life on the line.
In my heart of hearts, I know that it wouldn't have made any difference what anybody said to Brett because Brett wanted to testify.
When Dateline continues.
Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
You may come forward and be sworn, please, sir.
It is, call it unusual, for a defendant to testify at his own murder trial. Dangerous, his lawyer might advise, to subject himself to the aggressive questions of a skilled prosecutor. But
in my heart of hearts, I know that it wouldn't have made any difference what anybody said to Brett, because Brett wanted to testify. Yeah. He wanted to. He had to. He believed that if people just listened, the truth would out.
Mr. Seacat, will you tell us your full name, please?
Brett Theodore Seacat.
At his own request, no video was taken of him. Audio recording only. As Brett set out, with confidence, to tell the jury what happened, beginning 21 hours or so before the fire.
On that morning, when I said goodbye, she said, "See you tonight," and actually gave me a big kiss, which I thought was odd.
Why'd you think that was odd?
Because in the last week and a half, we had been back and forth about 50 times on divorce. And so it just let me know that we were back on the not divorce track.
But by the time he returned to the house that evening, said Brett, things had changed.
I couldn't figure out why she was in a big hurry to get a divorce, which was something that had never happened before. I told her we haven't really worked on our marriage very much. My angle in the discussion was, I'll give you a collaborative divorce if we work on the marriage for 3 to 6 months.
Brett said Vashti seemed to agree to that, especially when he made it clear what he'd do if she went forward with the divorce right then.
Basically, I told her if this goes to court that I was going to do everything in my power to destroy her.
Brett told the jury things he'd never told the KBI investigators, that he threatened to share private photos of her, and that Vashti had several recent affairs, including one with the executive at Cox, and that Brett threatened to expose her. As for why he didn't tell the KBI earlier about those alleged affairs,
I didn't think it was appropriate to be dragging my wife's name through the mud.
as it was, Brett and his defense team didn't put on any evidence about an affair with the Cox executive, or with anybody, for that matter. And then his lawyer finished with the key questions.
Did you love Vashti?
I love Vashti.
Did you kill Vashti?
No, I did not.
Did you pull the trigger on the Ruger Red Hawk that resulted in the bullet going through her neck and severing her spine?
No, I did not.
So his direct testimony, hours of it, seemed to go pretty well. But now, of course, here came the prosecutor to put him on the spot.
Cross-examination, Ms. Hanley?
She wanted Brett to explain
Yes, Your Honor.
how it was possible for him to do what she thought was impossible. Make that 911 call and stay on the phone while trying to get Vashti's body out of a burning house.
My wife is upstairs. I'm about to go upstairs and try and get her phone number. Oh, it's smoke everywhere. Just a second. Get a wet rag.
How he was able to make that call and talk to a dispatcher while he was supposedly running up and down the stairs twice in smoke, in fire, wetting a rag, holding on to his phone, how he didn't drop the phone, fall, cough, gasp.
Turn the water faucet on, grab the dishcloth.
Yes, ma'am.
You're holding your cell phone too?
I don't think I'm holding it to my ear, but it's certainly still in my hand.
Well, you're talking to 911 at this time, right?
You're correct. It must have been to my ear. I just don't remember that element of it.
And then she asked him about the divorce.
Vashti wanted the divorce, right?
Depends on which 10 minutes you talk to her.
And when she told you that she was thinking about divorce, that's when you would threaten her.
I'm sorry?
When Vashti told you she wanted a divorce, you'd threaten her, wouldn't you?
No, Vashti never... We talked about divorce a lot, but the first time that I found out Vashti wanted a divorce was when she told me that she had filed.
And then, point blank, she accused him of murder.
You threatened to kill Vashti, burn the house down, and make it look like she committed a suicide.
I absolutely have never said anything even remotely like that.
You never made that threat to Vashti.
Absolutely not.
You killed your wife, didn't you?
No, ma'am.
You shot her in the head.
Impossible.
You burnt the house down around her.
I would never burn our house.
And you did it while your two kids, 2 years and 4 years old, were in the house.
Absolutely not. I would never expose my children to any situation like that.
The investigation was thorough in this case, and the KBI agents looked for any sign that would lead us to a different conclusion than that Brett Seacat killed his wife. And all the evidence that was uncovered and all the evidence presented at trial by both sides led to that conclusion.
Vashti's family was upset about things Brett said on the stand about Vashti's character, but they said they found his testimony revealing.
I was almost embarrassed that he was still claiming he was innocent when there were just so many things that would have had to have lined up perfectly, that would have had to have been a fluke.
But Brett's brother, Bobby, felt the trial only confirmed what he had always believed.
I left that courtroom 100% convinced that he didn't do it.
Up to the jury now.
Your head's spinning at that point because you realize this is it. It was scary.
Coming up, double drama in the courtroom.
The verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, we have your.
And something even the judge never saw coming. When Dateline continues.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no rule of thumb, nothing that works anyway, to allow a person to successfully predict a jury's verdict based on the time it takes to make it. Brett Seacat's jury deliberated 6 hours. What did that mean? Brother Bobby was nervous, of course, but had a good feeling.
I think that the state, in every respect, failed to prove and make their case.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
Yes, we have your.
We, the jury, find the defendant Brett T. Seacat guilty of murder in the first degree.
Guilty on all counts. The reaction in the courtroom was muted.
It was a strange mixture of emotions because there was this part of you that thought, when they say guilty, I'm just going to get all this off my chest and I'm going to feel good. But then there's this big part of you that realizes at the end of the day it didn't bring her back.
The truth is, everybody was just as hurt. No one won. So you think, why am I not feeling better? Because what got better? He is behind bars, and he needs to be behind bars, but the lives that it affected will forever be affected.
Brett's lawyer, Val Wachtel, all but said, I knew it, because
I don't think Mr. Seacat got a fair trial in Kingman, Kansas, and I will never think that.
But it was Brett who insisted on being tried in his hometown, and in his lawyer's view, he paid the price.
I'm certainly not blaming the jury, right? It just, to me, became patently obvious that this jury did not exactly look kindly upon Mr. Seacat.
It was going to be an uphill battle.
It was an uphill battle before we even got started.
Yeah. But Agent Folletti saw things very differently indeed.
I believe Mr. Seacat believed that whole house was going to go up in flames, and law enforcement and fire were not going to find very much there. And that he knew this local police department, and they probably would just think it was what he said it was and go on about their business. But the Kingman Police Department and the Sheriff's Office called in other agencies to assist, and fortunately for Vashti and her family, we were able to find evidence to convict him of these charges.
But Brett Seacat is an unusual man, adamant that he is innocent, certain that he was set up by the state which was out to get him, by in-laws who didn't like him, and even by the judge. In fact, particularly the judge, which became abundantly clear at Brett's sentencing, when, seemingly out of the blue, Brett lashed out with a truly remarkable, incendiary, venomous attack against Judge Solomon.
This day belongs to you, Judge Solomon. This is your day. This is the day you get to take your place in front of the cameras and pass sentence on a man you worked so hard to convict. A man you know was innocent, but a man you had to help convict so you could get this day, your day. So go ahead and collect your 30 pieces of silver, Judge Solomon. Go ahead and sell custody of my little boys to Vashti's family. Go ahead and pass sentence you think will land you a spot on the Kansas Supreme Court. Go ahead and pass the sentence that guarantees your spot in hell. Just like Amy Hanley, Jeff Newsom, and those 12 jurors, you're going to hell for what you've done in this case. Your corrupt decisions will bring an appeal. The evidence will be presented and I will be freed. And with that, I'll step aside and let you have your day. After all, you purchased it with your soul, so you've earned it.
What did you make of that, of his statement?
I like the fact that he said what he thought. When you believe you are innocent, why not say you are innocent? Why not say what you think was wrong? Say it, because it isn't going to make any difference.
Did it?
At least.
Here's how the judge responded.
I heard a few things I didn't anticipate. I won't bother addressing them because they're so bizarre, they don't deserve a response. They merely affirmed to me that a jury of 12 Kingman County citizens made the appropriate decision in this case. You claimed to be Vashti's protector, and in the next breath on the stand said the evening in question you would destroy her. At trial, you made every effort possible to drag her name and her memory and her reputation through the mud. Vashti was not indecisive about divorcing you. She was not depressed, and she was not suicidal. The families hit it on the head, so did several witnesses at trial, about you being arrogant, about you being controlling, about you being self-centered and narcissistic. You live in some sort of bizarre alternate reality. You haven't admitted guilt. You haven't admitted responsibility. And you didn't, this morning, even express remorse that Vashti's no longer on this earth.
And with that, he sentenced Brett Seacat to the maximum allowed under Kansas law. He'll serve 30 years before his first shot at parole. And now their once graceful home has been torn down. The reputation of Brett's family, a family of lawmen, is tarnished. And the Seacat sons are growing up without either parent and will have the heavy burden of knowing their father was convicted of killing their mother. Vashti, the woman named for a queen.
I miss her every day, you know. Just dumb things like seeing a dragonfly or fireworks or something. It will not go away. I hope that I figure out what my new life is going to look like at some point and I can accept it. But with time, they say it gets better. I just hope it does.
That's all for now. I'm Lester Holt. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome to the Stars of Team USA. I'm Savannah Sellers, and this is your guide to the must-know American athletes competing at the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. From the slopes to the rink, we'll be showcasing incredible Olympians, both fresh faces and familiar favorites like Shaun White, Chloe Kim, Nathan Chen, and Mikaela Shiffrin. Team USA has more than 200 athletes competing in over a dozen sports. They range in age from 40 to 16, and they've already set a new Olympic record before the competitions even started. The most women competing for any nation in Winter Olympics history. Perhaps the brightest star of them all is Mikaela Shiffrin. She arrives in Beijing with 3 previous medals. She's one of alpine skiing's greatest athletes ever. But her journey to the 2022 Olympics wasn't always easy, as she told Hoda and Savannah on the Today Show.
There are a lot of cool things about you. One of them is you say that you are not defined by your success. I mean, I feel like you're a really grounded human being. Like, if you don't have a great day, so what? Like, you seem like you are secure in what you do. So when you're getting ready to go down and do one of your runs, like, what's kicking through your head at that moment?
I'm just trying to focus on my skiing as much as possible, because there are some athletes who are so driven just to win that just their motivation to win alone is what actually gets them to the finish line faster. But for me, it's always been about good skiing and like the turns that I make along the way. So I don't know, it's a little bit like that metaphorical. It's the journey, not the end destination. But it's true for me. That's how I've always had my best races, just skiing well.
And just in case people, last they checked in with you, you were winning gold 5 years ago at the Olympics, and now here you are winning again in your most recent race. In between, you've had incredible challenges. You lost your father. You've dealt with anxiety and the stress of that, and then a pandemic to boot. How are you feeling, and how has that journey been for you?
Well, I guess it's been life, and I think everybody's dealing with something. We're all dealing with the pandemic, so that's one thing we all have in common. For me personally and my family, dealing with unexpected death of my dad was the most difficult thing I've ever survived. And that's, it's okay. Like, it's okay to talk about it. I think it's been, over the last couple of years, it's been important to talk about. And a lot of people actually seem to be able to relate to that on some level, because aside from the pandemic, everybody's dealing with something on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. And there's a lot of loss and grief and sadness out there, but there's also a lot of strength and hope. And I think it's important for us to all be able to connect on the more positive side of it.
You really personify that.
You do. After your dad passed, did you think about whether or not you would ski again? Was that something that you thought about?
Yeah, I did. I wondered if it was really worth it. There's a really long time that I didn't really feel like it was worth it to care about anything. So it seemed like I'm not going to go ski race again, because the most fundamental thing of an athlete is that you have to care about your sport, and you have to care about doing well at your sport. And I just didn't. I just thought I don't care about actually really anything in life. So it's been a long process to get that motivation and that actually the feeling of caring back. And I don't know. I have a lot more good days than bad now, but it's still difficult.
It's not easy to talk about, but I'm so glad you did, because I want people to know what a triumph it is. What you just did last weekend, what you're setting out to do.
Thanks.
It's a triumph in every single way, just you being here.
You guys are going to make me cry.
No, but I just, you know, so you're also a huge, I just want to say before you go, I love that you're a huge fan of the Olympics, and I heard that, actually I heard we were in Tokyo, we heard you screaming for the athletes all the way back in the U.S. You're a huge fan. Do you watch, I heard you taped the Olympics and then would watch them later.
Yeah, we were taping everything, and then we had it going streaming on Peacock and like always in the background. And the gym I work out back home at the Westin is they always had it on in multiple TV screens. So I'm doing my squats and I'm looking up and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I'm like, one more rep.
Well, you can guarantee that they're going to be watching you doing the exact same thing. Michaela, we are cheering you on. Congratulations. So happy you're here with us.
Go get them.
This may be your last chance to catch one of Team USA's best-known stars at the Olympics. Snowboarder and three-time gold medalist Shaun White, who came on the scene in 2006 with the nickname the Flying Tomato, told my colleague Craig Melvin that his 5th Winter Olympics will probably be his last.
I haven't really said this too much, so it's going to feel weird coming out of my mouth, but this is, I think, my last run.
No matter what, this is it?
I think so, yeah.
Why?
You know, it's hard to talk about, you know, because my whole life I've kind of, you know, been looked at as somewhat, you know, superhuman because I do these things, and a lot of people have always come up to me and just like, I don't know how he does it, and and I prided myself on being that, you know, individual, and man, realizing and admitting to myself and everyone else, you know, yeah, I'm human. It's taken a toll.
This may be Shaun's final Olympics, but he's still hoping to perform more of those superhuman feats before it's all over. He recently talked with our friends at the Today Show about how his training has changed in recent years.
What does Shaun White's training regimen look like today than it did when you first started, you know, with the Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, goodness, my first Olympics, I was 19. I'm 35 now. No, I think it's great. You know, honestly, I'm at a place in my career where I'm just so focused on what I need that you know, my practice is really regimented. I don't show up all day and, you know, mess around. I show up for that like power window of practice time, and I will be honest, I need a couple more days rest than I used to. I took a bad crash a couple days ago. You can check it out on my Instagram. That's how I got this nice fat lip. but you know, it's how it goes, and yeah.
I mean,
I'm excited about it.
I mean, since you brought it up, you know, 35 years old, and apparently in Olympic years, that is considered oldish. I mean, what does it feel like going up against guys now who are quite literally almost half your age?
You know, it was a trip. I think it was around the last Olympics. I remember hearing the announcers going on, dropping in the oldest competitor, Shaun White. I've been the youngest competitor, so that was a big change. I kind of wear it proudly now, though. You know, you got amazing athletes like Tom Brady, and you know, that are getting into their older years and still holding it down. So I'm feeling good about it. I like the inspiration from the others, and it's so exciting for me. I was kind of tripping out the other day just thinking about, you know, there's this magic moment when you make the team. You're like, wow, I get to be an Olympian again. Just to go is so incredible. So one step at a time, going to try to make the team, and then set the sights on China.
I love it. Shaun, you always make us smile. I mean, every time we talk with you, you're just such a good guy.
And this is a guy, age truly is just a number, Shaun, because you make it, and you make us all proud. And as the oldest guy on this Olympic team here, I can tell you, you keep the young'uns on your toes, my friend.
Shaun White.
Yeah, right, that's the goal.
Chloe Kim is another champion snowboarder making her return this year. She won gold at the 2018 Winter Olympics, becoming a breakout star at just 17. Now she's ready to soar to new heights. Take a look.
My name is Chloe Kim. I'm a half-pipe snowboarder, and I'm from Torrance, California. Last time we spoke, I was 17 going into the Olympics. I'm 21 now. My priorities have shifted quite a bit, and I enjoy staying in bed all day. Like, I love to sleep.
Is there any snowboarding involved there?
Oh, yes, I still do that, which is why I'm here, yes.
A perfect 100 for Chloe Kim!
Back-to-back 1080s.
Chloe Kim reigns supreme in South Korea.
She is the 2021 World Champion.
This is Reese, aka Reach, Peach, Little Butt, Big Butt, Wiggle Butt, Nub. She's my little Australian shepherd. She's so cute, and she's my bestie. She just turned 5. I baked her a cake. I found this recipe online. It was like a dog-friendly cake. I think it had like peanut butter, carrots, coconut oil, yogurt. We all tried it because we were curious. I mean, they're all real ingredients, but it was disgusting. It was so gross.
What kind of treats do you like to enjoy?
I love lemon bars. It's like my favorite thing. Or pie. I love pie. Post-Olympics, I tweeted about like churros and ice cream, and I got home and I had boxes and boxes and boxes. Shout out to everyone that sent me ice cream. I felt like loved.
Now to the U.S. figure skating team, a sport which is among the most highly anticipated at every Winter Olympics, of course. In order to make the team, skaters fought back challenges both on and off the ice. NBC's Chanel Jones talked with this elite group right after they made the team.
Team USA. Reaching the pinnacle of their sport, ready to take the world stage. On the women's team, 16-year-old Alyssa Liu, America's standout female skater, testing positive for COVID in the middle of competition, still earning an Olympic spot.
It's seriously a dream come true, and I'm so happy and I'm so honored.
And 25-year-old Mariah Bell, making history the moment her skates hit the ice. She's the oldest U.S. women's Olympic figure skater to compete in nearly a century. And back on Team USA, 22-year-old Karen Chen. She competed in the 2018 games, but never medaled. And on the men's team, all eyes are on 22-year-old Nathan Chen. Chen, a heavy favorite in Pyeongchang, disappointed. Since then, he's come roaring back with a nearly 4-year winning streak since the last games, breaking his own scoring record and winning his 6th consecutive national title. Joining him at the Winter Games is 21-year-old Vincent Zhou and 27-year-old Jason Brown, both returning for their 2nd Olympics. Each athlete finding out their fate by a text with the link to this email.
We're all like glued to our phones waiting for that to come through.
And it's like, congratulations, you're on the 2022 Olympic team.
That message punching their tickets to Beijing.
You're making history, you're 25 years old. How do you wrap your mind around it?
It's absolutely just a number. If you have a dream and you're dedicated to it and you're working towards it, there doesn't have to be an expiration date. I feel like I'm not even in my prime. You know, I'm working to get there, and I'm really excited to be the first woman in so long to be going.
How does that feel for you when you've trained for years and years and you're able to meet the moment?
I wanted to be on the Olympic team so bad. I almost didn't want to think about it too much before I got here because it would like make me cry. I wanted it so bad.
Karen, you're also making history. First women's single skater to compete in back-to-back Olympics in 15 years. After the Pyeongchang Games, I know you took a break because of an injury and you almost considered retiring. How do you clear your mind knowing everything that you've been through?
I did think about stepping away from the sport, but for some reason, like under all of that stress, I guess, I had clarity, and I just realized how much I love skating.
All the figure skaters have been doing it since they were kids. It's amazing to feel that all your work is like culminating to this one moment. We've all worked really hard to be where we are, and so to have opportunities like this to show what we have been working on is pretty powerful.
What about when you go up for these jumps? What goes through your mind?
When it comes to competition, it's kind of like, just go for it, you know? And I think at that point, we just have to try to trust our body, trust our instincts to make the jump happen. It's definitely a lot more stressful to watch figure skating than it is to do it ourselves, you know,
Wait,
like when
really?
I'm watching.
Is that true?
Yeah,
it's harder
for
on
sure.
us watching you than for you guys?
For sure. I mean, of course we're stressed out, of course we're nervous, but at the end of the day, like when I'm watching like Mariah compete, it's so stressful. I'm like, my heart's like pounding. When I'm on the ice, I'm pretty calm, I'm pretty relaxed. Like I have confidence knowing what I'm doing.
Jason, I'll ask you, how did the pandemic affect your training? Well, how has it been?
It's been really difficult, to be completely honest. I'm just trying to be as adaptable as possible. Bob, swerve, and duck.
What about for you?
Somebody had like a barn in their backyard with a sheet of ice on it.
Really?
It was like the size of this room here.
Wow.
I was trying to skate on it. I was doing triple axels on this tiny piece of ice. It was pretty cool.
Through all the challenges, one thing is clear. These athletes love being on the ice.
I just love being out there. I love challenging myself.
When I'm doing a spin, it's like one of the best feelings in the world.
I just love the grind.
I love the thrill of doing quads.
I'm like just the girl next door. There's nothing that, special or fancy. It's just like a matter of having a dream and, wanting to chase it. We were those little kids watching the TV, and now we get to be here. It's so cool.
Coming up, the stunning act of generosity from one teammate to another that is getting us all into the Olympic spirit.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
I believe. Every dream, every journey, every triumph.
And it all starts here.
Let the celebration begin!
The excitement is in the air.
Is he superhuman?
Feel the magic every day.
She is a superstar.
Kayla, we are cheering you on.
And share every moment with us at the Winter Olympics. Today is where the games begin.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. Now, the Olympics are all about competition, but they also showcase great sportsmanship. When speed skater Erin Jackson slipped in her signature event, the 500-meter trials earlier this year, it looked like it would cost her the opportunity to go to the Olympics. But her teammate Brittany Bowe stepped in to help. She gave Jackson her spot in the 500-meter race, allowing Jackson to go to Beijing. The two spoke to the Today Show about this amazing act of friendship.
joining us now, the very embodiment of the Olympic spirit, Brittany Bowe and Aaron Jackson. Guys, this is such a beautiful story. We're talking about the sportsmanship aspect of it, and we want to get to that. But can I just talk about the friendship? This kind of thing does not happen, but it happened. So if you guys, Brittany, would you describe your friendship with Aaron, and Aaron, just quickly, your friendship with Brittany?
Yeah, I moved out to Salt Lake City to start my Olympic journey in 2010, and Aaron came hot on the scene in 2018, but our friendship goes further than that. We both grew up in Ocala, Florida, both inline speed skaters, and very, very cool to find ourselves in this position today.
And Aaron, for you?
I mean, I was much younger. Like, my memories of Brittany go back a bit further because I was the one looking up to her back when I was growing up in Ocala, Florida, seeing her, you know, come back and skate on the team that I skated with. It was just amazing, and she was just an awesome mentor from day one.
I mean, Aaron and Brittany, both of you, this sport, it's incredible that the heights that you have reached, and also just the hair. I mean, I don't even know why they call it a slip, Aaron. It was like the tiniest little wobble, and yet there's your Olympic dream disappearing right before your eyes. You must have been crushed. And can you explain how you felt in the moment that you realized that Brittany said, no, 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 my friend, you are #1 in the world. You belong at those Olympics?
Yeah, it was definitely a really stressful time, you know, because I was feeling great. I've been feeling great all season. And, you know, it all comes down to this one race. And yeah, so to have that happen, I was like, oh no, like what's going to happen now? I was really looking forward to, you know, hopefully having a good showing in Beijing. So yeah, when Brittany came to me and said, like, don't worry, like, we're going to figure out a way, it was just an amazing feeling to be like, okay, the team's got my back. She's an amazing team leader. And we both have individual goals, but we also have team goals. So it's just nice to, you know, for the world to see kind of what an amazing person she is, like what I've seen all these years. It's nice that it's that people can see it now.
What a great human being you guys both are. Brittany, did you know on the wobble, when you saw the wobble, did you already have in your head that you're like, you know what, if she doesn't get it, I'm giving up one of my spots?
So I was actually right there on the backstretch when that happened, and my heart sank when it happened because for us speed skaters, that wasn't a little bobble. That was actually a huge bobble that could have taken maybe up to a second to recover from in the course of the race. And I just remember yelling at Aaron, get it back, just skate, skate. And, you know, after the race, you know, it was a very deflated atmosphere in that rink. And that evening I said, if it comes down to me, if there's anything I can do to get you on the team, you have my place. And I still had some races left to go. I had one of my other marquee events, the 1500 meter, the next day. So I put it on the back burner a little bit, but when I was done competing, that was the first thing that went back into my mind. And I wanted to make that decision on Sunday before the team was announced because I couldn't see myself down there celebrating during the team announcement and popping champagne with the rest of the team without Aaron being there.
Many athletes are thankful to be going to the Olympics as part of Team USA, but skier Colby Stevenson is grateful just to be alive. In 2016, he was badly hurt in a car accident and suffered a serious head injury. 6 years and one amazing journey later, he's in top form. Here's his story.
Are you good off the tee?
I was for the first half of the summer, and now my drives aren't that good.
Ooh, not bad. That looked pretty natural.
It's not anything that really, we get off the tee. I'm Colby Stevenson. I ski slope style. I'm from Park City, Utah. Yeah. So in 2016, I was driving back from Mount Hood, Oregon, and I fell asleep at the wheel and rolled a truck like 6 times and had a pretty severe head injury and broke a bunch of bones, and I'm very lucky to be standing here today. So I basically shattered the whole right side of my skull. Had to have a craniotomy where they go in and piece it back together like a puzzle. Broke a couple vertebrae in my neck, jaw, eye socket, a few ribs. It was like 6 months of hell, basically. And then I was back skiing, and everything was somehow all right. After my accident is when I actually found what it takes to win in competition. It was because I shifted my focus from wanting to win to just being grateful for being able to travel and living this life. My first World Cup back after the accident was in Italy, and I remember it being at the top of my run and like closing my eyes and thinking of all my loved ones, opened my eyes, and then dropped in for my run and won the World Cup. And so if you can somehow do it out of love, then that's gonna be your best shot.
When members of Team USA need to recharge, they head to the hills and lakes and forests. Yes, many athletes find the best place to reset is the same as where they compete.
Okay, let's see. Nature. Yeah, I feel like over the years, nature has kind of become a place where I can go and reset, whether I'm really stressed or dealing with an injury or have a lot on my plate.
You can get easily trapped indoors, especially as a skier, right? We spend a lot of our time on the hill and you just want to find time to unwind. Anytime I'm outside, I'm just happy.
I feel so free and disconnected from the hustle and bustle and fast-paced daily life. It's like just me and nature.
Other people want to go on hikes and just like move quickly the whole time. I'm more of like a leisurely hiker.
For me, the mountains are where I feel the most clarity that I have. When all the noise goes away, you kind of have to face yourself. You're only listening to the sounds that nature makes. And one of the things that you notice first actually is silence.
I love the feeling of flow, and I think nature definitely brings that to me.
When I reach the top, it just feels like elation and victory and freedom. I love that feeling.
Standing on top of a peak, I feel like a small thing in a big world, but I have a part to play.
I just love nature. I love all the animals, all the giant trees, and I hope that we can just be a little bit more gentle on Mama Earth.
We'll be right back with a look at some other Olympians you need to be watching.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime And streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to the stars of Team USA. At 22, Nathan Chen is considered one of the best male figure skaters around. He's broken records and is a 3-time world champion. Now he's out to prove he can also shine at the Olympics. Take a look.
My name is Nathan Chen. I'm a figure skater, and I am originally from Salt Lake City, Utah. I go to Yale University, and I am majoring in statistics and data science. School also made me realize, there's a whole fun, happy side of life that doesn't necessarily have to revolve around grinding all the time, and you can have a little bit more fun and relax, and I think that's really good for our mental health and just being happy in general. I can play instruments, not super proficiently. I know how to play guitar. I've played piano in the past.
If we brought out a guitar, would you mind playing a little bit for us?
Sure.
All right.
Music has definitely played a big role in my life. Obviously, as a skater, we're skating to music, so being able to be comfortable with music and truly enjoy it, I think, is key for figure skaters. Music has been really helpful in getting me in the right mindset and being able to calm me down and being able to just give me a sense of peace when I'm either preparing to compete or just at home and not really doing too much. It's nice to have in the background, just, it sets up a nice vibe.
Every Winter Olympics is full of exciting firsts, and 2022 is no exception. One person making history this time around is Abby Rock. This top athlete is the first Native American female to represent Team USA in ice hockey. NBC's Kathy Park has more.
Abby Rock is considered one of America's most decorated college hockey players. A standout at the University of Wisconsin, earning Rookie of the Year as a freshman, Player of the Year as a senior, plus a lengthy list of other prestigious honors. In February, she made her debut with the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association and instantly made a name for herself.
Well, we talked about Abby Rock. We talked about her being in the right place at the right time.
There's not many Indigenous players playing, especially in the United States, so a big piece for me is to try to show that you can do it, and we want to make hockey more diverse.
She was brought up with the rich traditions of the Wanapitei First Nation, an Indigenous group located in Northern Ontario. Her uncle is a chief.
My family back home, they obviously do a lot of the ceremonies and powwows, and my cousin's a dancer. And when I'm back in the Sioux, I've gone to powwows and things like that of not my own tribe, but the tribes there. Where I'm from, it's all around you.
Growing up in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, Rock was just a toddler when she broke in her first skates on a backyard rink made by her father, a former college hockey coach, and now a pro scout with the Toronto Maple Leafs.
I just always wanted to be like my dad. I would go to the rink every day with him probably. I basically lived at the rink. People called me a rink rat. I think it was kind of in my blood, but it was a passion for me that I just really wanted to be a part of.
The ice became a proving ground for the aspiring hockey player. With so few opportunities for young girls starting off, she played mostly with the guys before college.
Growing up, I played with all guys hockey players. I was the only girl. We're all saying, we want to be in the NHL when we're older, and then get a couple years older and you're like, well, I can't be in the NHL, but I can be what those girls are.
Those girls were Olympians like Hillary Knight, now a fellow teammate.
You're quoted as saying that she's going to be one of the best hockey players in the world. Mm-hmm. What sets her apart?
You really have to have the hunger to be able to go out there every single day wanting to learn, and I see that in her. And so it's easy for me to just be like, yeah, like she's going to be great.
Joel Johnson, head coach for the women's hockey team, knew that fierce competitor in her teens, and now they're both hoping to go for gold.
She just has a unique ability to impact her teammates and an incredible impact on the game itself.
Rock making moves on and off the ice and getting ready to take on the world with Team USA.
Bobsledder Alana Myers-Taylor is a 3-time Olympic medalist, now competing in her 4th Winter Games. Her husband is an alternate on the men's team. and their child is worth more than all the gold in the world. Take a look.
Yeah, I am Alana Myers-Taylor, and I am from Douglasville, Georgia, and I'm a bobsledder.
I am Nicholas Taylor. I'm from Hayward, California, and I'm a bobsledder.
And this is Nico Taylor. He is from Smyrna, Georgia, and he's a future bobsledder.
Is he a mama's boy or a daddy's boy?
Daddy's boy. I mean, I don't know. There's no competition.
Mama's boy, for sure.
No competition, daddy's boy. Daddy's boy, for sure.
Yeah, so Nico was born with Down syndrome, and he was also born with profound bilateral hearing loss. We decided to get him cochlear implants. He's working on his hearing, and he's adapted very well to everything.
Very good, Nico.
You see your kid from a day in and day out basis, so sometimes you take for granted the little things, but the other day he said mama for the first time, and it was like the hugest thing ever, and we're still talking about it.
Nick, was that tough to hear?
Oh, no, he said dad way earlier, so it was fine.
I think being pregnant, your body goes through a lot of changes, and you embrace every one of them, at least I did. Getting back into sport, that was incredibly tough. Just not having your body work as you're used to it. It takes a lot of time to not only come to accept that, but you come to realize how you need to make changes going forward. I'm used to putting in the hours, and I'm used to training like I was 22. I'm gonna be 37 at these games. I need to be smarter with my body, but at the end of the day, I go home and look at my son and be like, it was all worth it. So any changes I'm now working through, it's 10 times over worth it.
Team USA's Ryan Cochran-Siegel has tough skis to fill. Not only did his mother, Barbara Ann Cochran, win gold at the 1972 Winter Games, she's also in the Ski and Snowboard Hall of Fame. Now it's Ryan's turn to follow in his family tradition.
Ryan Cochran-Siegel, alpine skiing, and I'm from Starksboro, Vermont.
We know you're pretty knowledgeable about maple syrup.
Yeah.
And we're gonna test that knowledge.
I put maple syrup on everything. Oh yeah, this is just the, store brand. That's not even maple syrup, I don't think. Whereas this, I mean, you can see like nice color, you know, see through it. And it just has like such a strong maple flavor. The very beginning, my grandparents had a lot of land in Richmond, Vermont. So my cousins started building a sugar bush, sugar house, the whole production. So my connection is I'm their labor, where I do all the hard work. I don't have tattoos, but I have a lot of scars, so that's kind of my own calling. My newest scar is this guy, like fractured my neck. Kind of got twisted up head first. I was pretty fortunate to be still and relatively intact. There are definitely situations where you add risk, kind of recognizing how that balance is trying to always keep that in the forefront of the mind when partaking in a sport that can be so dangerous.
What is it about your sport that you love so much that makes you want to accept those risks?
I think it's finding that fluid state, being able to do something that hardly anyone else can do. It's freedom, and I get to be who I am just naturally, and that's what's so thrilling about it.
When we come back, Team USA brings us thrills and chills. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to our special look at the stars of Team USA. You may not have heard of snowboarder Dusty Henriksen yet, but the California native is drawing comparisons to superstar Shaun White. Last year, Henriksen took home slopestyle gold at the X Games, the first U.S. athlete to claim that title since Shaun White did back in 2009. Now, both of them are heading to Beijing.
Yeah, I can try my best.
That was best case scenario. I'm Dusty Henriksen. I am a snowboarder, and I'm from Big Bear Lakes, California. Yeah, duct tape wallets. I used to sell to just like make some gas money, whatever money I needed to just go anywhere or do anything. And I ended up with like hundreds. So then they're like, let's just sell them. So that's what we did.
Do you think you can make us a duct tape wallet?
I can make a card holder. Lay that down, stick another one on top of it, peel them up. This can be anything you want now. It's a huge part of our sport. We all kind of think differently and look at stuff differently just from how we've grown up and how we snowboard. There's not a lot more spins you can do these days because that's what everyone does is just see who can spin more. So it's like cool to see some people get creative and do something in a weird, different way. Then you're like, oh, there's a whole new world of possibilities right there. Very creative and fun in that aspect because stuff's always changing and avenues are always opening up for more possibilities.
There are a lot of words people use to describe Olympians. One of the most common is fearless, and rightfully so. Some are skiing down dangerous slopes at 80 miles per hour, while others are performing death-defying stunts over sheets of ice. So, given how courageous these athletes are, you might be wondering, what does scare them? And you might be surprised by the answer.
Well, when I was about 10 years old, I almost got killed by a moose. It charged at me, and when it was about, 4 or 5 feet away from me, I just dove off to the side, and luckily it didn't run back around to try to stop me again.
Do you have any fears?
Being trampled by moose, for sure.
I'm actually kind of scared of a lot of things.
We talking like, we getting real about like fears or?
Not a big fan of clowns.
Drowning or not being able to breathe, like those things, like just thinking about it stresses me out. And then also frogs.
Okay, I went to the Rainforest Cafe with my family one time when I was younger. And like the frog guy came up. And I was like, I don't think I like him very much. I don't know. I've developed kind of a fear. It's not like a crazy fear, but like if given the opportunity to meet a mascot, I'd probably decline.
Not a big fan of spiders.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad?
Is it not true that this was one of your big fears?
Yeah, man, this is my future right here. I need a bigger size though. These are only 12s.
Not a big fan of it's like general darkness. So that's fun.
What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid of sharks, but I also love sharks, which is the craziest thing. Like, I love being in the ocean. I volunteered at the Georgia Aquarium, so I literally volunteer to make food for sharks, but I'm terrified of them.
Something about the ocean freaks me out. I feel like I'm kind of a germaphobe almost, like in a weird way, but I just think about like how many people have gone to the bathroom in the ocean, how many animals have gone to the bathroom in the ocean.
So it's not sharks, it's...
Oh, no, it's also sharks. But that's in addition to everything else that I'm afraid of. Everybody's scared of clowns. Are you not afraid of clowns? You better be afraid of clowns or I seriously question everything about you.
Sticking with thrills and chills now, Olympians Michaela Schifrin, Shaun White, and Nathan Chen teamed up with NBC Sports and Universal Pictures from our parent company, NBC Universal, to give us a little scare. Take a look at Michaela Schifrin with some prehistoric friends. Jurassic World Dominion arrives in theaters worldwide June 10th. Michaela Schifrin joined my colleagues at Today to talk about the making of that spot, as well as her final preps for the Beijing Winter Olympics.
Michaela, excellent acting. We are so proud of you. You know, Shaun White is doing this, Nathan Chen.
Yeah.
What did you think when they came to you and said, like, hey, you want to ski with dinosaurs?
Yeah, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, absolutely. Jurassic World I'm a big fan. So, yeah, I was kind of geeking out that whole day, and it gave me a whole new world of respect for what actors do on a daily basis, because I got, a full day's worth of shooting kind of taste of it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is not that easy. And trying to imagine a dinosaur, trying to imagine Blue there and being like, oh my gosh,
Well, you were like a pro. You're a pro. By the way, speaking of geeking out, we're geeking out because you're about to go to the Olympic Games again. It's a couple of weeks before we start. How are you feeling in this moment?
In this exact moment, I'm feeling not too bad. Yeah, no, it's a little bit ups and downs with the excitement, and then obviously there's always a little bit of nerves that play a role heading into the Olympics. And this Games, there's certainly a lot of logistics we have to figure out, just getting there with the testing process and just COVID-related things. So it's a lot to think about, and it's kind of hard to even imagine being there and competing. So it's exciting, that's
Michaela,
for sure.
you had COVID last month. Walk us through that. Must have been torturous for you in the hotel room. You've got to isolate. It stops training. I know you got imaginative with some of your training in the room. What did you do, and what was that like?
Yeah, I had a couple little pieces of equipment. I had a kettlebell and one weight plate and some exercise bands, and I was trying to stay on top of it as much as possible. I had a bed frame, and I was able to do pull-ups on it, which was maybe a little overkill, but for whatever reason, pull-ups have been like a big thing of mine that I couldn't do a pull-up when I was 15 years old. I couldn't do one. So it's like, that's one of my big goals in my career. I want to be able to do pull-ups. So just staying on top of it. And,
man,
you did it.
Yeah, and to show how good you are, after quarantine, you came out and broke a record. So, you were okay afterwards, right?
Well, yeah. I think the hardest part about it was basically having to be nearly sedentary, obviously not fully, but not being able to ski for 2 weeks during the season. I never take more than 2 to 3 days off max during the season. So having, you know, essentially 2 weeks completely out of my ski boots off snow, that was the hardest thing to overcome. And coming back, we came right back into, you know, one of the biggest bulks of the race season there. So Schladming, that race was just the kind of the end of that block of races. And I was just trying to get through Schladming so I could actually get to this point where we are now and train, get a really good chunk of training and try to catch up for what I lost when I was inside doing pull-ups on a bed frame.
If anyone can do it, it's you, Michaela. You're a veteran.
We believe.
You've been there before. It's all icing on the cake. We are cheering for you. And if you get scared or if we want to go faster, just imagine there's big old Tyrannosaurus Rex
behind you,
chasing after you. And that'll get a little pep in your step.
That's what I'm going to be thinking in the start gate.
Here's another athlete to keep your eye on at the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing.
I think he's a little sticky. Wow, that's terrible. My name is Chris Mazder. I do singles and doubles luge. I live in Salt Lake City, Utah.
What do you got there?
A pair of comfortable New Balance dad shoes, which look pretty sweet, by the way. Does that mean I became a dad? My wife, Mara, we just had our first child in April, so we got Nikolai Mazder. We call him Nico for short. He's 5 months old, and he's starting to interact. He smiles all the time. He finally sleeps, so it's been a lot of fun.
Whoa!
Yeah, you did see me on Dancing with the Stars.
Whitney is trying to teach me how to dance, turn these bricks into something that can tear up the dance floor.
I mean, talk about terrifying. Like, cool, 10 million people are about to watch me, and the countdown's like 10, 9, and it's like, oh my God. So like way more butterflies. There's so many things to think about. Even when you're doing things, you just have to make sure your hands are like, I have these claw hands, probably just because I paddle, like, right, this is our sport. So I'll do things and then they'll be like, what is your hand doing? And I'm like, I don't know. I was only training for a couple days before those dances. Where with luge, I'm like, I've done this for 20 years, I got it. A little different mindset.
Chris Mazder has done it. That's a medal for Team USA.
We'll be right back with more stars of Team USA.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news. residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
I think my biggest challenge is trying to stay cool under the pressure, you know, once you get there. Not putting too much pressure on yourself and just enjoying it, while at the same time doing your best to do as well as you can.
I feel really honored and grateful to head over to China and represent the U.S. We have a great team all around us, and I think it's going to be a really good experience.
My parents actually made me a really sweet video, and it was kind of a tearjerker for me, but it was really sweet, and that's what I'm taking over to Beijing. It's just thinking about my mom and dad and my brother, and just trying to make it fun, and, you know, kind of like trying to not treat it like an Olympics, but just treat it like another day on the mountain.
Welcome back. There are so many amazing stars on Team USA that we simply don't have enough time to talk about them all. But we want to highlight just a few more in the time we have left. And helping us to do that is Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, reporter, host, and analyst for Bally Sports Network. Hi, Brandon. Thanks for joining us to talk through some of this. And my first question for you, I think this sounds like a fun one. So the Winter Olympics is known for unique sports, including one making its Olympic debut, the women's monobob. What stands out about this sport? How does one person do it all?
Well, I think it's pretty cool. First and foremost, there's 4 different events through the bobsledding. So you have the 2-man, the 2-woman, and then you have the 4-man. But then monobob, as you mentioned, is the new accentuating thing. I mean, where are we now? We're in 2022. Women have the right to monobob. So sledding down a hill, you have one woman going down a hill and basically competing just like the 4-man game is. And you got women leading the charge. So I like it. I think it's pretty dope.
Yeah, hey, women have not only the right, but the ability to monobob, and we are excited to watch all that. Now, another sport to watch at the Winter Olympics, especially for Team USA, is the biathlon. I understand we have some ground to make up here, right?
Surely we do. Men nor women have never placed by winning a